ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと勝負さこの頭すべて手に入れる高く高くとどこまでも行く
Hey boss, what's up?
Yeah, Cam, I need you to scout a new venue. The old one canceled.
Old venue canceled, scout a new one. I got it, boss, I'm on it.
Venues are so expensive.
Dag, I got it.
No.
I can't see anything up here. I don't know what he was talking about. I should give him a call. Hey man, I'm up here at the top of the mountain and I don't know, I really can't see anything. It's really foggy out here.
It's not fog, it's smog. Pollution. Welcome to LA.
What? Then why'd you send me up here in the first place?
I told you to scout venues, as in call them, not go scout the lands.
Call them. Right. That's what I was doing. Yeah. Call them. All right, you got it. I'll talk to you later. It's just like the waterfall. Oh, call them. Right. No, yeah, that's what I meant. That's what I was doing. Yeah, totally. All right, man. I'll talk to you later. It's just like Niagara all over again.
We hope you guys enjoy.
Ascent Los Angeles. This is the final Ascent of the Phantom Monarch season. I'm Main Deck Dan.
And I'm Clem. Just like how Dan was saying, we are in Los Angeles, the city of angels, which is a perfect place to hold our last ascent of the season, heading into the angel set.
Yeah, the Angels are about to descend on
Yep.
us with the release of Radiant Origins, and we had a fantastic premiere of Radiant Origins last night, where there were people playing the Mordred Recollection deck. We were playing Pantheon live on stream and had a blast. Who won that game, by the way?
I don't know. I think Tenoris won that game. I don't know who piloted it, but she must have been amazing
She
at
must
the
have been.
game.
She must have been. Clem, this is obviously a super exciting time, obviously, as we head into the end of this competitive season of Phantom Monarchs. We have what a lot of players consider one of the most open and interesting metas that the game has had in a while.
Yep.
Although there's some looming threats that people are a little worried about. What are we expecting to see today?
I think I will start with the elephant in the room. Everyone's expecting a lot of water aethering with Diana. I think everyone I've talked to leading up to the event was like, yeah, I want to play it, but I also know everyone else is playing it. So I might actually be that everyone talked themselves out of playing the deck.
Yeah, it's going to be a really interesting, I think, facet to today's metagame where there definitely are a lot of players who are on Water Aethering Diana. I did a little scouting in the room earlier, trying to talk to some known players from a lot of major teams. The funny thing was, many of the players I talked to said, no, I'm not playing Diana. I'm playing this thing that beats it. I'm playing this deck that beats it. And then there are still, I know, a number who are on the deck. So we're going to have a little bit, I think, of a hero-villain story today. A lot of players love water and love Diana and want this to be playable, and a lot of players also think, man, I'm tired of losing to Cheshire Cats.
That is honestly really fair and really true. I love Cheshire Cat. I like all the cute little allies. Art is the most important thing to me in any game, and Cheshire Cat nails it perfectly.
One of my favorite arts.
Yeah, and so I was really excited when it was originally revealed, and then it became such a big menace that even I have to admit that, yeah, I don't want to see it on my board or my opponent's board anymore.
Well, I kind of like seeing it on my board, to be fair.
I'm an equal opportunist, but yeah, I love seeing it on my board. Don't get me wrong.
Okay.
It is really nice to have
fair,
it.
fair. So yeah, Water Aethering Diana, that's going to be one of the ones to watch today. It's an aggressive powerful. It's kind of a mid-range deck, but it has a crazy aggressive bursty lines. It's a little bit glass cannony though. That's one of the big issues with the deck. It will catch people off guard, but it also can be pretty easily dismantled if given enough time, right?
Yeah.
Is the main issue. But it's not just that, of course.
Yeah.
One of the other major decks we expect to see, Wind, Seru, Guoja. It's been a menace for a long time, and it's still here.
And it's still here, and I think since the whole set is now available on Index, people have discovered that Guoja is also getting an ultimate, unsurprisingly. We've seen the art for a long time.
Yeah.
And that, at least there is no avatar of Seru, but the Guoja ultimate is, I think, is going to still keep it meta relevant, even going forward, but it might not be as big of a menace because of everything else we're getting.
Yeah, I mean, once we get to the Radiant Origins metagame, I think things are going to get super crazy, really, really unpredictable. But for today, we still have a lot of people who are on multiple different variants of the Seru build. You know, back at London, we saw the premiere from TM32 of this high influence generating build of Seru that just, instead of playing all of the allies and the brisk wind trotters and stuff early on and more Ascents and stuff, it really just wanted to sit back, get a hand size of 13 cards and say, you know what, I have all the time in the world now. There's nothing you can do to touch me until I find my win con. But we also have a lot of players who, especially with the advent of this Diana deck, well, not necessarily the advent, but the growth in popularity of this Diana deck, players who think, I can't actually sit back and do nothing for the first few turns. I need to put allies on board. I need to take out the Crystalline Archers and the Frosthorn Paladins, or I'm never going to win this game. So, two different builds to watch for Seru. Like, I guess I would say major strains of builds, and we'll see what other tweaks people make, because we're certain to see Seru on stream today. What is what are some other decks that you expect to see people play here today?
I'm definitely expecting people to play CL, but I think, unfortunately, like the advent of the Stormcaller Oblation kind is not really viable because what you said of all the aggression we have. It's really good in Seru, but overall it might be slower, so I think we'll be seeing more coup shenanigans.
Yeah, I will say from the scouting I've done, I've talked to more people who are on versions of CL that are playing Beguiling Coup and Grim Pastiche. What those often let you do is you get more omen value early because you're not trying to control your omens and only put Advent of the Stormcaller in for a combo. And by getting those omens set up, you have kind of more options to be able to get to level 3 and like tech your way out of the aggressive Diana lines. And you have a little more room just to play allies that have intercept and taunt, and you can stop some damage. But I still do expect to see Ablation because the thing about having an open meta like this is that you can tech your deck to deal with Diana and then never see Diana the entire time. And like you said, I think Ablation is stronger in this area.
Yeah, I agree with you, and I think that also might be that some people might foresee this 50-50 of either you're playing against Diana, and which means you're probably weaker to Oblation, or you are Diana, and taking the risk might just be worth it, because if you win your first couple rounds and everyone else wins against water aethering Dianas, then you have a good run, right? There's a lot of players that either think about like, all right, I'm gonna be submarining, where I lose to my weaker matchups early and then hope to win, or they're like, I'll get ahead early and then hope to win out from everyone else pushing my weak matchups away.
Yeah, absolutely. And speaking of just like these fire level 3 decks as well, I'd still expect to see Merlins and Lorraines today. I talked to at least one player, a known player who's on Merlin here at the event. Merlin, of course, once she gets to level 3, actually taking care of Diana is kind of light work at that point, because there's not a ton that Diana can do against all of the spells Merlin can throw in response to other interaction and everything especially. So do expect to see a lot of that. Not a lot, but a chunk of Merlin players and still some Lorraine players as well. So, I mean, fire level 3 in
always
general.
Good.
It's like, it's one. It's just kind of one archetype, and depending on which champion you choose has slightly different end game. But it is something that is still a very playable deck, because any game you go to 3, you're just at an advantage compared to a level 1 deck like Diana.
Yeah, and you also have all your cool Crux cards like Pendragon 4 times in a row.
Yeah, I mean, the more Pendragons you draw, the better your game is going to go typically.
Exactly. So I agree with you. There's a lot of legacy decks I think we'll see. I think Hyoka's here. I'm not sure what he's playing, but it's definitely Rai.
It's gotta be Wind Rai, right?
Sometimes he plays Fire Rai.
Oh, true,
We've seen him, so it's either gonna be Wind or Fire, right? The 50-50s there, which I would say is also a legacy deck, but he's the only one carrying the legacy forward as of right now.
It always requires a torchbearer.
Exactly.
And Hyoka's been bearing the torch for a very long time.
Yeah, he's been successful as well, so it's not like, he's just representing and being there. He's doing good on his I was gonna say his little fun deck, but it's a strong deck. It's a really strong, really good.
That's a fun
attuned
little
deck.
deck that you're playing.
I think, okay, to be fair, I think if some people have not seen Hyoka before and don't know who he is, they would sit down and be like, right, that's hey, okay, buddy, that's fun. But no, it is a really strong deck.
Yeah,
Don't cat it out like that.
in Grand Archive, if you know Ball, you know that when you sit down and you see Hyoka, you know what you're playing, and also you know you need to be very careful, because Hyoka is so experienced at Rai, probably the most experienced player in the game. I might be forgetting someone, but Hyoka is definitely on the top 3. At the very least, just to be safe. So Rai, seeing Hyoka play Rai against you is a totally different game than seeing a lot of other players play, and it's extremely frightening.
Yeah.
Speaking of players who are extremely frightening on their decks, we know, because he's been saying it a lot leading up to the event, we know that player ID number 1, true champion Kaben, is here. Unless he made an 11th hour change, he's on Fractals, and I don't think he did. I didn't get a chance to check up with him today because I thought it was pretty locked in. But Fractals is something where, based on some of my scouting, we're going to see more Fractals than people might have expected at this event.
So, do you perchance know what kind of fractals? Because fractals also can go different kind of ways.
True, yeah.
We can have more of a fire Diao-chan fractals. We can just have Diao-chan fractals, or classic like the fractal of polar depths and
Okay, yeah.
stratagem of myriad ice kind of.
That's a great
fractal.
point. I do mean the burst asunder water fractals. Typically, Dao-chan is the champion, although sometimes players sneak in with Arasana still.
Yep.
The cleric class bonus is usually the main important thing, and you just have to play a cleric. In the current metagame right now, I think more people lean towards Dao-chan, because Arasana is usually picked if there is a heavy board ally presence. Now, that may be a tech some people do into Water Diana, because Water Diana plays Cheshire Cat, plays Crystalline Archer, plays Frostthorn Paladin. Having access to Polaris as a way to wipe that board could be pretty good in some matchups. But I still think a lot of players are going to rely on Dao-chan for this because of her ability to play through a lot of interaction and a lot of kill lines easier because of her ability to play out of memory.
Yeah.
But I expect to see some pretty known players on Fractals today. Definitely going to be one to keep an eye on, because that's one of those decks where the more experienced you are with it, the stronger and scarier you are, because the lines to get out of problems like Diana coming at you are not as obvious.
Yeah. I agree with you. But I also expect it to be more Diao-chan focused, just because being able to activate reactions when most water cards that protect you are reactions is just too good.
Yeah.
And you really need it in a meta where I'm just gonna play Crystalline Archer and you're kind of already dead.
Right. Yeah, so that's definitely one that I'm expecting to see today. And then regarding anything else in the meta, I mean, there might be some fire aggro decks. Obviously, it's an Ascent. You see an Ascent, you're gonna see fire aggro decks. They're a kind of a constant presence, especially in the early rounds. They're the ones that you have to be most afraid of, because there's a lot of like coin flip action happening with those, where if you win the die roll, your chances of winning the game on a fire aggro deck against other decks is pretty high.
Yeah, absolutely. Fire aggro is going to be really, really strong no matter what. Not really, really strong, but it's going to be very solid and strong for quite a while. And the aggressive start in games is really good. And it's such a comfort deck for a lot of people. So I'm also expecting to see quite a bit of it, and I think there's gonna be some rogue decks as well. Do you have any rogue decks that you think we might see?
Yeah, I mean, I've talked to a couple of people that are on some interesting decks for the day today. I don't know if I want to like super spoil it, but I do know a few people are doing some interesting things with Nico. Nico did recently get Sablemere,
Yep.
Warden's Grips. It's a new Proxy's Vault card that allows her to actually generate Icebound Slam. And Icebound Slam being a banned card in the game right
Yep.
now. This is another card like how Mantle of the Abyss allowed Alice to bring back Ryle the Abyss. Sablemere has given Nico a bit of a new lease on life and her ability to bring back what's generally seen as an extremely powerful card, as well as just give herself a bunch of free lash counters.
Yeah.
So I think I would not be surprised to see a Nico on stream sometime today doing some interesting things. That's definitely, like, I think a rogue deck to watch out for. And then I don't know what else we will see for sure, but we have seen people doing crazy experiments with like weird Byakko builds and stuff with Guocha.
I know what you're talking about. We've seen Byakko Merlin even.
Yeah.
I think we might see some sneak into, well, not really sneak because it's been around for a while now, right? And it's been showing its presence on the online leagues. It's been around. It's been actually producing resorts as well. It's not just some. It's a rogue deck still because it hasn't had an Ascent presence, but I think it is a really strong deck to look out for, and I think I'm very confident that we'll see at least one in day 2.
Yeah. I think like there are still, like you were saying earlier, like legacy decks.
Yeah.
Decks that we've expected to see a lot in the past. I would say like Wind Allies, Water Allies are both decks that we've seen. And some of the Nico decks are like leaning into Water Allies, like Water Allies Nico basically. But these ally strategies in a metagame where a lot of people are expecting to see a somewhat ally-focused deck be very prominent, that goes to level 1, has a low life total, and has responses to big single attacks, but can't necessarily defend itself against sustained 2 damage, 3 damage attacks.
Yep.
There's like a weird opening right now where these ally decks I think actually can be somewhat effective in the metagame again. So I'm curious to see if that shows up too.
I'm curious. I want to kind of push you on that point because from how a lot of players play Water Aether and Diana, it's more chip damage, right? It's more like 1-2. So do you think that people are like sideboarding out? Wouldn't you assume rather that people are siding out things like Crystallized Destinies? Hence why Fractals is also like Burst Asunder Fractals is really, really good now.
Yeah, it relies on both chip damage and it relies on kind of gigantic dunks. It has the reason that Diana is so powerful right now is that it goes both routes. And if it needs to go wide, it goes wide. And if it needs to go tall, it goes tall. If you give it an opening, it'll pop Ranger's Strides on Diana, attack with Cheshire Cat, pop Ranger's Strides, attack with Cat, pop the cat, then pop the Strides.
Pop goes the cat.
Pop goes the cat, exactly. and it'll swing it suddenly for 12 at you with Diana. And there's just, if you went hands down, there's nothing you can do. So I think that's one of the things that makes it really tough in the metagame. You're going to see people who are siding out Crystallized Destiny and are taking that out. And then you're going to see people who say, well, you know what, though? Crystallized Destiny is still a useful card against Diana. And it still is a useful card against Seru. And it still is a useful card against Merlin. And it still is a useful card against Oblation CL. And like there are just a number of things where it's still... That's what's tough right now. Is the metagame is so open. So we'll see, you know. And if there's a lot of players who started teching and pulling it out and putting in other anti-chip damage type, like Resolute Stand.
Yeah, it's been back. It's coming. It's making a comeback.
Right, and that's the card that Allies doesn't want to see.
Yep.
Right. So we'll see. We'll see what people end up playing. But there's certain to be, I think, a lot of interesting matchups today. I don't think we're going to just see what we've had in, it's been a little while, but some Ascents in the past where it's been a lot of the same deck. We've been trying really hard to not put it on stream over and over again, but I think it'll be very easy today to find a lot of interesting matchups for everyone.
Yeah, I think this is kind of the opposite of what we usually see at the end of seasons, where everyone just is in one deck that they're incredibly comfortable with, where now we have 5 different decks that people are comfortable with, but they have come up like mid-season. It's not like
Yeah.
they've been here since day one because, things happen. We got cards. Watch lists have come out. Unmake Duality, notably. I think a lot of people are anticipating that this is the last event with Unmake Duality.
Yep.
So it will also depend on how careful people are and how much they are planning for the what some people call an inevitable Unmake Duality ban. But if no one plays it here, then we might not see a ban, and then we might be in a weird cycle of then everyone's gonna play it again, right?
Sure. Yeah, I think that is going to be a little bit interesting to watch with the people I've seen on Fractals. Obviously, every Water Dao-Chan Fractals deck is on usually 3 Unmake Duality.
Yeah.
Because it's one of the things that really accelerates its ability to have an influence and play
Yep.
the game, which is why it's like actually in a stronger position than it ever has been before, because the deck used to go down to like no cards in hand. Three influence or something would be like a common thing to see in Fractals. And now Fractals play slower, but with a gigantic hand. So it's a lot harder to actually push through any damage, because if you start doing anything threatening, it starts answering you. If we see Fractals do well, if we see these known players perform on the deck, I would not put a lot of stock into Unmake Duality existing still.
No, I agree with you, and I completely forgot that Fractals needs those extra 2 cards.
Yeah. Fractals is really a standard bearer right now for Unmake Duality, where we do see Seru decks still making choices on their Divine Relics. They're not all, like the Influence one locked in on Looking Glass. If you're on the Influence build, you're probably playing Looking Glass
You
Unmake
need
Duality. If you're playing the more traditional or ally-focused Seru builds, you're more likely, you might be doing Looking Glass, but you also might be doing Lost Providence.
Yeah.
Is kind of the other big one that we expect to see. And I also want to mention, just because we didn't mention rogue decks, Luxem, I think, is still a deck that people are going to show up with.
It went down to being a rogue deck. I
Yeah.
remember when
was
the
coming
whole
back.
room was just, the whole room was Luxem, and then it bent away a bit, and then it started coming back. And now it's back to being a rogue deck.
Well, the issue is the rise of Diana, right? And Diana goes so fast, and Luxem doesn't always have the Vanish from Sights or something to not take the damage that turn. If they don't see that, it can be really hard for Luxem to recover. And with how tall it can go, that's another deck where it's just like, because of how flexible it is, even if Luxem gets to 3, they might not have the time to like fully stabilize with their Luxem Sights.
Yeah,
So
I absolutely agree with you. It's a very tough situation for it to be in, because when it was water allies and wind allies meta during Alchemical Revolution, it was in a wonderful spot because you had the ability.
We're jumping right in here. So yeah, what we're seeing right now, this is a fun thing that we're doing on the stream today, folks. So we do have 2 feature matches at today's Ascent. It looks like there's a technical issue with the main feature match right now. So we've actually moved on to we're going to start with the bonus feature match, the second match. And this match is going to showcase a lot of what we were just talking about here, as we see player Roxanne Kaiser on Water Diana. Oh no, wait a second. This is not the Aether. This is not the traditional Aether Wing aggro deck. Roxanne Kaiser is on a deck that's very close to my heart, the Astra Cosmic Focus Water Diana deck. So this is going to be a lot of fun to see. They're against a CL deck, and I'm just taking a look at the CL list here to see which version. It is the Advent Oblation CL from Spaghetti Senior. So let's or Spaghetti Senior, I think XJX. I have to make sure we have the right deck list here. No, we don't have the right deck list, so we'll have to grab that here. But
it just seems like a fun slime spirit.
We have a spirit of slimes. Yeah.
All right, so this is also kind of, I think, going to be not really a battle of the Titans, because like you were saying, it's an Astra Diana deck, but you love to see slimes. I think coming back to slimes, it's really fun. But let's look a bit at Roxanne Kaiser's deck, because I think slimes is pretty straightforward.
Yeah.
But Astra Diana is very interesting.
Yeah, I'm just taking a look through the list here to see how they've teched. It's very different than what I've seen some other Astra Diana builds. There's a lot of There's a lot more like little techie pieces in here. The 3 frozen dismissals, for example, and then 4 Frosthorn Paladin in here too. But jumping right into the game, we do see Spaghetti starting off with a traditional slime start, Forest Cake and Baby Green Slime. The Baby Green Slime able to suppress that Forest Cake. It comes back in at the end of turn and draws a card. And we pass over to Roxanne's turn. And of course, as Diana likes to do at the end of the turn, we're going to do a little bit of a distant enabler here. We are distant, and then we're going to head into our turn and get the Aether Wing as we level to 1.
Yeah, I believe that is going
That's
to be
backstep, I believe.
a it's all the distant enabler, norm distant enabler cards look pretty similar. So yeah, but no, it seems that Roxanne Kaiser started and did the usual thing when Diana likes to do of do nothing their first turn just to go distant and be able to level up.
Exactly. Exactly. Yeah, I mean, this is the traditional. The way the Astra Diana deck plays especially is it only tends to do things on the main phase if it's trying to load up a big enough attack. Otherwise, it plays largely in the recollection phase, which is exactly what we're seeing right now here of Roxanne Kaiser using an etheric calibration to set up the top cards, find another Aether charge, draw it into memory, and here we're going to see Roxanne go ahead and recollect. Very likely, unless there's a Frosthorn Paladin to play. Again, that's a difference in Roxanne's list from a lot of the Astra ones where they do have the ability to put down more kind of main phase. So we do see the Frosthorn in hand here as well.
Yeah.
So I would not. Yeah, I think we're going to. Oh, is he a Charge the Soul?
Or charge the soul using very aggressively to remove that Baby Green Slime.
Yeah.
So now it's -1 at slime for Spaghetti Sir, which is gonna kind of force him to play more slimes and risk them going into their level 2. So yeah, that's a pretty smart play because slimes traditionally doesn't play Crystallized Destinies or these big, just prevent as much damage as you prevent all damage
Right.
for 1 attack. It's more like Slime Shields, which will prevent 3 no matter what.
Yeah, so let's talk about a little bit about what's happening here with Astra Diana, because it is different than how Aethering works. So what Astra Diana is trying to do is shoot these attacks in, and they actually don't often, they can either go at champion or allies to clear board, because Astra Diana has a way to dunk on level 3 by doing Cosmic Focus up to 4, 5, 6 times on a turn to be able to get a massive amount of ranged on your champion and do a single shot kill. And so what we're seeing Roxanne do here was just set up that glimpse, get a mill for another float so that fracturizes in there. So note there's 3 with the, we do have to unload the intent here still from the Aether Wing. We haven't seen the Aether Wing unloaded yet, but those Aether charges should be in the discard pile, which now we see the Frosthorn Paladin come down, banish the fracturize, get the buff counter, draw the card. We see them in the Charge the Soul now for another float in the yard. So we have already this float being set up here, and then we see Kingdoms Divide.
It's Earth's Tiding, I believe. It's
This is the one of Kingdoms Divide.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah, this is the one.
Yeah. There is. They don't play it. You're right. That is. You don't see this card very often.
No. This is a really interesting piece of tech. I have actually never seen this card played in an Astra Diana build. Again, like Diana doesn't normally do a ton of stuff on her main phase, but this is going to allow them to name a card. We unfortunately didn't hear what the card that was named was. I don't know if it'd be like Baby Red Slime, maybe, or something. The thing that you're most afraid of Sylvie playing to gain value right now. But it's going to make it cost 2 more. And then once you're level 2+, it has floating memory too, which Diana obviously gets there pretty quickly as you typically just level.
Yeah. It's going to be a really good card here, and for another Frostform Paladin, it's amazing fodder. So you love to see it, and in the meantime, Spaghettis are leveled up and banished. I believe what was another Baby Green Slime.
Yep, and then there's another
Baby Green Slime. All right, slime players are built different. Every time we've seen a slime since the advent of slimes, it's been very different. But yeah, for Spaghetti Sir, that was still in his recollection. So now he played that Baby Green, and suppress the forest cake. Even more cards for Spaghetti Sir. You'll have to see it.
So one thing that I would be thinking about as the slime player in this matchup is that your baby green slimes are actually an extremely important tool against Astra Diana because of their ability to get rid of the weapon.
Yeah.
That allows her to attack. They at least can put it off for a turn, so they can suppress the weapon, which will get rid of anything that's currently loaded into it. And they can use that to keep Diana off of getting her shots in. But we do see Spaghetti Sir using it fairly aggressively here, just trying to build an influence because, of course, Sylvie wants to go to 3 and have enough influence to kind of dump slimes on the board and try and put herself into a domineering position.
Yeah,
and I don't know what that Kingdom's Divide named, but Spaghetti Sir just ended up not doing anything during the main phase.
It's really interesting because he has such a high influence that I believe he could have played something like even through the Kingdom's Divide, but now he's in a very precarious position where that Frostborn Paladin can easily take the baby green slime out, and then it would be it would really hinder his game plan on going to level 2, unless he has a slime shield, which is the best answer that I can imagine for him to have here.
Slime Shield is a card that, a lot like Resolute Stand when you're playing. I play a lot of Astra Diana. You, when you're trying to get the on hit from the Aqua Mirage Whisper, if you put your opponent on playing any of those, you actually want to play a couple of Aether Charges or Aether Charges and Distant Enablers so that you are able to get to 4 damage on the Aether Wings. You can still get the on hit to resolve, and if you don't, it can be actually really devastating to your game plan.
Yeah.
So very curious to see how Roxanne responds to that, but one thing that I thought was really fascinating was seeing actually the Grand Crusader's Ring being played this turn instead of leveling. So Roxanne is taking a bit of a slower influence generating route right now, and I think this is the interesting thing about their build is that, again, it's a little more able to play an aggressive game plan.
Yeah, in the meantime, I got to see Spaghetti Sir's hand. He's in a very awful spot. He has 2 Storm Slimes, a Lustrous Slime, an Ethereal Slime in his hand, and I believe this was, the Slime Calling was the only card he saw. Oh my god.
3 Advanced Element Slimes revealed, 2 more, the other 2 Storm Slimes.
That's
And then we also have a
unfortunate.
Twilight Slime.
Yep.
Nothing playable. It's a recover 3.
But the moment he gets to level 3, he will be able to play 3 Storm Slimes.
Well, that's the thing about playing a lot of Advanced Element. Once you get to 3, you get to go off. And I'm excited for Radiant Origins because we have some cards that can really functionally help decks that are trying to do that as well.
Yep.
But right now, Radiant Origins is not legal, and Spaghetti Sir just has to deal with the fact that had to put multiple Advanced Element Slimes on the bottom, could only take 1 into hand, and still is just trying to find plays to be able to influence, generate, and play to the board in the early game.
Yeah, and he's not looking good, unfortunately, on generating too much influence here because he cannot play anything. So now he'll be able to go up to level 2, but he won't really be able to play anything else next turn unless he top decks a Dungeon Guide like the players that play Slimes or Crux almost always do.
Well, here's the thing. And this is what I love about Roxanne's choice in this list, because we were looking at this tech as well, but the 3 Frozen Dismissals in the main, with Roxanne not wanting to play during their main phase as an Astra Diana deck, and using this Grand Crusader's Ring also to generate a higher influence, if Spaghetti Senior tries to Dungeon Guide to 3 to kind of go off, it's very possible that they can be Frozen Dismissaled out of Dungeon Guide resolving, or if they let it resolve, the Frozen Dismissal can hit those Slimes and banish them before they can hit the board and do anything.
True. Well, I don't think we'll get a Dungeon Guide looking at Spaghetti Sir's deck list, unfortunately, because I believe he doesn't play Dungeon Guide.
Oh,
He's
you're
just
right.
going all natural,
All
playing the
natural.
game fairly.
No, there's 4 Dungeon Guides right here. Put another float in the yard, glimpse to find the right setup. The powerful thing about Astro Diana, by the way, is you get to glimpse usually about half your deck by the time you're level 3. So the consistency of hitting the combo and doing the damage is actually kind of absurd. The float is set up now, though, so Roxanne is ready, I think, to level to 2 in the Materialize. Yeah, okay, we're still going
Yeah,
here.
we're still early
they
on
made
in
a
the
hand.
turn.
They made a hand motion that I thought they were going to wreck, and I was like, wait, what happened?
Not yet. Oh, wait.
But we're not
Ranger
gonna see that.
boots
We're gonna
coming
see
out.
the Ranger boots.
So not to be confused with Ranger Strides, which I believe a lot of people do not even know that Ranger boots exist, because they always just say, oh yeah, it's Ranger boots, Ranger Strides. It's the same thing. This is not a distortion regalia. It comes in hindered, but at least it draws you a card. And it just makes you distant. Unlike Ranger Strides,
I was just
range
gonna
4.
say, if you're gonna play the Ranger boots right now, you have to have another Frosthorn. in
And there
hand.
it is.
because
Look.
you're just deliberately deciding not to level to Diana level 2 with 2 float in yard, so there's no shot. It looks like it's just use a float to draw a card, use a float to play another Frosthorn Paladin. Roxanne is trying to just completely shut down the Slimes deck while pushing damage. It's like a siege strategy. We're just going to go ahead and I have the board, and I'm going to stop you from playing as long as I can and just push damage in.
Yeah, and honestly, that's a really good strategy into almost any deck. Now, this is where we might see the tides turn. Oh, wait. A Storm Slime being banished from Spaghetti, sir.
Yeah.
That is... I mean, we do know that he has 2 in hand, but we also know that the other one is at the bottom of his deck.
Does Roxanne have another Frozen Dismissal? Because this turn, you were exactly right, Clem. Had the 3 down, still went to level 3. Now our first slime is going to be likely free as well as giant.
Yeah.
But depending on Spaghetti Senior's influence, a Frozen Dismissal would be a problem. There's the Lustrous Slime, the most awkward first slime to play.
Yes, but it's also...
There's the other Frozen Dismissal.
All right, so I was going to say that it's also the most threatening for Roxanne because it's so hard to get through a Lustrous Slime through Sylvie's counters. And Spaghetti Sir doesn't really have anything else to protect himself with. So he just plays the Storm Slime here. Gonna deal...
I think you have to hit the Frosthorn, honestly. I think you have to Storm Slime the Frosthorn at this point.
Yes. I think because we know that he has another Storm Slime in his memory. He doesn't want that Storm Slime to die and banish both cards from his memory. So it's not much of a reason for him to risk and have it die. So you just wanna
it does not get the 2 counters.
Kill a Frostborn. Yeah, it doesn't get the counters because the first slime that was activated this turn was the Lustrous Slime, and Sylvie only cares about the first slime. It doesn't. So Sylvie's exact wording is, the first slime you activate this turn costs 3 less and comes in with 2 additional buff counters and enters the field with 2 additional buff counters.
It's 2 less, I believe.
2 less?
2 less. Yeah, I believe it's 2
then
less.
I believe the Lustrous Slime should cost 1.
No, Lustrous Slime also costs.
It's a 2 cost?
2,
Yeah, all the slimes are really...
Yeah, so this is unfortunate. This is really showing the strength. It completely shut down Spaghetti Senior's ability to get into the game.
Yep.
Really influence, but just wasn't able to find it because they unfortunately had that awkward start where they just weren't able to play a lot. And I don't know what the King's Divide named, but it seemed like it was potentially impactful also.
I've been looking at Spaghetti Sir's hand.
Yeah, I guess
it
not.
didn't really have a lot to play. Yeah.
An impactful thing would have been just having a less clunky opener.
Yeah, it would have been less advanced element cards, but honestly, otherwise it wasn't a terrible opener, but it wasn't a terrible opener, but it had a bit too many advanced element cards. You would rather have the 2 Storm Slimes, an Ethereal Slime, and then 4 playable cards, right? You want to have the Dungeon Guide, the Baby Green. The Forest Cake was really good here.
Yep.
And I believe that Forest Cake probably would have gone on the Lustrous Slime. But having 4 advanced element slimes is very rough.
Yeah, it's just too many to see in the early game when you're looking for Baby Red. You're looking to be able to play Baby Red, discard Slime Eruption, get the damage, and then get your float set up, which is a slime, and you'd be feeling pretty good at that point. But you can kind of see here, it's just a tough position right now for Sylvie. This is one of those if you're watching a a poker game online, you see the percentages for win rates for each player as the hand develops.
Yeah.
Right now, Roxanne's win rate percentage is pretty high compared to Spaghetti Senior right now, because the position is just so dominating because of having those frozen dismissals at the right time, and honestly playing this like just holding up a hand influence game. I think a very smart play from Roxanne to be able to just shut down the deck.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a really smart play. I believe we're having a deck check happen live on stream here. Counting the amount of cards in Roxanne's deck, because I believe on the submitted deck list it says it is a 58 card deck, which is not a legal Grand Archive deck. If you play 60 cards, then that would just be not an illegal deck list, I believe, a deck list error.
Right.
Which is not as severe as an actual illegal deck list of 58 cards, because the consistency of 58 cards is really big. That's that's why the argument of 61 cards, is it fine or not, is such a genuine argument, because the consistency between having one more card and having exactly 60 or 61 is massive. So
if you ask the 2025 world champion main deck Taylor, he will laugh at you if you play more than 60 cards. There's an ongoing team like debate where he gets a little trigger happy with the muting, or not muting, the timing out players in the Discord if they ever say play 61. All in good fun, of course. He's not a tyrant, but
unless
no.
NDK, the developer and the head of organized play at Weaves of the Shore, would also agree. He said he mentions at times that he cannot wait for people to be punished for 61 cards, because the inconsistency is genuine. Because 60 cards is 15 play sets.
Yes.
That is perfect. That's 50. You only play 15 cards in your deck.
You're a 4 of everything gamer?
I'm a 4 of everything.
I don't think you can do that in Grand Archive too often.
I actually don't think you can do that in Grand Archive either. Especially with Unmade Duality or with Backup Charger and Turbocharge.
I think like Fire Aether Wing Diana is the one deck where I'm like, just put in all the 4 ofs.
I think most Fire Aggro decks can do that. Unless you're playing like
a lot
Arthur.
of like KFCs though are a lot of 1 ofs and
yeah, but then you just
common.
have your Suzaku, and that is that is your consistency.
But I just want to be really clear about what's happening right now. We don't know whether or not Roxanne's deck is 58. It's just the deck list was submitted as 58. Obviously, the hope is that there are 60 cards in Roxanne's deck right now, and it's just a deck list error.
Yeah.
But again, so that's why a deck check would be required.
Yeah, that would be absolutely devastating, but unfortunately it sounds like there was a resolution.
No, we're waiting still to figure out what's going on with this one, and so soon we'll have a bit of a resolution on this. But in the meantime, I want to ask you, because we didn't talk about this at all, Clem. Slimes. What is Slimes a deck you expect to see performing this weekend?
This weekend? No, I did not expect to see any Slimes this weekend. I think it's in a really solid spot because of what we were talking about earlier of burst and chip damage. Like the balance of it is really strong. But I also didn't I also think that a lot of people don't play it as much and aren't bringing it back really.
Yeah, it is a consequence in some ways of it just not having a lot of meta share.
Yeah, and it hasn't gotten a lot of new cards recently because you still want to play Quicksilver Grill and Sylvie.
Yeah,
and it's just objectively better than any of the new Divine Relics because of you don't have many ways to protect yourself, but with the new things coming out. Honestly, I'm really excited for Banners Live as well, and being able to have a raccoon package in there possibly, because all the raccoons are norm, and we saw Barrier Raccoon, which is basically just normal, a baby blue slime, but even more like it's baby blue slime for everything.
It doesn't say slime on it.
It says animal,
which does mean that it's harder to set up like storm slimes. But I think you're probably right. I'm looking forward to Radiant Origins and seeing if. with all of the new slimes, there are some new packages because like a lot of those slimes are quite good. And frankly, Ghastly Slime from Phantom Monarchs is actually a really good slime as well. And we've seen some people, especially fire slimes, have a lot of success. And actually, recently we've seen water slimes. That's been crazy.
True.
There have been a number of top 8s of
fun.
water slimes.
Yeah.
Especially just leaning on the fact that Ghastly Slime being ephemeratable out of the yard gives you like a lot of late game extra value. So we, I mean, I think in the Radiant Origins metagame, we're going to see more slimes right now.
Yeah.
My hat is off to anyone like Spaghetti Senior bringing slimes to this meta in particular, because as we're seeing it, it can be really tough.
It's incredibly tough, and especially with all, like, the problem is that all the answers that all the other decks got as well. It's not just that Slimes hasn't gotten a lot of new toys to play with, it's that every other deck got a lot of good answers to Slimes, and being preparing for other decks like Aetherwing or Guoja, it affects and impacts Slimes as well, right? So it's a tough situation to be in.
Yeah, we do have a resolution on what's happening in the game right now. So unfortunately, this was a 58 card deck that was submitted. So that does mean that what's going to happen is Roxanne Kaiser is going to get a game loss for this round. And Grand Archive has an interesting rule for resolving this, which is that with the empty 2 spots, the card that gets added to complete the deck list is Refurbish.
Who doesn't love a Refurbish?
Well, I would say that Diana doesn't love a Refurbish, especially
it's sword.
Now Aetherwing Diana does run swords.
But this is not.
Astra Diana does not run swords often. There's no Cheshire Cat, so we have no Palvor sword. We have no Inert sword, unfortunately. So there are going to be 2 useless refurbishes in Roxanne Kaiser's deck for the event now. It is a friendly reminder to double check your deck list whenever you're submitting. Now it's happened to all of us. Everybody has had a case where they've submitted a deck list wrong. So it's just something that happens. It's unfortunate, but now there's a reminder every time Roxanne draws a hand, sees a refurbish, and goes, "Oh shoot!"
That could have been a useful card. Yeah, I think we've all made at least some kind of mistake. I know I made the mistake once of leaving 2 Divine Relics after sideboarding back when we were swapping between Grand Crusaders Ring and
I've done that, and I like had to call myself out of it. I go to materials, I'm like, wait a second.
There's
I can't have both of these.
Yeah, it's a bit too many. Yeah, it's very unfortunate, but happens to the best of us, and it seems that is just a game lost in that case. So Sylvie won a game.
That has to feel pretty rough with such a good position that Roxanne had. But of course, like you were saying, Clem, there is an effect on your draw rates, your ability to draw cards in your deck when you run 58 versus 60. Yeah. And we saw 2 Frost Swords. We saw 2 Frozen Dismissals. It's impossible to say whether or not that would have impacted having those cards there. So that's the game loss for Roxanne here. Now they're going into game 2, and Roxanne still with, I'd say, the commanding deck between the 2, the one that has the higher win rate in this matchup. But if Spaghetti Senior has a stronger start, this could be a completely different match, and they only have to pick up 1 more game.
And it's looking a lot better of a start for him. He has, I believe, 3 Baby Silver Slimes, which is really, really good in this matchup. The Intercept is basically, the Intercept alone in this matchup makes it almost equivalent to a Baby Gray Slime. Obviously, you cannot play as many in a row, but you almost 100% of the time get to draw. Yeah,
Baby Silver is like certainly a nerf to Baby Gray Slime. Like, no doubt about that. And the we're actually not even going to see it though.
Limitless
we're starting
slime.
with a Limitless Slime, getting that slime, not getting the slime aggro in because going first you cannot attack, but trying to start to aggro going to the next turn and not seeing any Baby Silvers. I find that really pretty fascinating.
Yep.
And so like to that end, Clem, like I was saying earlier, in Astra, now we saw Roxanne playing a lot more like this was a traditional mid-range
Made in water,
Aetherwing deck. But Astra is the variant of Diana that's really happy to just kill things on board in the early game and not worry about it because you can still just do a 25 damage attack later.
Exactly. You don't mind losing those Aether Wings. So what do you think the strategy behind going for the Limitless first is? Is it the floating memory is just too good?
It's, I mean, yeah, the floating memory is really strong. I think maybe, like I was trying to think maybe Spaghetti Senior was trying to save the baby silver for later, but I just realized that Spaghetti Senior likely does not know what version of Diana Roxanne Kaiser is on.
True, because the game ended so fast that it's just like, all right, which I saw Frostborns, and I saw that it went up to level 2, but that's as far as the game got.
And Aethering Diana decks often play Diana level 2 also.
Yeah,
So
and into Slimes, it is not counterintuitive to go up to level 2. You want to have that extra buffer because if they slam down a couple of Storm Slimes, you're kind of like a fish out of water.
Yeah. Here we do have a Baby Silver coming down, getting the buff counter from Sylvie. So maybe that was the strategy, is trying to get the buff counter onto the Baby Silver, but then we attack with the Baby Silver. So
no intercept for this turn, but it's I think it might also be because both of these players, looking at their Omnidex numbers, are newer. So I think there is a chance that Spaghetti Sir hasn't seen Water Diana a lot, so doesn't know what to prepare for, or like Diana really so doesn't know what to prepare for early game. And
if your experience is against like the starter deck of Diana, you assume that Diana goes to 3 and does the
slower
thing.
Things.
Yep, does the Diana thing. That's certainly a possibility too, which would be if that's what you're expecting. It is not a bad idea to just try and cling on to your interceptors until later in the game, because that's the one thing Diana like desperately needs to clear to be able to shoot for lethal. So regardless, there's options and there's a lot of play around certain things that can happen here. We'll see now. Roxanne going into this next turn, going to
Fractalize Power Cell. He went to backup charge, got the Power Cell, and now went to Fractalize the Power Cell. So he will be able to level up next turn if he has something. If they have something to make them distant, but I'm not quite. I don't believe I saw anything.
I have to like count the number of distant enablers that are in the deck right now. Actually, we got 3 backstep, 3 reposition. I just noticed the acquiescing rejections here too. I've tested that in Diana as well. I do like that. 3 backstep, 3 reposition, 3 undercurrent vantage, 4 weaving mana stream. And that is all of the distant enablers, I believe. That is, and especially not running a Glimpse Spirit, that is a lower number of distant enablers than what a lot of Astra Diana will play, because typically Astra is very reliant on finding that.
But I believe he has an etheric calibration in hand. I might have mistaken it, mistaken something else for it, but that would at least let him glimpse more.
Yeah, but you don't want to play that when you don't get to load it in either. Like, that's the challenge with Diana, is she really desperately wants to get that set up right away so that all of her cards gain their maximum value.
But you were talking about, I mean, yes, but I am curious on your opinion. Wouldn't it be better if still to get the distant and be able to go to level 1 with value, even at the cost of losing 1 Aether Charge? Because at least you get to...
There's a vantage.
There's an advantage.
Yep.
All right.
So we have a distant now, it's an interesting debate. Like, my school of thought with this is typically put out the Aether Wing turn 2 instead. If you don't have disenabler, I'm a huge Ranger Boots hater. Actually, like I hate Ranger Boots. I do not like that card. I put out my Spell Shroud Aether Wing, and then I just level next turn. If I get distant by then, that's cool, but that allows you to get full value from your cards. Because you can still load things into it while it's out, even while you're not a ranger. But here we do have the vantage coming down. There's a Kingdom's Divide in the yard right now, so we have a float set up for once we're level 2. And we now are able to put out the Aether Wing and start to do things like the Etheric Calibration now, get this loaded up, and then start to actually deal with the yard. Now, it looks like we do need to update the damage totals at the top here. We don't have the correct champions or damage listed right now because I don't believe that Sylvie's certainly not level 2.
Yeah, not anymore.
Or no, she is level 2.
Oh yeah, she's back to level 2. Yeah,
but she doesn't have 10 damage on her.
Yeah, I don't believe the damage is correct here. Aether Calibration, however, coming out from Roxanne, so gonna be glimpsing, and finally it can be loaded in. So
Yep, and
it
they're
did get the maximum amount of value.
yeah, we do see that value here, which is what you're what you're really trying to do, because you want to keep as many cards in hand. You want to glimpse as deep as you can, and putting that loading that calibration in specifically is very, very important for this.
Yeah, and now Roxanne is trying to see what they can take off the board. It seems that they might actually just attack directly into the baby silver slime, giving Spaghetti Sir an advantage. Oh no, okay. The lustrous limitless slime is the one that goes down here, because it is.
I mean, the limitless slime, now that Sylvie is level 2, is starting to get very threatening.
Yeah.
So it's a 2/3 right now, and because Diana's distant, she's able to deal 3 damage on that swing into it. So it's able to be taken out. But once Spaghetti goes to level 3, then it starts getting a buff counter every time it attacks. So it's like it's got to go for sure. It's the more salient threat of the two, even if it does give Spaghetti Senior a float right now to be able to use. But Roxanne has had such a clunky, slow opener, has a lot of cards in hand, but like Spaghetti Senior has an opening right now, depending on what those cards are, to just straight push in and potentially lethal.
Yeah, it is. This is the time. There's no time better than now. Oh,
Okay,
a baby green now using it to take care of the Aqua Mirage Whisper, but it's not the right time unless it's in the end phase of Roxanne. But I believe he had no cards in hand, so he wasn't able to play it. But in the meantime, Roxanne got to get a really good mill off of the Aqua Mirage Whisper, and getting a Weaving Mana Stream into the graveyard. So
yeah, we do see that Aqua Mirage Whisper, which is gone right now for the turn. We're going to see the Charge the Soul coming out now to take care of that baby green slime. But that Aqua Mirage Whisper won't be on the board going into Roxanne's turn now. I believe, as long as that was played during the end phase.
yeah,
So we'll see kind of when it's tough to tell exactly when the players were playing each individual card right now. But with that, if that Aqua Mirage Whisper is not present for Roxanne's next turn, that is going to mean that, in this case, the Charge the Soul actually doesn't get to load into anything because there was no weapon to load it into. And then Roxanne might not have any capability of actually firing any damage off in the next turn either.
Yeah, you're right, because he had a Charge the Soul played. He doesn't have a lot of cards in hand. Yeah, and then there's not much they can do, but they can still load the Weaving Mana Stream in there by getting the Ranger Strides.
Was that the end of Roxanne's?
Oh, it seems that it
turn?
was
Yeah.
the end of Roxanne's
Yeah,
turn.
oh, sorry. Yeah,
Alright,
it was the end of Roxanne's turn. Yep. So that was the end phase here. So, sorry, I did get mixed up in that. That was during the main phase of Roxanne's turn, but not in response to the attack, not during wreck or anything. So we do have Spaghetti Senior going into Sylvie level 3. Does still have that baby silver slime in play, and now has I see a storm slime in hand. And a capability to just potentially start to push some damage back in at Roxanne, though Roxanne is still holding on to a healthy hand right now. We see the Ethereal Slime coming down, which is a premier slime first play here, as it's going to be able to drop in as a 5/5 ultimately, but there's the Frozen Dismissal
Look,
again.
they always have it. They need to have the Frozen Dismissal. Otherwise, this would be a tough matchup, I think, if it weren't for the Frozen Dismissal. So you love to see it if you're Roxanne. Hate to see it if you're Spaghetti Sir.
Yeah, that's that is definitely the defining card in this matchup right now. The existence of Frozen Dismissal is making it really hard for slimes to actually kind of pop off and do the slime thing. And that's giving Roxanne just a lot of room, a lot of leeway here. And we see the Weaving Mana Stream being banished to get to Diana level 2, as well as that Charge the Soul, which means the Weaving Mana Stream does load into the Aqua Mirage Whisper. Again, there's a lot of interaction points for slimes to be able to do things about what's happening. One of the strongest ones is if you have baby green slime in response to the trigger of the Weaving Mana Stream, then there's nothing to load it into and it remains banished.
And it stays gone forever. Yeah, that is the ideal time to play it, but if Roxanne plays something else here before Recollection.
We just had 2 more Aether charges.
Oh, there's a
being-
refurbish.
I looked away for 1 second, and now there's 2 more Aether charges on the Aqua Mirage Whisper as well. So I missed what got played specifically, but suddenly this is very large.
Yeah, that's very intimidating.
And
you
yeah,
know?
you're right. The refurbish,
Refurbish.
refurbish only has durability to sword weapons, by the
Yep.
way. So
It's really, it's irrelevant, unfortunately, in this specific type of Diana. So every time you see that, remember that that could have been a good card, a useful card.
So we then see Frosthorn Paladin being played. Do we have a float in the yard to banish right now?
I don't believe.
I actually don't think we do.
yeah,
oh, the Kingdom's Divide. We're level 2 plus.
Oh yeah,
Yep.
now there's
The
level
divide,
2.
the
Yep.
divide is there, and there is the undercurrent too. Okay,
There's
yep.
a couple. It
We had a
seems,
couple
yeah.
still. We had a couple, so that's
So
good.
buff counter got that Frostborn Paladin. I think it's just gonna go face because there is no
Yeah, we see the
another
second
one.
Frosthorn
Yeah,
Paladin.
both of the floats being eaten out of
6.
Roxanne's graveyard.
We are not distant. We're not distant, so we're looking at 1, 2, 3, 4, 10 damage coming in. I am still not certain what Sylvie's actual life total is
I
at.
believe it's at 0. I believe it's been
I
0
think
damage
it's
dealt.
0 as well.
Yeah, so now it goes.
it might be correct after this turn.
Yeah, it might just be at the right one. It's wow. This is a this matchup shows just how quickly the tides can turn.
Yeah.
Because there was Roxanne had nothing on board, was barely distant, had to start with a backup charger, and now Spaghetti Sir. The Spaghetti Sir looked like he was in a leading position, and then bam, Frozen Dismissal. And actually, I just have 5 Aether charges in my Aqua Mirage Whisper, and I'm gonna glimpse a million and deal a lot of damage to you. I believe there's 9 damage on Sylvie now, and 9 damage on Diana, respectively, as well.
Yeah, well, there might just be a tech issue right now that's preventing the damage from updating. So we're gonna do our best to try and watch where the damage is and try and get people in the right position here. As
Get
long
a
as
math
those-
in mind.
if the frozen dismissals keep being played, then it's not as much damage to
Yeah,
calc,
exactly.
which is nice.
We're gonna just be zeroing out Slime Totem.
That is, I had
That
to
is
look
a
like
r-
slime
yeah.
totem.
Oh, don't worry, Dan. I got you. I love this deck.
True. No, I know that one. We're gonna give all slimes vigor now, which is actually quite good for the baby silver
Yeah,
slime.
this is. I don't think anyone's ever played this on stream, even when slimes were so good, because the intercept was not as
Oh,
relevant. The famous, and there's a storm slime.
and storm slime comes
1,
down.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 total slimes.
7 banished slimes. That's a 7 damage storm slime. Do we have the frozen dismissal out of hand or the influence?
No,
to
it
use
seems that it resolves. That's 7. So that goes up to. There was 9, 16 damage plus 3 coming in from the attack. So 19, I believe.
that
Plus 2 from the baby silver slime. So 21.
that would be
total damage.
that would oh yeah we're
Yeah,
at
level
22.
two,
We're
yeah.
at level 2, so we have 1 remaining.
1 buffer.
You know what? That's all you need though.
That's all you need. Because Sylvie is still on 9 damage counters only. Well, 9 damage counters, I guess, already. And Roxanne, I believe, didn't attack with Diana last turn.
Yeah, did not actually attack with the Diana. Just loaded up all those, and that's something you do in Astra sometimes, depending on what you're playing around or how high you're trying to push the damage, or the existence of Aether charges in your hand either to
Yeah.
be able to fire at all. But with that Weaving Mana Stream there, it's an interesting choice to not put the Weaving Mana Stream back in the yard right now, and
Yeah.
potentially set up to do a free level next turn. And now we're actually just going to see a hard level. Diana to 3, losing 3 cards. We do see Diana Moonpiercer coming down here, and we're banishing Fractalize Cosmic Focus. That's potentially a bad one to see.
Yeah, it's. But now we can do some more shenanigans if Roxanne has the cards.
And there's the
here.
Cosmic Focus coming down. All right,
Yeah,
let's talk
glimpse.
about what's happening here. So Cosmic Focus is going to do a couple of things. The first thing is if you're not distant, it's going to make you distant. That's the main thing it'll do at that point. And if you are distant, it will then allow you to gain ranged 4. either way, it's going to go into when it resolves, go into your deck 4th from the top, and it has Star Calling 0. So what this is doing right now is it's distanting Diana, which is going to trigger Moonpiercer's ability when she becomes distant, which Roxanne's going to use to glimpse 2. And try and set up. And now that Cosmic Focus is 4th from the top here, and Roxanne is able to play things like Cometary Vantage, which is right here. Now that Roxanne is distant, Cometary Vantage is going to allow them to, they will choose to glimpse 4 and draw a card, I'm going to assume, because that's what you do in this deck. By that glimpsing 4 there, we find the Cosmic Focus. We finish resolving the Cometary Vantage when we Star Call the Focus by putting the other 3 cards on the bottom of the deck and then drawing a card off the Vantage. Then the Focus will resolve. Now that we're distant, gain ranged 4, and then this Focus goes in 4th from the top again.
Yeah, that's perfect sequencing. That is exactly what you want to see and want to do here. That's all what the deck's about, right? This is all you want to do. Get the Cosmic Focus and just play it twice in a turn.
Yeah, the Cosmic Focus will allow you to push in a crazy amount of damage. This is where, thanks to those Frostborn Paladins being able to attack in and take out the Interceptor here, Spaghetti Senior's hand is down. And if Roxanne is able to get deep enough to find the Focus enough times, which is going to be pretty close because Diana already has a built-in range 2 right now, so it's a range 6 sitting on Diana, as you see that 6 die counter on her, with 3 Aether charges in the Aether Wing, so it's already a 9 damage attack from Diana, plus 3 more from the Frosthorn Paladin. So Roxanne is actually, I think, very close to lethal. If we know our life totals well, I think it requires one more Focus to get there. But
Could be, but I think their hands down.
Well, I'm just trying to remember how much damage was actually taken right now, since our damage
9.
appears to be
It's
broken right now. It's 9.
damage
Yeah, so we need to deal
silver.
16, so we need one more Focus to be able to get there. That will get us to 13.
Wait,
14,
this was
15,
all
16.
pre-recollection?
That's pre-rec. Yeah,
Oh.
That was pre-rec. I mean, this is how Diana plays.
Yeah,
you do all this pre-rec.
I just didn't see
Any-
Roxanne's hands, so I wasn't sure how many cards
And
there
there
even are.
is
Yep.
the second Cometary Vantage. We're going to see it happen again. We're going to glimpse 4. We're going to Star Call the Focus, draw a card, and then we're actually also going to Aether Call a Constellation's Blessing on for another 2 damage.
Because
there.
you can do both
Yes,
while
you Aether
because
Call,
they're completely different.
then Star Call. Yep, the Aether Call happens while you're glimpsing, and then the Star Call happens as the resolution of glimpsing. So this is then going to allow us to set up the Focus one more time. Not that I believe it's necessary here, because it just takes a Frosthorn attacking into the Baby Silver, the second Frosthorn attacking face, and then you know what though? Let's
Might
add
as
a
well.
calibration
Yeah, let's
onto
do
it.
an Aether calibration here.
This is a glimpse 4 that will allow us to find the Cosmic Focus one more time.
Oh, look at that. It's like they're, again, just recycling the same 2 cards over and over and over and over again. This is this is the perfect game plan.
This
We're
is
saying generating so much value here from just 2 cards. Actually 1 card.
I will say, though, if it's not necessary right now to add this damage, there are 12 minutes left in
Yeah.
this match. Now, they are going to have an extension. I believe it was either a 7 or 9 minute extension, something like that. They've got they do have a little bit of an extension on this, but I do think you need to wrap this game up and move on to game
you're
3.
just it's incredibly overkill at this point. I know it's fun. I'm guilty of trying to and having too much fun as well. See, yesterday as I was trying to do more and more tokens, but yeah, it's unfortunately time is of the essence, and it is very important, and you need to keep in mind that you are playing a best of 3.
Yep. And of course, we are going to need sideboard time, too, here, because Roxanne's going to want to take those refurbishes out of the deck at the very
and
least.
put some sideboard cards in. Hey, at least sideboarding will be easier this way.
Yep.
All right, so a lot of damage coming through. That is going to should be lethal.
Yep.
And it seems that Spaghetti Sir also knows that. Yep, and scooping the game up here. Well, not scooping. He was taken out by scooping up the game here. I believe he doesn't. He's not gonna bring anything in. He might. He has Beastbone Paws, Nullify Mirror, Verdant Slime. Verdant Slime is pretty good in this matchup.
Yeah, Verdant Slime is actually quite strong. We're running Mirror. We're not running Lantern. We're not running Sensor. Slime King, just to have another Taunter, is a very reasonable play here as well.
Recycle some of those slimes.
Twilight Slime, not useful. Ghastly, you can have another threat potentially. But yeah, I mean, I'd say
But
Verdant,
this-
Verdant
yeah.
and Slime King are the ones that are most useful
Yeah.
here. There's no stealth, so pause not necessary either. Yeah, those are the main ones you want to bring. For Roxanne, of course, I mean, personally, I want to bring in the tactical retreats so we don't miss distant.
Yeah, I
I'd
think
rather
that is
tactical than miss distant any game if possible. There's no stealth against a staggering strike, not necessarily. Although that's a tech piece that Astro Diana plays to be able to attack in without an Aether Wing,
Oh, while
which is
distant.
where it's useful here. So
Mm.
if Spaghetti Senior starts to play the baby green slimes to shut down the attacks, the staggering strike allows you to still attack,
Yeah.
which is pretty powerful, and you get the full ranged bonus and everything on that. So I like the staggering strike. Topsy Decree does stop storm slime damage,
Yeah.
which is
Yeah.
not bad. Nullifying Lantern, if they predict Slime King, is actually a good play too. Slime King needs 3 different element.
Oh, yeah.
Nullifying Lantern actually stops Slime King from being activated.
Yep.
So it's pretty strong there too. So there's a couple of options here. There's definitely some things that Roxanne could bring in, and with those 2 refurbishes coming out for sure, I mean you'd want to
It's-
do that. Although the players maybe just skipped right past sideboarding. I don't know.
Yeah,
if
they could have just gone. I believe either they were very
They,
efficient.
there's a refurbish right there, so I
Yeah,
don't
there-
believe we saw a sideboard happen.
Yeah, I think they just went straight into it, knowing that time is of the essence.
It could be. Yes, absolutely, absolutely. I would make time to take the refurbishes out, but you know what? It is kind of a we could say it's a power move right now, a flex to be like I'm gonna keep the refurbishes in and
Yeah,
win with them
actually-
anyway.
Actually, I'm just going to show you as you banish it for my level ups.
Yeah, true. True. So Roxanne taking the first turn of the game, or sorry, no, Spaghetti Senior taking the first turn of the game.
He lost, so he chose to go first.
Yep. Spaghetti Senior taking the first turn of the game. Goes for that Limitless Slime, turn 1 play again. And looking at Roxanne's hand, I'm just trying to see if we have distant. We do. We have a backstep in hand. So
Yeah.
they're going
Oh,
to just simply...
the one-off on Broken Mustang, kind of useless in this matchup, but it's still...
It hits Slime Totem, maybe.
Isn't... Slime Totem is a 0, guys,
I
right?
think it's a 0. But yeah, typically Diana, draw, and then pass. Exactly what we're going to see here. Going to backstep into Diana level 2, very likely next play here. And Sylvie does go to level 1, banishing a baby green slime.
Tough.
Ba-
Tough banish in this matchup.
Yeah, that's one you'd prefer to keep. It looks like our life totals are going to be able to be updated this time here, which is good. So we're going to hopefully get to keep track of that now, and that's Limitless likely going to start aggroing right away this turn.
Yep.
There is the swing for 1 with the Limitless. Now we have Sylvie's lingering buff counter. What's it going to drop on this time?
Definitely gonna drop on something. We have to have it. You know what would be?
I actually don't think it has to drop on anything because I think we moved to end step right now.
Oh
we see
wait,
the-
yeah. There is distant undercurrent vantage, making the spirit. I was gonna say Diana distant, but is the spirit going to level up into?
I just
Diana
saw
here?
a tactical retreat in hand, so a sideboard happened at some point.
But what the refurbishes are still.
It's a
in,
power move. I'm telling you, this is a flex.
Actually, I play refurbish, and if you day 2 and top,
That's pretty.
That will be
It's
respectable.
pretty insane.
yeah.
But yeah, we do see the level here, banishing the Unbroken Mustang. So yeah, Slime Totem is not likely not to leave play if it comes in again. But then Aqua Mirage Whisper coming down, and then no rec plays, just going to draw that refurbish back into hand. Now we have drawn the Etheric Calibration that was set up on top.
Yep. So we can glimpse more, load more, and be very, very happy that this is the deck we're going with. Our Frostworm Paladin. Once again, there is the flow, there is the banish. They have it every single game.
Yeah, they have it every single game, and I mean, if you're gonna see a card every single game, well, I think it's Frozen Dismissal in this match, but the
But
second
they
one
also
is
saw
Frostworm
Frozen
Paladin.
Dismissal. It's
Yeah,
okay. They
true.
saw both.
Yep.
Etheric Calibration also coming out.
We find
Ooh.
Weaving Mana Stream. This is the
Yeah.
most important Aether charge to find in these. And there's a really nice setup that you can do here now that you're level 1, where you can Etheric Calibration this. Make sure you want to draw that into memory right now, because now when you level to Diana level 2, you're going to be able to move it from memory to attach it to your Aether Wing, draw a card to replace it, fire it off, and set it up in the graveyard.
Isn't Weaving Mana Stream only from Graveyard? So if you banish it from your memory.
Correct, but
It doesn't-
Diana's level 2 allows you to attach
Oh,
Aether
yes,
charges
yes, you're
from
right.
your
so
memory.
Without paying, you immediately get to
Yeah,
recycle
because the thing about
it.
Weaving Mana Stream is all it does when you play it is distant. It doesn't
Yeah.
attach. So like it's actually a lot more efficient to use the Diana level 2 to attach it, so you can
Yeah,
get
you're
in the
right.
yard then.
Oh, there's a Weaving Mana Stream in the graveyard.
Yeah, that's that was the swing with the Diana also found a Weaving Mana Stream.
Yeah.
So we're pretty set up now to have the double Mana Stream, which is going to enable a lot of the powerful plays that this deck is trying to do. So that's yeah, actually the Mana Stream might have been set up on top to be able to hit with the Diana. Now that I think about it, rather than drawing it in a
Oh
memory.
yeah, because it looked like
To mill it that way instead.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean
it
both
most
are
likely.
like viable routes depending on what you're trying to do. But this sets it up right now to be able to use it to level on the next turn and get the value.
Yeah, I believe that is a baby green slime. Another one being played by Spaghetti Sir.
Yeah, the baby green slime being played to be able to set up this Sylvie level 2 card draw is basically looks like what we're seeing here.
Yeah, it's a tough situation, but at least you know that there will not be any Aether charges loaded in on during your turn.
Yep.
So either they lose some or just have to let things
think
go.
There might be another baby green slime in hand. I see another wind card. It's either Slime Shield or baby green slime, I think, but I didn't get a good look at it. Another baby green slime, though, you know, again, like that interaction. I'm not sure that Spaghetti's seen this match to like, because it's a very niche interaction to be able to do. But to know that with the trigger of Weaving Mana Stream on the stack, you can suppress the weapon and disable it. Is like a very clutch play against this deck to try and hammer in on its value.
Yeah, Blissful Calling in the meantime was played, so Spaghetti Sir gets to look at the top 5 cards of his library and pick something. Now, what card is that on Roxanne's material deck? He doesn't play anything that preserves, and it would have to be face up.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Did we see what the Blissful Calling grabbed yet? Is that what we're
No,
looking
I
at?
think we're just still looking at the Blissful Calling.
Okay.
Look, comparing hand and the Blissful Calling. The Blissful Calling pile is in hand right now, and Spaghetti Sir's hand is the one that's down on the bottom of the screen.
There must be quite a debate happening right now.
Yeah,
over some interesting slimes to choose between, and that's often what happens with this is you're deciding between like your early game value and your late game like win cons when you're using Blissful Calling.
Yeah.
And it's a tough choice because whatever you don't pick is going to go back on the bottom of your deck.
Yeah, that's why this is one of the worst things. And like you see like 2 dungeon guides with a Blissful Calling.
Oh yeah, that's the
That's-
worst.
You're like, well, I wish these were animals. I wish these were Academy guides right now.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, baby red slime.
Yep, baby red slime. So going for some of that accrual engine right now, right? We're gonna potentially play the baby red slime right now. If we have a slime eruption in hand, then we're able to get a lot of value and push some. And actually, we can clear the Frosthorn Paladin, which would be the best possible outcome for Spaghetti Senior right now. And the Force Cake is actually going to potentially enable this as well. Let's see if we do have the influence to also hold up something to pitch to it.
Finally, Spaghetti Sir's
I don't think we
influence is
do.
looking really solid. Oh,
No,
it's not
actually,
just baby red.
That's the last place. There's going to be nothing to discard to the baby red, I think, this turn.
Yeah.
But that Force Cake is going to be able to pop on it to make it strong enough to, combined with the baby green slime, take out the Frosthorn Paladin.
Yeah.
But it does. They both need to go at it. We'll see if we respect the Frosthorn Paladin. Yeah, we do. So
Yeah,
attack
that
into
is
it, take it out.
the trauma has been done.
Yeah,
Even
absolutely.
if Spaghetti Sir has not ran into a Water Allies deck before, now he knows how awful Frostborn Paladin can be.
It's a strong card that's available in a 4 of in the upcoming
Yeah.
Mordred Recollection deck for newer players as
Yeah.
well, which is really nice. 4 Dungeon Guide, 4 Frosthorn Paladin, a lot for newer players to be able to get their collection built out to be able to play some of these strong decks.
Yeah, it's looking really good.
So we go to the Diana level 2. Are we going to? There is the Mana Stream. We did find multiple Mana Stream. Okay, I didn't see
Okay.
the full resolution, but we're actually
Loading
going to attach.
into?
Yep, load 2 from memory, then
That's-
draw 2 to memory.
That's what you missed last time, the level up loading the 2 Aether charges in.
That is what I
Yeah.
missed. You're right. That is what I looked away and then it happened. I didn't realize
That's
that
what
was
the
happening.
level up resolved.
Yep. Very fair. But yeah, getting the Weaving Mana Stream in from that and then having found one on the Glimpse as well is like remarkably high value for Diana right now, where Diana is in a pretty strong position here now. If I were this player right now, I'd be trying to get rid of the baby red slime and attack into it to continue to deny Sylvie any additional value. But we've seen Roxanne take pretty aggressive face lines, and it's worked out so far. So we'll see where that ends up going.
Yeah.
And we also saw Roxanne do this last time, which is just simply not attack.
This is terrifying because if a baby green slime exists, those Aether charges are gone forever. The risk here. Oh yeah.
The Aether charges aren't gone forever. They unload. They unload into graveyard. If you suppress it, it unloads into graveyard.
Oh yeah.
It's if they're in the
Suppress
process
is different
of loading.
than fracturize.
Yeah. Yep. There are weird interactions with loadable weapons, but in this case, if it goes away, anything in it goes to graveyard.
Yeah.
So
at least the Weaving Mana Streams are safe.
Correct. Yep. But interestingly, one of them is not in the graveyard right now.
Yeah. Also, Spaghetti Sir banished a Verdant Slime and a Storm Slime for a level up. That was a very tough banish going into level 3 here. Oh, Slime King. Unfortunately, that does not bring anything back from banishment. But that Ethereal Slime is looking very tasty. Oh, Verdant Slime.
That is, another Verdant Slime in hand. Okay, so that is...
Perfect.
I think a pretty strong punish for not attacking, honestly. Not getting the value and now not having the weapon. The whole idea is keeping the weapon in play to be able to level to 3 and like pop off on the next turn. But now a new weapon needs to enter play. There isn't Seeker's Aether Wing and a Radiant Vega, both in Roxanne's deck, but it's going to take 2 more turns to be able to start to actually fire off with Diana, which is an opening for Slimes to steal the game.
Yeah, this could very well be it. And Verdant Slime does have Taunt. So that is also going to be another obstacle to get
It's
through.
a huge taunter, too, because it gets Sylvie's 2 buff counters as well. Meanwhile, the baby green and the baby red are both able to attack in. And Spaghetti is going to have an opportunity to rebuild this influence and play the game a little bit more. We're going to see the Slime King
discarded. Tactical Retreat to end the combat phase, which means no discarding for Spaghetti Sir. He gets that.
Yeah, with the
Slime
with the
King
on attack.
back,
Yep, on attack is on. Well, they're deciding when it resolved. It looks like Roxanne let the attack resolve.
Oh, that is interesting. So if you already, I mean, it depends because you could have already let it resolve and then said tactical retreat, which is.
I do want to say again, it's also, there's a lot of niche interactions to understand. It's just what Grand Archive is full of, right? And knowing how to extract maximum value from your plays is not, it's something that takes a little bit more time to like fully feel out and playing these matchups out as well, just to see them. Here comes the Seeker's Aether Wing now. Roxanne going to try to set up for that level to 3 to be able to pop off immediately. There's a concern though, which is a second Verdant Slime. Yeah,
there's one Verdant Slime that got banished, so technically there's only 2 more left in the deck if all 4 were brought in. So there definitely was sideboarding. It just seems that Roxanne was like, yeah, I will keep my refurbishes to...
it's I don't know, a flex, I guess.
It's also to remind themselves of the error that they made.
Maybe, yeah. So we just see the Etheric Calibration, finding a Charge the Soul, drawing that into memory, and then attaching to the Seeker's Aether Wing.
Spaghetti Sir being like, yeah, you can load that in.
Still sitting on that Verdant Slime Taunter, though. It's like...
That probably is giving them a lot of confidence and security.
I think so. I think you have to feel pretty okay about how this board is right now with the size of the Verdant Slime. It looks like we did cut back to us, so I don't know if we hit the time limit in this. I know they had an extension of some amount, but I don't think we heard what the extension was specifically. Yeah. So if we did hit the time limit, we're going to wait and hear if we went to time in that match.
It did look like they added the time to the clock, and it was 2 minutes left. But there also could have been something, we never know.
In that case,
but who do you think would have won the match?
Actually, it looked to me like Sylvie was going to take it.
Yeah, but at the same time, there weren't a lot of damage. There wasn't a lot of damage on board. So I think Roxanne had the ability and time to come back. Like, it was not...
Maybe.
it wasn't out of the question.
Yeah, I don't think it was out of the question. I just would put the odds in where that match was going to Sylvie, right? Sylvie having a higher capability of being able to just find another Verdant Slime. If another Verdant Slime is found, then Diana has to level to 3 with no Aether Wing in play. Then play Radiant Vega on the next turn to be able to start to attack. And Radiant Vega could be Baby Green Slime, you know, at that point too. It was very possible at that point for Slimes to just kind of completely control everything Diana is doing, and Diana can never recover.
Yeah, it was really, really tough that Radiant Vega was like, it's an Astra Aether Wing. So it is really, really, really tough that they have to level up. They must level up to be able to play it. So it's like I said, it's really hinders the game plan. It's really tough because you have to level up, then charge, and then play Radiant Vega and keep holding on to your Aether charges until you get to that point. So you're basically just flopping around, hoping that Sylvie doesn't kill you.
Yeah, and that is like honestly the struggle, right? The main deck team, competitive team, tested Aether Wing Diana, Astra Diana for a while because that deck has such a crazy kill potential in the late game against every deck. Like I'm talking Serene CL.
Yeah.
We're like, yeah, we can kill it. Like it's not actually that hard to do. And there's a lot of ways to build a lot of consistency to doing that. But we found time and time again, we would go up against Wind Tamer decks. Seru was one of the common ones. I obviously see it here with Slimes especially, but Wind Seru and Tristan were the two decks that both said, yeah, now that I'm level 3, you actually just can't do anything anymore. Like we have tech, we have ways to try and get through it, but you had so many things that need to line up against those two matchups in particular.
That's tough.
And when Slimes has so many taunters and then runs, like Verdant Slime in particular is like, wow, that card is just like playing against those Seru decks, playing against Tristan decks, where it just puts 2 gigantic hurdles in your way in one card that's free. You know, it's like, whoa.
And it feels extra bad because they play Baby Green, right? But the Baby Green Slime is intended for this deck, so you can't even really be mad.
No.
Because they're playing as intended, right?
Yep.
But then again, it's awful to see because you always see Baby Green and you always are like, oh yeah, Baby Green. Oh, never mind. I guess I just have to wait it out for a bit. So it's those two together make it as, like you said, as scary as a Seru deck because there's a big threat, there's a ton, and it takes care of your Aether Wings, and you're like, oh, well, I just have to wait.
At that stage of the game, all you're fighting is your ability to play your deck. It's like, it's not even, I need to just like find the trick to play around this one little thing they're doing. It's like, I literally can't play right now because of everything you're putting in my way. I can't do my dex thing. And so it becomes challenging. Now, of course, as we saw early on in game 1, the power of this deck is you can just push Sylvie to the point where she can't like open that up. But that game in particular, Sylvie just kind of had a lot of things go her way, brought in the Verdant Slimes, and it was looking, I'd say it was looking pretty good.
It was looking good,
Yeah. We unfortunately won't know. It looks like they did go to time. So because of the game loss and then the win on the Slime side, then we're looking at or the win on the Diana side, sorry. We're looking at a draw for round 1 of that. So I'm going to be very curious. Obviously, I'm going to be watching Roxanne Kaiser because Astra Diana absolutely love this deck, despite having those issues against 2 very... We didn't talk about... Actually, I realized we didn't talk about Tristan at all in the opener.
Yeah, I mean, okay. I think Tristan is an obvious... It's going to be their deck as soon as here. So it's going to be...
Austin is here, so like, you know Tristan's... But yeah, Tristan is a deck that can beat anything in the meta. That's like... The power of Tristan is it can beat anything. The flaw of Tristan is that you are beating those decks at minute 60, usually, and it was if everything went your way.
Yeah, I agree. And I think Tristan is also a really good deck in terms of entry because even the floor for pretty low. It's easy to get into and learn all the tricks of Grand Archive. And the ceiling for it is also really high. Like Taylor at Worlds it was a different kind of Tristan play, and I think as soon as runs with
yeah.
Tristan as well.
Legendary runs.
Yeah,
like
they are
back-to-back tops. with
Exactly,
Tristan. Yep.
he's incredible, but even when you don't play it at that perfectly, it's still a strong deck.
Yep.
And so I absolutely love that it's popular and it works so well because it showcases all the different skill levels of Grand Archive
Yeah.
players, and it still produces results at all levels of gameplay.
Yeah, it's a deck that I've seen. It also is just one that players like attach to the game plan
Yeah.
of pretty quickly. I find like a lot of newer players in our area buy the Tristan Recollection deck and start playing that, which is really great because in our area we have myself and Taylor to be able to like help guide them along,
She's a
like
small-
how to improve a little bit because both of us have played a lot of Tristan, and that so it works out. It's a really great intro deck, but like you said, huge skill ceiling.
Yeah.
Now, what we're going to be doing here in the stream, folks, is that we have had a number of technical issues, and so what we're going to do is take a pretty long break. We're going to take this long break so that all of the technical issues can be addressed, and when we do come back, we're hoping to have the stream locked down, and we're going to have a really, really excellent continuation of the broadcast for you. So I'm going to ask you all to time to grab a snack, depending on your time zone or whatever, grab lunch, swing back, watch our clock. When that clock ends, we'll be back and better than ever, and we'll be able to present to you some more of day one of Ascent Los Angeles. So I hope you don't go too far, but we're going to get all our stuff fixed, and then we'll be back then. So I guess we'll see you guys real soon. Or not.
No, I'm stuck like I'm touchdown. I can do my dance like a touchdown. Yo, like I'm touchdown. I can do my dance like a touchdown. Yeah. No, I'm stuck like I'm touchdown. I can do my dance like a touchdown. Yo, like I'm touchdown. I will get my drink on tonight. I'ma get loose, get wild. If you're not in the mood right now, honey, don't kill my vibe. I will get my drink on tonight. I'ma get loose, get wild. If you're not in the mood right now, honey, don't kill my vibe. I'm gonna party until I drop. When I begin, I don't know how to stop. I can party on till the morning comes, till the sun goes up. We don't stop, no. I see you looking at me, but you don't stand a chance. You see, you don't know how to act. I'm looking for class. Can you please take a step back? I will get my drink on tonight. I'ma get loose, get wild. If you're not in the mood right now, honey, don't kill my vibe. I will get my drink on tonight. I'ma get loose, get wild. If you're not in the mood right now, honey, don't kill my vibe. I'm gonna party until I drop. I'm not looking for love, I'm looking for fun. Just because I have on skin tight jeans doesn't mean I need a man to save me. I do it all for fun. Looking hot in my 501s. Don't you know I tease? I'm not here to please, but you're way too dumb to see. Hey stupid, you think I want you just because I am a woman. Hey stupid, I don't want you, I don't want you. Hey stupid, I do it all for fun. Looking hot in my 501s. Don't you know I tease? I'm not here to please, but you're way too dumb to see. I will get my drink on tonight. I'ma get loose, get wild. If you're not in the mood right now, honey, don't kill my vibe. I will get my drink on tonight. I'ma get loose, get wild. If you're not in the mood right now, honey, don't kill my vibe. I will get my drink on tonight. I'ma get loose, get wild. If you're not in the mood right now, honey, don't kill my vibe. I will get my drink on tonight. I'ma get loose, get wild. If you're not in the mood right now, honey, don't kill my vibe. My vibe, my vibe, my vibe, my vibe, my vibe, my vibe. Hey stupid, you think I want you just because I am a woman. Hey stupid, I don't want you, but you're way too dumb to see. I will get my drink on tonight. I'ma get loose, get wild. If you're not in the mood right now, honey, don't kill my vibe. I will get my drink on tonight. I'ma get loose, get wild. If you're not in the mood right now, honey, don't kill my vibe. I will get my drink on tonight. I'ma get loose, get wild. If you're not in the mood right now, honey, don't kill my vibe. I will get my drink on tonight. I'ma get loose, get wild. If you're not in the mood right now, honey, don't kill my vibe.
Okay. they want some. Think I got what you need, well I have none. Hop off, you're a freak and I'm handsome. Slide up in the club like 2 chains. This snake is on top of the food chain. Stand out like a star, no new name. All these words in my DMs, no message back, I just see them. I get them hooked and I reel it down, throw them back when completely. I'm a snake on this lane, I'm speeding, my poison is raining. And we got only hope and we dripping in venom, so babe, I'm a V-I-P-E. For affection, but just like C. Darwin, I live for natural selection. Never hugs or connections, I just constrict and reject them. I make my snake hole transactions, eject my papers and stack them. All these words in my DMs, no message back, I just see them. I get them hooked and I reel it down, throw them back when completely. I'm a snake on this lane, I'm speeding, my poison is raining. And we got hungry for pain, we dripping in venom, so babe, I'm a V-I-P-E. for the gossip. Blah blah.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? We're here to bring you a very quick Ascent guide for Ascent Los Angeles. So day 0, starting off, we have the world premiere of Radiant Origins. Additionally, we have the world premiere of Pantheon, a brand new format here, a multiplayer 4-person format, very fun, casual setup. We're also going to have activities such as Trade Night, and we will also be featuring a live Pantheon game with the casters of Ascent Los Angeles. Now, starting off day 1, we will be moving on to the Path of Steel, featuring a brand new art for Gwendolyn, Spirit of Wind, with the Los Angeles stamp. Additionally to that, we will be featuring Path of Silver here at Ascent Los Angeles. The spirit for that one will be Morgan, who is also featuring a brand new art. With that, we have so many more activities to bring you guys. We have the Sylvie grading service. We also have guessing and redemptions for the Path of Silver, which will include another beginning as the promo for that. We also have the cosplay contest available, where you can win a peaceful reunion, CPR, foil, or a non-foil just for entry. Lastly, we have Girls Night, and don't forget, we also have the Mortal Ambitions CSR redemptions, so that you're able to get a fluffy shopkeep CPR featuring Meow, the Spirit of Water. And if you're going to be watching day 2, don't forget that we always show off the top 8 matches in a single elimination, untimed format, so the best gameplay can be shown here. Additionally to that, we will have the top 8 Path of Silver, and in our awards and closing ceremony, you can always tune in to make sure and see all the new upcoming things that developers have to talk about with Fractals. So with all that, we really hope to see you here at Ascent LA, and if you're not here, you'll feel like you're here. Hey, what's going on, everybody? We're here to bring you a very quick Ascent guide for Ascent Los Angeles. So day 0, starting off, we have the world premiere of Radiant Origins. Additionally, we have the world premiere of Pantheon, a brand new format here, a multiplayer 4-person format, very fun, casual setup. We're also going to have activities such as Trade Night, and we will also be featuring a live Pantheon game with the casters of Ascent Los Angeles. Now, starting off day 1, we will be moving on to the Path of Steel, featuring a brand new art for Gwendolyn, Spirit of Wind, with the Los Angeles stamp. Additionally to that, we will be featuring Path of Silver here at Ascent Los Angeles. The spirit for that one will be Morgan, who is also featuring a brand new art. With that, we have so many more activities to bring you guys. We have the Sylvie grading service. We also have guessing and redemptions for the Path of Silver, which will include another beginning as the promo for that. We also have the cosplay contest available, where you can win a peaceful reunion, CPR, foil, or a non-foil just for entry. Lastly, we have Girls Night, and don't forget, we also have the Mortal Ambitions CSR redemptions, so that you're able to get a fluffy shopkeep CPR featuring Meow, the Spirit of Water. And if you're going to be watching day 2, don't forget that we always show off the top 8 matches in a single elimination, untimed format, so the best gameplay can be shown here. Additionally to that, we will have the top 8 Path of Silver, and in our awards and closing ceremony, you can always tune in to make sure and see all the new upcoming things that developers have to talk about with Fractals. So with all that, we really hope to see you here at Ascent LA, and if you're not here, you'll feel like you're here.
Can't
can't stop falling for you. 'Cause I can't stop falling for you.
No, I'm stuck like I'm touchdown. I can do my dance like a touchdown. Yo, like I'm touchdown. I can do my dance like a touchdown. Yeah. No, I'm stuck like I'm touchdown. I can do my dance like a touchdown. Yo, like I'm touchdown. I will get my drink on tonight. I'ma get loose, get wild. If you're not in the mood right now, honey, don't kill my vibe. I will get my drink on tonight. I'ma get loose, get wild. If you're not in the mood right now, honey, don't kill my vibe. I'm gonna party until I drop. When I begin, I don't know how to stop. I can party on till the morning comes, till the sun goes up. We don't stop, no. I see you looking at me, but you don't stand a chance, you see. You don't know how to act. I'm looking for classic. Can you please take a step back? I will get my drink on tonight. I'ma get loose, get wild. If you're not in the mood right now, honey, don't kill my vibe. I will get my drink on tonight. I'ma get loose, get wild. If you're not in the mood right now, honey, don't kill my vibe. I'm gonna party until I drop. I'm not looking for love, I'm looking for fun. Just because I have on skin tight jeans doesn't mean I need a man to save me. I do it all for fun. Looking hot in my 501s. Don't you know I tease? I'm not here to please, but you're way too dumb to see. Hey stupid, you think I want ya just because I am a woman? Hey stupid, I don't want ya, I don't want ya. Hey stupid, I do it all for fun. Looking hot in my 501s. Don't you know I tease? I'm not here to please, but you're way too dumb to see. I will get my drink on tonight. I'ma get loose, get wild. If you're not in the mood right now, honey, don't kill my vibe. I will get my drink on tonight. I'ma get loose, get wild. If you're not in the mood right now, honey, don't kill my vibe. I will get my drink on tonight. I'ma get loose, get wild. If you're not in the mood right now, honey, don't kill my vibe. I will get my drink on tonight. I'ma get loose, get wild. If you're not in the mood right now, honey, don't kill my vibe. My vibe, my vibe, my vibe, my vibe, my vibe, my vibe. Hey stupid, you think I want ya just because I am a woman? Hey stupid, I don't want ya, but you're way too dumb to see. I will get my drink on tonight. I'ma get loose, get wild. If you're not in the mood right now, honey, don't kill my vibe. I will get my drink on tonight. I'ma get loose, get wild. If you're not in the mood right now, honey, don't kill my vibe. I will get my drink on tonight. I'ma get loose, get wild. If you're not in the mood right now, honey, don't kill my vibe. I will get my drink on tonight. I'ma get loose, get wild. If you're not in the mood right now, honey, don't kill my vibe. My vibe. There's no denying what we want. There's no denying what we want. Playing games now. There's no denying what we want. There's no denying what we want. Playing games now. There's no denying what we want.
Thank you so much for your patience. My name is Clem, and I'm here with Valkyrie. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. Thank you so much. I'm super happy to be here and on the casting desk for this wonderful event and the world premiere of RDO as well, which is super cool to see. We've, as you mentioned, had a little bit of technical difficulties. We apologize for that, and everything is hopefully now sorted, and we're ready to, jump into these games here. And we just want to explain a little bit here that the game we'll be jumping into has been pre-recorded, and we're just going to go ahead and review sort of the round that we missed
Yes.
during this technical difficulties. And a very interesting matchup. It is Slimes versus Ally Seru.
Yes.
And it's going to be really cool to see how this plays out. We will be jumping into game 2 of this round here, where the Slimes player, Neatful, did take that game 1. We are going to be getting into a point where it's going to be post-sideboard as well. So we get to jump right into the action, sort of see the if Neatful is able to get that 2-0 and over that win Seru, if Seru is going to be able to fight back and take that to game 3. But without further ado, we're going to go ahead and jump right into this round. Super excited to see how it plays out.
Yeah, so both of these decks are playing 61 cards. But they are very fun, and they have slight tweaks that I don't think we've seen very often. Like, T-Lux is on the Wind Ally Seru build, and he's playing one Fatestone of Heaven, and yeah, I believe that is the most fun thing, but he also only plays one Seru's command.
Yeah, and I think that's the biggest thing for a Seru deck, right? Whenever you think of Seru, it is multiple Seru's commands really get there with that heavy influence. But this is an allies-based build, and it is something that we've been told that the main deck crew, specifically T-Lux here and a playtesting partner in main deck, have really grinded games
Main deck
out.
Alex,
Main deck
second
Alex.
place at Niagara Falls.
That is true, and they've just been playing this deck. So really curious to see how it performs now in an actual huge event in this current metagame.
Yeah, and then on the other side we have Neatful, famous Slimes player, the Serene Balance Productions caster. Really, same start from both of these players, starting off with a Forest King. Neatful doing a bit better with that baby Silver Slime coming out. So he is having a solid first turn here for the game. T-Lux obviously leveling up into Goja, getting that Azurite Fatestone out as soon as possible. Yeah, Lost Providence is the preferred preferred Divine Relic in this specific version of the deck. Can you talk us through a bit why they will prefer that, or they might like that more?
Yeah, so with your Divine Relic being Lost Providence, it really allows you to continue that plan Gojira really wants, is to get to that level 3 as fast as possible and get that immediate influence. And the fact that Lost Providence lets you cheat out materialization, since you're able to activate this card from your material deck during your turn, it's additionally a +1 with a materialization on the next turn as well, which really helps benefit this Seru's game plan and the influence stacking. And since you're more allies focused, you're going to be losing a lot of influence trying to commit allies to the board, especially if Neatful is going to try contesting it with his Slimes.
Yeah, and that is, speaking of Slimes, that is a really tough first banishment from T-Lux here for the Azurite Fatestone, banishing a Resolute Stand, which into this matchup, sure, the Storm Slime does a lot of damage, but I think the attack is the heart of the Slimes deck, so not what he wanted to see there, but at least he does have a Trained Hawk that's a 3/3. So that's a solid removal for any of the pesky advanced element slimes that are really painful, like the Ethereal Slime. It does have stealth, but this Trained Hawk is ready to deal with it if it survives long enough.
Yeah, and I think, honestly, you mentioning the Resolute Stand is one of the biggest things, because it's the only way to really protect the dragon from these Slimes' attacks as well.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate that Fluffy Shopkeep coming out. So the Slimes deck really is known for banishing a lot of material deck cards. So having the Fluffy Shopkeep, that is, I believe, Verdant Scepter banished. So Neatful's not looking for those extra buff counters from it. And I did not quite see what the other card is.
Can we address the elephant in the room real quick?
Yeah?
Needful's whole material deck is slabbed by the Sylvie grading system.
It's good. Sylvie's grading is the best grading service out there. So, and he is playing a Slimes deck, so as you know, representing as he should be. Plus, it's foil Sylvie's. It was a foil Spirit of Slime, and it's foil Sylvie. So, you know, you need the protection, and it is really, really cute. Sylvie does not like herself on this. This is level 1 though, apparently.
She was not happy with that photo that was taken of her.
Yeah. Tongu coming out, pretentious Tongu from T-Lux here, getting that quest counter. So he is definitely more on the aggressive game plan, but he still needs the influence into this deck. Oh, Dreamfairer coming out. So what would you rather put back here, Fluffy Shopkeep or Baby Silver Slime?
I think you put back the Fluffy. It's not only does it have the buff counter from eating the cake, it also has the buff counter from the Sylvie level 1 on enter ability, and it is going to be very difficult for that trained hawk to really like attack through it. It's a 3/6 ally with intercept, and you really need to commit a lot of resources into removing it. So why not just Dream Fairy it back? Typically, most decks cannot afford to activate a Fluffy Shopkeep twice, so they're not going to be able to get an additional draw off of it.
Yeah.
And I really don't see Needful even attempting to play it again.
And that is exactly what happened into killing that Baby Silver Slime with the trained hawk. And well, I believe it was the Dream Fairy, yeah, because it's much more damage efficient to take care of that Baby Silver Slime with the Dream Fairy, revealing a Baby Red Slime, drawing a card, and then drawing another Baby Red. So Needful has all the Baby Reds. A Storm Slime being banished, really rough for Needful here. The Fluffy's not that awful because as of right now, he has no way of dealing with the Dream Fairy.
Yeah, the Dream Fairy's pretty pesky. The only real response you have to that is your Ethereal Slime at level 3.
Sorry, it's just better. The Storm Slime came back immediately after being banished, so that is a very comfortable dungeon guide. But unfortunately, a Stifling Trap coming out from T-Lux. That's tough.
Yeah, I really think here that the Stifling Trap on the dungeon guide into the Sylvie is very, very difficult for Needful, especially because you really want to activate those advanced elements as much as possible for you. We see in the hand, the Storm Slime you mentioned, there's an Ethereal Slime also chilling, and until we are Sylvie level 3, those are completely dead cards.
And you also don't get to have your Gaia's Blessing. You don't get to have your I wanted to say it too quickly. The Stone Scale Band to recycle some of those cards. So it is a very tough position because now the way he could get the ball rolling is really limited. He has to lose 3 cards to get there, and after not being able to draw a single card off of Sylvie level 2, that is devastating to his influence.
It is, and it feels bad. It's almost like you took an off turn. You did nothing. You have a dungeon guide on the field, and that's really not going to do much. But I want to just mention how T-Lux is performing right here. This, we've known Seru for the influence style gameplay, where you generate as much value, windmill engineers, rush level 3. And as we mentioned, this is more of an allies build, and we're sort of seeing the slower pace. We took a turn off, got a Tengu, drew a card, playing a little bit more to the board with these Dream Fairies, keeping this Hawk clearing the board, allowing the Vigor to, at the end of turn, so it can retaliate just in case Needful wants to remove it. And
2 Byaku's commands. Not what you want to see, but it's still, like I said, he has the better board. He has the stronger board presence. He cleared Needful's board completely. So he's not doing bad at all, even though he lost 2 Byaku's commands, which is pretty important to an allies based attack in and just hurt your opponent with raw combat damage.
Indeed. This Hawk is going for the eyes, has already hitting for 3. I believe this is the second time this Hawk's been able to connect into Needful's champion here. And, T-Lux is in a great position. Sitting here, tons of influence, no pressure from Needful on the board. You can assume that they're going to attempt to level up to Sylvie level 3 on their turn, and you're going to have to try and deal with a slime. But you're more than fine. Look, you're just going to dungeon guide up.
And you will also be on 25 life, you will have a really good board presence. What, it's going to be up to 8 counters, 8 quest counters at the end of this turn with the Dungeon Guide and the Seru ability. Well, Azurite Fatestone ability rather. Seru's not doing much here, but baby green slime suppressing the Seru. So that is going to be actually just 6. No, actually, it won't even be 6 damage counters, 6 quest counters, because it comes back at the end of the turn, at the beginning of the end step. So it will not have the beginning of the end step trigger. So staying on 5 solid quest counters.
So it'd be at 8 just because you opt into on Godria level 3. You get.
Oh
quest
yes,
counters.
you're right. Yeah, no recovery needed in this matchup right now. Maybe later. You're right.
Yeah, it is. You're not really feeling pressure from these slimes quite yet. You don't need the recovery, and we see the all-important card that you touched on, the Lost Providence, being able to be activated from that material deck.
No, needful banishing the ethereal slime and the storm slime. Yeah, this is basically game over. Wait, that's Twilight slime, storm slime, ethereal slime, all gone.
Wow, all
Twilight
three of your
slime,
advance.
yeah, the Twilight slime, good for protection. Storm slime and ethereal slime are the damage dealing slimes here. So now he's stuck with 2 2 gather slimes, and 2 baby red slimes, which are not. No, this is not what you want to see at all. So he's gambling. Oh, at least he hit a lustrous slime here. Yeah, ooh, that's tough. And I wanted to say that card name where you have to sacrifice, but each player have to sacrifice an ally.
That one was
Undeniable
that's the second ally get a prep counter one.
Oh,
Yes.
okay.
Allows for the it protects your dungeon guides, protects some other slimes, but Needful, I believe, only revealing 2 slimes off of that gather slime, so not gonna recover much. Only 2 there, and you're sort of having to opt into the lustrous slime, which is not the best advanced element slime for the aggression.
Yeah.
Like, it helps you keep alive, but T-Lux has what it takes to get over this slime. It's called a Seru, and that
It's absolutely just called a Seru. It's also called having a lot of allies on board that deal a lot of damage. And yeah, this is the weakness of the deck, right? Because Needful was planning more for a Aether Wing meta. Like we were talking earlier about how slimes are pretty good in this meta, but we're not expecting to see them. We saw them in the first round, and now we're seeing them again. But it's really tough when you run into a Seru that's not the influence version, where they just have a board this wide that can just take care of anything you throw at them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is very difficult here, and we actually see T-Lux activate an Ascent Protector and sort of just returning that Dream Fairy casually to hand. And I have a feeling next turn that poor Slime is not going to be able to be on the board anymore with that Dream Fairy lurking in the shadows. And yep, we're just going to pass that turn, get our 9th quest counter off the Azure Fable Fate Stone.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate, I think, because the reason T-Lux didn't attack into that Lustrous Slime is that it can still retaliate. So unless he can guaranteed kill it, it's best to play it safe and make sure that you can get rid of that Lustrous Slime, and that is exactly why he's playing the way he's playing, playing it safe, and I believe he was a couple damage short as well, because 4 buff counters is a lot.
It is. It is a lot to get through here. And, you know, sometimes slime players, they live and ride by seeing slimes off the top, right?
Yeah.
And unfortunately for Needful, after that Gather Slimes, on their turn, drew another Gather Slimes for turn. So not finding these advanced elements they need in order to start claiming this board back.
Yeah, and he also only has 3 allies in the graveyard, so he cannot activate the Gaia's Blessing, because as you saw, he was ready to get it out, just so activate allies off the top or draw into them from the top. But he couldn't. Like, he's in such an awful position after banishing all of his advanced element slimes, and it's really, really tough to come back from here for him. Because on the other side, main deck Tony has a full board of everything. Then now he has an Orb of Sealing. So it's basically game over.
Yeah, Orb of Sealing, Clem. Can you sort of explain to us how that interacts with the slimes and why it's so potent?
Yeah, Orb of Sealing basically says your Storm Slime does two less damage for each turn that this Regalia is on the board, because it turns 2 cards in your banishment face down, which is really potent for something like Rai or Seru Mirror, which is what it's more likely that it's hit here for. But it just so happens to hit slimes as well. And this is what we were also talking about with Dan, of there are so many casualties in this war against Aetherwing and Seru that it's really hard to not play a deck that's just against those and prepared to be prepared for the hate. Like, Slimes is a really, really good deck, and it's really good in the meta. Unfortunately, the Seru hate also hits the Slimes.
It's really good into the field if they're not trying to take you specifically down.
Yeah, if it's not an anti-tamer deck, then you're fine. But unfortunately, there is a lot of Gorges running around, so the preparation is around. You know, people are prepared for this, even if this is not an assassin deck on the field right now.
And we just see a pass turn actually from T-Lux. Not going to try to remove that Covenant of Thorns that was attached to that Ascent Protector off. Just sort of going to get that 10th quest counter, prepare for the next turn in a very safe position, right? You've seen what Needful has. Needful now opting into the Stone Skill Band to try and just sort of filter out sort of that awkward influence that they had. It was gather slimes and baby reds. Not really going to be doing much. And at least this is going to allow them to get the avatar of, not the avatar guy, the guy is a blessing.
Gaia's Blessing is coming up. I also realized that T-Lux had the Dream Fairy. And that's why he was not killing the Lustrous Slime, because this way Needful didn't get to recover anything.
Yeah, why give your opponent free resources, right? If you you Ascent Protector your Dream Fairy, just wait a turn to play that Dream Fairy again. Now you don't give your opponent the ability to recover. You now have an additional ally on the board. And once again, you're in the driver's seat for this game too.
Yeah, and you're hindering everything that they had planned, because Needful is still on 8 total damage counters, which is doesn't sound like a lot, but oh wait, the Slime Calling here, finding a baby green, a Slime King, and a Storm Slime. Oh, as good as that Slime King would be, unfortunately there's only a Lustrous Slime in the graveyard right now, so you can't even activate it, and you need the Storm Slime so much more.
I think you just go Storm, right? No
yeah, there's 2 Storm Slimes in Banishment, but the moment Needful tries to activate that Storm Slime, that Orb of Sealing is turning sideways. It's going to be -2 damage, so it's going to be a lot less impactful, because he doesn't have, even through the Gaia's Blessing, he doesn't have that many slimes in Banishment, especially with a board that big. He's going to have 1 turn to deal damage with it as well.
Yeah, you didn't get that early game damage you're usually looking for with slimes as well. You didn't have like a big ethereal slime turn at your first level 3. So that's usually why Storm Slimes are so potent, right? You chip away your opponent early game with a little bit of baby red slime, and then a big burst turn on your level 3 with an ethereal slime, and then sort of go like, oh, storm slime to close out the game.
Yep.
But Guoji is sitting at a healthy 19, or I'm sorry,
25 total.
25 total.
-4.
So 21 life total, and you know, that storm slime is probably not going to be anywhere near close.
Yeah, and especially not if it's not going to survive a turn. But luckily for Needful, T-Lux did play a Thurible, Purifying Thurible, which means he got to choose 3 cards to banish from his graveyard. So he did keep the Lustrous Slime just in case another Slime King comes around, and banish 3 Gather Slimes. It's just a good card, but not what you want to see and at all, especially after you've banished so many of your slimes and you've just gone through a lot of your deck, and you need damage, not to, you know, recovery is good. Recovery, it's undeniable. It's a really good card as well, but you need the slimes on top of your deck. Like, Slime Eruption is good, but not with this graveyard.
Yeah, you are right here. And, you know, just like this, Seru flips, attacks in, clears Needful's board. No more slimes on that field anymore. We know what's in Needful's hand. And honestly, if there was a Byaku's command or the Seru's command in, like, the hand for T-Lux right now, it would definitely just be the end of the game, the closeout. You know, it is very difficult to survive through that turn initially and normally, and then with only having 2 cards in hand, there's really nothing you can do, right?
Yeah.
You just say, I hope that my opponent doesn't have it, and it looks like T-Lux didn't have it here at this moment. But
Just yet, but he also only plays 1 serious command, so the odds were not in his favor in this deck. But he doesn't really need it. Like it is in this type of Wind Allies Seru deck. I think it's a win more card.
100%, yes, you are right on that one.
Like I said, it is absolutely game over the moment it comes out, but it's really a win more. All right, so Needful playing the Storm Slime. That is quite a bit. 12 slimes minus 2, so it's 10 damage.
That's a lot.
That's quite a bit, yeah. And T-Lux didn't start using that Orb of Sealing fast enough. As in, it was just there, awoke for a couple of turns, which is quite surprising because that could, even though he's very much in the driver's seat here. Oh, okay, yeah. Topsy Decree does perfectly negate anything that Star Slime would do, which explains why the Orb of Sealing was not utilized. It gave Needful a hope, and just for it to be shattered by Topsy Decree.
Yeah, Topsy Decree is one of those cards that is part of the elemental decree sets. Each basic element got it. Norm just recently got it in PTM with Topsy. And your options are really good on this card. I think all 3 are valuable. You gain Spell Shroud as 1. You could have your opponent discard from hand or memory as 1. Or you can remove multiple cards from the graveyard as an option. No matter what you're choosing, it is going to hinder your opponent's game plan tremendously. And we just saw it here. Storm Slime counts as a spell when he's dealing his damage. And just a simple Topsy Decree, and that ends your turn. That's your game plan.
Yeah, and it also, and like another weakness that as you were talking, I realized that Orb of Sealing, if the moment you rest it once and take 2 slimes out of the banishment, it becomes a prime target for removal. So if the Verdant Slimes are a Needful's deck, because this is game 2, even though we have, I want to remind everyone, and we are in game 2, Needful did win game 1. So T-Lux is very aware of what Needful is doing, and he already could have sideboarded in Verdant Slimes, which we know he already has in his main board. So the threat is much more imminent. At the moment that turns sideways, that could go from a -2 damage, or being greedy and be -4, to a -0 damage because of the Verdant Slime.
Indeed, and we actually just saw one of the other cards that can interrupt that Orb of Sealing. Baby Green Slime.
Baby Green Slime, yeah. Because it is, as long as it's on the field, and then T-Lux immediately rested it. We're like, all right, let's stop playing around. Needful's hand is looking really tough. If you were playing a Fire Slimes deck, that would be awesome, right? 2 Slime Eruptions is ideal, and it's perfect for taking care of things on the board, dealing the damage that Needful so desperately needs. But this is unfortunately a Norm Slimes deck, so his graveyard is basically all non-Fire Slimes.
Yeah, and that is the tough part. You don't need floating memory either. We're already super late into this game too. Almost all cards are materialized for Needful. What is the float going to do? Nothing here at that moment. You really want to see Ethereal Slimes or even the Verdant Slime.
Yeah, and I think Verdant Slime is what you want the most before you draw into the 3rd Storm Slime. And all right, Gather Slimes is pretty good here. Needful, knowing that there's a Twilight Slime on top. Oh, a Bountiful Banquet is it's a one-off in the deck. And it would be the perfect card for Needful right now, because T-Lux is not playing. He will eventually get to the point where he can just Arcane Blast a couple of times in a turn. But right now, he's mostly just doing chip damage. So if Needful could have had that Bountiful Banquet, he could have recovered every single turn. He could have recovered 3 once and then gone and to recover every turn. So it's really unfortunate to see. Oh, there's the 4th Storm Slime. 3rd Storm Slime. I was getting ahead of myself. There's the 3rd Storm Slime. So now all Needful needs is a Verdant Slime, and he's pretty comfy. And he has 2 Dungeon Guides in hand, so he can put them down to pay for a Forest Cake. But it's also a tough position to be in because you know that Telix is going to keep on attacking you. And there is the third Byaku's command from Telix, 2 banished and 1 played so far. That series is becoming a 5-13.
That is a big dragon coming in.
Yeah, it's impossible to... if the Storm Slime had those extra 2 cards, even that wouldn't remove it anymore. Even that's 1 damage shy, so that is terrifying. I mean, it could if it attacked into it as well, but you want that 3 damage to face and not to waste it on the dragon.
Clem, do you, now since you're attacking with this dragon and in response to the Byaku's command, are you going to be generating a bolt or empowering here, do you think?
I could always generate an Arcane Blast first so that I can have more, you can have more Arcane cards in your banishment for the empower. The next attack, which is here. And yep, there's the sequence of events. And yeah, that is game over because it's actually, I think, exact lethal when they leave it 11 from the Arcane Blast. Byaku's command is a good card. Who would have thought?
Waking up an ally and buffing it? Yeah, I think that card is insane.
While it also gives you 11 damage for free? No, never would have thought. Yeah, this is why people are afraid of this deck, because it's so versatile. Even without the massive influence game, Telix had a lot of cards in hand. He was able to cycle a card every single turn with the Azurite Fatestone, get the quest counter, and still deal a lot of damage in the meantime. So I think this is why some people think that this is, well, nothing. Some people believe that this is the better version because it's so versatile that it's hard to do anything against it. But then on the other side, we do have those fractals, those Diao-chans that really hurt you. And you're like, all right, I'm actually in the gate. And if you don't draw a lot of cards, you cannot build a board.
Yeah.
You cannot do anything. So it's a very delicate balance.
It is, and like I really want to touch on the point you said. Most decks have like a glaring weakness or a weakness that you can exploit, and the fact that if
The
you're
vulnerability in the deck.
and this Seru deck takes like, hey, we're kind of weak early game. We try to rush to 3 all the time. What if we play a little bit slower, still have that super impactful late game, but be able to control the tempo of the game to what we want? And that's exactly what we saw here. You had allies. You removed the early ones for Needful, forced in suboptimal situations with a stifling trap, and then once the opponent's out of resources, they cannot do anything as you just attack with a dragon, you know, maybe an Arcane Blast here, and close out the game. So we're going into game 3 now, 1-1 for both these players. I don't know if you noticed, but they just sort of like immediately started shuffling up and going to the next. Their sideboards, they're happy with it.
They're very knowledgeable about the matchup. They're very knowledgeable about the decks. Telix, I think even though we haven't seen him much on these feature matches, he has been around for a while. He does know the slimes, the terror of the slimes. So he's definitely not unfamiliar with the deck. And Needful, he's always been on slimes. He's very knowledgeable about the deck as well. It's the only deck he's played since it came out, and everybody knows Wind Goja. So both of these players know their own decks, know their opponent's decks really well. So they're just ready. They sideboarded perfectly, and they're ready to just go into game 2. Especially because they also know how much time they have left. They know they have to start playing because both of them need to go to level 3. Both of them are like a mid. I would say they are mid-range because it's not like Luxem Xander where you need to build up a really high influence to deal damage and be able to double Light Weaver's Assault. It's more like once you get to level 3, almost in the first 1 or 2 turns, the game is decided.
No, 100% here. It's, you know, we actually see the calling card of the deck being activated. We got a little hint early on when we were talking to Dan, fellow caster, and he's saying that the Shimmercloak Assassin is sort of like their staple card in their Seru deck. So we actually get to see it now in play, and I just want us to keep an eye on this of how it's going to really affect this matchup.
Yeah, I think a 3-cost 2/2 stealth is really good because what is Needful going to do about it? Once he can do something about it once he's at level 3. If he draws the Ethereal Slime, obviously the if he draws it factor here is a much more sure because of all the blissful callings, all the gather slimes, the Gaia's blessing, the stone scale band. They're all in there to just dig through your deck. But it's not guaranteed. There's only 4 copies in the 60 card deck.
Indeed, and like, you know, the stealth already matters. There's a baby red that was played on Needful's end, and the baby red can't remove it. So Telux just has the ally still developed on board, perfectly fine with that. And now it's just going to cause more problems because it's going to remove the baby red.
Yep, that baby red had a very short life. Needful hoping that it would be around until he gets to level 2, but it just couldn't survive that. Shimmer Cloak Assassin is putting in a lot of work here.
It is, and it's one of the important things in Grand Archive, and it's one of the harder things for newer players to really like learn about as well, and it's fighting for board control, fighting for the space. Like, I know everyone is eager to level up or like play a bunch of cool cards, but it's very important that you maintain this sort of like this control of just what allies are allowed to be on the field at a certain time, because that really dictates the tempo of the game. And if you are setting it, you're more than happy to, you know, control the board. And here we just see right now, Nico with a baby green into a stifling.
Immediately went into the stifling trap. Do you know what the baby red was attacking Telux's face, right?
It had to.
Okay, it couldn't. And there was nothing else on board. Yeah, it's that was tough there. Now Needful has nothing on board. Back to no value from that level 2, unfortunately. But this deck really needs to level up. So you cannot dilly-dally around waiting for, oh, maybe I'll be able to have more allies on board. No, unfortunately, you have to face it and be like, yeah, I just have to put cards down and just do what I can. So Needful does have the second baby green follow it up and suppressing that forest cake. And then end of turn, immediately going to end of turn, the forest cake comes back. It's not a baby green, not doing anything anywhere. The forest cake comes back and drawing a card. Both of these players are very decisive in their actions. They know what they are doing.
You are very correct on this. They have their lines. They know what they need to play in order to get out of those sort of position or pickle they're in. Needful, though, as you said, like, it needed to level up to 2. You really wish you could get a draw card, but your whole deck's unlocked at level 3.
Yep.
You just need to survive to that point. But we do sort of see Needful's influence being hindered here. I believe only a total of 5 influence, and you don't have enough in that memory to level up to 3.
Yeah, it's an awful situation. That dungeon guy coming out from Telux is spelling even more doom. Even without the quest counters on Goja, this is a terrifying position to be in. This, because the Tongu wasn't played yet. That's going to be one more quest counter. End of turn, he's getting another quest counter. He's going to go up to level 3 very soon. That is very likely. Goja level 2 also giving a quest counter. Or, no, he drew a card off of it.
I believe we, DG'd into 2 to draw a card. So effectively, the DG only cost 1 card.
Yeah, but there's the Beseech in the hand, so it's going to... It's looking really good for Telux. He doesn't need materialization to level up anymore.
You could just get value at that point, right?
What if, hear me out, I just generate as much value as I can? And this is not even the value deck. This is the allied version of this deck. It's just insane how much value Goja can generate just by existing.
Yeah, I feel like that's just the name of wind, right? In general, wind is such an element of value that, like, most decks you look at, they're all about just generating cards as, like, best as possible in a manner using, like, a windmill engineer or baby green slimes with an object like forest cake, for example, what we've seen.
And look, forest cakes have been generating so much value in every single tamer deck since they've been around, and it's kind of nice to see because it is needed for most tamer decks until I guess Seru and value engine Seru came around, when it's just part of the machine. But even then, it's, you know, it is kind of what you want. Oh, Quicksilver Grill coming out from Needful, so he probably has a dungeon guide in hand, or is planning on drawing? Yep, okay. He does have a Dungeon Guide in hand as well, but he did
Yeah.
also draw one. If he was planning on drawing one, he got it.
I was gonna say you were a fortune teller there, pulling the Dungeon Guide off the top, but there was already one in the hand as well. And we're going to try to attempt to a DG to 3, but he could just be met with another Stifling Trap.
Yeah, there's enough things in Telex's hand, but that also means that next turn, Needful can still level up from the cards there, or he can just wait to get that Dungeon Guide back. However, that will hinder the ability to materialize most of his cards at this point, because I believe Needful is at a point where almost every single card in his material deck is Terra. And you cannot materialize them without being level 3. So it's a tough position to be in. Do you want to save that one influence but hinder yourself? Or because you're basically skipping materialization if you're not leveling up here. So what would you rather do? Would you wait, or would you just level up here? And
I think you have to level up no matter what here. I believe this Quicksilver Grill is stranded as well, because there's probably a Terra card underneath it. And because you were planning on Dungeon Guiding, so if by chance T-Lux has a baby green slime, which we know he does, I can definitely just pop this Quicksilver Grill, force Needful to either use it if it is not a Terra card, or lose the Terra card permanently. And if it's something like the Covenant of Thorns or Stone Skull Band, it can be devastating.
Yep. It would be awful. And look, T-Lux is in a very comfortable position. There's the Besieged, who needs materialization. And he still has 3 cards in hand, which is enough for a baby green. And oh, look at that. What am I seeing? What are we seeing? This is exactly what you said. Unfortunately, it seems that it was a Terra card under there because it's just gone forever. You hate to see it, but this is kind of when the position Needful was forced into. You gotta just go and do your best. And you gotta make them have it. And unfortunately, T-Lux has had it even despite not playing the Influence Goja.
Yeah, it's been wild. Almost every answer T-Lux has needed, they've drawn and been able to play, clearing the board, dealing damage, getting rid of Regalia. And, unfortunately for Needful, you level up to 3 here with 1 card in hand. You'll draw for turn. If none of those are advanced elements, you're just going to have to pass.
Yeah. It's a what can you do situation. It feels really bad. It feels awful, and Needful doesn't even have the good advanced element cards. Slimes, I feel like. I don't remember what he has in hand. Yeah, it's a baby silver slime. Okay, he did draw into one of the best slimes he could have here. However, he's not able to put that baby silver slime down into his memory for it, so it's just gonna have 3 buff counters probably with the Forest Cake. But then we know that T-Lux has the Dream Fairy in hand.
Yep.
So if the risk is always there. I think we're back to you gotta make them have it, and T-Lux is most likely gonna have it. Oh, never mind, baby silver slime. All right, Needful going the safer route, I believe, of having that baby silver slime there, attacking into the Dungeon Guy, taking care of that. That's a 4/4 baby silver slime. It's not the best thing to have happen here because there's no slimes on board, so that baby silver slime does not have taunt. And T-Lux is unlikely to kill it, looking at the fact that his board is in a very comfortable spot. He would much rather just push damage to face because he's about to win the game.
Yeah, like why play a baby silver, or why, worry about it when you can just win the game?
Exactly. Like, and then even if you kill it, you give Needful a card, and he only has 1 card. His influence is a 1. You do not want to give someone with a Slime Splayer with an influence of 1 more card, because then that'll be 3 influence, which is exactly enough for almost every single advanced element slime.
And we see 3 in hand for T-Lux, and opting not in using the Lost Providence to draw a card to play like a Dream Fairy or anything like that. And I think the important part is you don't want to put cards in Needful's memory.
Yeah.
Because there's probably like a stone skill band underneath that grill, and you don't want to give them a way to activate and pay the cost.
Yeah. Oh, Needful having drawn that ethereal slime is such unfortunate timing. He needed that last turn.
One turn too late.
Yeah, it basically is game over for him because that Seru, even like Telux hasn't played a card in a while. He's just been attacking, and it's been enough to put Needful at a very solid 16 damage counters, going up to 22 this turn. There is the Byaku's command, so this is the last turn because Needful cannot do anything, and this is the one. I think this is the biggest weakness of the Sylvie deck. Of if your influence goes too low, you cannot do anything.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
have to
that's
be the
game
aggressor.
over. Yeah, it's very unfortunate, but what can you do? Like I think he ran into the Seru deck he least expected to see, the less expected variant of like just allies,
Yeah.
which hurts so much.
Definitely can catch you off guard, especially if you're so used to playing against Influence Seru and just them, taking the time off. And I just think Needful ran into a roadblock every attempt at a play they made. There was a Stifling Trap, there was
Yeah.
a Baby Green Slime.
Yeah.
No matter what they were attempting, and, amazing play from Telux. I think
Yes.
it's brilliant. Both players played really well, but in the end, Telux just had all the answers they needed to stop the game plan. And once Slimes fall behind, they just struggle. You need to always maintain about 3 influence to keep playing advanced Slimes, but if you're not able to get there and you have to keep going down, they play no defensive options, so they just sort of sit there and get beat up until they're actually able to play an advanced element Slime.
Yeah, and it's really sad as well because Needful didn't have the Covenant of Thorns, which I believe was the thing he first finished, because if he had that Covenant of Thorns, he could have done that to Seru and then easily lived another turn. It is really unfortunate that he just didn't have it. The Baby Green Slime, like I said, the answer to anything that he could have thrown off was immediately there. And it just kind of ruined all the plans. He didn't have time. He didn't have that buffer to build his influence back up to just 3. Not even a lot. It's just 3 cards.
Yeah, and with 3 cards, like, yes, you could play an Ethereal Slime, you could play a Storm Slime, but there wasn't really much in the banishment for Storm Slime. We couldn't even get the Avatar of Gaia out. Or I'm sorry, the
Gaia's Blessing
out.
You always, it's fine. I also have my cards. I like the water Aether Wings or Aether Charges. Like Aether Wings and Aether Charges, it makes sense. But the water Aether Charges, they also kind of like the names go blend together for me, so it's fine. It's understandable.
It is. Well, keep in mind, everyone, those players for round 3 were 2-0, so that one loss for Needful isn't really going to hurt too bad. In order to go ahead and qualify for day 2, you got to reach 18 points, which in 9 rounds is about 6 wins of that, or about like 5 wins and 2 draws, or I'm sorry, 3 draws.
Yeah.
In order to get there. So, one loss, it's unfortunate, but you're not knocked out. It's still
it's
early
not
in the day. We could see Slimes maybe tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm pretty confident that we will see Slimes tomorrow. I believe in Needful. I believe in all the Slimes players, honestly, because it's really not an awful deck to play into this event today. It's kind of perfect. Unless you run into something like this. It is a really, really nice deck to have, right? It's balanced. It had its weaknesses, as we saw just now, but overall it also covers a lot of bases. Like Ethereal Slime, if you have the influence early on, as you go up to level 3, you have an influence of, let's say, 6 or 5 or 6. It's you get to play a Storm Slime, you get to play your Ethereal Slime, depending on the matchup. You start with whichever one you think would scare them more.
Yeah.
But, and then you get to have a board presence. Like, that's what you need, really. A board presence in this deck.
You do. And we mentioned it. The Shimmer Cloak played a big factor into that. it could not be removed from these slimes,
Yep.
and it kept taking out the babies. And, you know, it's if the slime deck
Yep.
can't keep babies on the field, it starts to struggle. It really relies on that filtration from that baby red early on, especially if you don't see that early float from the initial attack. You really want it to be alive for that next turn. And then, like, even the baby greens, their whole purpose is to, you know, bounce a forest cake, get a little bit of damage in here and there.
Yep.
But every turn T-Lux had, Shimmercloak took one out.
Yep. I mean, you know, I think that's just the skill. It might just be like a boon that they get from being around Taylor so much. That is the world champion buff. No, but it's really unfortunate because Needful didn't have any of the answers, right? Those slime eruptions would have been amazing to remove that Dream Fairy, to remove the things that are just slightly too annoying, and be able to then take care of the bigger things by just attacking into them. But then the Stifling Trap gave in, and it's like, all right, well, now I have nothing I can do anymore, right? It was a tough matchup.
Yeah, it was really tough, but took it to game 3. So, you know, congratulations to T-Lux. And everyone, I hope you're excited for some more Grand Archive, because we have more coming up. We're just going to go to a quick break, and we'll see you shortly.
Yeah, see you guys in a bit.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Ascent Los Angeles. We're going to be getting ready for round 4 here. My name is Valkyrie, and I'm joined at the caster desk with none other than Main Deck Dan. How you doing?
I'm doing great, Valk. We are super excited to be moving into round 4 of this. This is an extremely big event for a lot of players, of course, as the final event in the Phantom Monarch season. Players are striving right now to continue to earn their potential placements, their cards they need to get into Nationals and into Worlds later this year. And obviously, in addition to all the other prizes, we have the direct invite to the Gauntlet for the winner of the this weekend's event. So there's a lot on the line, and we've seen some cool matchups so far.
Yeah, it is very important. And I love how you mentioned getting ready for Nationals, because this was one of the last qualifying events for it as well here as we go in. And, you know, already starting off our round 1, and we have a blast from the past, Dan.
We really do. I think you said this was a time capsule match, and I agree with that entirely. There are, of course, some new additions to these decks, but what we are seeing is Philip, number 5438, over here on the Wind Lorraine Robots deck, the Automatons, versus Spirit of Serene Fire Xander, Luxem Xander.
Yeah, and I don't think we've seen robots recently. Probably not within the last season or 2. This has been a deck that's sort of been hidden in the earth. It was very popular for a long time, and then sort of Wind Wake Up became the more popular Wind Lorraine style of the deck.
Yeah, it did. Now, what we're seeing here is actually an interesting adaptation where it's a little bit of both. Actually, you know, we don't have the Ranger Strides in this deck because, of course, when you're going the Automatons route, you don't actually have like a lot of Ranger allies that you can give range 4 to. But we do see the addition of the Cheshire Cats in this list alongside the Inert Sword and the Palvor Sword, which have all been that whole package has really made its way into a lot of lists.
Yeah, it's one of the most powerful sort of cards that came out in PTM, just the Cheshire package, I guess we could call it there. It's the fact that she is untargetable by attacks unless you have True Sight, untargetable by spells because she has Spell Shroud, and she gets stronger for each distortion weapon that you have on that field. Makes her a huge threat for a lot of decks.
Yeah, now let's dive right in, especially speaking about these cards that have True Sight. We have the start of the game with Philip actually dropping a Rose Eternal Paragon, which is just going to be a solid 2/3 threat on the board with that Intercept, with that True Sight. That is going to put, you know, just a basic automaton into play, which is exactly what Philip needs to do, is just start to play these allies and start to attack. As the matchup is against Luxem Xander, you have it's a bit of an uphill battle for allies because, again, like I said, blast from the past. We've seen this deck, we've seen this matchup play out a lot. If the allies deck can get off on a fast enough start, they might be able to close it before Luxem stabilizes, but that's the worry, is if these automatons can't punch in for enough damage fast enough, then we get to Luxem level 3, we start revealing Luxem sites, and things are not going to go well.
It is one of the worst feelings a Allies player can see is 1 or 2 Luxem sites being revealed, recovering 3 to 6 a turn. So Philip really looking for, on these initial first 3-4 turns, is maximizing your board presence, pushing in the damage, and just hoping that Xander doesn't have what they need to get that fast level up. You really want them to have a slower start and not be able to really interact with your allies.
Yeah, there are a couple things that can go wrong, right? It's not having the fast start. It's not finding the Luxem sites. Still, they can get to 3, but it won't do anything if the Luxem sites aren't there. And then it's not having or finding the cards to be able to, like, hold off the attacks, right? Things like Resolute Stand, Vanish from Sight, these are things that were typically played. Now, looking at the list, we see a lot of those in the board, but game 1 might be a little less defensive for Xander, and that might be in Philip's favor, but we'll have to see here. We're going to see one of the hallmark cards of the Automatons build, Andronica, Eternal Herald, coming down after we level to Lorraine level 1 this turn and get that Inert Sword out. And this is a hallmark card because look at the stats and look at what this thing can do. It's going to put multiple buff counters onto these allies. It is also going to itself be a gigantic threat. It's going to basically build Philip's board to be as aggressive as he needs right now. And we see a response from Bartleby with a Creative Shock just to try and find any answers or anything before that Andronica resolves.
Yeah, and most importantly, you mentioned it, but Rose is an automaton. So it's going to get that buff counter. They're going to be strong. And already you're adding 2 additional damage that the deck wouldn't have normally if it was just playing a regular ally, you know, your typical 2-3. Andronica adds so much depth to this specific deck, and I'm really curious to see if Xander's going to have to like remove this Andronica off the field, or if you're just going to have to try and race it and really get to that 3 and find those Luxem sites.
I think there's going to be a bit of a race happening right now. You look at Philip's hand here too, and you see a couple of insane threats. We see 2 Cheshire Cats in hand with the Inert Sword already in play, as well as a Rallied Advance available. And the Rallied Advance is going to allow Philip to attack in and wake up one of these already growing threats on the board here too. Philip getting a Palvor Sword out will make that Cheshire Cat super devastating, or simply can play it right now as it is and still Rallied Advance next turn, and the damage is just mounting with already 10 damage counters on Xander.
Yeah, ooh, I really like this play here. We have an Exploit Vulnerability pre-Recollection. I hope that was targeting the Rose, specifically because you can now use that prep counter you have from Xander to get your Mercenary Blade, and then use that Mercenary Blade into the attack to just use the Exploit Vulnerability effect and remove it off board, and that's exactly what we see here.
Yep, using that prep counter very wisely to get the Merc Blade out, because you got to start clearing this board. You have to. But like you were saying, Valk, here is the dungeon guide, right? So Xander is already going all the way to 3, getting that healthy pool of life, as well as having still that Spirit of Serene Fire available. Let's not forget that, right? There's a Recover 6 sitting in that lineage. So it's effectively a 31 health that needs to be chewed through, 31 life that Philip has to be able to make it through to win this game before the stabilization occurs.
Yeah, it's one of those, you see 10 damage counters on that Xander, but with that Serene Spirit, it's only 4.
Right.
And so it's something that Philip really now has to keep in mind. Oh, I just love this materialization of Beastbond Ears.
Yeah, talk about this, Valk. Why is this so cool?
So this is super important, specifically one card, and that's Brisk Windtrotter in the deck. It has an effect that says when it enters, put a buff counter on an ally, but if you're leveled 2, you get 2 buff counters.
Yep, and then we see that Cheshire Cat coming down, followed by that Brisk Windtrotter. Now, you have to have an animal in play to get the +1 level, but of course, both of these are animals, right? So that means that Cheshire Cat comes down, is already buffed by the Inert Sword, and now gets 2 buff counters from the Brisk Windtrotter. And again, there's a Rallied Advance in Philip's hand. Look at the gigantic cat that can get woken up by that Rallied Advance starting on the next turn. There's still so much damage and pressure coming, even though Bartleby is looking in a pretty firm position already with some good Luxem cards that we've seen in the hand.
Yeah, that's a 5-power cat.
Yep.
With 1 weapon and those buff counters. And you mentioned it with the Pavlar Sword. It could go to 7 if we so choose.
Yeah, Palvor into Rallied Advance next turn is like a huge spike of damage. Like, this is... Oh, okay, but like there are actually 2 Luxem sites as well as a Gleaming Cut revealed from this Xander Blinding Steel trigger here, and that's a Recover of 6, which is significant. That's basically all of the damage that was dealt on the last turn, as well as getting to draw cards from the Gleaming Cut and find some... Oh, no, I think they see it. There's an Uncover the Plot here, too.
And a Striking Luminance.
This, I mean, as good as Philip's aggressive line is, this might be cooked already.
Yeah. It's one of those, like, you are having an amazing play as an aggressive allies player, and then your opponent just sort of has the amazing Xander reveal, and you're just like, well, I think we are at a point where I'm going to start to worry.
Yeah, and, like, Recover 6 every turn, like, we have a higher amount of damage than that on the board, right? That's not the end of the game. And that's always the struggle against Luxem, is like trying to determine when the game is actually over for you so you can buy some time back to finish playing out the round, right?
Because you could recover 6, recover 12 each turn, but if you're not actually dealing damage to your opponent or like generating more cards and you're sort of dirtling in that way, it's just going to be a trade back and forth every time.
Yeah, and I think it's tempting to think that you always are in it because, you know, for all we know right now, Philip might still be in it. But I don't know, it takes a lot of game sense to know whether or not I'm cooked right now. Is this going to progress to them being able to deal damage and take me out of the game?
I really like this Uncover the Plot here. It's, you don't put both Luxem sites down. You put in a Lightweaver's Assault and a Luxem site, and you can start dealing damage, start either removing these allies, pinging them off one at a time, or start to go for a very aggressive play to Lorraine herself, and that's exactly what we see with the Striking Luminance.
Yeah, the Illuminance is so strong right now. That's 3 Luxem sites and a Lightweaver's Assault. So we are full recovering right now, and we are dealing a crazy amount of damage. Not to Lorraine, it looks like. We're actually just going to clear that board right now. Again, oh no, it is Lorraine. Okay, but it's the reveal triggers that we're dealing the damage to take care of the board as well. So there's I mean, Bartleby has really pushed back strongly on this turn, has fully recovered, cleared some of the board, and like you said, Valk, we did the damage now. And we have the Light Weavers in the memory. It's going to be revealed again next turn. It's a recovery of 9 plus 2 damage on the next turn. This is maybe the stage where you're cooked.
Yeah, Xander's back at 0 damage counters.
Yeah.
Your whole game has been undone, but the important part to keep in mind here as well, this cat is now huge.
It is
with
really
Richard's
big.
Sword.
It's really big, and we hit the reclaim, so we didn't even lose the rallied advance, right? The thing Philip definitely wanted to hold onto right now, the rallied advance allowing to wake up the cat is what's going to push this damage back into starting to be dangerous again to Bartleby, but we really we need to push through faster than those Luxem sites can recover.
And do we just rally advance this turn, try and stick more damage? You know there's a recover 9. And if you're in this position, do you want to push your opponent past that recover threshold so damage sticks? Or do you let them heal up again and you save your influence to maybe go for a bigger play on your next?
I'm trying to figure out if that's a second Brisk Windtrotter, because that helps inform this a lot. Obviously, if you can stick another Brisk Windtrotter on and make the cat even bigger, then you empower the rallied advance on a future turn to push even harder. And so if I don't think it is. I don't think it's a, yeah. I don't think so. It looked like we just had a pass turn to try and play a little bit defensively now. I do think there's a Veiling Breeze in here. Is that in the? We're gonna make sure. Yeah, there are Veiling Breezes in the list here. I think I see a Veiling Breeze right there at the back, just gonna put the 4 down from the reveal of the Xander Blinding Steel trigger. We have 4 Luxem revealed, so that is gonna put Philip's hand entirely down, unfortunately, and that does mean that we're going to again go back down to just 1 damage counter and start to ping some damage back on. I think actually Bartleby's looking to try and find the lethal attack right now.
Yeah, I very, very much am in agreement here. Actually, we're going to remove the cat, the 2 damage from the Light
just
Weaver's Assault.
clear the board, and that is the we're cooked moment. Philip decides, all right, if the cat's gone, I'm not recovering from this. I need to just pack it up. We're going to go to sideboard, and we're going to go to game 2. A remarkably fast, we had less than a 12-minute game there, but the players are now going to get to dive into this sideboard, and the sideboard might have some tricks that they need to be able to pull through this. Let's start, Valk. Let's look at Philip's list since he's the one on the back foot now. What can we bring in to assist against specifically Luxem?
Specifically against Luxem, that is a tough call here, as the sideboard looks very much more catered towards dealing with your water decks. If anything, though, I would really want to bring in these Verdigris Decrees. The additional damage that you could get if you have a ally already sort of buffed up with some Wind Trotters, something like that, can really be used to push in that damage, or that suppression to save an ally if Bartleby's looking to go ahead and remove it with a planted explosives, or maybe some Lightweaver assault reveals.
I think we do have some cards in here that aren't fantastic. Zephyr is not a card that I think is doing a lot in this particular matchup, for example. So bringing the Verdigris is not bad. I also think the Reveal the Hidden is potentially clutch if Philip is going to speculate that Bartleby is going to have Vanish from Sight going into game 2, because Reveal the Hidden can actually push you through that. And then it's worth noting, it's not huge, but it would have been relevant in that matchup. The Nullifying Mirror is able to stop the cards revealed from being Luxem in response to the Xander trigger, which means you don't have to put your hand down. And that would have allowed, for example, that Veiling Breeze to be played. So it's if there's not something that's super useful other than that, you can bring in the Mirror as well to have that option available. And for example, Terrafring doesn't do anything. Yeah. Let's be honest. So we can at least bring that in and shore that up. Now, from Bartleby's side, he wants to score the second win here to close the match. What do we need to look at bringing in here? The Vanish from Sights, right?
Yes. 100%.
I mean, that's 1,000%. And I think the Excalibur as well, just to have another option to clear board, because we're going to go to 3 fast. You cannot screw around against this deck. So once we're at 3, we can Excalibur, Cleansing Light. And then Resolute Stand. I think we have a good set of options here, actually.
Yeah, I'm also a huge fan of the Verucan Acolyte. Not only does it remove the sword the Inert Sword, but also hits the ears as well now since Bartleby has seen this sort of combo and materialization from Philip. So it has a sort of valuable target that can cripple the strategy of this Wind Brisk Trotter deck. So I'm really curious to see if we do see that in game 2, or maybe they decide it's not worth it to go ahead and get that Regalia off the board.
Yeah, I think that's really smart. I think that's definitely a good option. Plus, it provides a 3-power ally when you're at level 3, which, as we saw there, can easily start to clear some of the other ally threats that are building on the board. So I think it's a very impactful card in this matchup as well, and I would not be shocked to see that come in here. But as the players have finished sideboarding, looks like we're going to get shuffled up. We're going to head into game 2. Of course, Bartleby on Serene Luxemzander up a game, and Philip needs to crawl out of this with 2 wins in a row on this Wind Allies Lorraine deck.
Let me ask you a question here, Dan. If you were on this Wind Allies position, what is the ideal opening hand you want to see against this Luxemzander?
Oh man, I think that was actually a really good start is the thing. Shimmercloak Assassin is maybe the only thing I would probably rather have Shimmercloak than Rose, because as we saw, the Rose get cleared very easily. The Shimmercloak is very difficult to clear for a few turns. Well, it takes us having something like a Lightweaver's Assault in the Luxem player's position to be able to kind of easily take it off the board. So I think we'd rather start to see those Shimmercloaks build followed by the Andronicas instead. But I don't think you want to put Cat turn 1, because Cat is not very aggressive, and you need to take all the damage you can. You need to start getting the Inert Sword out for Cat to start to be relevant. I mean, on the play, I guess you can't attack, so Cat's reasonable as well there. Cat and Shimmercloak, I guess. We're going to start, though, with that Rose. I mean, the thing about the turn 1 is at least this is where dropping your 4 reserve unit kind of hurts you some of the least, where it's just kind of fine to spend that right now, and you don't have the board built, and you don't have quite as many things to worry about. We did see a pass there going into a Censor of Restful Peace, so we're going to actually see Philip start to try and deny the floating memory value that Bartleby might be able to get with things like Creative Shock. And that's really the benefit of being able to go first against this matchup, to try and at least limit that hand size as much as possible, maybe even force Bartleby into the position where they have to risk Luxem cards being banished on level.
I think is a very smart adaptation materialization for Philip here. You know, you don't really need floating memory in your Wind deck. You level up once, and you're more than happy taking that exactly from your influence. And you're going to look to maybe develop a Windmill Engineer here, perhaps. I see that sort of peeking on the corner, generate some value here. And then you also have that Ascent Protector too for next turn if that Windmill does survive, to sort of get that value again. And you can really start building up an influence against this Xander. And this is exactly what we see here, imbued with a Reclaim and a Brisk Windtrotter. So very important to note for Bartleby what they have.
Yeah, and that Reclaim obviously makes a lot of sense when you put the Censor down, so you no longer get that floating memory from it. And we see the call on the Censor was very smart, as Bartleby does reveal the Creative Shock there. And that's, you know, again, we're just trying to tax Bartleby out as much as we can, get Bartleby to have to lose good cards instead of gaining value off of floating memory. And it's a pretty effective plan. I also want to point out that Philip is holding on to the Stifling Trap in this game. And that might be massive, as when you can't get your value from float, you really want to at least try and get a Dungeon Guide or something off to get to that secure position with losing kind of as few cards as you can and as fast as you can. And that Stifling Trap can stifle your opponent's ability to do that.
Yeah, so if my opponent's whole purpose is to get to level 3, if I could play a card and hold it up to prevent them from doing that for one turn, that can be the difference maker between winning and losing this round.
And here we do see the same thing we saw before, the Exploit Vulnerability coming down here, likely into the Merc Blade to be able to try and take that Rose off the board. It's just as it was written in the first game, it shall be read again.
Yes, unfortunately, Rose meeting an untimely demise once more. And the important thing to know as well, not doing the Merc Blade, just passing.
Interesting.
Valuing the prep counter more than leaving Rose on the field. Perhaps there is a future plan for it. We do see a second Exploit Vulnerability in the hand as well. It may be perhaps we pick up the first one with our Xander level 2, play the second one, and then we do the Merc Blade turn.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. So with the ability to recover as much as Bartleby has, and of course here we see the Vanish from Sight as well, so the ability to like not take damage and recover damage that's taken, we just let, in this case, maybe Bartleby just lets Philip develop the board, do something like play the Andronica, put the buff counter onto Rose and like commit those resources, right? Commit the play, and then Bartleby's able to bring out the Merc Blade, swing in, and take the Rose off the board after we've already kind of lost the value of the buff counter.
Yeah, exactly. Here we had that Vanish of Sight in our hand, so we
There's
weren't worried.
exactly this too.
No, you're exactly right. You called it. It is crazy that what you're saying is exactly playing out. You're almost like a fortune teller, being able to know sort of what's going on in these two players' minds, because these decks, they've been around. This is something that a lot of people have seen, and these play patterns are common, and it's one of those things that you need to make sure you remember in these specific matchups. And then I guarantee you it's going to be an exploit vulnerability into that Merc Blade, removing this Rose, now since you're getting that extra value.
But but in this case, Bartleby banished exploit vulnerability to level. I don't know if I saw. Is there another one in hand?
What did we pick up off the Xander to level 2?
I don't think we picked up exploit because it's in the graveyard still too. I'm not sure. We have a there's a planted explosives that Bartleby has. There is the Verican. Like you were right about the Verican, bringing that in from the side. That was smart. But we just in this case Bartleby goes for Dungeon Guide. Philip follows up with a Stifling Trap exactly as we predicted, which is going to prevent that level from happening. Now it is going to still be able to swing in, but look, the Andronica, the Rose still on board. Bartleby only 5 cards in influence, 2 left in hand right now. Philip has kind of successfully maneuvered into a position now where he's actually threatening Bartleby.
Ooh, I do want to mention something, Dan, that is very important and might play out later. The Dungeon Guide was Stifling Trapped.
Yes.
It attacked into an Awake Windmill Engineer, and the Windmill Engineer did not retaliate to remove that Dungeon Guide off the field. So that means Bartleby will now have this Dungeon Guide to sort of help start clearing the board again.
Yeah, keeping the Dungeon Guide can be useful here, although I think no, it's actually gone. Exactly like you were saying, Valk. In this case, Philip wants to take it off the board to prevent the board from getting out of control, so that Bartleby has to work really hard to take any of these allies out. And we do see the Nullifying Mirror being materialized this turn as well. Again, it's a small advantage, but it is a real advantage in this matchup, as Bartleby is currently positioning to go to Xander, Luxem Xander level 3 next turn. But in this case, Philip will be able to hold up that entire hand and still be able to potentially react to things.
Yes, we did lose 3 damage, though, because the Andronica had to attack into the Dungeon Guide. If last turn that Windmill Engineer just retaliated, removing it, we would have had 3 extra damage on Bartleby this turn.
Yeah, I mean, missing that retaliate was pretty unfortunate, because the Stifling Trap, did deal 2 damage to it already, right? So the windmill couldn't attack because it didn't have True Sight, unlike Rose. So yeah, I mean, that's absolutely right. That is a small miss, but we'll see how impactful it might end up being. Here now, though, 3 influence, right? Just 3 influence. Philip still went ahead and activated the Nullifying Mirror, even though there's no influence to reveal. I think that's pretty funny. But in this case, Bartleby just has to simply pass. 11 damage marked, 25 life, and a Serene Spirit, but has been given the key to the city right now.
Yes.
Philip is able to go to town with 2 buffed automatons, goes for a backup charger. That power cell is going to be relevant. It is not just for turbocharge in this deck. That's a damage source on the next turn that you can combine with the rallied advance that I believe Philip is still holding on to and has been since the start of the game. That is a lineup, a setup for a massive spike in the following turn once that power cell wakes up.
Yeah, it's one of the most common ways this deck, when it was played a lot, would win. You would stack up 1, maybe 2 power cells on a automaton, attack in with it, wake it up, attack again, and close out the game.
This is huge. The planted explosives comes down to try and deal with the Andronica, but Philip is holding onto the Reclaim, brings Andronica back to hand, which means Andronica gets to get replayed and put buff counters on Rose again.
That is insane value. The fact that Rose is getting even stronger, the Andronica is safe, and we also have a Shimmer Cloak as well that we're drawn. Gonna use to imbue the Andronica here, and this Rose, I think it's out of contention to be dealt with by Bartleby.
I think Bartleby needs like a exploit vulnerability line again to be able to like effectively get rid of this, and especially sitting at 2 influence, because playing that planted put Bartleby back down again to 2. This is an extremely dire situation for Bartleby, and I'm not sure what you can draw to get out of this, but he's hoping for it.
So, but a Ducal Sill, though, can at least guarantee you at least one turn, right? You're safe, your opponent has to pay 4, and you're not going to really be hit by multiple allies. But the problem with that is if one ally just gets really big with a power cell.
There's a Luxem, Sight, and a Resolute stand in hand. So at the very least, the cards that Bartleby kept are all of the ones that will buy them turns. So despite Philip being in such a good position, it's and then an Uncover the Plot coming down. Was that another Luxem site that was found? How is Bartleby finding everything right now?
So Dan, the Lost Providence drew in the Uncover, and then for turn, you drew another Luxem site. Exactly what you needed in this situation to recover again, and now you're actually sitting in a pretty healthy spot.
That is crazy, but we have the Purifying Thurible going to continue to build Philip's influence up to be bigger and bigger, and this is the problem, that even though Bartleby is finding everything, Philip has so much potential to build out an extremely wide board and was given a little bit of leeway to do it. Now it's closing really fast, but there is still that window that Philip can use to close it. We'll have to see if he can pull it off. Starts by swinging in with the Andronica, and we still have that Rose, that True Sight unit. We have the, is that the Asen coming down?
Asen for the Andronica to re-imbue it?
Yes, Asen for the Andronica to re-imbue it sounds pretty strong right now.
I love that line of play. It gets additional damage in and just makes this Rose even bigger. Asen swinging in for 3, going to put you to 15 here. And the reason this play is viable is because we decide not to keep the Sill. Or use the Sill, I mean. We decide to keep it. And maybe sort of trying to force a Resolute stand. It was revealed. We know Bartleby has it, but is hanging on to it. I'm not sure if that is the right choice here. You're going to be taking a lot of damage that could easily have just been prevented by using one of your resources.
Here's the thing. Resolute Stand prevents 3 from every unit. As the turns go on, and as Philip can find more Andronicas or replay more Andronicas, that Rose gets well out of range of that 3 actually fully stopping it, where the Ducal Seal grows a little bit in its potential, especially as Philip builds out the board and drops influence so that the Ducal Seal hits a little bit harder again. So I think Bartleby is just trying to absolutely maximize and wait out Philip's ability to pay effectively for the Ducal Seal, and we'll pop it likely in the next turn. This is ironically, though, the case where Zephyr would be really good.
Yes, yeah. There was mentioned earlier, Zephyr probably not good in the matchup, except this one specific case where your opponent has something that can stop you from attacking.
Yeah, you Zephyr it at the end of Bartleby's turn, and then they can't pop it in Wreck, the one thing that'll save them. So, yeah, Philip is really, really pushing hard back. Again, we know there's a couple of Luxem sites. This is it. This is the big play with the Power Cell being popped on the Rose, bringing the Rose up to 6 damage, True Sight swing, followed by the Rallied Advance, we're going to see to wake the Rose back up and punch in for another 6 damage after this Rallied Advance hits for 1 on its own. Maybe more if we decide to use the Inert Sword.
Yeah, I think forcing the Lineage release here, yes, has to go ahead and do that. Recover in. And now you're sort of just playing with a little bit of fire here. You can get pushed up to 20 damage counters to get the Chalice of Blood active. But if you don't really draw anything from this, you're still staring down a very scary board state.
Yeah, I think you just have to risk the Chalice of Blood at this point and push as much damage as you can, because again, those Luxem sites aren't going anywhere right now. So the Rallied Advance comes in. I think it looked like we indicated that the Inert Sword is being used with it as well. Yes, there it is. So that is going to be a 3 damage hit for 18, and then hitting with the Rose again for another 6, which is 24, 1 off of lethal.
1 off, just being shy, and Bartleby making that calculation, making sure that they don't need to play that Resolute Stand, because it's still an option, and if you can survive at 24 this turn, okay, you know, didn't use any cards, you get a Chalice of Blood, and maybe you can sort of crawl back in this game too.
Yep. Is there anything, thinking right, is there anything that can deal 1 damage to me? A Woodland Squirrel or something being the last card. But actually, Philip opting to keep the Rose awake instead, to be able to potentially intercept a Striking Illuminance?
Not putting them in Chalice range.
Just choosing not to go to Chalice range. Yeah, that's fair. Okay, just decides not to risk it. Not going to risk the Chalice. We can do enough damage on the next turn anyway. So we'll see. Again, I think Bartleby, if they find and uncover the plot, this gets a little frightening. But they're just going to actually pass and then go into the Wreck phase, and they're clearly remembering, I'm not going to forget the Ducal Seal. In Wreck, we're going to pop the Ducal Seal right now. So now that is a tax of 3 per attack. Philip has to pay 3 reserve for every attack that they make, and smart for Philip to go for that that play with the rallied advance on the last turn so that they don't feel like they need to do that on this turn when they just simply can't afford it.
Yeah, you used our resources. And I actually really like not putting Bartleby in the Chalice range, just because you know all 4 cards that Bartleby had. They were all revealed, you know the information, so now you're just dealing with 1 unknown card, opposed to dealing with 3 unknown cards that could really change how you play. And we know her, we love her. Andronica, back imbued, again on the field. You're going to go ahead and buff up the Rose. And Dan, do you just develop your board this turn, or do you try and get in some damage?
I think, again, like you said, Valk, we know the cards. I don't know if we... Okay, well, in this case, I think Philip decides to pay 3 to attack with the Andronica, but I do think there's an argument to developing the board in this case, just so you can push in even deeper on the next turn. But in this case, it does not bring... It brings Xander as close to Chalice of Blood as it can without going into the range of it being active. And Bartleby doesn't want to take that at all. Decides actually to go for a Crystallized Destiny on the Rose swing, the swing for 5, and still brings out the Chalice of Blood despite this big recovery here. So that's really fascinating. We're still going to recover 6. We're going to go all the way down to 6 here. But now says, okay, once you push me to 20, I can pop these 2 and try and potentially find a card to save me still.
Yeah, and we have access to Luxera's map this turn as well, which is going to be very important. We have both Luxem sites. Now we're going to be looking for either damage in our Lightweaver's Assault, or if you really are thinking about it, you go in for the draw power. But yeah, Lightweaver's Assault being brought up.
It's the consideration of the 3rd Luxem site versus the Lightweavers. And this is exactly the math that I don't like doing, why I don't like playing Luxem. I don't want to try and figure out which one of those is better right now.
Yeah, both seem really good in the spot, and it looks like we're opting into that Luxem site, wanting to play it safe. You know, looking... Oh,
no,
changing our mind. Hold on.
It's a tough decision. It really is, because if you don't need that Luxem site, then the Lightweavers is far and away the thing that lets you try and win the game. If you take the site and then you never find your striking or your Lightweavers, you still might end up losing the game.
No, you're very true. And I think we finally opted into a Lightweaver's Assault, Dan, was the final decision here for Bartleby. And the good news is you have it in your memory. The bad news is it won't be revealed till next turn.
It's in your memory.
Yes.
It's not in hand right now, but the memory is where it will be most useful, as like getting a second Lightweaver's Assault going into that reveal in the next turn. We'll be able to start clearing off the Ace and the Andronica. Not quite the Rose yet, but we see the Beastbond ears coming down, and I hope for Philip's sake that means the Brisk Windtrotter is going to come down and make that Rose even more ridiculous. Although maybe you want to spread it. It's tough now to know what Bartleby has. Crystallized Destiny, Resolute Stand. There are different things you're trying to play around here. If it's Vanish from Sight, you want Rose to have it more than anyone else because of her True Sight, right? But then if it's Crystallized Destiny, you don't want Rose to have it. You don't want all your eggs in one basket.
And if it is Resolute Stand like it is now, you know, maybe putting multiple allies above that 3 damage threshold so they can deal some damage when you attack in.
This is I'm looking at the hand, another Andronica, more reclaims than you know what to do with. Another Ascent Protector. There's some Shimmercloak Assassins here, though. There's some Shimmercloaks that can come down, but those are fodder for Lightweaver's Assault, unfortunately. That will clear those away as quickly as you can.
I really like an Ascent into Andronica play here, right? As you mentioned, you don't really want to play Shimmercloaks. You have a bunch of react spells and reclaims, but you have a sensor on the field. The reclaims aren't really going to do anything. Yes, they can save an ally, but I don't think Bartleby's going to be removing any of these beefy units off the field.
I agree with that, and we do see exactly what you said, Valk, the Ascent Protector coming down, bouncing the Andronica, getting to replay the Andronica and push some actual damage through this Resolute Stand right now. And that is going to give Bartleby a setup here for this backup charger to come down. And it can't be used yet, but it doesn't need to be used when we have 2 Luxem sites and a Lightweavers. Now, thanks to that specific play, there's nothing that the single Lightweavers can actually take off the board here. but the damage can potentially be dealt to something if there's any way to soften it up enough for a Mercenary's Blade or a Planted Explosives to close off. But here, actually 2 damage being marked. Oh, prevented because this Clarent Reimagined came out on Philip's turn. Philip's going to Clarent Reimagined, it looks like.
Oh, wow. Okay. Philip, Clarent Reimagined targeting the Rose because you have to declare your targets before you know what that light wave is going. So Bartleby goes, okay, I'll deal 2 damage to this Andronica, and then goes ahead and gets the Mercenary's Blade with a prep counter and removes Andronica off the field. But I think it's a little too late. She has done so much work already, and that Rose is huge.
Yeah, and here's the thing. Philip's got another Andronica in hand.
Oh, my. Yes. And she's a unique ally, so you can only have one. But if your opponent kills her, you're more than welcome to play her again.
Yeah, that Rose is getting bigger and bigger and bigger as the game goes on. It's an exploit vulnerability basically at this point, or an all-in play to get that Rose off. And that is, I mean, this is still a game where Philip has a lot of potential to be able to pull out and take this despite everything that's happened.
Yeah, you are playing a sort of a mini game though, right? You now have to kill your opponent before their 220 damage counters, right? You need your Rose to be lethal at 19 damage because you do not want your opponent to draw off that Chalice now.
Exactly. You got to do some really, really clutch math here. We're going to go at the start of Philip's turn. We're going to go for, again, a proactive Resolute stand here. -3 damage from all of the attacks that are going to come in from Philip here. That Rose can still hit, right? But these Ascent Protectors have been offline for several turns, and it's not really changing anytime soon.
Yeah, they have sort of just been intercepting bodies for Striking Illuminance, which we know isn't really coming. Bartleby as well, struggling to find Luxem cards. And I think that's the important thing you touched at the very start of this matchup is, do you find what you need once you're to level 3? Like, yes, you can get to 3, but once you're there, you need to find exactly the answers, and we haven't. We've just been relying on these 2 Luxem sites. We use our 1 Luxera's map to get a Lightweaver's Assault, and nothing else has come to us.
Yeah, and they're like tricky decisions that Bartleby has had to make here. For example, that turn could have been a free Resolute stand from hand, but then a draw into memory off of activating the backup charger, which is like, you're going this, you know, it's a wash on cards, but it is a card in memory going into your reveal, which is potentially something that would matter as well if it were a Lightweaver's Assault or Luxem site to try and gain some momentum there. I think it's the right call to still play the Resolute stand, but these are the kind of things that Bartleby does have to think about a little bit going into each turn to try and maximize this, because this is such a tight game right now. There isn't a lot of margin for error on these plays here because Philip represents so much damage on board right now.
Yeah, I believe we're at 7, 10, 13, 16 total damage just from these 4 allies.
And with the swing of the Clarent, it's literally lethal on board right now.
Oh, that is true. It is coming in here. Rose finally going to make a nice connection after getting a fresh new buff counter on top.
This is a 7/8 Rose, which still punches in for 4, which negates 2/3 of the Luxem sites that are in Bartleby's memory right now with a single attack, right? Like, that's crazy.
Alrighty.
So there we go. There's that Recover 6.
A Recover 6 to get to deal 2 damage. At this point, might as well just 2 damage to Lorraine. I really don't think you're going to be able to get through.
Yep, we're going to see Philip just protecting that Rose at all costs right now. Still continuing to use the Clarent Reimagine, saying, I'm not going to let you string together taking my 7/8 True Sight Automaton off the board.
Yes, Philip is trying to hold Rose's hand to victory here. This is your key to success. You need to make sure she is healthy and alive to close out this game.
We see the Prism Spire Scepter being materialized as well. Now, the thing in Luxem that's interesting about using Scepter and Backup Charger is these are also are ways to just guarantee you put cards in memory to be able to reveal them off of the Blinding Steel trigger. So Bartleby is okay holding on to these, but still desperately wants more influence and more Luxem cards. He needs to find more yellow cards to be able to play the game here. Passes the turn over to Philip. We don't have the proactive Resolute stand this turn. Philip is going to start cracking in with these 3 power units. Now, finally, the allies are coming in, and the damage is heating up back at Bartleby, who is up a game here. Philip needs to take this for a chance at being able to win round 4 of Ascent Los Angeles.
This hurts. The damage is adding up. It's stacking. And Bartleby, no defensive options in the hand. You are just reliant on these draw a card effects. Is this Rose going to come in to put Bartleby at 20? Are you afraid of the Chalice, Philip? What are you thinking? We're looking at the hand. Can we close out the game in damage? I think that's the important part. We mentioned it, but when Rose gets you to 20, can you deal that additional 5 to close out the game? If you can, go for it. But if you can't, it might not be worth the attack.
A double Shimmer Cloak? No, that's, wait, 2, 4, 15, 17, 18. You can go to 18 and swing with Rose using Clarent with like a double Shimmer Cloak play, which would then be lethal, exactly lethal without turning on Chalice of Blood.
Or we could just play Andronica again. How does that sound?
I mean, you know what? It's worked pretty well so far. I think that's a pretty solid line also.
Alrighty, let's see. We reclaimed it. Might as well play it, right? I feel like that is the choice.
Yep.
The imbue, we're revealing her again. That means we got to redo our math here. That's another 3 from this Andronco, put you to 16. Rose is then at 8?
17 from the Clarent and then 8 from the Rose.
Wow.
This works as well. This works just the same way, but it ends up with a bigger Rose, which is probably better.
Yeah. And plus not giving your opponent the Chalice. Most importantly.
Yep. Now, the question is, though, like, we've seen the Crystallized Destiny, Valk, so we know Bartleby has them. Does Philip put Bartleby on having a Crystallized Destiny right now?
Oh, that is a risky call. But you are done playing cards for your turn, so you might as well go for a sequencing order.
Ooh, the sequencing might not have been optimal here, but we do still see that Chalice of Blood popped. Did anything important get drawn here, or is Philip going to close the game out with a single swing of the Clarent Reimagined? He's deciding on... No!
We pass the turn.
Passes the turn to try and use the Clarent to save the board? Oh my goodness! I'm just sitting here like, did I miss something right now?
I'm flabbergasted. I thought that was the end of the game. Philip was going to close it here, but instead we see a Zephyr.
Zephyring the Clarent Reimagined at the end of his main phase. Zephyring the Clarent Reimagined, so it comes back in with the 3 counters to be used to protect his entire board. He's just playing very slowly, methodically, trying to make sure when he goes to take the game, he takes the game.
Oh my gosh, we've seen an additional Lightweaver Assault and 2 Gleaming Cuts on top, though, from the amount of cards that Bartleby was able to draw from activating all the Regalias. This is a very, very strong position for Bartleby to be in. What's the influence count, Dan? Are we just dead to double Lightweavers?
4, 5, 6. I think we might be at the 10 for double Lightweavers. And this is really tough too, because if Philip went for it, and even on that 1 damage attack there was a Crystallized Destiny, it was completely over, I think, for Philip. So Philip was really trying to play cautiously, trying to put this Clarent out to try and prevent it. And to be fair, I don't think you're dead through a Clarent. I think you could Clarent Lorraine and say, I'm going to survive this, but you do lose the board.
Yeah, and when you lose the board in an allies deck, it's sort of
It's not good. It's not good.
It's sort of in the spot of taking damage to your champion, because your opponent's going to be recovering 6 every turn, and you now no longer have that Rose that was an 8-12 Rose on the field to go ahead and help you here.
So we have Philip actually holding off on using the Clarent Reimagined, allowing the triggers from the Lightweavers to occur, which are going to target one of the Ascent Protectors and take it off the board here as well. So that's a situation now where Bartleby has managed to clear a lot of the salient threats. Now, is at a dangerous life total, right? 18, not good. That Rose is still a single lethal swing, and I don't know if Philip has any ways to deal with the Crystallized Destiny if it has now been drawn, because Bartleby's been given the opportunity to try and find that, to try and stay alive.
A huge grip of hands. Keep in mind, everyone, Bartleby was down to 4 cards just a few turns ago. And being able to stay alive through Resolute Sands, the Ducal Seal, and just a little bit of luck.
We have a turbocharge as well. He's going to keep digging. Bartleby can go pretty deep in the deck right now, and that might be important because looking at the list, there is only 1 other Crystallized Destiny in there, and that's clearly the card right now to prevent that Rose, because Vanish from Sight does not stop Rose. Resolute Stand blunts Rose, but it might not even be enough.
Oh, We just found an Excalibur.
But Excalibur, the sided in Excalibur Cleansing. No, there were two in the main too. Okay, well, I mean, kind of made it easier to find. But the Excalibur Cleansing Light is the thing that actually takes Rose off the board now. And suddenly, from the game being so close to his grasp, it's been clutched back by Bartleby, who has cleared the salient, the strongest, the most threatening unit off the board that Rose, that 7, 8, 8, 9. Where was it? I think it was a 7, 8 still. But that Rose is off the board at last. And then going into Philip's turn, the Resolute Stand again.
We have found all the answers again, being able to dig. And just look at what's in the hand there, though. An Incap, Lightweaver's Assault, Vanish from Sight, and Juggle Knives, I believe, right there. You're more than happy sitting on these cards, right? You have a Resolute Stand up, you have a way to negate any sort of cheeky play that Philip might be attempting here, and this Ascent and Andronica are looking kind of lonely without that Rose anymore.
Again, with that Clarent, Lethal is on board, but there just keeps being Resolute Stands. There just keep being things that are going to stop it. I think if, though, Bartleby relies on Vanish from Sight, there is still a line where if Philip brought in Reveal the Hiddens, the Reveal the Hiddens can get through the Vanish from Sight. So we have to see. We have to see if it pans out that way. But in this position, Philip is suddenly back in the hot seat here, as Bartleby only needs to deal 18 damage, and we've seen this plenty of times. That double Lightweavers, that's a lot.
Yes, that is more than enough to go ahead and close out the game. And you know, if I was Philip and I go back to watch this match, no matter what happens, the outcome, it's one of those where it's the classic Grand Archive conundrum of, do you make your opponent have it, or do you just
play cautious?
Play cautious. And
yeah.
Philip chose the cautious route. We as casters can see everything going on. We knew that there's no interaction, nothing happening. And, you know, it's one of those moments that can really define a win or loss in this game.
100%. And like, there's no way to know, right?
Yeah.
It's like, you either go for it or you don't. Sometimes they have it, sometimes they don't, right? And so in this case, we see a lot. I think in casting Grand Archive, a lot of the time we see the cautious route prevail. We see players who are some of the slowest, methodical, most cautious, most reluctant to pull the trigger players who are topping constantly. So I do not begrudge Philip at all for taking the cautious route here. I think this may have been a scenario where swinging with the Clarent actually did secure it, but you have no way of knowing. And again, like I said, if there's anything that Bartleby was slow playing, we saw Bartleby wait till the last minute in the past as well in the first game. If he does that again, then it is just all over.
Yeah, it is mind games and just knowing exactly what is happening here. We see a Windrider Vanguard and just passing, can't get over that Resolute Stand. And you know, with what's happening here, this is going to be a huge reveal for Bartleby. I believe there's 3 Luxem Sights and 3 Lightweaver's Assaults that are going to be.
That is certainly a good reveal. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of yellow revealed here. We do see that Juggle Knives coming in, which did get the pop of the Clarent Reimagined actually in response. Philip, knowing that every point of damage is potentially relevant right now. Now, the cards get revealed here. We did see the Nullifying Mirror being popped in response, so there we can just wait and see what triggers are at play before Philip decides whether or not it's time to pop the rest of the Clarent Reimagined. Philip can stack these Clarent Reimagined triggers to get to preventing up to 6 of each non-combat source of damage in here onto the champion, which might be needed to not lose the game here, or can try to protect the board. It's actually a kind of a tough decision, trying to figure out exactly how to do this, especially given that Philip does have some cards in hand, right?
Yeah, and cards that can save the allies. So I think it's very important that you save that Clarent for Lorraine herself. We know there's 2 Lightweaver's Assault. We know there's 10 Influence. So those 2 counters are going to be very valuable for Lorraine herself, but I believe we're saving the allies.
I think they're being popped on I think they might be being popped on the 2 allies right now, because I would assume the Clarent would be saved until the trigger is pulled on the actual Lightweaver's Assault, right? You want those Lightweaver's Assaults to be played so that they're out of the hand, and then you save yourself with the Clarent. So it has to be the allies being saved. I would have to imagine that. And there looks like the reveal of the hand. And that, I believe...
That was Ben.
Oh, that was Yard. Okay,
Banishment.
Banishment.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I thought it was a little too early to go for a concession right now. There's banishment being grabbed here. We still have the reclaim being popped onto that Windrider Vanguard. Going to return that back to hand to continue to try and save our board and preserve our hand size. We have a lot of float in the yard that does absolutely nothing with the Sensor Arrestable piece that's been in play the entire game. Man, this game was so close to being over for Allies, but this is exactly what we talked about at the beginning, Val. Just this resiliency that Luxem has, its ability just to cling on to the game even when it gets that tight and come right back and restore so much of the damage that's been dealt.
Yeah, Luxem is one of those decks where you think it's gone extinct, you think you finally stomped them out, the last bit of hope and flame, but there's always a small little ember for this deck that turns into a great big fire, and that's exactly what we're going to be seeing here with this Vanish from sight at the start of Philip's turn.
Yeah, there's the Vanish again. Stealth onto the Xander, stealth onto Bartleby's champion. Now, there is the reveal to hidden. Is that, I believe that's the reveal to hidden. Yes, each unit loses stealth, but it's in-capped by Bartleby, able to shut the reveal to hidden down. That stealth remains on Bartleby unless Philip has a second reveal, and it doesn't look like he does.
He does not. And we're going to go ahead and activate our insignia of the Korhazi. Just, you know, why not get a little bit more reveals? Also,
oh, no, we're going to exploit vulnerability here as well, just to draw a little more. Before we go for this, it looks like Philip simply passed the turn going under Bartleby, going to put that entire hand into memory. Let's reveal it again. We're going to pop the Nullifying Lantern in response, and now here are the Luxem cards that we have. 2 Lightweavers, 2 Luxem Sight, but still no other Luxem cards joining it. The way that Bartleby has clung on for so long, despite not finding so many of the other yellow cards, it's different than a lot of Luxem games you see that go this deep.
Indeed. And opposed to soccer, you do want to actually see yellow cards when you're playing this game.
They're good for Lux. Well, depends on which side of the match you're on right now, actually.
That Verucan Acolyte coming in as well. Just going to go ahead and, you know, get rid of that mirror. It's been pesky. You don't want to deal with it anymore, and it's gone.
Oh, no, we can't play Verucan Acolyte. We popped the
That's
Spirit.
true.
The Spirit of Serene Fire was popped earlier.
We're spiritless.
Yeah. No Verucan Acolytes for Bartleby right now. So that mirror is going to continue to exist and give Philip this chance that at any point, if Lightweaver's Assault is played, a Veiling Breeze can shut it down. And again, like, once the Lightweaver's Assault's committed, if it doesn't kill Philip, that might be the death knell.
Yeah, you're indeed correct. What is the influence we need for double Lightweavers in cap? That is going to be 13 in total.
13 is Bartleby. I think Bartleby might be there right now, though.
I'm trying to see. Bartleby sort of
has to keep. The problem is Bartleby has to keep playing cards though every single turn. 2 cards on the last turn to survive. There is the Windrider Vanguard coming back down. That's 2 more. This is a free turn. Just play everything out. Attack as much as possible. Then the Vanguards wake up, continue to deal that damage in. Just surviving the Luxem sites. How long? This is what I was saying earlier on. How long can you wait before you just say, I got to scoop this up and try another game? But in this case, of course, Philip being down a game has no opportunity to scoop. This is the scenario you never want to see game 1, where it's like, I don't know if I should give the game up yet at this point. But Philip keeps on trying because Bartleby continues to not draw more Luxem cards.
I think we are going for the push, though. The Lightweaver's Assault on the reveal did hit Philip. 1 revealed. Dan, do we have enough?
I think it's there. That's the second Lightweavers. That's 4 down. No, it's only 2 in hand, actually, but there was no Veiling Breeze. That was all the damage necessary for Bartleby to win Game 2 with Fire Luxem Xander taking round 4 and moving on to a clean 4-0 record here at Ascent Los Angeles.
Wow, what a matchup. That was so back and forth. And, you know, we can almost pinpoint the exact moment where Xander was able to turn that game around.
Yeah, you can see it happening. That's kind of one of the fun things of watching Luxem play like this, is you really watch the odds of each player shifting turn to turn, and you get to this point where it's like, it looks so good for the ally player, the aggro player, and then you start to watch those odds decrease, right? And it starts coming. There's definitely an inflection point where that happened, and we had the turn with the Clarent Reimagined. Do we swing? Do we not swing? We have to make a call, and there's really no way to know which one was right. We went for the cautious route, and it didn't quite get there, unfortunately, in this match. But what just a classic, like you said, time capsule match to watch that play out again.
Yeah, it felt like I was watching GA from a year ago, year and a half ago. I loved it. And I just want to say, like, both the players played amazing. They did a great job. Philip never gave up, fighting tooth and nail to stay in that game. But Bartleby, the mental fortitude to be staring down that giant rose, double Ascents, and an Andronica that I think was played 9 times.
Yeah, 9, 10, 11, I'm not sure.
Who knows?
A lot of plays. Both players had to be so tight on their resources, turn after turn, trying to maximize eke out every little extra bit of damage, stop the opponent from having answers over and over again. Answer your answer. You know, it was constant, like an edge of your seat game, despite it being a Luxem game where one player's just recover. There still were, you could tell every single turn, these really key decisions that were made by both players.
And that is why we love Grand Archive. It is a game of micro decisions, micro choices. Every small card you put down, every decision tree, do I activate this now? Do I put this down now? Can really just change the pace of the game. And it shows. If maybe Bartleby put down the wrong card, maybe a Resolute Stand when thinking they didn't need it or anything like that, then it would have ended up into Philip just taking that game easily because they had that board pressure. But the fact that Bartleby made every correct decision that step of the way. And then back to Philip, you know, do I attack with a Clarent? Do I play it safe? Do I imbue something? Do I keep it back? Do I save a reclaim to save my Andronica? Yes, that was the right decision because Andronica was being removed. And so all these small decisions add up to a magnificent game we saw.
There are all those decisions that were really important because, of course, you see your hand, you see the cards you get, and you have to figure out the optimal line with them. I also can't help but think if more of those rallied advances showed up at key points in the middle of the game, that pressure might have mounted actually too fast, or maybe we don't have to risk the Clarent to be able to get the damage in, and we can just go for it at that point. If Philip could have ever had a hand that wasn't so stocked with reclaims, right? And would have been able to go, okay, I can actually push a little bit more pressure on here and still hold on to my Zephyr and my Clarent to be able to play. By the way, Zephyr did not get sided out.
Yes, yeah, it's still in there.
Was a relevant card in that match, but there were all these opportunities for the match to play out entirely differently, which is why you have to stay in.
Yeah.
You have to stay in and see, what am I going to draw? What's going to come up next? What if we find more Brisk Windtrotters in a rallied advance? Suddenly the next 3 draws are Windtrotter, rallied, and that Rose is now 14 damage and attacks like it's lethal on its own with 2 swings with the rallied. There was just a lot of potential in there for either player to win that game. So it was incredible, I think, to watch, despite it being a 2-0 match. Just so, again, I can't get over how edge of your seat it was.
It didn't feel like a 2-0, right? It felt like both players were like fighting in game 3.
Yeah, it felt. I for a second I forgot because we were going so deep and the clock was ticking down so much. But yeah, that was game 2. Like, wait a second, this is a match where, even if though Philip wins, then it's a race to the finish of game. They're like, I need to win this game as fast as I can. But we are going to actually call it there for round 4, folks. I want to thank you all for showing up for this round. Now we have round 5 coming up very soon. The cool thing about this after our short break is we are going back finally to live again. Thank you all for your patience with our earlier technical difficulties, but we're so excited to be bringing you back to some live matches of Grand Archive here at Ascent Los Angeles. I'm Main Deck Dan, joined here with Valk, and we'll see you all again real soon.
No, I'm stuck like I'm touchdown. I can do my dance like a touchdown. Yo, like I'm touchdown. I can do my dance like a touchdown. Yeah. No, I'm stuck like I'm touchdown. I can do my dance like a touchdown. Yo, like I'm touchdown.
And welcome back, everyone, to Ascent Los Angeles. We are going into round 5. This is a super exciting round. I'm excited to talk about our players and their decks here. But again, I'm main deck Dan, and joined once again by Clem.
Hi.
How's your break, Clem?
It was great. I got to eat the sandwich, which
Yeah.
has been
Let's
a real
go.
treat. Yeah, I hope you get to experience the wonders of
Eating?
VIP food.
I also
Oh,
hope
yeah.
to experience the wonders of eating soon. But yeah, no, it was a nice lunch break. I think for a lot of
Yep.
people, always appreciate having those here at the Ascents because this is a tough game and
Yeah.
it drains you, and you need to have that opportunity. It's kind of one of the nice components of being able to get those VIP tickets as well. But let's talk about our players and the decks here, Clem.
Yeah.
We have two of the most storied players in the game. We have Duck Hats from TM32. We have Killidus from Chess Club. These are players who you've seen at the top tables for years at
Yep.
this point. They're so incredible, and I think we're going to be traded to an excellent game.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you. It's it's such a wonderful treat when you see players that have been around and successful in the game for so long come back. Well, they're not come back, but still be playing and enjoying the game. And I think when they get to meet up and face off, that is some of the most wonderful Grand Archive that you can see.
This is where we get to the Grand Archive where our predictions on the plays start to get a little bit worse.
Yeah.
The players get too good, and we're like, okay, like I think I know what's gonna happen, but oh, actually, that's way better. Whoops.
Yeah, well, they know things and can foresee things and possible plays that unless you have as much experience and are as accomplished as these players, you probably won't be able to foresee. So this is where we start talking about all the possible lines and all the possible considerations that go through. And if we're lucky, we do figure out what they want to do. But then you are part of a team. Both of these players are parts of a team. What is the difference between playing with a team and just playing, just going through locals and not having as an established competitive brewing team?
Yeah, one of the big advantages that these players have being on a part of the team is being in sort of a mentality where the entire group gets to use their brain power together for kind of everything, right? It's trying to solve the meta together. It's trying to deck build or tech decks together, and it's trying to play together a lot where they all have a mentality of improving and doing well and trying to place as high as possible. And it's a very different mentality to go to an event with this team that's all been trying to prep this way and say, okay, we need everyone to know what's the best deck, what do we beat, how do we tech for it, what do we want to play, what do we expect other people to play, versus when you go to locals and you just are playing and then you come to an Ascent on your own, you miss a lot of that because you're like, well, I don't know, this deck's been pretty good for me so far a little bit, or maybe you do get to use like online resources and you're trying to explore it that way, but the teams often have a distinct advantage in this because they've worked so hard to try and crack the meta in whatever way they can. We've talked about how this is a very open meta.
Yeah.
It's very tough to crack, but there still are little tweaks to these lists that we're seeing where players have sort of honed in on, okay, this is going to be the trick to beat this matchup.
Yeah, and like 61 cards, like playing 61 cards.
Well, I don't want to be timed out from my own server, so I'm not going to say it's a good idea on live stream. But
fair enough. No, but yeah, I think that's where the magic of all of these ratios come in, right? And that's why it's hard to just take a deck list and run with it when you go to, like, if you were to take one of these players' deck lists from Ascent Los Angeles and then bring it to a regionals, if it weren't the end of the season, deck card by card, because it's so in the moment and preparing for such a big tournament where it's so different. And the teams really do help with that.
Yeah. I think being in a team is a massive advantage. But let's jump in to this game here. We haven't even talked about the decks we have played, but this is a very fun matchup here. Duck Cats, we do see already starting off with that pregame Looking Glass and Spirit of Serene Fire. And what that means right now, most of the time you see, well, actually, no, we just saw another Serene Fire, but that means there's at least a high chance of the deck that Duck Cats is playing, which is Serene Fire CL.
Yes.
And specifically, this is the non-ablation version. This is the Beguiling Coup version that just plays a good package of a lot of really useful things. The deck that Killidus is on, Spirit of Serene Water, something you do see a little bit less, but very, very clearly means in this case Nico is on the way here.
Nico is really making a comeback with Sablemere because it might not have been Icebound Slam might not have made the deck, but it is a really, really important piece of it.
It is a really big attack that you get access to, but also you get all those extra lash counters from Sablemere, which lets you just push so much more aggressively in the mid game. We see Killidus with a really solid start, starting off with that Fractal of Rain, and then going down on influence compared to Duck Cats, gets to play that Gentle Respite, get the card draw into memory, and have the float.
Yeah, it's really amazing because usually you are just the one with the lower influence because not a lot of people play Serene decks.
Actually, I maybe we didn't get the card draw. I just realized we had the draw for turn, and I looked away when we were getting.
Oh, you're right. Yeah.
So I don't think we actually got the card draw. I think we might have just gotten the float, but we'll have to.
Yeah, because I think it evened out because he played.
It would have evened.
He played the Fractal of Rain and then rested that. No, he went -2. So it could have been.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because he played Fractal Rain into.
Yes.
That's what I was trying to say. That
absolutely right. Yeah.
Usually it's guaranteed, but this time Killis really had to sequence it in a way where he guarantees that gentle respite.
Yeah,
draw.
absolutely. And it makes sense. I don't think you'd play it if you didn't get
Yeah.
that card draw in this situation. We do see that Frosthorn Paladin coming down from Killis as well, and just starting to put that aggressive line in. Now, the Water Nico Water Nico deck these days plays a lot more like an Allies deck, even
Yeah.
using cards like Tweedledee, Contrarian Poet, which is a card that a lot of people thought was quite bad until now. Like, every Nico deck plays this
It's
in
a
in a
really
3
strong
of.
card, yeah.
It's a very powerful ally. Going into Duckhat's turn now, Duckhat's at the end of turn goes for that Creative Shock to try and get that floating memory value, but Killis has the response with this Dredging Streams in the main board. And I think that is a card that we're seeing a lot more of starting to show up in Water decks right now because it is very effective against Water Diana, and it's very effective against these Fire level 3 decks.
Yeah, absolutely. It is. Excuse me. It is a really, really powerful card, and you kind of love to see it, but Duckhats is also having a pretty good game here, playing that fast gear. Unfortunately, not being able to recover because Killis is really good at keeping his influence low while producing a lot of value.
Yeah, like I have to point out the fact that the Grand Crusaders and came out, but it wasn't popped.
Yeah.
Right? Like that right there shows you how much Killis is respecting the influence matching game that both
Yeah.
players are trying to play here, and that denying that recover 4 on that fast gear by staying lower on influence might actually be something that is extremely relevant as we get to the later stage of the game, especially as Killis is going to try to force that Spirit of Serene Fire to get popped.
Yeah.
Because in CL, when the Spirit of Serene Fire gets used to recover, that shuts off the Foe Awakening.
Yes.
The Foe Awakening
It's
needs,
devastating.
needs to go
Yeah.
away. It needs to go away.
You have to force it as soon as possible because you're basically taking a win condition away from CL.
Yeah.
If you can force that away, it's gone. It also makes you use the Creative Shock. It makes you unable to use the Creative Shock, and Reduce to Ash is also gone, which is a pretty good card in this matchup as well.
Yeah, and like there are still a pile of these cards. We even see a one of Intensified Pyre in the CL deck that, again, could be a very relevant card as the game goes later, especially because this is a mill deck that you're playing into, right? So that graveyard is going to fill up. Killis is still playing pretty slow here. They're going for that backup charger, not needing to level and holding on to this entire hand as the turn gets passed back over to Duckhats, who then goes for a Flomsorcell line to try and get these Omens banished and then try and get to draw a Flomsorcell, acting like an extra Creative Shock here, as we did have a Gentle Respite discarded, which matched the reserve cost of the Omened Creative Shock.
Yeah, and then banishing a Creative Shock as well. So a lot of 3 costs in this deck. It's kind of like how a lot of people have been playing it for Rictus Tiding.
Yeah, there it is.
Exactly. Like managing your costs for it to, like, you obviously don't care too much about it being 8 because you still get to see 2 cards and pick one. But if you manage to hit that sweet spot of the likelihood of you getting a total reserve cost of 8 is really good. If you see, that's why you get the maximum amount of value out of Rictus Tiding. And that's why we've seen more and more decks play 4-cost things. 4-cost allies, 4-cost Luxem Zenders.
Yeah, and it's not just 4-cost too. You can match 5 and 3. You can match 6 and 2, and there are a lot of ways for Rictus Tiding to get value. But here it was just a look at the top 2 and choose to keep the Crystallized Destiny over the Resolute Stand, which I thought was actually an interesting decision point to have to decide how is my opponent going to pressure damage on me here. But Duckhat's valuing the Crystallized to stop things like the Icebound Slam or the Lash counters, then following up with a Dungeon Guide, going straight into being able to level to Ciel Mirage's Grave and hitting that Liminal Guide.
Yeah, this is the ideal turn of events for Duckhats. He is rid of a lot of those fire cards that would have been necessary. He had to play before he has to lose the Serene Spirit of Fire. But now he's level 3, so having to use that Serene Spirit of Fire is so far away.
This is level 3 CL versus Spirit of Serene Water.
Yeah.
Which is actually really important, because if that damage comes at Killis fast enough, there is no way to pop the Spirit of Serene Water and not lose the game.
I don't think you can lineage release unless you have a level above it anyway. So
I worded that line very carefully, so it's true no matter what you thought.
Yeah. Very smart, Dan. And it seems that Duckhats is just attacking into the Frostward Paladin, I
Yeah, I mean, you have two guides. You can deal 2 damage to the Frosthorn. End of turn Omen, deal 2
Yep.
from CL Mirage's Grave, which takes the Frosthorn off the board. But in this case,
But-
Killers is going to actually respond.
Fracturize into the refracting missile just to take out the Dungeon Guide. Okay, Carter
Oh no,
is.
that's way worse.
Oh, it's so much worse because now 2 allies died. The Duckheads gets to recover 2, and Carter cleaves the board, which means both Face and the Frostborn Paladin get hit.
Yeah, in this case, Duckhats is only at, I think, 4 influence total here, but wow, what a position to be in, already being at CL level 3, getting that guaranteed unpreventable damage, and having a Carter getting to cleave the board, do some extra recovery as well to take the edge off of some of that damage that was dealt here. Killidus needs, it's time to level. Like, you
Yep.
cannot sit at level 0 Spirit anymore.
Yeah, and so here goes the level up to 20 life because Nico is a Guardian.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the magic of playing a Nico deck because on level 2 you're at the same life total as most level 3 decks. So you're not too worried and not too upset that you do not have that level 3
Because of the serene
because
recovery,
of the
right?
serene recovery.
Yeah,
yes.
yeah, exactly. You're better. You have technically more life than a lot of 25 like
Yep.
champions.
You have more life than Goja.
At level 1, yeah, true. At level 1,
Yeah.
it's a pretty powerful, and the reason why this Nico deck does get a lot of I mean, multiple reasons people like Nico,
Like
but
Nico, yeah.
one of them is the life total. And in this case, we see the Tweedledee coming down here as well, getting that damage in there, and then that's going to, on hit, reduce the power, but still leave a 0-4 Taunter, which is going to be a problem for CL, because CL does need to try and find ways around the damage. Now, Beguiling Coup, obviously, is what this version of CL uses that can redirect around these Taunters, but it still is at least a nice ally to have here, as Killidus needs to start trying to force the game back into his favor.
Yeah, absolutely. Heavy Swing is a pretty solid card to play just to deal the damage here. Then it will be able to be omened and used for Beguiling Coup.
Yeah, exactly. And seeing that Tweedledee now, it's like it's time to heavy swing
Oh.
right now. But actually, the Song of Frost coming out
Yeah.
from Killidus to end the combat. That heavy swing is gone, but it still does get omened.
Yeah, it is annoying for it to be negated, but that's why CL is so powerful and so valuable that you still get value off of those negated cards if they don't get banished.
Now, in this match, we didn't get a chance to talk about much earlier, that there is a distinct advantage that Nico has. Even though things look kind of dire right now, Nico has the ability to be able to mill Duckhats out.
Yeah.
Right? The amount of recovery that Duckhats gets from things is going to prevent some amount of that edge of that mill, but eventually the power of Nico is that even if you can recover the damage, eventually you will mill out of the game as long as Killidus can just stay in it as long as possible.
Yeah. And he's doing pretty fine right now because now he has that Tweedledee. It will be taunting. He has the Magebane Lash, so he can start dealing at least damage, and he can recover from every time. So the magical
Yes.
part about Magebane Lash is it doesn't prevent the damage, it recovers. So every time Duckhats targets Nico with the Omen trigger, the CL level 3 trigger, the 2 unpreventable damage, Killidus just gets to recover it back. So that is, it basically fully negates CL level 3.
Yeah, and here we have the Sablemere Warden's Grip coming out. This is huge because this is the recently added Proxy's Vault card that can be activated from the material deck if the opponent has at least 3 cards in
Yep.
their graveyard. And now this is going to give Killidus an opportunity to be able to basically put that entire hand down if he wants to. It wants to go as deep as possible.
Crystallized Destiny's gone and it's a one-off in the main deck, so it's gone forever.
Ooh, that's huge. But when using the Sablemere, going to get to put X Lash counters onto Nico as well as get that Icebound Slam in.
Yeah.
And getting those Lash counters is going to create an incremental mill effect as Killidus continues to hit Duckhats, which will start to wear Duckhats out of the game, even if all the damage can't be dealt. At some point, that Ravishing Finale can come down and just close it.
Yeah, it is. It can both do the damage and the mill Duckhats out at the same time. You know, there could be a 2 ways to lose kind of magical situation. Yeah, the Grand Sonnery coming out, taking care of that Tweedledee. It does deal 4 damage, I believe, because of the heavy swing, creative shock, and the Flumstar Cell. It is
Flumstar
more
Cell,
than 10. So that Grand Sonnery is a 4 power, 3 durability sword. Now down to 2 durability.
So what's going on with this Magebane Lash? Like you said, whenever non-combat damage is dealt, we get a recovery effect from the Magebane Lash,
Yeah.
right? So that's making it so that CL Mirage's Grave can't actually really push the win con to happen. Foe Awakening can't push the win con
Yep.
anymore, right? And now the Temptations Facade comes down. And this now provides a layer of protection for the cards that can target the Regalia and get rid of it. Now they have to target Temptations Facade first before that Magebane Lash can be hit. And we
Yep.
continue to see Duck Hats able to build this wall that is very difficult, or sorry, Killadus to build this wall
Killadus to
that
build this
Duck
wall.
Hats is unable to get through, because following this, we can have the Vapor Jet Shield coming down again to prevent damage, not unpreventable damage, but prevent other sources of damage.
Combat, right?
Yeah.
Because Magebane Lash is preventing non-combat damage, so then the Vapor Jet Shield will recover from the combat damage.
Right.
Which means that the chip damage that Duck Hats can do with his little guides and Carter even, because if you don't have another ally to sacrifice for Carter, it is just a 2/3 ally.
Yeah.
2/4?
2/3.
2/3 ally.
2/3 natural, yeah. Yeah, and so this is Killadus really just taking time there, and we did see the pop of the Sable Mirror as well that turn. I didn't see the total number that was utilized for the lash counters on there. 6. We're at 6 now, I think. The number
Yeah,
off to the
we
side
are
there.
at 6 lash counters, so
so
it was 5.
6 lash counters is a pretty respectable amount so far. That's
Scary.
making the Magebane Lash is a 6 power weapon right now. which is
Yeah, and
pretty crazy.
for durability, 6 power,
Yeah.
very very weak. So people like
very weak. Not good.
it lives. It's almost at the same power as the more dread weapon. Oh,
Ooh, yeah.
Love to see the Manchom Armoire coming out from the cats. I always trip up on these French names.
It is really difficult, and I won't say that I'm great at them either. But the armoire is huge here. Ciel can get a quick little change of clothes, change of scenery, able to swap a card on hand with one in the omens here, which could be huge for being able to make plays like get that heavy swing back to try and push the game back into Duck Hat's favor before Killadus's wall has been fully built.
Yeah, but that Fractalize is going to hamper Duck Hats' gameplay. He cannot. It's a lot harder to get through that wall now.
Yeah.
Because that is -4 damage from every single attack he can even do.
Yeah, fracturizing the Grand Stone Array means that it can no longer be used alongside this Beguiling Coup. Now we have the Coup and the heavy swing, right? So
Yes.
Coup's able to put itself into omens, bring the heavy swing out, and end up with a hefty 7 damage attack coming in, then plus the buff of the Servile Possessions Mastery, so up to a 9 damage attack.
Yeah, but there won't be 2 damage coming in from the swapping of the Omen.
Yeah, it
of the
comes
coup,
in, but then it
because
recovers.
Yeah, so basically, it evens out. Yeah, sure, you get the 2 unpreventable, but then you immediately recover it. So it is only the attack damage. Luckily for Duck Hat, the Vapor Jet Shield is not on board yet, so it's not linked, no
And-
prevention, and there is
Oh.
a Serene Spirit of Water forced out.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah, it had to, because otherwise Killadus would have been way too close to some shenanigans that Duck Hat
Yeah,
could
oh, I mean,
that
you
theoretically
gotta
saved
do it.
for
You
the
gotta do
story.
it. The damage is on. You
Yep.
might as well pop it right now. And of course, the difference between the Nico deck and other decks that use Serene Spirit is that when you lose your Serene Spirit, you still have a Water Element champion in Nico level 1. So water is not shut off at all for Killadus anymore, which is something we normally talk about in these matches when Serene's popped. But that does mean now that, again, Killadus is able to just tank some more of this damage, continuing to try and set up that way to get something like a Lethal Ravishing Finale off. And we do have some float in the yard, right? So, like, it's getting closer and closer, but you need to play around the defensive cards. But like you pointed out earlier, Clem, that Crystallized Destiny, that one of, it's already gone now.
Yeah, it is. It is really scary that your biggest protection, that Duck Hats chose that over the Resolute Stand. So he clearly values it more, and it being gone might be devastating, but we really have to see on how this goes, because Ravishing Finale wouldn't hit through. I think that's the biggest thing that Crystallized Destiny is good for. Oh, Spalling Cleanse.
Okay.
Recovering 3, because there are no Sheen counters around.
Unfortunately for all the Merlin fans out there, no Fractured Memory is in play right now. Yeah, it is tough though. Like, thinking about it as well from the angle of how, as Killadus here, how do you actually get a lethal line that Duck Hats can't stop? And the problem is Duck Hats runs, of course, like a lot of CL decks do, Abnegation.
Yep.
It's a staple in here because it's just a huge chunk of recovery. And having that Abnegation means that even if you're able to get that Ravishing Finale off, just recover down to 0,
Yeah.
and then you don't even have to mill very much after it lands.
Yeah, it's tough. It's it's not a good situation to be in.
I mean both players are still just kind of trying to
Yeah.
find their opening to be able to close it.
Yeah.
And Duckhats has definitely been pushing a little more readily into it, but Killidus's influence is massive right now.
Yep.
And has a lot of ways to play the game and
Oh,
going
there
actually
it is.
there's the
Icebound Slam coming out. Everyone's favorite. This is banned.
it's a banned card.
You cannot play this card. No, you just cannot be in your main deck, but you can play Sablevere and Generated. That I believe that is more than certainly 8 from the Icebound Slam plus
then
6.
six-
From the Mageblade Lash. That's a casual 14 damage in one swing. That is very close to forcing Duckhats to Lineage release here.
Yeah, we have the Lineage release, potentially an Abnegation in hand here as well, but the issue is you do push Duckhats into this Chalice of Blood.
That card is so good. I think there was a time where it was kind of forgotten, but now that CL is so common, people are bringing it back and drawing 2 cards in CL for just, it's basically 20 damage is not that much. You still have a buffer, and as long as you're on 1 life, you're still alive.
We have a Rictus
Oh, we're at a
Tiding,
Rictus
finding a
Tiding.
Regal Inquisition. And taking the Regal, a way to kind of clear the way to try and go for a kill, or at least try and find some of the things that would kill you back.
But it's more cards in the graveyard.
It
for
is.
Killidus.
It is. It is.
Duckhats' influence has really crept back up.
Well, it's that Chalice of Blood.
Yeah.
It was getting like pretty low where it seemed like Killidus was going to have quite an advantage, but pushing Duckhats into the range of activating the Chalice of Blood then ended up bringing it right back where now I think they're both on a pretty even footing on influence, but it's just a matter of who's going to be able to take this long game. And we think of CL as the long game king, but these are both Guardian champions. And Guardians across the board are the long game kings.
Absolutely. Like, they are, and queens. I believe that Nico is pretty good at keeping herself safe as well.
True. Kings and queens of the long game, exactly. It looked like maybe the Maxim Armoire is about to be popped. Are we considering that here? Maybe grabbing the Beguiling Coup back and trying to punch in again? Or maybe we didn't actually pop it yet. Looks like we didn't.
But I believe that Duckhats does have a Grim Pastiche in his hand. Would you play that Grim Pastiche on the Coup to copy it and then swap into a heavy swing?
Coup is not an attack card, or not an action card, so you can't do it. It's a non-skill action that you can play with the Grim Pastiche.
That's why I always forget and swap it around the non-action.
Sure.
Which also is when.
But here we'll just
another
play,
heavy
we'll just
swing.
play a heavy swing right
No
out of
need
hand
to swap
instead.
around.
Yeah, we're going to mess around. And we are going to see that Song of Frost
again?
coming down again. Man, I mean, you get the Song of Frost out just fine, and you have the Armoire, and you have the heavy swing, but there was a thought, I'm sure, of going Regal first to try and clear the way, try and get this to land. But it's still, the thing is, I don't think was lethal. 6, 7, 8, 9. You'd only we're at 25 now too. So yeah, it wasn't even lethal. You don't need to go for the Regal yet. You just push it out, start trying to empty out Killidus's answers for things, because again, we have long game advantage. We have the Armoire. We can keep on going. Keep on trucking.
There's no abnegation in hand though.
There is no abnegation. CL, though, is now at 6 omens, which means Omen Bringer's ability to activate any of those omens at fast speed is online, and that could be massive.
Yeah, that Carter could come back out and retaliate.
Is that a Stillwater Patrol? 3 Stillwater Patrols? Yeah, the cat hunter. The cat hunter. no cats to worry about here.
Yeah, that is such a smart play. I never would have thought about playing Stillwater Patrol just to take care of the cats, or to take care of all of these stealth allies that are around. Like we saw Shimmer Cloak Assassin.
Yep.
But it's genius. All right, Intensified Pyre. That is I believe that is more than 8 cards in Killidus's graveyard.
I'd say it's more than 8. I think this is in response to the Vaporjet Shield that we're seeing here. I believe. So
I believe yes, because then there's no damage prevented, but 2 recovered still. So it's gonna deal 4 damage essentially.
And then we have the pop of the Spirit of Serene Fire. Now, Duckhats' hand is totally down.
Yeah.
That is a very dangerous position to be in here, but Killis is just ready to... Again, this is like this long game plan, right? Having this Magebane Lash with the 8 Lash counters it has, it's just a simple attack for 8 that Nico does by just turning sideways, right? By resting the champion, it's 8 damage coming in, forcing Duckhats to continue to release everything that Duckhats has at his disposal to be able to handle this, and it does seem like the long game is heading towards Killidus here, but if Killidus can't close with that last 6 damage here, Duckhats might have a chance still.
Yeah, but Killidus also does have a big grip of cards. He has a Thronekeeper Bullfrog, which is taunt, which would give him at least one more turn to set up and deal 6 damage to Duckhats, which is not that crazy and not that impossible. He also has a Cerulean Decree in hand.
Yeah, there definitely are options. That's, Water's advantage here in this matchup too, where both players have released their Spirit of Serene, but one player still has access to their basic element, and the basic element they have is really good in the late game specifically.
Yeah, and it was very much needed as well for Killidus to have access to water. Otherwise, he would not be surviving strong long.
But here's a good card, right? We do have the Devouring Malice coming down. How many are we losing? I think just a single one. Going to go for that 3 damage, recover 3.
Unfortunate Grim Prestige.
Oh, that card's good.
Yeah, it's not the one you want to see go, but now...
So the combination of 3 damage from Devouring Malice, then we can activate Beguiling Coup using Omen Bringer to be able to swing in for, that'd be 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and then 2 damage at end of turn. There is
no
a
2 damage.
No.
Oh, wait, because you recover
2
after.
damage. The recover will happen after it's dealt.
Yeah.
All you have to do is get to 23.
But isn't it, so it's 1 damage from Malice?
No, it's unpreventable.
You still recover it. It's not an that's why it's so good.
Oh, so Malice, the Malice recovery happens.
No, so
in
it's
response to the trigger.
But after the
in response to the trigger.
But you still recover. Like there's no way for the Malice not to deal 3 damage and not recover.
The recover trigger goes on the stack, and you respond to the recover trigger with the 3 more damage. That does work. It does.
I see the math.
It does
indeed. You're saying the same thing of it's just the triggers at the.
Yeah, you just don't let the recovery resolve.
Yeah. All right. So it seems
there's
the heavy swing.
There is a line. Yeah. Here's the
line is
here's
coming
the swing.
Through.
We go to end of turn. Omen, deal 2 damage in response to recovery. Activate Devouring Malice, and I think we're there.
Yeah, I think that is probably it. All right. So take 2. Ravishing Finale is a very...
Or is Devouring Malice's damage unpreventable? Because if it's not, then that changes the math here. But
yeah,
oh, gonna activate the Armor in response. It doesn't matter. We activate the Armor.
It's still 2 more damage, yeah.
Duckhats found the line. This is crazy. To be able to take that game from being so close to losing, push to the edge here. Is there a Spalling Cleanse? Killidus needs a Spalling Cleanse right now to survive this, and doesn't have
no Spalling Cleanse. Also, the Devouring Malice is not unpreventable.
It's not
but
unpreventable.
It doesn't matter because CL is unpreventable.
Yeah, exactly. So that is game 1 going to Duckhats on CL. Mirage's Grave, the Beguiling Coup version. Crazy line.
Despite everything from Killidus, all the trigger stacking is really this is what we're talking about of game knowledge.
Yeah.
Just stack your activations properly in top of triggers, and then technically it doesn't matter that they can recover it. It doesn't prevent the damage.
Yep, as long as you stack enough of them together, right? You just do enough damage that way. So, again, clearly showing the experience, the skill that these players have. Both were trying to navigate a tough Guardian, not a mirror match, but a 2 Guardian match. Guardian versus Guardian, trying to navigate it as best as they could, and Duckhats was just able to find that line to get through the wall Killidus put up in basically the very last possible moment.
Yeah, it was. Killidus did everything. I think perfectly. They did everything that he could to survive, but unfortunately, it just wasn't enough. Now, I want to look at sideboards real quick, because both of these players will sideboard really quickly. I want to look at Duckhats first, because I'm so excited to see Peaceful Reunions in here. You're just 100% coming in.
Oh, yeah. Peaceful Reunion is so powerful in the pastiche version of CL, because you get to do the thing that always felt like it would be way too broken.
Yeah.
But you can play Peaceful on their turn at fast speed using Grim Pastiche. So it doesn't affect you, but it does affect them.
Yeah.
Which feels pretty good.
Yeah, there's no peace there. That's what
Yeah, like this is my style of peace.
Yeah, this is I get to do what I want.
Trade
you are
offer.
peaceful though.
I hit you, you don't hit me.
Exactly. But that intensified pyre is also going to be coming in, I think.
Oh yeah, that again, like having that pyre
Yeah.
would have made that another pyre would have made that end phase.
Yeah,
turn,
the
like,
stacking.
stacking things so much
Yeah.
easier. Yeah, I mean, I think those are huge. I don't think Heavenly Guide makes any sense here. Blanche doesn't make any sense. The extra crystallized, I'd
yeah.
say. The extra crystallized.
Esther Crystal and Feebling Warp, I think, is going to be coming in just because it's just good against water. Like the risk of them having response, Song of Frost twice is massive and is just too good not to force their hand down on your winning turn.
Yeah, absolutely. From Killidus' side, maybe the Frozen Dismissals, right? As a way to stop Dungeon Guides and stop Carters from coming down. Again, you're trying to tax the fire deck out a little
Yeah.
bit, get them. You want to have that superior influence game. And as soon as Duck Cats drew back and had more influence again, the tides turned.
Yeah.
So trying to play to that strength is maybe good. I'm trying to decide. I don't think I like Extricating Touch because it just gets
Yeah,
owned,
no,
right? Whatever you take just gets
It's his
owned.
omen, yeah, and it gets eventually back into Duck Hats' hand. Like it doesn't matter if you take a good card, they will omen it and armor it back. If you take a bad card, they don't care.
Well, yeah. The reason, though, you might still think about Extricating Touch is to just target their hand in the same way that decks that can go to Regal, can play Regal Inquisition would play Regal. You just say, I'm going to get rid of your answers right now so I can try and finale.
Yeah, you have to force your hand.
Yep.
That's true. It's
So that's
good
the,
mind tricks.
That's the one thing I think you would really think about here. But we do see our players resolving their initial Spirit of Serene water draws, deciding what they're glimpsing, deciding what they're putting on the bottom.
Yeah, they have to resolve the glimpses in turn order. So Killidus going for his glimpsing first, putting 3 on the bottom, drawing 3 cards. So it's a perfect half-half on what he wanted to keep. And for Duck Hats, I believe he kept only 1 card.
Keeping 1, yeah. Ditching the rest. Let's
Gambling.
see if Killidus can get off to maybe a bit of a better start this game and get a little momentum going. Yeah,
But
pretty-
Sponsors are cool. Oh, that's a really solid hand for Duck Hats here. Playing 3. Yeah, that's Unmade Duality. That's what you want to do. I think this is the day's first Unmade Duality, though. We've been going strong for.
And it might be the game's
Wow,
last
man.
Unmake Duality.
No, I'm sure we'll
not
see. I'm sure
this
point
weekend,
for
yes.
this,
But
yes.
after this event, we'll see. We'll see where that goes. But yeah, that Unmake Duality is going to be a huge boon for Duck Hats now.
Yeah.
Able to just get rid of that Looking Glass to immediately draw 2. Going really high up. On the plus side, I think Gentle Respite would hit now. I'm pretty sure Gentle
The
Respite
Gentle
from
Respite,
Killidus
yeah,
should hit.
it would be really good now, and because Duck Hats went second and had the Unmake Duality, so he's pretty positive in influence. He also does have the Abnegation this time.
And now we see Killidus going just for a backup charger, activate backup charger, and fracturize the power cell in Wreck, just kind of setting up, right, to have this stronger line. I think I maybe saw a refracting missile in hand as well, so going to be able to set up for that to do more damage, and getting that float in there for that Frosthorn Paladin to banish, gets a buff counter, and is able to start aggressing a little bit, needs to take control of the game as quickly as possible.
But that's a really good hand for Killidus. There's the Ravishing Finale. Has another Frostborn. Has a Song of Frost that has at least 1 Song of Frost. So he is set up to protect himself and deal damage while he can, although he does need some floating memory to be able to level up or use that Frostborn Paladin. He needs to level up to build up counters for that Ravishing Finale, or he needs the floating memory for the Frostborn Paladins to eat. That Unmake Duality omened, so Duck Hats did nothing, right? He drew past, which is scary, I think.
I mean, yeah, that typically means, we're playing a fire level 3 deck. We're trying to play Creative Shock. In this case, it's Flom Sorcel, like you pointed out earlier. Another reason that Unmake Duality is so good is it is a 3 cost, and we have things like Gentle Respite in the deck, which I think we see right there in the hand, at the top of the hand, that are really, really excellent discards to Flom Sorcel where you're trying to match the reserve cost.
Yeah. The 3 is, I think, the most common cost in Grand Archive.
It is, yeah.
Refracting Missile to face.
Yeah,
That's painful.
it's aggressive. We're going
Yeah.
aggressive here. It puts the float in the yard though, and then we get the Frosthorn Paladin, potentially a second Frosthorn Paladin coming
Yep,
down
there's
here
the
as well.
second one coming out.
And Killis is just playing aggressive. Like, I'm going to play an allies match. This is our typical allies game plan where you sit on Spirit, you put out your powerful Frosthorn Paladins, and you just punch as much damage as possible.
Yeah, there's a third Frostborn Paladin in his hand. Yeah,
Wow.
he is like his hand worked in his favor, where he did get all of the allies to be able to play this very aggressive game plan. Plum
Interesting.
Sorcel discarding the Gentle Respite actually does draw a card here.
Did you notice there's a Fractal of Rain in Kilidus' hand as well? Kilidus is really
No.
deciding.
Oh.
I think Kilidus wants to hold up interaction to save the Frosthorn Paladins. And
Yeah.
if CL tries to kill them, I think he's going to song them to keep them alive, to keep his his aggression up.
Yeah, he's absolutely just going to push as much damage with these allies as he can. I think is, like you were saying, it can go towards the more ally-based game plan, and that is 100% what we're seeing from Killdis right here.
Yeah, this is a matchup now. It's going to come down to whether or not Duck Hats is able to get to a safe position.
Yeah.
And I have not been able to tell, because of the glare on the sleeves here, if we have a Frozen Dismissal that was sided in, because that would feel pretty good in this scenario, I think, to prevent Duck Hats from getting an easy level there with the Dungeon Guide. I actually, maybe the influence is too high already, though.
Yeah, I am not quite sure about it.
You need to
Because-
have an influence of 8 to be able to pay for and I think we do, yeah. But it doesn't
Yeah.
matter. We're not playing a Dungeon Guide anyway, but we have a
Oh,
critical
there's it. There's it.
There, okay,
Yeah.
This could be a
Who
walk-in.
knows? Yeah.
This could be walking into it, actually.
Oh, all right. There's a heavy swing coming out. So no,
Oh,
Duck
not-
Hats is playing around. No, Duck Hats is what he's playing around it.
Yep. Here it is. This is
The heavy
exactly what
swing.
Kilidus was playing for, though. That heavy swing
Yeah.
coming down, and you're going to see the Song of Frost
Coming
negate that.
out. Yeah, it's going to be negated. Comes back as an omen, but no damage dealt to any Frostborn or face. So it is still very, very good, preventing basically 2 cost prevent 6 damage. It's a crystallized destiny.
Duck Hat's being hands down right now.
It's
Kilidus can Sable Mirror. Kilidus was keeping this for Sable Mirror to grab Icebound Slam, which I think then hits in for just enough to force the pop of the Spirit of Serene Fire.
yeah, but he does need to level up still.
Oh, you're
Before
right. He's
Sable
not
Mirror,
Nico.
yeah, he's
no,
Nico,
he's
that's the
not Nico
point,
yet.
yeah.
That was so close.
It could have been.
Yeah,
I think
yeah.
that could be his future plans. Unbroken Mustang going to the bottom. He could be his future plans, but he does need that Nico bonus. Otherwise, Sable Mirror would be basically just a guaranteed Icebound Slam.
Yeah. Yeah, still a Nico here, so that's tricky. You can activate Sable Mirror, but then you can't activate Icebound Slam. It goes to memory,
Yeah.
number 1, and then you need to pay more, too. So this is potentially, I mean, I think Kilidus just wants to do as much damage as possible, right? It's like,
Yeah,
the problem is the amount of damage needed, though, is like you need Icebound Slam.
Yeah, and it's going up every single turn. And once Duck Hats does hit level 3, next turn most likely, the Abnegation is online, recover 8, and then all of this work will be undone with one fell swoop.
And if you push not to 25, but to 20, you just turn on Chalice of Blood again.
Yes.
And then bring Duck Hats to just sweep up another giant hand and come right back into the game.
Yeah, but you cannot risk giving pushing Duck Hats past 20 if you're not killing him this turn.
This is, oh man, what a tough position to be in here. There's the Fractal of Rain coming down.
So that is going to start milling, probably kill this in preparation
Yeah.
for a mill out for Duck Hat.
We're not at the point where we want to give free float to Duck Hats
Yeah,
or
it-
anything.
The risk is too high. There's a lot of good regalia that cost at least 1. Oh, no, Duck Hat's raw leveling up, so no Chalice yet. Obviously, with 17 damage counters,
Yep.
it's
Ooh, hit the
not
Carter.
a problem. Carter.
Hitting the
yeah,
Carter,
That is
though.
perfect.
That might have
really
been the
good.
best hit in Duck Hat's hand right now, because
Yeah.
that's a scary card right now.
Even without any allies on board, you don't
I-
you don't want to see that on the other side.
Kilidus does have another Song of Frost in hand, and that's really clutch too, because if there was another Carter trying to cleave the board, would 100% get Song of
Yeah.
Frosted right away. So the dungeon guide's still in hand. I think that was an interesting line to think about here too. But here we just have the Beguiling Coup. The Beguiling Coup
But
coming in.
now Killis has to decide, does he Song of Frost this or something else that can potentially happen? Like, is he going to prepare for an even bigger attack? Because the risk is massive. Like, Song of Frosting this, sure, is pretty good. and it prevents a lot of damage, but it also leaves him vulnerable.
And this is tough too. We're attacking a Frostborn Paladin with this, but if the Song of Frost is activated in response, Duck Hat uses the intent activation of Beguiling Coup, which Omens does 2 damage to the Frostborn Paladin anyway, and then end of turn, Omens does 2 more damage and takes the Frostborn Paladin out. It's basically impossible to not lose a Frostborn Paladin to this turn, but we cannot lose both of them, maybe, is what I think he's going to go for here.
This saves more, and we might. All right, Grand Prestige being put down.
We're just gonna use the activation here. Exactly what you're saying. Going to go ahead and Omen the Beguiling Coup, putting the Heavy Swing in instead, and then getting most importantly the Omen trigger from CL Mirage's Grave to deal 2 unpreventable to that Frostborn Paladin.
Yeah. And there it is. There's a 2 unpreventable pointing at the Frostborn here. Abnegation online. That is.
Yep, end of turn Omen there. That Frostborn Paladin is down. Duck Hats, like you said, Clem, sitting on that Abnegation, also sitting on a Resolute stand.
Yeah, so I think Duck Hats is waiting to see which one he's going to do, because he can just wait with Abnegation. It's a 2-cost fast, recover 8. So if Killis really pushes him, that is when he will start. He will play that Abnegation.
And possibly can just save the Abnegation, use the Resolute if it looks like Killis is trying to go wider, although that's I think kind of a weird scenario that likely won't come up. I think the Abnegation is the easy one to throw out here. So Killis just has to play around this. This is a case where the Extricating Touch would be interesting.
Yeah.
You Extricating Touch, name the hand, and you're like, okay, force the Abnegation to come down, and then you can play the rest of your turn out.
Yeah, and because then Dog Hats is back to being hands down. No response to anything. That means Sablemere and not Ravishing. Sablemere into Icebound Slime into Ravishing Finale, potentially.
Yeah, and we have just 3 cards in hand, unfortunately, so we're only going to pay 3 and not get any lash counters, which is not ideal. We really want those lash counters.
You hate to see that, because this way kill this. That's no, we don't. The Fractal. All right, there's 2 counters.
Tricked. Yep.
It's not even like hidden, right? Because the counters from them, or the indicators from them, are on there.
Hey, let me feel better about it. I was tricked. I was bamboozled by those Fractals.
Bamboozled. Yeah, there is the abnegation from Duck Hat, seeing that the Icebound Slime is going back to hand and be the enemy.
I'm just going to do this right now before you recollect. It's like very, very, very smart, because again, like Frostbind, or we saw Tidal Lock in here, would completely shut that down and be a serious problem for Duck Hat. So very smart to use that proactively here. And yeah, we got to get back into this game, right? Killis is like, I need to crawl back in here, so I am going to Icebound Slam right now.
Slam the hand down.
I'm just going to do 8 damage. Want to see the Magebane Lash if we want to see this game go on longer, Clem. We need that Magebane Lash to come down on Killis' side, but right now, at the very least, we're going to see Killis pushing the damage into Duck Hats, for continuing to try to force him into the corner, force him to not have an opportunity to draw enough to come back to the game, and that Magsum Armor comes down, giving Duck Hats those options, like we saw in the last game, could be lethal just having that in play anyway.
Yeah, it could. I mean, I think even like this, Duck Hats is probably looking to push as much damage as he can before all the Nico shenanigans truly come through. Because so far, it's only been Sablemere. It's only been 1 turn, so he can still attack through everything. Yep, there is 2 damage dealt to the Frostborn Paladin. So this attack can just go to face. But then the intercept doesn't trigger because it's rested.
Right.
So this means with 1 fell swoop, the Hats is dealing 8 damage, 9 damage to kill this, and clearing board.
Yep, it's 6 from the attack, 1 from the coup, and 2 from the mastery. Able to target directly and still activate that Beguiling Coup in order to deal that unpreventable from the Mirage Grave trigger. So it's like, just to make sure, because it was like it all happened really fast.
Yeah, that it all just happened and damage was dealt. Duck Hats was deciding between whether to bring Abnegation or Heavy Swing back, but choosing Abnegation.
I mean, I think that's huge, because in 2 more turns, that CL Omen Bringer is online again. And having Abnegation and Omens is pretty big.
Yeah.
We do see Duck Hats passing the turn now with only 2 cards in hand. 1 is a Resolute stand, right? And that's pretty relevant.
That's all that matters, I think, in this case, where we see, all right, Magebane Lash coming out. So no more 2 unpreventable damage from CL, unless you respond to the recover trigger.
Respond to the triggers. But we have the Magebane Lash now is a 3 power 4 durability weapon currently. And we're going to see Killidus still sitting on that Ravishing Finale from earlier, now with a lot of float to use it. And this is where the Ravishing
And
Finale
there's the
comes
Ravishing
down.
Finale. I'd want to.
I don't think the Resolute Stand matters, Clem.
Yeah.
I don't think it does.
I also don't think so, because that's what 18.
This is basically, it's a 6 damage base plus 3 from the Mage Bane Lash. The Resolute Stand can prevent 3, but it's 6 damage base, going to send Duck Hats to 24 damage counters. When that triggers, that's a mill of 48 plus 3 from the Lash counters as well.
Yeah, I think that guy is counting to see if Resolute Stand is going to save him here or not.
Actually, it should be higher.
I
think we don't
'cause
have the
6.
Lash counter triggers from Ravishing Finale, banishing the floating memory cards. So I think goes to 5, which I think is a mill of 52.
But then, but Duck Hat still
We
has
have the
the
recovery,
spirit,
the spirit,
Serene
we have the
Spirit,
spirit, yep.
and the Resolute Stand. Oh,
The stand
Duck
prevents
Hat's
3. We go to
thinking
12. Yeah, I
prevent 3, recover that down to 12. That is.
because we were at 2 Lash counters plus 1 for the turn, so we still need to get the 2 Lash counters from Ravishing Finale. I'm pretty sure we need that, so there should be 5 Lash counters on Nico right now. But yeah, when we see that Resolute Stand, we're going to recover to 12 potentially from this.
Yeah,
Spirit Drain.
Cerulean
The
Decree. Yeah, that is lethal. There's a lethal amount of but he survives one more turn. If Duck Hats can win next turn because of the Resolute Stand skipping his draw step, he doesn't lose yet.
You're right.
He doesn't lose, so he has one more turn to win the game with the cards in his hand.
With whatever is in hand here, yeah.
Yeah. So we'll see how that goes. I think there is a chance for him to win.
Just decides to lose the deck. Actually, the entire deck gone.
He's like, all right, yeah, but I'm not drawing. So he has to deal with everything that's happening here. With the
Pops.
cards in his hand, yeah, okay, Killidus.
Killidus pops the Spirit of Serene Water as well, recovering down.
It eases the math.
Yeah,
with
yeah,
the
yeah.
hats. It
Let's
just
make
makes
this
it
simple.
easy. Yeah.
Here's the damage. You have to deal 15 with your current cards in hand, 4 omens, not 6, right?
Yeah.
Can you do it?
Okay, is there even anything he can do? He does have a lot of float, but he can only use his.
Yeah, I mean.
The Devouring Malice can only be used once. Because he only has
One-
one wake up. No, next. No.
It could be used twice.
No, because he cannot respond to draw.
You can materialize and respond to
Oh,
materialize and wreck.
true,
You can use it
true.
before you draw.
If
That
he
does
doesn't
get 2 uses, and he puts exactly 2 counters on the Devouring Malice. Like, I've got
True,
2 uses of
true.
this thing anyway.
He can use it
now-
2 times.
Not that it matters, because each ability on Devouring Malice can only be used 1 time.
Yeah, but he can take 8 unpreventable damages.
What a play, Clem. What a play. We're going to take 8 unpreventable.
Draw 2 and lose because
Draw
of
from
enough
an
time,
empty
yeah.
deck and lose. Yeah, like at the same time, a double kill on myself potentially. But can Duck Hat string anything else together here? That Pastiche is playing the Intensified Pyre.
Yeah, all right. 6 are recovering.
In response,
What?
Intensified Pyre? No way. No way.
That is
No way.
1, 2, 3 kindling it.
Kindling the pyre.
Wait.
This is this is crazy.
The Resolute Stand winning the game.
Not a shot in the world.
No.
Are we going to, in response to the triggers, Intensified Pyre twice and activate Devouring Malice?
Wait.
Actually,
oh
they're
my
lethal line!
God!
Duck Hats wins!
That Resolute Stand wins the game by not drawing a card. Skipping draw step to win is crazy. Like
The fact that the mill backfired
That-
to
yes,
allow the kindling,
yeah,
to allow the
actually.
float, to allow everything for Duck Hats to work.
wow. That is beautiful.
Unbelievable. But yes, that is a win in round 5 for
Yeah.
Duck Hats on Fire CL against Killidus. The craziest of the day, for sure.
Remember when we were talking about the beginning of the game how, yeah, these players see lines that we just don't see and we have to prepare for it? You didn't see the line for skipping draw step. I didn't see the rest of the line for stacking triggers. He just knew. He's just so experienced and so good on the deck that
Yeah.
he's like, yeah, if I do everything like this and sequence it, and actually, I skip my draw step, so your win condition is not a win condition anymore. Oh, it's so beautiful. Oh my God.
You know what? I wonder about that Cerulean Decree on the Resolute Stand. If you had held Cerulean Decree,
Oh.
was that necessary? I wonder. Again, these players are really good. The math's probably done,
Yeah.
but there are things to think about in that match for sure, because there is so much freedom in Grand Archive to be able to play out your turn the way that you want to, and that is what enables both these players to show us some absolutely insane, frankly, crazy finishes to games that we see when these players lock in and provide us with these intense lines that we can't even imagine.
Yeah, then they got more and more intense, as you could say.
The
They got
pyre
intensified.
was intensified. Absolutely, it was. Yeah, that was really crazy. But actually, I think a really good showing for both of those
Yes.
decks. Right, getting to see Nico push back so hard and have so many ways of going. Actually, I'm just gonna mill your entire deck.
Yeah,
right now.
I think it comes down to CL has been around for longer than Sablemere, and it's really just the reps and experience that you have on the deck. Because we have seen a lot of mill decks, right? Fractals famously mills you out. Old Nico also mills you out. And so Dark Hats has experience with it. Obviously, Killidus also has experience playing into CL, but I think it really is the fact that Nico is just young enough in his Sablemere form where it could be that there's a couple of rests, but also both of them played wonderfully. But like you said, the Cerulean Decree on the timings. Wonder if that could have changed anything.
Yeah, I mean, I think both players will probably be thinking through that match
Yeah.
for the rest of the day. It was such an intense game.
Yeah.
As both players were just trying to navigate down to the very last influence on these turns. Well, the last, literally the last cards in deck.
Yeah. Like Dog Hats only was able to use whatever he had in hand. Like, I know it sounds very obvious, but he had no way of getting more cards or getting a card that he wanted because there was no cards. Everything was in his graveyard, and he already used his armoire. He doesn't have any way to swap omens anymore. So it really came down to using his resources to the best of his ability and being able to like calculate and figure everything out to the T and sequence things perfectly.
Yeah, 100%. These are, again, it's just such a complicated game.
Yeah.
To see it play out on the table in such a dramatic, bombastic fashion. That is always so exciting. But yeah, of course. So what this means here is that Duck Hats does win. Is 5-0 in the event now. 5-0. What a record to have. It means you need one more win out of 4 rounds to be able to lock in.
Yeah, lock day 2. And then if you play out a couple more rounds, you're really close to locking into top 8. So that's what after every round after the 6th round, when you guarantee your day 2 is about, is do you conserve energy now so that you can play better tomorrow, or do you play to have a better showing and better standing into day 2?
Yeah, it's a pretty tough decision, but we have actually another tough decision that players make all the time is how am I going to deck out the supplies when I am playing? What sleeves, what play mats do I use? And we have a really fun interview here with Pyramid Gaming talking about some of their really cool cloth mats. So let's head right over to that.
I'm Ed Trillo. I'm the owner of Pyramid, and we are the original creators of the Artisan Field Cloth. So in 2017, the 2 owners of Core TCG at that time approached me, and they were interested in creating an accessories line, for the store. So the first thing they showed me were some cloth playmats, and they asked if I could design something like this, and I'm a product designer. Of course I could. A lot of people think, oh, you just get some cloth and you print. It's a lot harder than you think, because traditional screen print machines just cannot print on a lot of these cloths. And so that's why we hand print a lot of them with craftsmen, with master artisan printers. We really try to push the limits of finding and hunting down rare, unique fabrics, because it's not just the print and the color of the print that on our field cloths. I think a lot of people love a certain type of fabric, and so we have some for people who love thin mesh fabrics, some with very fuzzy, thick, soft fibers. And so I think our catalog is well over 100 now of different types of fabrics that we've had. We also try one-off experimental ones that are really fun, not just for us, but for collectors and enthusiasts. And so we really try to touch like the whole range and try to have something for everyone. I think anyone who makes cloth playmats would be lying if they said that Spellground was not an original inspiration. So I think, we were really inspired by what Spellground had done and the legacy they have. I remember going into Core TCG one time, they had purchased a bunch of exclusive Spellground field cloths that they were gonna take to an event. I walked in and I saw a big cardboard, stand-up of a character, and it was amazing. It might have been Lorraine, I don't know, but it was Grand Archive, and I asked Vegan, I said, what is Grand Archive? He said, oh, it's this new TCG, man. You gotta check it out, you gotta play. The artwork was just amazing, and that was the only game that Vegan and a lot of their regulars were playing. Vegan approached me and asked if we could do a design because they were vending at Worlds 2025 and he wanted an exclusive field cloth for Grand Archive for that event. I asked him if that would be okay because we were not in an official licensing agreement or anything like that. But the Grand Archive team they're probably the best ones in the planet because they understand that fan art and enthusiasm from just the players really helps the community. And so they had told Vegan and essentially us that go ham with it. We actually decided this morning the design that we were going to launch on April 3rd, we're gonna do one IRL drop at Ascent LA. So that was Vegan's call. It's going to drop on Saturday, and it was supposed to launch in tandem with a second design, but I think everyone's okay splitting it. We want to take advantage of the people who are here in Los Angeles, so they'll have a chance to get one of maybe 50 of this new design, and the rest will launch later on. So the one dropping at Ascent, first half of this tandem design is going to be Lorraine and Xander. The second one, which we are still in concept stage, but it should be ready soon, is Kong Ming. And I don't know if I should say who's on the other side of Kong Ming because it's gonna just create too much havoc and chaos. So y'all will find out soon. So I hope this gives everyone an idea of the love and the blood and sweat that we put into each field cloth. For the Grand Archive community, it's just been an amazing experience working with and for you guys. And we really appreciate the overwhelming support and love we get from the Grand Archive community. And I hope you can feel the love that we send back to you guys. Yeah. Is this where I'm supposed to dab? Wait, really? Anyway, my name is Ed. I'm from Pyramid, and I hope you enjoy Ascent LA. Really?
It's really funny. It's like getting goofy. Damn.
Did you get?
Wow, that was incredible to hear from Ed actually.
Yeah.
And I mean, I'm happy to throw in one in
You
there.
too,
For
all right.
Yeah. Clem, have you had a chance to use Pyramid?
Oh yeah,
playmats at all?
I absolutely love Pyramid playmats. My favorite is Archangel playmats. Angel Down is my second favorite, but Archangel is like a plush pillow, and I love soft things. Like my backpack is always full of plushies, and I love the fact that I can just touch and feel my playmat and be really happy. It comforts me in a way.
Sure. Yeah, I picked up my first one at Worlds last year.
Me too.
I got the drop of the Dao-Chan Guoja ones. Obviously, I'm a big Guoja fan, so I like to use that side a lot. But I wasn't a cloth mat gamer.
Yeah.
Until I picked that up, and then I started playing. I'm like, actually, this is kind of luxe. This is kind of nice.
Yeah, same.
So,
I got that, and then I was like, all right, but I want one that's darker. So I picked up the CL one from Niagara Falls, and I have a really nice Angel Down fabric, black, chroma CL playmat, and it's one of my favorite playmats. It rivals the Dreamweave mats that Grand Archive is doing, if not better, because it's a bit lighter. So I
Sure.
think a lot of people prefer the weight of it.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, they're really cool. They're really nice, and of course, when your opponent doesn't have a playmat, you get to roll them out and use
Exactly.
give them a playmat as well, which is pretty cool. But the the playmats themselves, I think people go in and out about whether or not they like the cloth material or not. But like you said, you like soft.
Soft things,
yeah. I mean, I do too, and I found that in playing with it, it did feel really nice to have those on there. Does it ever
Yep.
catch your sleeves at all when you're using it? That's something people have
No,
issues
I
with.
think I mastered the art of finding which way the fabric goes.
Oh, sure.
And as long as I do it that way, and like I make a conscious effort to make it all even and not do my shovel my cards the wrong way, and just push them towards I forgot what it's called.
The grain.
The grain. Yeah,
Yeah,
thank you.
Yeah, yeah.
In the direction the fabric grain goes.
I think that another cool thing that Pyramid does that people need to keep an eye out for is that they have very limited
Yeah.
drops, and they have those things. You mentioned it just kind of casually, but they have chromas,
Chromas,
right?
yeah.
Do you want to talk about what that means? For
Yeah,
people?
so chromas are one of one prints that are a special fabric color, the fabric itself, the fabric color, and then the print color on it with a rainbow stitching around the playmat. And it is a unique playmat that now in Akihabara they were available as well.
Mhm.
I'm not sure if they're available here, but in Akihabara they were limited behind either they weren't sold out by day 2, I believe. If you bought 6, you had a ticket to buy one, or oftentimes there's a very cool password that if you follow them on Instagram and Twitter and Facebook, you get to see that password and go up to the vendors, usually Core TCG or they're next to Core TCG, and then you get to buy a chroma.
Yeah, nice little tip for people, especially if you're here at the event. Maybe look around. Maybe there's a password. Maybe there's not.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's I think a lot to look into for people who are into cloth mats like that. So now that we're finished with a little bit of a discussion about supplies, let us head back to the match. We're actually head over to Tyler, who's going to do a nice little winners interview for you all with Duck Hats. Let's head right over there and see what they've got to say.
Are both on the Serene Fire Coup CL. You are both the highest placing so far of your team. It's kind of looking like a pretty good deck. Personally, I feel like CL is arguably the best lineage in the game.
That's lineage. Okay, debatable, but like his natural ability just to be super tanky and kill you by existing just is naturally very powerful. Like I get a lot of wins just by doing that. This time around, I know last time at regionals I was like a normal fire build. That was much more aggressive. This time I felt like that plan into Dragon wasn't the best, but I felt better off if I was going to Regal Inquisition them instead. And so far it's been working out.
Cool. So I know a lot of people really like your deck. I've been seeing the carbon copy paste of it in a lot of the online weeklies and stuff. I'm sure people would love some advice on how you're playing it. Talk to me about heavy swing versus devastating blow, because that's one of the things that people are always wondering, do I play the devastating blow because it can come in for 7 when you're level or more when you're level 3, or do you just prefer the heavy swing even though it's not a fire card?
This time around, I was honestly not going to run heavy swing at all. Sebastian persuaded me. It was the thought behind it is you can represent kill pressure early. So I know like dev blow you need to wait till level 3. Heavy swing I'm gonna send I'll get my inert sword, I'll send 10 at you right now, and then I'll make you move. Because next turn, you know that CL is gonna get his closet, get the heavy swing right back, and do it again. So if you're in lethal range, you gotta move. I can control the game that way, and it definitely helps a lot. He really came in clutch in my last game because I needed to do a lot of damage.
Yeah, Nico is just like CL. She got the Guardian life pool, and then on top of that, the Serene Spirit, while still being able to enable Water Element, makes her quite tanky. When it comes to your matchup spread overall. looking into this match specifically, how did you feel going into this when you saw that it was Nico?
I had an idea it was going to be Nico just based on Killadus' last performance. 'Cause I think he won a online regional. Like,
Won the first PTM online
nothing
regional.
to sneeze out on Nico, right? I was pretty sure it was going to be unfavored. I'm not going to lie. Like if you noticed during those games, I was doing a lot of stalling, but also like when he got the Mage Vein out, my passive ability no longer works. So now I need to actually chew through, 31 damage, and it's kind of difficult when they heal 2 every time. I try and deal 2. So that's where a lot of my deck's damage comes from.
Yeah, a lot of the deck really pushes once you're level 3. You know, you stabilize onto the level 3. You get the consistent chip damage into like a bigger finish when you want to. I guess something I was really curious about when I was watching the match, Regal Inquisition in that matchup. How do you feel about that card?
It's a nice like I'm gonna start this interaction chain off. Like I'm gonna do it. You're probably gonna negate it, but like I'm gonna just be okay with you putting cards down. It just improves my odds of trying to kill you later. Like when I played Regal Inquisition that first game, it was only just to make him put cards down and see if he would move. I was gonna let it get negated if he had negate and just send it anyways because I was probably gonna die next turn. So yeah, it was.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you really got to send it. I do have one last question for you. CL as a toolbox deck generally has one open slot in the material deck. I feel like for you that open slot was the Nullifying Lantern.
Yes.
Do you feel the same? And if so, why was it that?
You need it for Genbu and you need it for Water Diana. Shutting off Carpson Coda and Water Diana is really important. Genbu's like actually splash damage. The 2 biggest decks going into this event, Dragon, Diana, like I'm gonna come tech for one of them.
Yeah, that for sure. That makes sense. You know, the match was crazy. You know, you just talk about being unfavored. It was looking a little grim, but you really reeled it back. And then going into the second game, it looked a lot stronger. Like it looked like it was a very commanding position. You know, like you said, Killadus, well-known player, has good performances. You yourself also have great performances, especially on this deck. You've won the NorCal Regional twice now. You've topped many ascents. So, I mean, going 5-0 into the day. Last question for you: how you feeling so far?
Feeling a lot better than I did at the start of the day.
What was the first match for you?
What was my first match? What did I play against? I played against Ablation.
Ah, yeah.
And I also thought if I get high rolled, nothing stops the Ablation high roll. So we're kind of praying.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much for joining us here at the end of round 5, guys. That was Duck Hats from TM32, 5-0 on the Serene QCL. We'll see you guys shortly for round 6.
want to bring you guys a Radiant Origins booster box. Now, this is a special product in Grand Archive. It is very beautiful to celebrate and commemorate the capstone set for Grand Archive here, Radiant Origins. Now, the beautiful thing about this box is that it has more than just packs in it. This box features beautiful artwork on the front, 18 different collectible champions on there, as well as the inside of the sleeve does double as a poster for the product. Now, when you look at the booster box itself, it has more than just the poster art. The booster box itself feels like a collectible piece. It's a wonderful opportunity to have a smaller deck box, but also there's so many other things you can do with this. The box has a wonderful feel to it as well. It's not quite leather, but it almost feels like it. It's got a lot of weight to it as well, and it's magnetic. Now, we were talking about the different arts on the front. If we open this up, there is an art on the inside. This is my favorite champion, Xander. So this art here is Xander using, I believe it's called Lightweaver's Infinite Shaping. And that's the Luxem Xander Ultimate. And the art's beautiful. It's very high res. It's honestly a really nice way to commemorate the champions and what they stand for. 3 years have passed since Grand Archive has crossed realms and woven legends alongside you. Together, we braved the chivalric trials of Cambria, where our first heroes stepped foot into the unknown. We ventured into Azoth, a realm where invention and machinery reshaped what magic could be. We marched through the turbulent battlefields of Sanguo, where strategy, loyalty, and destiny could be upheaved by the power of love. And we descended into the wondrous depths of Underland, where we were forced to look at the mirror and confront our own truths. Every world we explored and every chapter we wrote was made possible because you chose to walk this path with us. In our earliest and most uncertain moments, you believed in Grand Archive, and that belief carried us across continents, cultures, and mythologies. Your support has shaped every triumph and steadied us through every trial. As we look towards the realms yet unseen, we hope to continue earning your trust and companionship in the years ahead. With utmost gratitude, Leaves of the Shore. All right, so we're going to crack into the Radiant Origins First Edition booster packs here. They are 12 card booster packs. And in here, there are, that's a lot of different things. But we do have commons, uncommons, rares, SRs, URs, CSRs, and a singular CUR. Now, as well with these packs, there are reprint slot packs in here. So from the product sheet, you can look and see all the different reprinted cards, as well as Pantheon exclusive cards. If you haven't seen Pantheon or you don't know what Pantheon is, make sure to check out the video on the GA TCG website to learn about Pantheon, our new casual 4-player format. But let's crack into it. Take a look. I know there are pull tabs, guys, but I can't use them. I'm the worst person at using a pull tab. So take a look. So start with our tokens, Freyja. We have a Mob Vantage, a common, Favorable Winds, 5 of Spades, my personal favorite, big suited fan, Reduced to Ash. Oh, a foil new card here. This is the Sacred Barrier. This card is first seen in the Pantheon decks at the Creator Summit. So it is the next time each ally would be dealt non-combat damage to this turn, prevent 4 of that damage. We have an Unstable Voltage, Otherworldly Possessions, Summon Retinue, Vaporjet Shieldbearer. On to the rares, we have Psychopomp's Gale. And an SR, Ayla Zephyr's Hand. All right, well, that was the Aerial pack. This one's the Haniel pack. It's a Blightroot, Clumsy Apprentice, Recurring Aether Charge, Scatter Essence, Decant Shieldbearer, Shade Mist Priestess, a Slime Call Cyclone, Epical Conqueror, Miasmic Fog, Neosite, a Bedivere Woodland Overseer, a Dynastic Whirlpool. So, as you'll notice, there was the SR before the rare. This is the reprint slot. So this is why the Bedivere is here. Bedivere is an SR from FTC, Fractured Crown.
So this coming before the Dynastic Whirlpool is because the second last card is the reprint slot. So we hope you guys enjoy Radiant Origins officially releasing on April 3rd. Make sure to check out your local game stores if you want to get some packs, guys.
Showcasing RDO to us. My name's Clem, and I'm back here with Valkyrie. How are you doing, sir?
I'm doing well. I'm refreshed and ready to get into more Grand Archive. And, you know, it is watching Tyler open those packs just made me think about the open experience everyone's been having here at Los Angeles. RDO's been amazing.
Yeah, it's been amazing. And honestly, when I first read that letter, I teared up a little. It was me and Dad were opening our packs, and I was like, "Oh, Dad, I'm gonna cry. This is so sweet." It's such a thoughtful, like it's such a simple thing to do, right? It's just a letter from the company, but we've really been through so much of the game, and there's been so many things that happen, both with products, FTC, both and champions, and just worlds. And the lore has expanded so much that seeing all of it summed up and being like, "Thank you so much for being around," made me tear up, and I'm gonna cry again thinking about it.
Yeah, it is amazing. And just like we're going on 3 years now of Grand Archive, and the game has made so much progression, and it is amazing. And, you know, being touched by this letter, as you said, it's simple, but like as someone who's played the game since it's come out, like it truly, like that letter resonates a lot. It means a lot to there. And there's so much more to come. Like RDO, this is our world premiere, right?
Yeah.
It's technically not out yet. It comes out next week. So if you're out at home, not at this event, look at the local game store, see if they have some of those packs in, open up. It's such a fun experience. Great for brand new players.
Yeah.
There's so many good reprints in there. So much like, you know, it's finally a set where you could be like, yeah, buy these and you'll be able to build almost anything you want.
Yeah, like you saw Tyler opening the packs. There was so many things, so many reprints peppered in with new things. So it doesn't feel like, oh, well, I'm not getting anything, because almost every reprint is useful, right? From now on, it genuinely is the set that if anyone asks, hey, I'm a new player and I want to buy a box, obviously I will tell them mostly to buy a recollection deck or buy singles. If they want to buy product, this is the best product to get. And it seems that we do have our feature match lined up here. Korax from Singapore versus Rexaren from Texas, United States. I am very excited to see both of these players play. Rexaren is a friend of mine. He's newer to the game, but he's been doing pretty well at events versus Korax, which everyone knows and loves Korax. He's also known as a very funny person from Singapore. And immediately starting off with an unmake duality here, like perfect opener.
Yeah, it's very interesting what matchup we have going for us here. I believe it's two, or a Spirit of Water and a Spirit of Wind.
Yeah.
So seeing the Spirit of Wind with the Looking Glass and then Unmake Duality, that screams two decks to me. Tristan or Seru?
I haven't really talked to the Apex guys, the Singaporeans recently, but I have a feeling that it is more Seru coded, just looking at what's been happening in Southeast Asia recently. And I think Rexaren is on Fractals looking at that board that's been built here already.
I sure hope he's on Fractals. Otherwise, this is a very awkward turn one, finding all these here. So this is going to be a very interesting matchup because Fractals doesn't really care about the dragon having taunt, right? Yeah. It is purely a race to see, can a Burst Asunder deal enough damage to Guojia before the dragon actually has the...
It is a dragon deck. There's the two hardness items in him.
Has the Byaku's command and Seryu's command to just close out the game instantly.
Yeah, absolutely. It's definitely a race, and but a lot of people have also just brought out Fractals because you don't care about the dragon existing. You just care about their champion being on the field, and you know, as long as it's on the field, you are playing the game, right? Because the moment the champion is not on the field, you win.
You're correct. And I just want to say something very funny Korax just did. They put 4 down and played an Ascent Protector, but sort of just showed it to Rex, because the Ascent Protector's on-enter ability is when it enters, you choose an ally and return it to your hand. So the Ascent is just bouncing itself, just so I assume Korax can get cards down to be able to level up on the next turn.
Yep, absolutely. And oh, Oh, look, Rexaron also doing a funny thing, kind of quite the opposite of Korax, not wanting any cards in their memory. You know, drawing 2 cards. Now they get to finally put some cards there. Oh, there is the Unmake Duality from them as well. So we managed to avoid it for 5 rounds, only seeing Unmake Duality once. Now, in the round 6, both players showing off the power of drawing 2 cards.
Yeah, drawing 2 cards feels so good in this game, and that is why Unmake Duality is very powerful, and a lot of decks run it, is a lot of the times it saves you a materialization. You immediately start the game with the Looking Glass, so why not? If you open up Looking Glass or Unmake
Wait,
Duality...
that is oh, sorry. The glimpse of Rexaron was a Burst Asunder and a Refracting Missile, which is actually insane. That he kept obviously both on top because you that's what you want to see. That is a lot of damage, especially with 4 fractals on board already. He has a fractal of refreshment. He has a fractal of intrusion in his memory as well. So he has at least 2 more fractals, which is 6 more damage.
Yeah, that's actually almost close to lethal. Just near about right there. I think you're 2 damage shy if you don't level up here.
Yeah, but Korax is also Korax, and he is dungeon guiding to level 2 here.
Yeah, I believe this is the safest play. You see your opponent open up 3 fractals turn 1, and then do a Zhang Xiao. Like,
you're like, okay, it's time. It's time to level up. It's time to rush a bit. Yeah, he really also does need to present a threat here. It's because it feels like he's playing more of the influenced, focused Seru. But he also does have a lot of allies. Oh, using the Seru's command going out, basically cycling it away just to get another quest counter. All right, never mind. He's playing the ally version because he has the Escape the Wreckage. He just drew an Escape the Wreckage. We just haven't seen a lot of allies come out from him. His hand has not been very ally focused.
yeah. For an ally deck, you're playing not a lot of allies. And, maybe it was just a very bad hand. They have been able to draw a lot, though. Unmake Duality on turn 1. They've already backup chargered. So it's just maybe some unfortunate draws here for Korax. But Rex is now in the driver's seat. You saw that glimpse, and that Burst Asunder is now drawn to hand.
Yep.
The question is, when are you going to pull the trigger? Are you going to set it up for next turn, just maybe 3 more fractals down, then go to Dao Chan level 1 and have that Burst Asunder? Or are you going to play it a little bit more calculated, wait for some more damage from the Zhang Zhao to come in, and maybe a Refracting Missiles as well connects, and then you can look for the Burst Asunder?
Yeah, I think you want to spread it out as much as possible because you know that the Veiling Breeze is always on the horizon. It is always a massive threat. And with Korax having so many cards in hand, sure, he cannot really immediately present a lot, but as long as he can put 3 cards down, which is not that hard, he will be able to block your whole Burst Asunder. So you do need a second one to back it up, or just wait and deal as much pitch damage, much damage as you can.
Oh, an interesting play here with the Frostworm Paladin with no float in the graveyard. So perhaps just wanting to have that Interceptor up just in case, or maybe considering trying to remove this Dungeon Guide off the field, but we're just going in for that damage, setting Korax to 4. And importantly, the 5 damage counters matters a lot against Seru decks because it allows them to innervate. So a lot of the times you'll see players keep them at 4.
Then this is even better than anything that Korax done, does placing the Dungeon Guide. They're going up to level 3 here on Rexaron's turn before they get to before Korax materializes.
And that's the power of Displace and Dungeon Guide. You love to see it here. Just 2 cards instantly already level 3, and you haven't had to spend a single materialization to actually bring out your champion.
It's actually kind of insane because now Korax gets to level up at fast speed. May I add, getting the Incandescent Reliquary. And with Rexaron's influence being so high, that Reliquary is going to be pretty certainly drawing, even though Korax has a massive influence. Rexaron with the Zhang Zhao is almost certainly add more cards. Oh, Topsy Decree going to the bottom. Yeah, Veiling Breeze is the best thing here because Topsy Decree is a lot easier to play around than Veiling Breeze.
Indeed, and now that Veiling Breeze you were talking about, right? That one that can really stop the Fractals with the Burst Asunder is now shown off the top. Rex has that information, so now really has to play around it. Perhaps you could bring in like Nullifying Mirror to try and just bait out the Veiling Breeze going for the turn.
All right, I take it back. I think Forex is playing the influence. I'm flopping back. Forex is playing the influence. Okay, look at all these this card draw. Obviously, Escape the Wreckage needs an ally, but as long as you play 2, which is which he does have Dungeon Guide, Dream Fairy, and Ascent Protector, so that's 3 different kinds of allies. You will get to do something and draw off of it. So he has 2 Veiling Breezes in hand. So Rexaron now needs 3 ways to kill Korax in 1 turn, or just be able to wait long enough. Oh, Refracting Missile, all right, coming out. It's dealing quite a bit of damage, but that's just still not enough. What, it's 6 damage?
Yeah.
Yes.
6 damage, 5 Fractals plus the 1 from Refracting Missiles here, but Guojia sitting at level 3, a very healthy total. We know Korax is sitting on multiple Veiling Breezes as well, so that's the super important thing for Rex to be able to fight through here. And what was our materialization here? It looks like we're grabbing
Prism Spire Scepter and immediately paying 3 for it to draw a card. Basically the Merlin backup charger. It's the pink one. It looks nicer. So it is like you can use multiple of them. So you already saw backup charger coming out, so Prism Spire Scepter is also really good, and you're not risking, maybe one day someone will steal something and have a way to steal your Tengu, so you don't want to risk that. There's a Guoji's having more. Also, that would be kind of supporting the Guoja Empire, and I respect the moral.
It's everyone should join the Guoja Empire, right?
Wow. Someone is. Another Fractal of Insight coming out from Rexaron. And passing? Wait. No, counting up the Fractals on board. That is 6 Fractals now, but that Burst Asunder is still not going to be enough because he also knows that there's at least 1 Veiling Breeze or Korax.
And you got to get through that. And a lot of the times, the ways to punch through Veiling Breeze is just a Burst Asunder. If you draw another one, you're able to...
Oh, wait. He's forcing the Veiling Breeze out of Korax's hand? But he doesn't have a second Burst Asunder. So, okay, if you're Rexaron... I know it's a really tough decision, but if you're Rexaron here, would you also force the Veiling Breeze out of Korax's hand?
That is a tough call, because as you said...
What's the alternative, rather?
Yeah, because it's a ticking time bomb, right? You know there's a Veiling Breeze, and you're going to have to get rid of it sooner rather than later, so might as well just go ahead and Burst Asunder. Oh, and we're going to Frostbind the Veiling Breeze, force Korax to put more cards down here. Is this just going to be a negate war we have going through? Is Rex going to, double Frostbind, perhaps?
But... paying 2. Oh, okay. That is way too much to pay. But Korax does have the second Veiling Breeze. But luckily, Rexaron is not forced to sacrifice any of the Fractals because that happens on resolution. Korax revealing that I also have an Unnerved Agility. So good luck. Yeah, that is. But Unnerved Agility is such a wonderful card in Guoja. It was always a powerful card, but Guoja being able to level up if you control a Shinju ally makes that card just insane.
Yeah, a free materialization is good no matter what, right?
Yeah.
And it's not hard to get to that point as well of getting your Shenju. Already, Korax is going to be at the end of this turn at the 10 quest counters, so at any moment, Seru can flip, come onto the field, and then you could innovate for absolutely no downside. You get to recover 5, and then next turn just go into Guojia again for no cost, and you could even get an additional recover 3 from her. So it's a really, really cool synergy to see that this deck has in itself. And the fact that Korax showed the Innervate Agility with the Veiling Breeze as well, so that's another thing Rex is going to have to play through. You got through 2, thankfully, and then now you're having to fight through that one innervate, you're probably going to have to look for like another Burst Asunder or maybe Shimmering Refraction, Refracting Missiles, just to try and play a sort of like push-pull style against this innervate.
Yeah, absolutely. And not much pushing, not much pulling is needed to take the game in like so far and away in this matchup, right? It's like slight push can just push all the dominoes down and make it fall, or like a slight misplay can pull from your opponent, can pull it back to you so far that it's very, very difficult to balance it perfectly. Oh, so back to my question. What can he even do here for Rex Aaron going forward?
Yeah, you are losing a lot of influence, especially after that Veiling Breeze confrontation they had together. Yeah. And we're still not opting into Dao Chan, which is wild to me. We're going for the Scepter Fascination just to try and cycle some cards to draw, get rid of some fractals we may not need. And we're just really digging for more ways to deal damage. We haven't seen a single Shimmering Refraction, only one Refracting Missiles, one Burst Asunder, and you're just wanting to find sources of damage at this point.
Yeah, and Rex Aaron being upset. Yeah, I completely understand the frustration here, and I also understand not wanting to waste cards on leveling up right now because he doesn't really have reactions, and leveling up would sure give him extra life to play with, but that's not what he needs. He needs a way to get to those cards. And there he finds one of them. He keeps it on top. Like Korax though, it's like that smile says that. Oh yeah, I know what you got there. Because when the glimpse is so fast as well, you know that they found it. It's hard not to tell, but Korax still has that inner with agility.
Indeed, and I think Rex still has a floating memory in the graveyard, if I'm not mistaken, from the Refracting Missiles earlier.
Oh yeah.
Which also is one of those moments where if it has been banished, I would need to know, we do have the floating memory there, so paid for the Scepter Fascination when they really didn't need to at that moment. Could have had that one additional card.
Actually, that would have, that could have been really useful. That could have been one more fractal. Obviously, it's not, that one more fractal is not going to make it or break it because Coach is already 25, capped out his max life, but you never know. Oh, Fractal Vitruda, take it away. That escaped the wreckage.
Get that one card out of there. You have one card in your memory, you might as well just take it.
Yep, and it's better to make them go down on influence than risk them having a good card. What if they knew that what if you're like, oh yeah, maybe they put down the answer because they suspected I'm not going to do anything this third. You never know, but the risk of Korax running away with the game right now is not that big, but we know, and Rex knows that he will have one more turn. Like, he will have one more turn at least, because he can just protect himself with the inner with agility.
Yeah, you're just sitting very comfortable with the protection you have. It looks like I see a Seru's Command in hand.
He's had the Seru's Command in hand since the beginning of the game. So he has that and a Byaku's Command. So I might have just been wrong and he can run away with the game this turn. 2 Seru's Command is, 5 triggers on Seru's attack?
Yeah, 5 double triggers. We remove that Froststorm Paladin with the Seru's initial attack. And the question is there a Byaku's to wake this up and push in for some damage? Or we're just happy removing that Interceptor and setting up for the next turn to close out the game?
Yeah, that might just be it for Korax. Yeah, he's definitely passing the game, keeping up more answers and ways to dig for answers, making sure that everything will go his way, not risking too much. And Rex Aaron does also have cards in hand, right? And as long as he answers, if he has an answer to that Byaku's Command, that's just a pure, like an incapacitate, what are you going to do as Korax?
Yeah, there's a lot of solutions and answers here. We finally see Dao Chan being materialized here for Rex, not being able to take advantage of that float from the initial Fracturized just because sensors. out on the field, and we have a Burst Asunder in hand, but knowingly the Innervate Agility. So do you force that Innervate Agility out right now, or do you hang on to your other options in hand, just trying to stop this dragon from winning next turn?
I mean, the good thing about leveling up to the Outchan is that as long as it's a reaction, you can play it from your memory. So he can balance it out. He also has a lot of fractals, so he can play the Burst Asunder, force Korax to D-level, and then find a way to kill. But I don't think the cards he has in hand are quite it for running away with the game here. Korax is definitely in a commanding position. Like, it's unarguable. He's the one driving the car.
Oh, yeah, yes, it is. If someone has a giant dragon on their board, and I have a 1/2 ally, I think they are definitely in the commanding position here. And just look at the...
Sorry, Korax asking how many cards do you have in your graveyard? And he's like, all right, well, I'll just... Oh, he's only playing 3? Damn, he's going for the minimum amount of cards that you need to pay to draw off of Thurible. But that's also smart because that means that he does still have everything up for Innervate Agility. Like, if Rex were to be like, all right, well, I'm just going to activate 2 Refracting Missiles while your hand's down, that spells bad news for Korax.
Yes, yes. You definitely don't want to leave yourself completely open and vulnerable to any amount of damage. You're already in such a great position. Don't want that lead to go away.
Oh, Korax having 5 cards, 5 arcane cards in his banishment. So that is easily just being able to say, all right, I am going to play an Arcane Blast here. Oh, Song of Frost, yeah, to negate that trigger. What is he going to do? All right, the response to Song of Frost. Korax is waking up. Byaku's commanding the Seru, giving it a counter and being able to choose a mode. Korax being like, all right, yeah, this is exactly how it works. I am power 3. Yep, that is game. I forgot that it is enough immediately. Plus, Rex was in a really tough spot because Korax had the answers.
Yeah, Korax had everything they needed to successfully navigate the Fractal matchup there. And I'm really I'm surprised at sort of the quality and Korax played at. Just first 3 turns, generating value. You know, Unmake Duality, Backup Charger, and then suddenly was level 3 without actually materializing a champion. It was...
Yep, he's Korax. he's just him, you know. I genuinely think that it's it's always a treat to watch Korax play Grand Archive because I think his playstyle and the way he plays is unique because he sees lines that not a lot of even experienced players sometimes don't think of, and it's absolutely magical. I don't know. It's a different kind of Grand Archive when you watch Korax play, but not to discount Rex Aaron either. He did his best, literally given the cards he got, right? With the cards he was given, he did his best. He did glimpse a lot. He was digging through his deck, trying to find any way to be able to deal with that Innervate Agility. 2 Veiling Breezes. He did have the answers for them, but Korax just had more answers.
Yeah. Just a couple of unfortunate draws, and we actually saw the reaction from Rex Aaron as well, drawing that second Fractalizer turn and visibly recoiling, and sometimes it's just your deck does not agree with you no matter how well you play. It's just the top card isn't what you need.
Yep.
And even tried glimpsing through some, found the Burst Asunder at the very end, but just knowing the information of that double Veiling Breeze and the Innervate Agility just really made it an uphill battle for Rex Aaron. Hopefully the sideboard can make this matchup a
little bit better. I agree. I think Korax, I saw Korax's, he definitely had within 3 Scatter Essences, which you absolutely need, and I believe 2 Vertigris Decrees, which that is like, he was prepared for this matchup. I think he knew that people would be playing Fractals because it is just such a good choice right now into the meta game that you would be prepared for it if you're like, well, I still really like this deck and I think it's really strong, so I will just prepare for the counters to it, right? And it's kind of like really expecting the meta game that will come out for you. Unfortunately, it couldn't quite catch what Rex Aaron brought in, but I know that Korax brought in 5 cards. And they all say destroy target advantage.
Yeah, probably the best thing you can bring into this matchup. And just as you said, it's like Korax knew they were going to play against Fractals because Fractals is one of the top decks right now that a lot of players think is very strong.
Yeah.
And a lot of players prefer it into certain matchups as well. And Rexaren's even proven it. They are 5-0 on this deck.
Yeah,
So-
it's a really strong deck. It's really funny because talking to Caven in London, he was like, "Yeah, this is my comfort pick. This is the deck I'm most comfortable on." And it ended up being not more than just a comfort pick, right? Because it's just so good into what's going on in the PTM metagame for Grand Archive right now that it just popped off, right? People saw that, oh, okay, Caben's playing it. Not only is Caben's playing Fractals, but also he's doing well. And suddenly a comfort deck becomes a good comfort deck.
Yeah, I don't know if Fractals ever were like considered bad.
Oh,
A-
yeah,
a lot
obviously.
a lot of time it felt like out of favor, right?
Yeah,
It was like
yeah.
a flavor of the month. A lot of people were on it, and then
Yep.
it's sort of like everyone was playing with the new shiny tools, and then slowly players started creeping back towards actually wanting to play Fractals because they realized it's still consistently strong.
Yeah, and it is showing its power right now. Oh, yeah, Korax just has it. Unmade Duality, put in a 3 arcane card, so that is going to guarantee at least one being banished for the level. Never mind, he's going for the Forest Cake as well. So the odds are still in his favor, right? It's over 50% chance. It's a 60% chance for him to hit an arcane card for level up, and he drew into Serious Command. So he's back in that very comfortable commanding position in his hand. He doesn't have as much protection, but he does have a really good hand going forward. He does have the Dream Fairy. So the moment one Frostborn Paladin hits the board, or Zhang Jiao,
Mhm.
he shuts it off. But it depends on what he's more afraid of. Is he more afraid of the drawing too, or the intercept? Which would you prefer to Dream Fairy in this matchup?
Oh, that is tough because I really don't want my opponent being able to play multiple Zhang Zhaos. But the issue is Fractals can remove a Dream Fairy so easily that if you do hit their Zhang Zhao, I think they can just Refracting Missiles your Dream Fairy and call it a day from there. But it's important, right? Because last game we only saw Rexarn hit one Zhang Zhao in total. And if it did get Dream Fairyed earlier, that means Rexarn could not have played any other one and wouldn't have been able to deal that damage with that Refracting Missiles. So in the end, I think if you do see that Zhang Zhao, you play that Dream Fairy.
Yeah, you convinced me that it's the better because I'm so afraid of damage. But yeah, Korax has a lot of protection, so damage won't hurt him too much. He's more afraid of all the card draw that Rexaron has. Is your backup charger same thing as last game? Just make the influence go insane. Yeah, turn to turbocharge. Might as well just influence. It's a game of influence. He is playing the local Southern California version of Seru, and there it is. He does draw, Scatter Essence.
I just want to note as well, I'm pretty sure Korax drew the turbocharge for turn after getting backup charger.
And then drew the Scatter Essence off of that, casual. He's just Korax. I don't know. I feel like most people have come to accept and expect the Korax to draw like this because it's actually honestly kind of fascinating how when things work out and things work out perfectly, how well it goes. Unfortunately, I would say that it was pretty close to working out for Rexaron as well. He just needed a third burst asunder last game. Because if Korax didn't have 3 ways to protect himself, actually 4 ways to protect himself, essentially, he would not have been able to win the game because Rexaron had so much damage.
That's a lot of damage. And one thing to note here about Rexaron's start is we only have 1 Fractal now. We had 2 initially, but consider it to our game 1 where we had triple Fractal start into 2 additional Fractals on the next turn, which was super strong and powerful. And Rexaron, not only not seeing the Fractals, but getting hit by the Scatter Essence from Korax, it feels like you're really starting to fall behind of not only influence, but also like the board presence and what you're able to deal damage with.
Yeah. Oh, it seems that Korax has accidentally put one less card into his material deck than he he intended to have. So he has an 11 card material deck. That is why the game is being paused right now.
So I wonder how that happened. Like you're sideboarding out material deck cards, and you like take one out to replace it, but then you don't actually go into your sideboard and put
Yeah,
that card in.
I think that does happen oftentimes, right? I think we've all been there. Like Ben and I were talking earlier about how sometimes you accidentally have 2 divine relics in your material deck, and it's a mistake that happens to all of us.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure during the sideboard process, I saw Korax swap take out a material deck card and like count it, but it looks like,
he forgot to count it properly.
Yeah, or it's just like, you count taking it out, but then you're not counting your material deck as you're like putting things back, right?
Yeah, it happens.
You're like, oh, I took out 1, I'm good.
Yeah, it's tough because you sometimes do the mental math and you're like, okay, I did everything right, and then you just forget because it's 12 cards. You're like, yeah, it's obviously it's 12 cards. I can't have less than 12 cards or more. I need to have exactly 12 cards, and then it's like, oh, never mind. It is actually less than 12 cards. Yeah, but overall, this was a very rough start for Rexaren. But Korax's hand also wasn't the greatest, and Rexaren has the Burst Asunder in hand. So if he gets enough Fractals on the board fast enough, because he does have some Fractals in hand. Like I saw a Fractal of Insight. I believe I saw a Fractal of Intrusion as well. As long as he can play those, he has a very good shot of Burst Sundering, and I think that was a game loss for Korax for having an 11 card material deck. He knew what the 12 card was gonna be. Like he even said that it was obvious what the 12 card is, but unfortunately that's not how the game works, right?
Yep.
Well, or fortunately, because we don't want people playing with 11 card with less than sanctioned material decks. So Rexaren does win this game. They do get to sideboard again if they so wish, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure if that is the plan here. But yeah, it happens to the best of us. I've been there. I think you've been there. And it's been a long day, I think, for everybody.
Yeah, we're 6 rounds into the event, 3 rounds to go, and it happens, as you said, happens to the best of us. It's one of those things, though, as a player, you just have to shake it off.
Yeah.
You can't let it affect you and jump into that game 3. That game 2 was starting to look kind of good, too. You had so much influence, Rexaren missing on a couple of those Fractals. So if you can sort of have that same start for game 3, I think you'd be feeling pretty good. Yeah,
you absolutely would. Honestly, even if you had the same start as in game 1, but Korax didn't have the answer, you would still be very, very happy, right? It absolutely depends. Very unfortunate because Korax had a very explosive start. I would have loved to see where all that influence goes and ends up at. Because he did have some allies as well on board. But hey, it is what it is. This is an Ascent level event. Essentially, these players are playing for an invite to the World's Gauntlet. So it's not something that it's like, oh, oopsie, I forgot. Let me just undo it. It is a serious error.
Yes, at a locals level, you say, okay, that's okay. Just bring in your material deck card. That's fine. At an Ascent where there is prizing on the line and so much riding on these games, it is you can't make mistakes. You have to be on top of everything and go from there. And here we see Korax, with that game loss, does get to go first.
Yep.
And starting with a Scout the Land, trying to see, I'm trying to get a glimpse of what we see here, Clem. Anything that catches your eye?
No, nothing in particular, because I think I'm having the same thoughts as Korax. All these cards are pretty good. And it's hard to decide exactly. I think I also would have gone for the Windmill Engineer there, because for Escape the Wreckage, you need an ally on board. While you have that baby green slime, you do not have a Forest Cake, so there's no reason to abuse it. Windmill Engineer is just great value, and I believe he does also have the Ascent Protector. Yep, he does. Yes, he's the protector. So he can reuse the Windmill Engineer regardless.
You said it, and he showed you it right there. He does have the Ascent, and Fractals really, unless you want to commit an early Frostworm Paladin with no float, that Windmill Engineer is going to make it alive on Korax's next turn and get value out of that Ascent Protector if they so choose. Because Fractals, you know, the namesake of the deck, you got to play Fractals.
Yeah. It's you're not playing allies. You're playing Fractals really. And the Fractal Refreshment coming out. I believe there was a Spalling Cleanse. Two Spalling Cleanses put to the bottom of Rexaren's deck there. So pretty solid Fractal Refreshment, because I think this is the matchup where you just want to win faster. You don't really have time for Spalling Cleanses.
Yeah, it's going to be kind of slow, and we actually see Korax as well bringing out Thurible, another thing to pretty much tell Rex, like, even if you played Sprawling Cleanse, you're not going to be able to use it as a floating memory.
Yeah, you're not having anything that goes in your graveyard and comes out of that graveyard real quick.
4 in Korax's hand is the Ascent Protector. Yep,
Ascent Protector come out, probably bringing that Windmill Engineer back so that it can come back imbued, so that it can deal another damage. Oh, 1, 2. All right. Acquiescing rejection. Yeah, Korax deciding not to give 2 cards to Rexaren. This is late enough in the game, like the day where it's like, yeah, you're a good player, and I don't want to risk giving you more cards anymore. Thank you.
Yeah, usually your opponent will always benefit way more at drawing the 2 than you would by activating the ally or the attack or whatever you were trying to activate it to begin with. So you
Unless you get to draw 3.
True, unless you draw 3. What's better than drawing 2, Clem? Drawing 3.
Exactly. But yeah, I absolutely agree. Like, the drawing 2 is such a powerful tool in Grand Archive, especially in this matchup. Oh, another Fractal Refreshment, putting back a Fractal Refreshment and a Fracturize. So many frac words in this. Like, ooh, that's a Zhangjiao in Rexaren's hand with a Fractal of Insight. All right, Fractal of Insight. Want a glimpse too? Let's see. I'm interested in what we're gonna be seeing. Oh,
Was that a Snow White and a Glimmering Refusal I saw?
that was a Glimmering Refusal for sure. I'm not sure. I also thought that was Snow White, hence my ooh. Unfortunately, no, it does. I was gonna say, unfortunately, the Snow White is really good in this matchup. I think it might be a sideboard card.
Yeah, a very powerful sideboard card against a deck that really loves leveling up. And importantly, too, is Rexaren has hit that critical mass of 3 Fractals, which turns on your Zhangjiao, which makes Refracting Missiles being able to kill Ascent Protector. You know, it's a very important number this deck wants to hit consistently. And we, you know, a little bit slow, but we finally got there. And we, as you mentioned, we already have that Zhangjiao in the memory.
Yeah, so that is going to come out very soon. Oh, Calming Breeze. Rexaren would be like, yeah, the Calming Breeze is gone. Unfortunately, I do believe that Korax is probably playing a playset of the Calming Breeze. Looking at last game, that is not. He doesn't have a lot of protection right now, though. He has the Stifling Trap. He has a Topsy Decree. All right, that is enough. The Topsy Decree is enough to keep himself safe, because Rexaren only has 1 Burst Asunder right now.
1 Burst Asunder and not enough Fractals at all. We're still missing a lot. But here comes the Zhangjiao. Is this going to be met by a Stifling Trap?
Yep, there's a Stifling Trap. So the best way to play around Stifling Trap with Zhangjiao is to have 2 Zhangjiaos.
Yeah.
Unfortunately for that, you need 1 Zhangjiao on the field already. So yeah, that is a Glimmering Refusal in Rexaren's hand. Oh, Frostborn Paladin. There is no floating in Rexaren's graveyard, so that is just a raw Frostborn Paladin taking care of the Windmill Engineer. No more recycling that. It's gone. Oh, backup charger coming out for Korax. Bam, drawing a card. Let's see what he has. Does he have the turbocharge? Another Harness Lightning. Valk, have you ever seen a Harness Lightning played?
You know, it's very rare. I think I've seen like once or twice, but it's not really a common card a lot of these players play. It is banishment fodder. They want that banishment.
It's like Rhyme.
players want that banished 9 out of 10 times in almost every of the games.
Oh. Yeah. Oh, that's such a tough thing. This is such a tough decision for Quacks. He has 3 cards. He needs all 3. He can only put one of them into his hand right now. Oh, and he did put the Ascent Protector on the bottom of his deck. I mean, honestly, yeah, because the Frostborn Paladin doesn't have the buff counter, it is probably better to put it on the bottom, right? Because the intercept's not relevant.
Yeah, I think the Ace Protector, you don't have that Windmill Engineer anymore because the Frostborn Paladin removed it. You don't want to have to commit like double allies just to play that Ace Protector. And that second card they kept on top, the Unmake Duality, I think is way more valuable.
I knew that the top was going to be Veiling Breeze and Unmake Duality. What I was unsure about is the Ascent worth keeping on top? Because it is still also a 3/4. Like, the damage it presents is quite a bit. Prism Spire Scepter coming out from Rexarin. Not activating it. Oh, he had exactly 3 cards in hand, and he chose to Fracturize. So this might be the turn we see Burst Asunder come out from Rex.
But we do have a Thurible when that Fracturize hits the grave, just to sort of eat that float up, so Rex not going to be able to take advantage of it. Pretty much letting, if you want to go to Dao-Chan, you're going to have to lose a card from memory. You're not getting any free level up here.
There is no free cookies at this table. Oh, the second Shang Chao is in hand now. I do think that Korax has another Stifling Trap.
Really?
Yeah. I was pretty sure I saw it in the hand, and there it is. Yeah, the second Stifling Trap, killing Zhang Jiao. Yep, Rex Seru is doing everything to draw those 2 cards, but unfortunately, Korax has the answers. Korax just. I don't know. It's just magic.
Yeah, it's sort of the same storyline as Game 1, where Quarks just had everything he needed to go ahead and survive the onslaught and everything Rex threw at him.
Yep.
And now Rex desperately just trying to gain influence back, dig through the cards with the Zhang Zhaos, but every time it's Stifling Trap. And we know there's a Veiling Breeze as well for Korax.
Yeah.
So Rex still needs to find a second Burst Asunder, or even just more Fractals.
Yeah, and Rex also knows about the Veiling Breeze because it was brought into hand by a Fairy Whispers. And, yeah, quest counter is going up for Korax. He is still level 1, but with a Tongu giving him a free quest counter. So it is pretty nice to see. Oh, Dungeon Guide. And he's playing Wind. So that is a pretty devastating thing to see. I don't know if he has any way of displacing that Dungeon Guy, though. Yeah, because he has a Fairy Whispers, he has the Windmill Engineer, he has Harness Lightning, Serious Command. He has another Dungeon Guide, that's what it is. I saw the second Dungeon Guide is also in his hand. So he's keeping a card, yep, banishing that. I believe he banished a Baby Green and escaped the wreckage. Which kind of showing that, actually, I have a second Dungeon Guide, or a way to displace the Dungeon Guide. Oh, and he's drawing an Escape the Wreckage. He also does still have the Unmade Duality at hand.
Oh my
So
gosh.
that is an insane. Yeah, I thought that the Unmade Duality was a serious command for a second. That is my fault. Yeah, there's the second Dungeon Guide. Unmade Duality first to draw 2 cards.
Yep.
Oh, and then. Oh my god. Oh. That you hate. I mean, if you're Rex, you didn't see that. But you hate to see that as Rexarin in this position.
Yeah, just more and more value for Korax as they dig deeper and deeper into the deck. And, like, at this point, Rexarin only has 2 cards in hand. You can just throw the second Dungeon Guide and go to level 3 right now if you so choose.
But Korax is playing the patient game, banishing a card. Oh, banishing that Windmill Engineer. I mean, he also is not in a rush to get to level 3 just yet because he needs 1 more counter, even if he goes to level 3, to be able to flip that Seru. So he hasn't taken a lot of damage. He has a lot of way to protect himself, so he doesn't want to go too low on influence, right? Because we saw Rex has, we do know that Rex has negates. Rex can play multiple Burst Asunders, so Korax has to keep at least a sizable influence to either intimidate Rex into not playing and too risky, or to actually just have the answers. And I think it's a mix of both this time.
Yes, and I think I saw a sneak peek of a displace in Quarax's hand as well before he set it down. So just
Oh,
maybe
alright.
possible we're gonna do that same play, displace at the end of Rex's turn to go ahead and go to Guojia 3, which would be exactly enough quest counters for Guojia for Seru to be able to flip. And, we saw Byaku's command. It's possible there's a Seru's command on the top there.
Oh yeah, I was forgetting the math of adding the dungeon guide banishment into the quest scanner. So yeah, if he went to level 3, he would get there. So it's definitely a play safe, survive.
Another Fractal of Rain here for Rex into an
Unstable
unstable fractal.
Pretty solid fractal count at this point. Attacking 2 into the dungeon guide, I believe. Yeah, wait, no, to face? Yeah, it was 2 damage to Korax's face, which is Goja's Korax's face. Oh, Safeguard Amulet. Yeah, that's the third way of protecting himself. So Korax is in a very confused position. Oh, yeah. I have a feeling that not to be a Debbie Downer, but this feels kind of like the first game. It feels like we're near the end. The doomsday is coming for Fractals, because no matter how many negates Rex Aaron has, with Korax's influence, he will just win due to pure influence.
Yes, it is just a lot of cards, a lot of value. We do see Rexaren hanging on with a Glimmering Refusal,
Yeah.
but you have to save it for the right moment.
Yeah.
And is the Dungeon Guide this right moment, or do you let the level up happen and then you stop something more deadly, like a Byaku's command or a Seryu's command?
Yeah, because the dungeon guides can still be displaced. A Byaku's command is harder to displace, right? You have to have a second Byaku's command for that. Oh, playing a... Wait. Korax is paying extra? Oh, for the Enfeebling Gorn. Forcing cards down from Korax's hand. And there's the Glimmering Refusal. Yeah, I think that is going to resolve, because when that is 6 cards, and that would mean Korax has no cards in hand. He's empty, running on fumes at that point. But at least he has enough cards in his memory to be able to just raw level up next turn. And I think that is probably the actual plan here. Oh. Yeah, look, all these little one-cost cards are pretty annoying.
Another Veiling drawn for Korax. A lot of defensive options, and I think you're right. You just, you're fine with that Dungeon Guide being negated. You then take your level up for your next turn, gives you the quest counters, and now you have just all the protection, and you got to negate out of Rex's hand.
Yeah, you got to negate out of Rex's hand. Rex's influence is 3. So he can play 1 Burst Asunder, and then he'll have to wait. And Terraframe, cool, but Korax's influence is genuinely enough where he can undo Byaku's command shenanigans and play an Arcane Blast. But he can get pretty darn close to winning the game here next turn. And even, if he doesn't, then we're at a situation when we're in game 1 where there's so many defensive options that he just waits it out.
Yeah. Oh, you're correct there. And keep in mind, too, Rexaren's still on Spirit of Water.
Yes.
We have not leveled up into Dao-Chan at all. And so it just makes it so much easier for Korax to find that lethal with the Seru. Instead of the 19 you typically need to get to, it's just 15. So it's 4 damage less, which, is 1 Seru attack.
Yeah. It's... one Seru attack is really nothing, not much. not a lot to give. Song of Frost can't stop it, but then Rexaren is once again hands down, so other things can come out from Korax. 1 Harness Lightning, Escape the Wreckage, I believe, and something else. An ally being gone. I believe it was a June Fairy. Banished for the level up here. Oh, look, it's enough quest counters to flip the Seru here. I believe, yeah, he did go for the recover because he is on exactly 10 quest counters. So he doesn't need that. He would rather recover and play it safe. I believe he does have the Seru's command as well. So he's in a very commanding situation, commanding position with a lot of commands in hand, but also a lot of protection. He's Topsy Decree. All right, yeah, that's a Topsy Decree. Okay, yeah. The 2 Topsy Decrees, 3 Veiling Breezes, 1 Enervate Agility, a Seru on board, and at least the Byaku's command in hand means he's pretty safe for the time being.
Yeah, more than safe. And we actually see here, you don't even need to play Byaku's command on your turn. You just attack for 4 with the dragon, generate your bolt, and then you say, pass turn. I have all the defensive options. Even if you had a way like Song of Frost to stop me or anything like that,
Yep.
you need to play it now, or I'm just passing the turn. And now Rexaren's in a spot of, okay, I now have to stare down a dragon.
Yeah.
And Korax has their whole hand to stop me.
Yeah, and now, so Rexaren fracturized the Safeguard Amulet and Korax's end step, which is amazing, right? It's -1 protection for Korax, and I think seeing the Safeguard Amulet be materialized kind of signals to you that, yeah, Korax doesn't have as many defensive options in hand. So that is definitely the best, given the information that Rexaren has, that is the best play that he can do. Because, all right, now it's -1 protection for Korax, and we didn't see it even materialized in game 1. Even it might be a sideboard card, but honestly, in this metagame, I might just play it very first. But we haven't seen it yet, so it's definitely a bit. You can take a breath when you see that being gone from the field.
Yeah, it's, from Rex's side, when you fracturize and they say, okay, that's good, fine, I'll take the fractal of my thing, you're like, okay, sweet, I got rid of one of the defensive options, but we know Korax has a lot of ways to stop this. That Topsy Decree, those Veiling Breezes, and this Innervate Agility.
Yep. So next turn, he will be able to level up for free because he does control Seru. Which is rather unfortunate for Rexaren. Now he cannot do anything. He does have the Burst Asunder at least in hand, so it didn't go out. And Korax is down 1 defensive option, but he also got this easily live another day. Looking at his hand, it's going to live one more at least. And Fairy Whispers in Recollection. Terrafring being banished, so no, to hopefully prevent Byaku's command shenanigans. Once again, Korax is in the situation where he did find a influence decreasing card. And he went for the safe play of Scatter Ascent, get rid of some of those pesky fractals on board, notably Unstable Fractal, which is rested right now.
Yes, Unstable Fractal is very good against some of those defensive regalias here. But I think Korax has plenty of influence to not worry about this Terrafring, right? You swing in with the dragon for 2, you can honestly empower and then just activate the Banished Bolt.
Yeah, activate Arcane Blast. It is very very easy to do because he has so many cards in hand that even if Rexaren had the Interceptors. I forgot about the Interceptors. I was so focused on all the shenanigans of Korax's side that I kind of just assumed that Rex was pushing damage with those Frostborn Paladins, but he wasn't. He obviously wasn't. Yeah, there is the Arcade Blast coming out for Korax 4 game. That is a very tough game from Rexaren here. For Rexaren and from Korax. That does guarantee Korax to make it to day 2. But not all his rocks for Rexaren at all. Because he is only 5-1. This was a really, really, really hard matchup.
Yeah.
Like, this, I think, with all the protection that Korax has, him playing more, like, prepared for this Fractal matchup, I don't think most decks play 3 Scatter Resist and 2 Verdigris Decrees. I'm going to be very honest with you. So he knew what he was getting into. He knows what was up. And so it made this matchup really bad. Like, obviously, Rexaren really knows his stuff because he's 5-0. He was 5-0 going into round 6. So it was really just an unfortunate matchup that Korax was prepared for, people being like, all right, I'm just going to play Fractals because it's really good. And then being like, you're right, and I see that, but I don't want to play Fractals. So I'm just going to play something that is anti-Fractals.
Yeah, that's what you got to do. If there's a deck that's popular and a lot of people are on, if you want to play something different, just put cards in your main deck or side deck that beats that deck, and you are perfectly good in that spot. Korax demonstrating. Congratulations to him for qualifying for day 2. But Rex Aaron's not out. You mentioned it. 1 loss. You still got plenty of more rounds, and he just needs 1 more win himself to make day 2.
Exactly. He's really, really close. There's 3 more rounds. So today is a 9-round tournament. I believe he didn't have a lot of time to speak about it before. So Ascent Los Angeles day 1 is 9 rounds, which means you need 18. No, yes, 18 points to make it to day 2, as per just the rules of Grand Archive. So anyone that is 6-0 right now has made it. Anyone that is 5-1 just needs 1 more win. And even if you are 3-3, or if you're 4-3, no, if you're 3-3 after this round, you can still make it to day 2. So it's not even close to all loss yet for anyone, especially not Rex Aaron. I think he genuinely played really, really well.
Yes.
Just Korax's deck construction was built against this. He got out deck built, but in a way where it's just a bad matchup. I know I say this a lot. If like people watch Serene Balance Productions, I talk about this a lot. But there are just matchups that you have such a small chance of winning that you kind of just have to accept that you will not. Like, you can play perfectly. You can draw the perfect hand, but because the matchup is so difficult that if they have an average game, the deck will just beat you. And it's really, really hard to get your mental in a position where you accept that, right? I'm really bad at it. And I'm not like when I'm not playing, I can look at it and be like, yeah, you just cannot win. But when you're in the game, when you're playing these games and playing these decks, and I know that Rex Aaron, I spoke to him in London after he was on stream there, and he also felt defeated because he played really well.
Yeah.
Right? But he just also had a really unfortunate matchup. Stream games are just not for him.
Yeah.
It's something that is an unfortunate part of card games and a lot of games, and it doesn't mean that you're a bad player at all. Like that was essentially what I wanted to get at, is that just because you lose a bad matchup doesn't mean that you're bad.
Yeah, no, 100%. You are correct. And I want to just touch base on that matchup thing you were talking about. That's what makes Grand Archive so good, is there's a lot of decks out there. There's not just like 3 decks. There's so many. And a lot of these decks just have like a specific matchup that, like, if I run into it, I just lose. So, but I'm willing to have great matchups into 90% of other things for this one deck that just messes me up, and hope in the 9 rounds I don't see it at all.
Exactly. And I feel like that is basically what we saw here. He has a really strong deck that's really good into most decks. But then if you just run into something that runs out of their 60-card deck, they have 15 cards that protect them. Every 4th card is going to be something that hurts you. So you just, you just can't get away from it.
That's just the Guojia thing. When your main win condition comes from your material deck, you can fit so much like goodies in your main deck and not have to really like worry about it.
Yeah, Guojia basically just needs 8 main deck cards, which are 4 Byaku's command, 4 Seru's command, and most decks don't even play 4/4.
Yeah.
It's like most decks play 3/3. So you just 1/10 of your deck is for Seru, and then everything else can be a mix of whatever you want, right? If you're like that's why there exists the Wind Allies version that we saw from main deck Tony, and then there is this version of the SoCal / Southeast Asia / influence version of Seru, which are, because like how you said, it's a material deck win condition. Like they can decide which direction they want to go to, what they want to be more vulnerable to.
Yeah, and it's crazy to see because it's one of the few champions in Grand Archive that actually has that like possibility, right? Because we look at Lorraine, and a lot of her conditions are swords, which are in the material deck, but you have to take time bringing them out or getting them banished. It takes a couple of process. Seru just says you get rewarded for playing the game.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, you're dungeon guiding? Get some counters. Oh, draw some cards. We'll get you some additional counters at the end of your turn. And it's just one of those, like, it allows a toolbox style and to fit people's play styles and really go into, like, the meta.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you, but I wonder if Korax agrees with us. So I think we will head into a little interview with Tyler and Korax and see their thoughts.
Hello and welcome, guys. We are here at the end of round 6. A long day so far here at Ascent Los Angeles.
Really long.
Congratulations. You are 6-0 now?
Yeah.
Yeah, 6-0. Dragon. Dragon's pretty good. Influence building Seru. But you got a couple interesting things in there. So first of all, the self-report.
Yeah.
Very respectable, right? You know, you notice, hey, I don't have my Seru in my deck. Judge, please make a decision here. It's important. A lot of people are like, oh, you should just fix it, whatever. But no, I think it's very respectable that you notice, hey, I made a mistake. We didn't fix this. Game 3, right?
Yeah, it's fine. And I mean, at the end of the day, it's just a game, right? Just if I made a mistake, I made a mistake.
Yeah, for sure. With your deck, there's a couple things I want to ask you about. For mainly the sideboard, but I want to talk about in order. We'll go from the material deck first. Talk to me about why you're playing Lantern in the main versus something like a Terrafring or Safeguard Amulet.
That's because I test with a lot of my group. My teammate Poan is playing Water Diana, which is also a very popular deck at this Ascent. So to fight against a Kapsong Koda, I decided to main Lantern. Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty good. So no fear of Genbu at all? Or is that
I mean, I saw Sean lose to Genbu on stream, so I have to respect Genbu, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, Superior's here, Ascent London winner, Genbu player.
That's true.
No one played Lantern then. Now everyone's playing Lantern again. A couple other things in your deck that I thought were interesting. You are only playing 2 Regal Inquisitions between the side and the main. You only have 2. Talk to me about why it's 2. I feel like everyone's like either 4 or 0.
I didn't know what else to cut.
So you wanted 4.
Regal is, to me, Regal is very special. It's a very unique position. It's like you want it on your kill turns, but you don't really want to see it before you're at level 3. So I believe in just having it,
Yeah, I mean, just have it, right? Okay, so there's a couple other cards that I thought were kind of strange and interesting. Royal Oathguard. It's a 3-cost Norm Exalted 3/4 intercept figure. Is that essentially ASIN number 4 but better when you're level 3?
I mean, yeah, it's a good stat line, right? Like 3/4, it punches through a lot of things, and it has intercept and vigor. Because in the Seru mirror, most of the time, you don't want to be the one to flip first, because if you get double Dream Fairy or something, you are on the back foot. So you want to contest board before you are forced to flip, which this helps a lot.
Makes sense. Speaking of the mirror, I also noticed you're playing 2 Blinding Laps. Is that for the mirror? Or is there like a specific deck that you really don't like that you want to play Blinding Laps into?
I mean, it was one of the most hyped cards for AMB Alter, right? But
have you resolved it today?
I've casted it. Okay, but in my defense, like even when you cast it, it's a very big impact on the game. So let's say the guy has like 10 influence, you basically threaten him to either use your cards now, or you banish 3. Which most of the time, even if they do use the cards, they're still tapping out. So compared to something like Regal, where you have to check your hand and throw away like what you don't want, you just make them tap out. Similar.
That does make sense. All right, I have one last question for you. You are 6-0 here at Ascent Los Angeles. You are arguably one of the best players in the world. You've done so many things. You've topped lots of Ascents. I'm sure the people at home will see your deck list and they will ask, why are you playing this quantity of Harness Lightning and Seru's Command? Can you talk about why you're playing 3 and 2 more Harness than Seru's? He's just going to say, because I do, man.
No, it's the same, right? Because this version of Seru focuses more on like level 1 and 2. You don't really go to 3 as often because you want the influence, right? So a lot of the advanced element cards, like you don't really get to cast them. Like if you run more Seru's Command and Harness Lightning, most of the time you're just going to banish them to draw more cards. Like you saw me on stream, I had 4 arcane cards. I looked at it. Yeah, cool draws. Yeah. Imagine if I had more.
Down, Azurite Trigger, go away, give me a new card.
Yeah, so if you're playing a card just to banish it, you're what's the point of playing the card?
Honestly, that's like really good advice. I think a lot of people sit there and look at these lists, especially with how complicated they are, right? When you look at lists that draw a ton of cards, everything gets more and more complex the more cards you draw.
Yep.
So when you're looking at a deck and you're saying, okay, how many of this, like, this is my kill condition card. I'm going to play this and I'm going to kill the person with like Seru's Command or like Harness Lightning into the attacks of the Byaku's or something like that. People will sit there and be like, well, clearly I need 4 of these because it's the most important card that ends the game. So talking about why you're doing less, honestly, I think is really important for a lot of people. So again, congratulations on winning round 6 here at
Thank
Ascent
you.
Los Angeles. You're locked for day 2, so we're excited to see how that goes. But good luck with your placings and everything. And guys, we will see you soon.
I will get my drink on tonight. I'ma get loose, get wild. If you're not in the mood right now, honey, don't kill my vibe. I will get my drink on tonight. I'ma get loose, get wild. If you're not in the mood right now, honey, don't kill my vibe. I'm gonna party until I drop. When I begin, I don't know how to stop. I can party on till the morning comes, till the sun goes up. We don't stop, no. I see you looking at me, but you don't stand a chance, you see. You don't know how to act. I'm looking for class. Can you please take a step back? Hey stupid, you think I want ya just because I am a woman. Hey stupid, I don't want ya, but you're way too dumb to see. I will get my drink on tonight. I'ma get loose, get wild. If you're not in the mood right now, and it don't kill my vibe. I will get my drink on tonight. I'ma get loose, get wild. If you're not in the mood right now, and it don't kill my vibe. I will get my drink on tonight. I'ma get loose, get wild. If you're not in the mood right now, and it don't kill my vibe. I will get my drink on tonight. I'ma get loose, get wild. If you're not in the mood right now, and it don't kill my vibe. My vibe.
There's no denying what we want. There's no denying what we want. Playing games, no. There's no denying what we want. There's no denying what we want. Playing games, no. There's no denying what we want. There's no denying what we want. Playing games, no. There's no denying what we want. There's no denying what we want.
Welcome back, viewers, to Ascent Los Angeles. I'm Valkyrie, and I'm with main deck Dan, and I actually have a very important question for you, Dan, right now.
Okay.
If you're in the main deck, does that put me somewhere in the sideboard?
You can be in the main deck too if you ever want to. We can talk about it.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. And you know what else I appreciate, Dan?
What?
RDO.
Oh yeah, Radiant Origins, right? Set 9, the first capstone set for Grand Archive. This is an incredible set. The entire room over there is buzzing over the new set. Everyone's trying to pick up their allotment of booster packs that they're allowed today. They're ripping them open. They're talking about the Curios, the CSRs, the URs, because we had a premiere last night, and it was a blast.
Oh, it was amazing seeing like people opening boxes. People were yelling when they opened up something good. It was really cool to see. And one of my favorite things actually in this set that sort of is really hard to find, but a couple people opened were the spirits that you could have champions on it. And we're actually going to see some footage of our premiere event. Let's go ahead and take a look and see what everyone got.
Can't wait.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the world premiere of Radiant Origins, here debuting at Ascent Los Angeles. We have the most wonderful attendance here for this event. We have so many wonderful people from all over the world. This truly is an international spectacle, a worldwide premiere of Radiant Origins. I'm so excited to see all of the amazing and different cards that are going to be pulled tonight. We've seen a lot of spoilers throughout the spoiler season, as well as with the Creator Summit showcasing a lot of, the ultimates from the different champions and such. But today, we see it all. We lay it all out on the field. We get to see every piece of information from Radiant Origins, including the world premiere of Pantheon and all of the new cards that will be only and specific to the format Pantheon, which is our new 4-player casual format. So if we want to take a look at all of the different things we have here at the event today, we have a wonderful, beautiful display of all the Pantheon champions, all of the Pantheon champions specific to the new starter decks. We have the Lorraine, Kongming, Arasana, and Xander as the Radiant Origins Pantheon decks. And it looks like we're going to be off. Everyone's going to be ready to open their boxes. Woo! How many CSRs will we pull today? How many CURs will we pull today? A part of the challenge here with the world premiere of Radiant Origins is we have challenge progress. Now, the challenges require certain sets of cards, either in foils or non-foils based on the art or the name of the card, and this will unlock more spoilers. So, for example, we have And They Are Off here. Present a set of 4 horse cards with different names. All 4 cards must be foiled. This will unlock 4 other spoilers. We've decided that it would be a fun idea and something that's more engaging with the community to bring this kind of content as a community building experience. A world premiere of a game designed for you, the players, the community, deserves an equal form of an event, something that is perfect for the community, something that gives us the opportunity to see everyone in their joyous moment opening Radiant Origins. All the players are so excited, getting ready. Even the judges, all the staff, everyone's so excited to see all the new cards. The beautiful Radiant Origins booster boxes featuring beautiful sleeves. So there's actually 18 different designs here for Radiant Origins booster boxes, all different champions. I believe it's based on their ultimate ability as well. So we can see some of these. We've seen the Facet the Forgotten. I believe it's the Merlin Crux one. We're seeing Sylvie here with Heartsong Reclamation. And one of the really cool things is that the sleeves for these booster boxes can actually be opened up and used as a poster. So it does show off the character ultimate. We're seeing a lot of things over there, and it looks like, oh, we might have opened a CSR already. Seeing a lot of cheering. Maybe it's a Gilda CSR from the Mordred Recollection. Did you get it? The Gildis. So we do have the Recollection CSR here. One of our wonderful community artists here, Connie Fry, with the beautiful Gildis. Is it Gildis the Fairy Queen, right? Fairy Monarch? Oh, Faceworn Monarch. That's, man. Of all the people to get the CSR, deserved. Very deserved. But man, what a beautiful event. Everyone's having so much fun. People are already like slotting cards into their decks. People are testing for the event. I just keep hearing cheer. I keep hearing Main Deck Dan jump up and down over there. He's like standing up. Maybe let's go do a check-in with Main Deck Dan and see how things are today. Hello, I'm here with Main Deck Dan. Main Deck Dan, did you open anything cool?
I just opened Foil Cities.
It's Foil Me, Simple Slime. I have little knowledge but much happiness. Your favorite card? Cameraman's favorite card, the Golden Checkmate. Some crazy cool stuff over here. Radiant Origins living up to everyone's expectations. Beautiful, beautiful cards being opened here. Is it time to check in with the Lineage Break boys? Hello, my friends here at Lineage Break. Have you guys opened anything cool? The Seraphic Legion's Ascent. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. And there's so much stuff. I want to see if anyone opened any of the new Ultimate CSRs. That's definitely the one I'm hunting to see. But let's do a little check-in over there with developer Christian, one of the playtesters. He's managing the challenge progress, so we'll see if anyone's brought some stuff over there. I just saw someone booking it over there, like full sprint, OSHA violation, just running it down. Oh, a historic moment. Is this the first set completed? Yes. Historic moment. First set completed. Which one?
The Allies won.
The Allies set here. 10 different Allies.
I brought 11.
Overzealous. Brought the extra card. The GOAT. As the world's first to bring the first Radiant Origins Challenge progress, can you please tell us your Omnidex name?
Loomis 708.
You'll be immortalized forever. Congratulations.
Thank you so much, and my team.
All right, let's go check in with the casters, see what they're up to. I know they're really excited to open some Radiant Origins. I've been waving the box in front of them all day. It's really funny. World famous caster Clem Hopkins. How's the Radiant origining?
It's really fun.
Are you guys origining radiantly?
Yeah. I saw my favorite origin and I saw my new favorite Grand Archive card, so I'm really happy. But I don't know where they. I have them.
Whoa!
Some pulled it apart. This hasn't mixed tape before.
This is so cool. I wish we could do this, but we're here bringing it to you guys at home, so you guys have a chance to kind of feel like you're part of the festivities and such. Let's take one more walkthrough, take a look and see if anyone got anything else. Whoa! Is that a new Curial foil?
I think so. Black Eye Spellweaver.
Do you mind holding it up for the camera for us? Thank you so much for showing off the brand new Aurora Curial foil here for Radiant Origins.
The CSR Nox.
Nox final release CSR.
And
Producer San's absolute favorite.
3 additional Umbra cards.
3 additional Umbra cards here.
The Limit Break Challenge.
So we've unlocked the Limit Break Challenge here. Now the Limit Break Challenge is going to showcase something that nobody would have expected.
All right, let's wait for it. Now,
It'll be loading up here. And this is the Guoja Ultimate that was not previously revealed. Auspicious Manifestation. Now this is a 2-cost fast card, and it is probably one of the more competitive ones in the standard format of Grand Archive. Now, we've talked about Pantheon, we've talked about Standard. Standard is the usual 1v1. We play the Path of Steel. Pantheon being the 4-player format, but this card is unbelievable. It's very cool. It essentially gives Guoja another availability to protect her Shenju ally, whatever her Fate Stone should be, whether it's the Emerald Fate Stone, or the Sapphire Fate Stone, the Azurite Fate Stone, or the Ruby Fate Stone. There are a lot of opportunities to get through and kind of protect your Shenju ally now. So another one of the really cool ones here with the Limit Break is we are revealing the Crux Lorraine Spirit Blade Retribution. We have so many challenges. The challenges are being completed at such a fast rate. I really didn't expect everyone to be getting these in so quick. It's a huge lineup with everyone right there just ready to showcase all the new cards for everybody. I think we've redeemed all the sets now. Holy. Strength in numbers.
Wow. Yeah, that was super cool to see. It was tough because we were a little busy back here, so we didn't get a chance to be out there on the floor too much. I like you saw in the video, I was there for like a second, and then I had to run away. But it was fun to see everybody cracking open the packs, especially with how exciting Radiant Origins is to open.
Yeah, it's, that video was really cool to see of just what Tyler saw, but like there's still half a venue that people were still like running through and like seeing. So a lot of really cool cards, and it barely scratched the surface. And if you're curious and you want to see more of the Radiant Origin cards, it's all on Omnidex now. So or not Omnidex.
Index.
Index. Thank you. Yes.
Close.
It's all on the Index. So you actually go to Radiant Origins First Edition and the normal printing for it, and see all the cards that are now available coming out next week officially as product.
Yeah, it was as you saw there are a lot of exciting, even just like at the UR and SR level. There are so many cards that people were getting really hyped about to see. I know there was an unrevealed card called Angelic Channeling. That's one that I think a lot of people are starting to look at right now. That's a pretty crazy card, and it's not just for Pantheon, but of course this set has a bunch of huge support for that. But like Tyler was saying, that Guoja Ultimate in Standard, that might be pretty good.
Yeah, we've seen Seru the last several or last round, and hopefully a couple more rounds here as well. And maybe they'll just slot that in for some Shenju protection. And I'm really curious to see where the decks develop from RDO. There's so much potential, so many really cool cards and strategies that it helps enable. And I'm wanting to see some really fun brews.
Yeah, I was actually in my break in the last round. I was over at Core TCG talking to Vegan there about some of his favorite cards, and I don't know the name of it. He's talking about a water potion that is a brew. If you brew it, draw 2 and recover. And I'm like,
oh,
this is like water Arasana might like actually push ahead of wind. I think it's possible. So it's going to be really crazy to see what people come up with in this new standard metagame, let alone what crazy Pantheon brews they're going to bring to the table. I have to mention, because earlier in the day, I actually had an opportunity to sit down with a group of people I had never met before and play a game of Pantheon earlier. The first time like actually playing Pantheon and Ascent, and it was just a blast. Everyone had a super fun time, and a couple people had already modified their their precons and were doing some crazy stuff. I didn't even win. I took second, but man, Arasana just had it out for me with the Cosmic Bolts.
Yep. Cosmic Bolts will get you. And I've seen some really cool things because you can play Pantheon at Ascent now. And I've seen some players, they like 4 players sat at a table, each had a starter deck. They had a box of RDO. They opened it and sort of edited their decks right there and then played a game. It's just really cool that you're able to do something at such like a large event and at an exclusive size. And I'm really, really wanting to see what they bring more for Pantheon at Ascent. We've had rumors of like a battle pass sort of style. The more you play, the more you earn, which I feel like really helps those players who don't want to compete competitively in like Path of Steel, but still really want to interact with other Grand Archive players and enjoy the game.
Yeah, one thing I found in my personal experience playing it earlier today in the Ascent was that I had a moment where I thought, man, I can take this Arasana player out right now. Like I could do it. And then I thought, I don't care. It doesn't actually matter if I win this game. There is no benefit to winning. So I thought, you know what? I'm just going to push him to the brink and see what happens. Oh, well, unfortunately.
You saw what happened.
I screwed around and I found out a little bit, but everyone's kind of interested in and invested in everyone having a fun time at the event, and that's what we did. We just had a blast playing. So I'm excited to see how people engage, because that Battle Pass format, like you said, is just making it so the only thing you really want to do is play.
Yeah.
The result doesn't matter. Playing is what matters.
Playing is important. And actually now, players who are playing for about 3 hours of Pantheon get an exclusive Pantheon pack that has the chance at a CSR barrier, and those look amazing.
They're crazy.
Very beautiful. And I believe it's one of each Pantheon starter deck champion, correct?
Correct, yeah. You have Xander, Kongming, Lorraine, and Arasana. So there's one really good one and 3 pretty good ones.
Yeah, Lorraine's really the best.
Well, I'm not. No, but I mean that's what's really fun too. It's like collect your favorite, right? And they're really nice chase items that make it so that players who travel to an Ascent, even if they're not competitive now, have something that they can engage in. They don't have to win. They don't have to perform. They just have to play, and then they can get these really valuable exclusive prizes for doing that.
Yeah. I think it's amazing that you could get prizing. We had it for collectors with Passive Silver. Now we have it for more of the casual goers of Grand Archive just playing Pantheon. And it really resonates, the line in Grand Archive trailer of choose your champion. Because you do that now. You Pantheon your champion, you choose the one you stick with, and we see all those people who are like, I love X champion, and I'm going to stick with them no matter what, collect all of their foils. Now they have an outlet to put those in a deck, play it, and show it off. So it's, it's the self-expression as well in the format.
Yeah, I absolutely think that's the case. And what's exciting is just following Radiant Origin, what we're going to see, not only now for Standard, but supporting Pantheon going forward, because clearly I'm looking at the tables out there, tons of players are out there playing Pantheon, and it's day 1 right now, right? It's day 1. The full Battle Pass thing isn't even live yet. In fact, Omnidex is in an alpha state right now for Pantheon specifically. But let alone tomorrow. I mean, I think the Pantheon tables are going to be going wild tomorrow. I've talked to a bunch of people out there who said, yeah, like, you know, I'm here, I'm trying day one, but what I really want to do is I want to make day 2, lose round 1, and then go play Pantheon, which is like, when do you ever hear that? Like, I traveled all the way to this event. I really hope I lose in day 2 so that I can play Pantheon.
Yeah, take advantage of it. And I've on the same boat. I've talked to many players, interviewed a lot of them. Like, hey, how you doing? They're like, oh, not good, but that's okay. I'm just gonna go play Pantheon instead now. And you're like, oh, okay, yeah. Well, you know, you have, you know, one event, just go to the other and still enjoy your time.
Yeah, yeah. So that's really exciting to see. I mean, I think this is something that Grand Archive has needed for a long time, and it's fantastic to see it coming into the game now. This outlet for players, like you said, creativity, right, or just expression of your love for the. We even listening earlier to the Pyramid interview, where he said, "Yeah, I saw the Lorraine cutout or whatever. And I thought this is amazing. I need this art. I need to enjoy this." You don't need to be a serious competitive gamer to really express your love for a character and do it not just by thinking, man, I like this card, I'm going to pay money for it, but I get to go to an event and show my love to other people in a format where I'm just having fun and I'm getting rewarded. It's like, I don't know, find the flaw. It's a perfect system.
It really is. It's so many stories of people getting to Grand Archive because they saw a character and they really enjoyed it. But then we're about to see a very interesting matchup here. We have both players sitting at 5-1 for the day.
Yeah, back to the competitive game though, right? Which is not to say that the game is getting less competitive, right? Because Grand Archive is still the highest skill game that I think is out there. And we're going to watch, I think, a couple more players as they're fighting right now because like you said, Val, 5-1. The winner of this gets locked in for day 2, right? And whether or not they want to lose and play Pantheon or win all the way to top 8, this is still an important round. Prizes on the line, a lot of good stuff. We have Wei versus Harunda, and we're kicking this off right away with a double Looking Glass start where we have we see exactly what's going on here. We have a Fractals matchup on the water side versus a Looking Glass and a Spirit of Fire. Still have to see exactly what that means on Harunda's side, and we're going to be waiting to get the deck lists over in the booth here as soon as we can as well. But look at this start for both players. Val, what is the card that both players just played right now?
They both activated Unmake Duality, Dan, and the reason we are getting hyped about this is because not only is it a good card to see in your deck, on turn 1 exclusively, when you get to just draw 2 cards for absolutely free for having that Looking Glass, it sets you up for so much potential plays. And I actually caught a glimpse at Harunda's draws here, and it appears we're sitting at a Ponytoss deck against Fractals here.
Okay, this is actually a tough matchup. Ponytoss or Horse and Taxes. This is the deck that, for people who don't know, it's a very silly name, but this deck was created by the competitive team Chess Club for Ascent Boston last year, and it just popped off and destroyed the event. Like really, it didn't win, but it would most of the top 8 was Chess Club on this deck. It's a powerful deck whose entire goal is to go to Vanitas level 3 with some horses in play and tax the opponent out of the game using Vanitas's level 3 punch ability that makes their materializations cost more, while putting just huge threats on the board so they just can't respond in time.
Yeah, it's sort of a double-edged threat. Vanitas themselves has an attack stat you could attack in with, and then you just have horses beating you down. And it's actually very important against Fractals, is a lot of the time you go so low in influence that the extra cost for materialization can really hinder your turn. You have to really rely on that floating memory. And a lot of these decks, the Vanitas deck runs Censor to just stop any floating memory, and a lot of just the tax part, right? Force your opponent to put more and more resources into the game.
Now we see Harunda going with the Fractal of Sparks here, and this is important too because as Vanitas is a cleric, and this is a wind-fire deck using the ability, and Vanitas' inherent ability to enable with a wind element alongside the Spirit of Fire. That Fractal of Sparks sets up some interesting lines with a card called Searing Rebuke, where, again, there's just spikes of damage that you can't really respond to because you've just been taxed out of really being able to play the game at an effective level. It's going to be interesting to see how Wei deals with this because they did have a very fast Fractal start, going already with 4 Fractals in play and going to Dao-Chan level 1 on this turn. They're kind of getting set up to actually be able to kind of play through the game, I feel like, with a lot of reservable Fractals. I mean, starting off with Unmake Duality to draw a nice influence too. And we didn't see Harunda doing anything too crazy. We didn't see the Dungeon Guide to 2 into the Activate to 3, right? They're playing a little bit slower, and Wei is already at a pretty solid position. So the thing is, if Horse and Tax is running out of steam, well, then it's just kind of over, right? So we have to see if Harunda can pull it together, and this is probably a really crucial turn.
It is, and one of the most important parts is if you do go to Vanitas 3 quickly, you lose your defensive options.
We do see the Lava Soul Tiger coming out. This is the adaptation that came to this deck from Ascent London that Chess Club brought out. This Lava Soul Tiger is a 5/5, which is huge. Pride 3, but Vanitas gets to go to 3 easier than almost any other champion. Now, the issue is, and the problem with Fractals, is that to go to Vanitas level 3 using his inherent ability to do so is a card activation. And, well, there's a card called Glimmering Refusal that negates a card activation. So Harunda has to be careful and can't go into it, which is why I think Wei is already a Dao-Chan. It's very easy for Wei to find a Glimmering Refusal and negate that activation entirely.
Yeah, it's a very, like, a lot of people say, like, oh, it's a champion card. You can't negate a champion card. You can because the specific keyword, as you said, activation. And it's a very smart heads-up play from Wei to know that this is their out to beat this deck or have a chance against it. As you mentioned, it was popular. It ran rampant, and players now have the skill and knowledge against it to where it's not going to catch you off guard, but it's still going to be a difficult climb.
Yeah, it still is a deck. It plays the game a little unlike most other decks. And if you're not prepared for this specific matchup, it can just run you over. But looking at Wei's hand here, you know, we're actually already looking at 8 influence and 4 fractals in play. That's a remarkable position already to be in. I see a Burst Asunder in hand. Here comes a Frostworn Paladin as well. We do have the float from the Refracting Missile that just got played to take out that Lava Soul Tiger in the last turn. This is starting to actually put threats in play, and Harunda just not with much less influence, let alone the Fractals, not able to really effectively, I think, dance on the same level as Wei right now, just kind of missing that speed.
Yeah, you mentioned it earlier, just saying that if the deck falls behind, it struggles a lot, and we're starting to see sort of that momentum. Harunda has not been able to level up, the fast pace, and Wei just has every answer they need, removing the Lava Soul Tiger, a Frostworn Paladin. And here we finally see Vanitas 3, but
we had to do the materialize, though.
Yes.
We didn't get to activate it, so we lost the materialization phase to play this to try and be safe. And it's smart of Harunda to know that. I don't want this activation to be negated, so I materialize it. Now he's in play, which is great, but 3 influence, a Dream Fairy coming down, 4 influence of the Dream Fairy coming down to hit that Frostworn Paladin. Like, this is good, but is it good enough?
Yeah, it's one of those, like, any normal time, this play would be great, would be amazing. But you're staring down a Fractal player with a lot of influence still, and we see an obvious rejection to this Dream Fairy, and he's saying draw 2.
Yeah, he says, nope, I want the Dream Fairy. Please go ahead. And the problem is this offense, this is followed up by the Glimmering Refusal that says, okay, thank you for the cards. Now it's negated.
It's like, I just want to test you, give you a little pop quiz. And the quiz is, do I draw 2 or do you get your spell negated? And a lot of times people say, I'll get it negated. It's fine. But in this instant, it said draw 2 and you are punished for it.
Yeah, the acquiescing is it's a little bit of a tester, right? Whether or not you know what to do in the scenario. But in this case, I think Haruna is exactly right. Like, if you just allow it to be negated, then the Wei still holds on to the Glimmering Refusal. Then what do you do? Next turn, your next thing's negated anyway. So at least 2 things got out of the hand. You have to run through those Glimmering Refusals eventually. But it's just such a commanding position now for Wei here with a second Frostworn Paladin coming down now as well, and able to actually just keep this up, I think, to intercept the Vanitas. The Vanitas hits for 3. Now, Harunda can do something like bring out an Impact Hammer, right, to add extra damage, so at least it takes care of the Frostworn Paladin, but it denies the tax, because you have to hit the champion with Vanitas to tax, and it still gets rid of the Frostworn Paladin and lowers the amount of potential damage coming back at Vanitas.
Yeah, it is. Wei's just seeing everything they need in this matchup currently. Precision card playing. We have Frostborn Paladins, we have the negates, and looking at that hand, Dan, I see Glimmering Refusal, Burst Asunder, Refracting Missiles. Just pure gas in the hand.
And to the point where I think the math is done right now. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 fractals. That's 12 damage, which is enough for a potential like Burst Asunder and any other Shimmering Refracting Missile to already be entirely lethal. And we're going to see there is that Refracting Missile followed by that Burst Asunder. And just like I was saying, there it is. That is the lethal line. Harunda has no response, and that is going to be Wei taking game 1 with an incredible start on Water Dao-Chan Fractals against this Horse and Taxes match.
Dan, that was a 9-minute game.
Yep, it
that
sure was.
Fast. And, you know, Fractals, a lot of times people look at that, it's like, oh, it's a slower deck. It has to build up Fractals, gain momentum through that way. No, it can just draw insanely well, have a great start, and just have an answer for everything. What is it? A total of 5 Fractals, I think, at the very end to close out the game?
Yep.
Not a lot. In comparison.
It's a lot of fractals. yeah, I mean, it depends on your point of view for sure. We've seen these games go like 2 fractals at the end. We've seen them go 12 fractals at the end. It depends entirely on the matchup here, but that is exactly, like you're saying, Valk, the strength of fractals. Fast or slow, right? And it's adaptable. It's able to say, you know what, in this matchup, I just need to put the fractals down and pop off. Or other matchups, it goes, I cannot put down my cards right now. I need to hold up my interaction. And that's okay, because you just go slower. You acquiescing rejection them. They let you draw 2. You go, neat, thank you. And then you go ahead and negate their thing anyway. You know, it's a deck that is so powerful because of its adaptability. Now, looking at these players' sideboards coming in here, we of course see Harunda on the back foot right now, needing to come back into this. I immediately see some things that are likely going to come in here. We have 2 Scatter Essence in the side. You need to be able to pop these fractals, although 2 is not a lot, right? But we do have those. We have a Viridian Protective Trinket, which will help against that negation. We have a Safeguard Amulet, which will help against that Burst Asunder.
Yes, all very important cards you need to bring in. It's not a, oh, should I? It's, no, you need to bring these in against this particular matchup. It is a very difficult to navigate without it. Wish there was more Scatter Essence, but, you know, happy for 2 at least. If you see that early game, it'll be perfect. And over on Wei's side, there are some interesting cards that I think can actually hinder Vanitas. I think most importantly, you're looking at that Song of Frost, right? You want to bring that in, and it's just that one time of, if I need to stop an attack from the Vanitas to get a materialization of my Dao-Chan without that taxation, that is the perfect card to bring in. And additionally, Captivating Opulence. It is a card a lot of the times that players don't really play around, and you can catch them off guard. It forces your opponents to pay 2 more for the activation of Regalias. So that Safeguard Amulet we were just talking about in the sideboard would take 2 to activate, and a lot of the times Vanitas is on a low influence. They can't afford it.
Yeah, I'm taking a look at what Vanitas has in the material deck. The Smoke Bombs is a potential thing to get through a Frostborn Paladin. You can make that cost 2 more. The Tariff Ring, of course, can shut down again like Frostborn Paladin aggro, though that might be the one that comes out for the Safeguard Amulet, potentially. This Purifying Thurible as well, another card that has it can be very good with that, you know, we saw that float, that importance of that floating memory for cards like Frostborn Paladin, but if that Captivating Opulence comes down in time, we get to Dao-Chan, it's class bonus, we get the Dao-Chan in time, then we have potentially a struggle for that Purifying Thurible to even be relevant to play, because look how low the influence gets in Vanitas. You might only have 3, and then you can't even activate it.
You don't have anything. And
well, you can, but not well. It'd be for 1.
You don't really get the benefit of what you want from that. And, you know, you said it is a Dao-Chan bonus, which 100% that is to keep in mind. But the way Wei played in that game 1 immediately went to
went there right away. We see players frequently like True Champion Caben, who's like, I will only go to level 1 if you put a gun to my head. I absolutely have to. Here, Wei really respected it and went for it, which I think is really important. And now we had Harunda with that first turn. It looked like nothing to play here going into Wei's first turn, and we're going to see, let's see how many fractals they drop this time, Valk.
Just 1 fractal on passing here into Harunda's fast cure. Gonna go ahead and get into that Vanitas. Both elements now enabled. This is the most important part about the deck. You want to be able to play both of the elements you have here, but we're not seeing any of the important cards for early game. We're not seeing any creative shocks. We're not seeing any fractals for Vanitas. We're not even seeing Unmake Duality again.
Yeah, and I mean, like, importantly, I guess I should look here because we used to have a huge amount of both dungeon guides and we had Beseech the Winds. And we still have, yeah, this is very similar, actually. 4 dungeon guide, 2 Beseech the Winds in the main as a way to use that to go to 2, play a 2-drop, and then activate to 3. Now, of course, that activate to 3 part's not going to happen, but just being able to get to that higher level faster is very important. So Horunda's still having to play kind of a slow game, way going into a backup charger, not immediately going to Dao-Chan this time. I think sensing that right now we're not playing a super fast Vanitas game.
Yeah, if Harunda's taking some time playing a slower game, why not take the time to play slow game yourself? Wei is taking advantage of the pacing, and that's something that you really have to be part of adaptability in Grand Archive. If your opponent's slowing something down, you also need to be able to flow with that momentum. So we have the materialization of Vanitas 2 now, and it is the question of, do you play something and attempt to materialize or activate your Vanitas 3, or do you just try and put 3 cards down and do the good old materialization like we did in game 1?
I can't imagine we go to an activate of Vanitas. It's so risky because it's not just that you deny yourself the activation, it banishes Vanitas.
Yeah.
Your level 3 gets banished, right? Like, you're done. You're scooping it up with this deck if that happens. It is so risky that I don't think it is a possibility right now, but instead we're playing this Dilu, right? We're getting this Pride 3 ally down. This is where it's so powerful to activate to 3 and then be able to attack with it, but we are not able to attack with it yet because we only have the level 2. Am I missing something? Is there a plus level from a source right now? Because I do see it coming in, or is the Fractal of Snow sacrificed to make it rest? No, I don't think any of those things are the case here.
I believe I saw the index pulled up, so maybe it'll just be referencing the text of a card.
Okay. We're going to see, it just hasn't resolved yet, I think, is all that's going on. So the acquiescing rejection was played to allow a draw 2. So that, okay, we were just waiting. It was sideways. Like, why is this thing sideways right now? But we do see that Brisk Windtrotter coming down. It's going to put the buff counters on. One thing Horunda might do is say, like, look, I'm just going to see if you have it. I mean, with the way that first game went, maybe Horunda already feels like the only way I'm going to win is if I go for the activate right now. I do think that is a possibility. We've talked about that earlier in the stream today, but this idea of sometimes you just have to make them happen.
I think after letting your opponent draw 2 for the acquiesce rejection.
Yeah, I mean,
we don't go for.
We don't. No. At that point, it's like, okay, all right. But in this case, there are now 4 cards in Horunda's memory, so we are set up to go to the level into the attack. But it is just such a vulnerable position to be in with your entire hand down. You put out this board of these allies, and your opponent is playing Water Fractals, right? There are guaranteed 12 cards main board that can just destroy these allies right now. And if they get destroyed, you go to level 3 with 2 cards in hand. I don't know what's happening at that point.
Yeah, you can't really activate anything. Most cost of the card, or the average cost of cards in the Vanitas deck is 2, because that's a very important number to do when you're going from that level 2 to 3 activation. Yep. And so you're just stuck with cards you're unable to play. And it turns into just a very bad situation of draw go, giving Fractals a free turn, and they would love that.
Yeah. This feels like a free turn right now, at least free value turn, as the Fractal of Rain came down, followed by the Unmake Duality was finally found, used to get rid of the Looking Glass on Wei's side. Horunda would be dying to have an Unmake Duality themselves from earlier in this game, but so far that puts Wei at a 1, 5, 9, 8. 10 or 11 influence right now in 3 Fractals is looking like a pretty incredible place to be. Am I wrong? It's 12. No, it's 11 influence. Okay, 11 influence right now. 3 Fractals in play to Horunda's 4, potentially 2 if they go to the level to 3.
Yeah, that is. I'm not a math expert, but that does not add up to being in a good position there for Harunda. But Wei, like, looking at that hand as well, it's just nothing but value. We see Song of Frost, we see Burst Asunder, multiple Refracting Missiles, Frostborn Paladins in that hand. Once again, we're having answers to everything that the Vanitas can do. We even see negates in there as well. So it's just playing calm, calculated, and cool, making sure you...
Yeah, there it is. Like, this is exactly what we're saying. The refracting missile on the Dilu, to be able to get this thing off the board. Now, it has those buff counters, right? So it's really big. So you have to follow this up with that Frosthorn Paladin. But then the Frosthorn Paladin, trading into the Dilu, puts Harunda into such a ridiculously rough position. A 1-1 is in play, right? A 1-1 and Vanitas level 3 and 2 cards. Yeah, it's not a position that can really be pulled out of easily. And I wonder how much of this was a clunky opener, because that dual element thing is a little bit rough sometimes when you don't see the right cards on your level 0 turn.
Indeed, sometimes you really don't have any options, and you just have to try and make do with the best you have. The important part, though, is Vanitas has finally been able to swing in for 3, which means that the next materialization Wei does costs an additional memory. And, you know, sometimes you just say, I'm not going to materialize anything.
Yeah, we saw a skipped materialize here. Like, that's fine. My position right now is so good because look at this. The Zhang Zhao coming down with 3 fractals in play. That meant it is a 1-2 draw 2. Comes in, clears the Windbrisk Trotter off of the Brisk Wind Trotter off the board. And now, again, there's just a Vanitas in play. Like you said, Val, there's negates in hand, right? There's Song of Frost in hand. Harunda can play a thing and attack next turn. And that's the limit, basically.
Yeah, that is the pretty much the tip of the iceberg for this Vanitas right now. Take a look at the hand. We see the Unmake Duality finally, after so long.
But not enough influence to even activate it.
A little too late to see that card. And you're just sort of attack with Vanitas, hope they take it, and just say pass turn at this point. You are sitting on that Searing Rebuke in hand, but a lot of the time Fractals is going to be dealing more than that 3 damage.
Here what happened is Wei had a moment to debate using the Song of Frost to negate this attack, which certainly could have done that to deny the tax, but the issue is then you banish a random card of 4 to level. Instead, you can just, and you lost the Song of Frost, but you could just take the attack and then banish a guaranteed 2 cards to level. It looks like they're still going to play a Refracting Missile here anyway and get that float set up, but ultimately, using the Song of Frost is only relevant in this case if you're trying to really specifically protect certain cards in your memory. And Wei just said, it's fine. I'll just banish random cards.
Yeah,
not a big deal.
Banish random one, get the guaranteed float. You know, perfectly fine. That I believe Wei has the influence to go ahead and pay this Vanitas tax.
I think so. I mean, I guess I should. It's about tax season right now, so I should start doing all the numbers here, figuring this out. But yeah, I think they paid it just fine.
You know, I bet Dao Chen has a really good accountant.
Yeah, clearly, based on how this game goes, I think Dao Chan's accountant is phenomenal. We have a Fractal of Insight coming down, going to do the on-enter to rest it in order to glimpse 2. Just put those 2 on the bottom. They are not the gas that we're looking for right now. But really, it's a position right now where the only thing Wei has to worry about is that there is a Safeguard Amulet in play now, right? And so in order to like pull off the actual game-winning play right now, we do have to think about that Safeguard and maybe do something to remove it from the board, or at least like play the Burst Asunder, force it to be used, and then play another one or something. So there's a little bit of room, a little bit of wiggle room that Harunda has. It's just an uphill battle to get there.
Very much uphill battle. We see the pass turn from Wei. Harunda just drawing a card and say, I'll attack its Vanitas, see what you have. Are you going to do anything in response? And now we finally see that Song of Frost coming in, which sort of reads to me that Wei's going to be valuing this next materialization. I'm thinking of a Scepter of Fascination, perhaps.
I think, yeah, we have cards in memory right now. We're going to be using this Dao Chan Shimmering Refraction from memory. We don't want to necessarily have to banish whatever we draw from memory with this either. We also have to at some point just start preventing the damage, right? Because this is still Fractals, right? We don't have any more than 19 life. And you can't end up going into a position where Searing Rebuke kills you.
Mm-hmm. Oh, man. And we're at materialization for Wei. And Harunda, importantly, keeping that Safeguard Amulet, not taking the damage, or taking the damage from the Shimmering Refraction. And I think Wei is just happy with that, right? You sneak in that damage, and every turn, maybe just a Shimmering Refraction or Refracting Missiles until Harunda's forced to pop this Safeguard Amulet, and then you just go, okay, Burst Asunder, now since you no longer have this option of protection.
Harunda has to decide to use the Safeguard Amulet right now, just deciding to play this while the hand is down and get it online before it can be responded to with like multiple refracting missiles or shimmering refractions, because the math is not fantastically in Harunda's favor right now with the amount of fractals. Now, they are stacked right now. I think the number right now is 4? We're either at 4?
5.
5, okay, we did get to 5. 5, so the way Burst Asunder works is it's 2 + 2 for every fractal that you sacrifice, so that's representing 12 damage right there. With Zhang Zhao already dealt the 1, so it's a very close to Burst Asunder being lethal, but it's important just to know that that Safeguard Amulet being popped right now means that no Burst Asunder needs to be played this turn, but they doesn't need to be played to try to get rid of the Safeguard Amulet. It's already gone, and now it's up to Harunda to find another way to survive another turn, because Burst Asunder plus Zhang Zhao is now lethal.
Yes, also double refracting missiles as well. We know Wei has been sitting on them. That's still 12 damage as well,
sure is.
with plenty of influence and at a fast speed. So you could even go Burst Asunder, and if your opponent has like a response, maybe the like any kind of damage prevention, you can just go on top of that with your refracting missiles and either pop a bubble or the damage prevention itself, or just get that extra damage on to force the Burst Asunder to be lethal.
Yeah, and I think it's just it's actually suffering from just an abundance of choice right now for Wei in a way to actually just efficiently close this game off. Here comes the Shimmering Refraction for 5, which is going to obviously push us very, very close already to that lethal line. Now, Harunda has managed to build up a bit of influence here, and this is where we do have to worry about Searing Rebuke. I think I see it there in the hand, at the back of the hand right now. So there is a Searing Rebuke that is available. Now, Searing Rebuke is going to prevent the next 3 damage, and each time it prevents damage that turn, it's going to deal 3 damage back to Wei.
Yes.
Right? Which, depending on how it gets set up, can be up to 9 damage. Going to be tough to do that in Fractals, specifically because of how adaptable they are. And of course, we know Wei is sitting on a Glimmering Refusal. But still, it means that with that hand and with that potential, there's a little bit that has to be weighed as far as how to actually go about closing this game off, despite how close it is.
Indeed, I think in Wei's position, you just reserve 2 fractals and Burst Asunder. Yeah, force your opponent to have a response, do something, and you can just respond accordingly.
And there's the Searing Rebuke, so we're going to see there, we're going to see 2 more. Glimmering Refusal going to come down negated unless pay 5, and that is going to be game, with Wei taking round 7, locking in that 6-1 record into day 2 already, but with 2 more rounds to play to buff that record up and potentially make it into the top 8. Water Fractals, still a real deck.
Oh yeah, Water Fractals, definitely on the radar still. And most importantly, what you said there, Dan, is just because you secured day 2 doesn't mean that's the end of the fight. You can't just relax and take it easy. These next 2 rounds are as important, or maybe even more important, if you're chasing that top 8.
Right. We were talking earlier about the people going to day 2 and then just dropping to play Pantheon. But I definitely don't see that here with Wei playing a good deck, playing Fractals effectively, and already locked in with that potential to build up a lot more, a lot higher win amount, right? So that day 2 is just such an easy breeze. You just got to win a match or 2, and then you might just sneak yourself right into top 8. So definitely a really strong position. But the cool thing here for Harunda, obviously Harunda playing very glass cannon deck. As we saw here, it was rough. We didn't get off to a good start. We didn't get those cards, but a 5-1 record going into this round, right? Nothing to sneeze at all. And you face those level 3 decks that are just trying so desperately to level, and you get taxed right away. They can't negate. They don't have the ability to negate your Venus, so you can just go all the way there right away. All Harunda needs to see is a couple more solid matchups like that, and then we get some more horses and taxes in our day 2 as well.
Yes, I love horses. I'm super happy to see them being played. And I think, like, you know, watching that match, if you hit the records, you'd be like, wow, this horse and taxes deck kind of got rolled. Like, it's probably not doing well. But then when you see the record, 5-1, this deck is in contention of qualifying for day 2. It's just this one rough matchup. And I really like to say a couple bad draws as well in those opening hands, being really element locked as well. And sometimes that happens in this kind of style of deck. And all you need is for your next round to get paired up into, you said, like a level 3 deck, a CL, a Lorraine, a Merlin, and you draw a good hand, and you are just happy and in town.
Yeah, it's a deck where we've seen some of these decks in the past that are just very focused on a turbo strategy, right? And these are high risk, high reward decks, right? As you saw the risk side, but the reward side is, wow, I'm just getting punched for 12 right now, and then I can't effectively materialize anything, and I have no defense, and I'm just going to lose the game, and I try to do anything, I get searing rebuked, right? And like, when the deck pops off, it, number one, kind of looks like you're not playing Grand Archive anymore, which is pretty funny. You're like, draw, attack, okay, go. I don't need to actually activate anything anymore. But number two, it is just such a weird, because it's such a weird angle, it is just hard to actually contend with without the right tech. So one cool thing about today, though, is we get to go over to our backup feature match now. We get to show you guys some more gameplay footage. Let's hop in.
Yeah.
Okay, in a moment, actually. It'll be coming. It'll be coming here in just a second. I actually know what we're going to see in this one. Probably, I'm going to guess not another horse in Texas, but we're probably going to be jumping right into the middle of it, and we'll catch you guys up on what exactly is going on. Oh, okay, we got a little trolled. We're going to actually go to the winner's interview, and then we are going to go over to the match. So we're going to head, I think we're going to head over there in a minute.
In a minute. We're working on setting that up currently right now. So you're stuck with us, myself, and Dan a little bit longer here. But Dan, I think the backup feature match is a really cool idea here at the world premiere of Los Angeles. Just because it's like, we have matches like this where it goes kind of fast, and I know viewers just want to watch Grand Archive, and that's why this second matchup, and now it's just more Grand Archive. You get double the matchups, more content in just a singular round, and it's a super cool thing to see. So once we get this winner's interview through, we'll go into that matchup, and I have a feeling, like, it's a tingling sensation, it's going to be Water Aether Wings versus CL.
That is a very, I was going to say it's a really random matchup to pick, but those are two of the most popular decks in the format. So certainly, I guess a reasonable shot, but we will see soon. Let's first head over to the winner's interview and hear what Wei has to say about that decisive victory.
I am here at the end of round 7 with the winner, Wei. First of all, congratulations. You've now locked yourself into day 2. How does it feel?
It feels really good. I was really nervous before this.
Nervous about this matchup or nervous in general about the event today?
I didn't know what he was playing, but just in general, because I needed a win.
Do you feel like Fractals has a good general matchup into the spread here at Ascent LA, or you kind of feel like it's maybe on the back foot?
I think it has a pretty good matchup. I don't really have too much issues with Seru or Water Aether, and those seem to be the most popular, so I think it's fine.
What are you the most scared of that you've seen out there so far?
Oh, for sure, Crux. Yeah.
Crux? It's crazy. I feel like everyone's always been so scared of Crux, and then no one's playing Crux now, and that's the scary deck again.
Well, it's just because I'm Fractal, so if they're playing Lorraine, then it's really hard.
True, Clarent.
Because of Clarent, yeah.
That makes sense. Incarnate Majesty is also kind of good.
Yeah.
It's a lot of fun things out there. I want to talk about your deck. I want to talk about differences between what you're playing here and what you've been playing. Because I looked in your Fractal. I looked at all the information.
Okay.
You swapped over to the Looking Glass. You used to be playing GCR. Tell me about that. How come you changed now?
Honestly, I just did it on a whim. Everyone else is doing this, I'll do it.
Dude, this is the Corax interview all over again. I just do it because I feel like it. There are a couple other things that I thought were really interesting. You are playing Frostnip Pureway.
Oh, no, okay.
Never seen anyone play this. I tried one time.
Yeah.
I could never resolve the card.
It was just a for fun thing. Honestly, it wasn't supposed to be that good.
The fun of.
Yeah.
The fun
but
of.
it kind of worked in one of the games. I was able to get them to play extra mana for one turn, and that let me go for lethal the next. So it was okay for me today, but honestly, it wasn't really that useful.
I feel like Frostnip Pureway is one of those cards where when you look at it on paper, you're like, dude, this is amazing. Like, he has to give up everything, and then you play it, you're like, maybe not. It's like kind of cool. It's probably a little more cute than anything.
But they have to think about it because if I have Enfeebling Orb out, they have to worry about going full hands down, and so if they don't kill me that turn, there's a chance I could just kill them next. So it's not the worst thing. But it's pretty bad, but there's some use cases.
Dude, that could be the Ascent LA winning card, Frostnip Pureway from the Recollection deck. That's a big one. Recollection cards, I think, are often slept on.
Yeah.
There's some really good ones in there. Looking at a couple other things in your deck list, you're only playing 2 Acquiescing Rejection. Now, that is something I'm really curious about because I swear people are 0 or 4.
I never really liked 4. I think it's just too many of a 4-cost card that you don't always have a chance to play. There's a very specific cards that you want to play it against, and if they're not playing them, then you're not really playing Acquiescing either. So yeah, I like winning 2. It's I get room for other stuff too, so it's kind of nice.
makes sense. You know, if they're not playing like unmakes and stuff like that, you could side it out.
Yeah, yeah.
You aren't playing something that I thought was interesting that you were playing before. You were playing Novice Healer in your sideboard before.
Oh yeah,
Can you talk to me about why that was the thing and why you chose to take it out for this event specifically?
I had it as a thing because I was more worried about aggro before, but I don't think there's too much aggro outside of Water Ether, and I could kind of handle them without Novice Healer, so I don't really need it. I also need to make room for unmake. Yeah.
True. You need to, because making unmake is like another 2 or 3 cards in the list.
Yeah.
So when you were adding unmake to the list, what were the first 2 or 3 cards you were thinking about cutting?
Oh, it was Novice Healer for sure.
Novice Healer. It was just those and nothing else.
Some of other cards, like I had 2 overlapping Visage, but honestly, I didn't really need 2. The times they come in handy are pretty rare, and I kind of just want to have one for the one case that I get to hit Seru. That's the only reason.
the one time. It is pretty cool. I remember the first time I saw it was in the Toolbox CL.
Yeah.
You can grim past this shit, but there's a lot of cool options. So knowing that you're locked right now for day 2, how do you feel going into the rest of the day? Are you relaxed? Are you like really trying to like push for the set? What is it, 8-1 at this point?
Oh, definitely more relaxed. Like I'm just chilling now.
Just chilling.
Just chilling.
I mean, Fractals is good. I think your matchup there honestly was a lot better than some people would think. I feel like you going into Vanitas is it's pretty good, right? And, they go level 3 and they have to respect the fact that you can just negate that because it's an activation.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I misplayed a couple times, but it didn't really matter because my matchup was really good for me. So it was good. Probably my most favorite matchup today. Yeah.
It's pretty good.
Yeah.
That sounds like you had a hard run to get here.
I mean, mostly it was Seru and Water Ether, which I don't think I'm super favored in all those matchups either. It's just usually like a 50-50 kind of for me. So yeah, it wasn't like insanely hard, but it was definitely more difficult than this one.
For sure.
Yeah.
Again, congratulations on winning your round 7, locking yourself into day 2. Guys, that was way here at the end of the feature match for round 7. We're going to send it back to the casters to bring you guys the backup feature match very shortly.
It's always really fun to hear other Fractal players talk about it because, of course, in our team, there's a lot of Fractals that end up happening. And it's really fun to hear people's different takes on things. I love that. But we are going to head over now, for real this time, to our backup match. And let's go see what's going on, Valk.
Alrighty. We have... Oh, we're just getting into the game here. Really curious to see what the matchup is. Both starting with Looking Glass, we have a Spirit of Water and a Spirit of Wind. Fractals versus Tristan, perhaps.
Yeah, Spirit of Wind with a... Oh, yeah, looking at the Spirit of Wind with a Looking Glass. We have an Ensnaring Fumes. We have a Windmill Engineer. We have... Yeah, okay. There's a Beseech the Winds here, too. I think the most like... Is that... Oh, that might have been the New Art Surveil. Okay, so there's the Unmake Duality. Unmake Duality coming... Just trying to get our bearings of exactly what we're ending up seeing here. But Unmake Duality going to draw 2 more. And we're just going to have to see where there is the... Okay. There's the Fairy Whispers. Yeah, I'm pretty locked into Tristan here, Valk. How about you? I'm pretty sure that's Tristan at this point.
I'm locked into Tristan, and I got a sneak peek of Quick's hand over to the left, and it is Water Aetherwing, a deck that I love, very familiar with, and we get to see it in action, and super excited to see. And this is a pretty fun matchup for both players. Water Aetherwing does have sort of a time limit to beat this Tristan, because once those Omnis Shadows are out, you have to rely on Carpsong Coda, and it gets a little bit more difficult for you.
Yeah, let's talk about that matchup a little bit here. Now, we do see that Cheshire Cat coming down, which is a key component of being able to actually push that aggro fast enough. But Tristan has this uncanny ability to completely lock down attacking-based decks once she reaches level 3, right? She gets the shadows out, she redirects the damage, and she still gets to run stuff like Ensnaring Fumes as just a backup response to whatever is going on. But getting there is the challenge.
Yes.
Getting there is the challenge, especially with the power that Aetherwing Diana can throw together. When you see this Cheshire Cat start, it's extremely frightening to see. Now we're going to get that Fairy Whispers coming down, finding us an Ascent Protector, and Chem Collapse looking at already a pretty stocked hand thanks to finding that Unmake Duality on the first turn. Going to Beseech the Winds, I think respect. Huge respect right now. I think we're going to see Censor of Restful Peace. That's my guess. We're going to see the... Never mind, this is Seru! It's Seru! We were wrong!
We were just tricked, bamboozled, and thrown under the bus here. A lot of Tristan cards we saw in that opening hand, we confirmed at the end, like, we're cemented in, and then boom, Seru.
I mean, Beseech was the weird one, right?
Yeah.
Beseech is not, it is sometimes running Tristan, but it could be, I just thought it was a weird build. Unmake Duality Tristan has happened, Beseech Tristan has happened, but in this case, no, it all led to Seru Guoja. This is the iconic match in the metagame right now. This is the Dragon Hunter versus the Dragon, right? And we will see now if Guoja, who is turboing pretty quickly with that Beseech going into level 1, getting that Fabled Azure Fatestone out there, and is now able to hold up this pretty big hand. I mean, it's a main board. It's a main board ensnaring fumes, right? Like, man, I'm so bamboozled, but we have seen that as well.
Yes, it is. We were slightly tricked, but it's okay. We're back on track here. Cheshire getting the bonus from that Inert Sword now, swinging in, and this is why she's so strong, and why Water Diana adds up damage fairly quickly. We see Cheshire attacking in for 3. We see the Spirit coming in for 2 with the sword. Already 5 damage that turn, and we're not even Diana yet to start doing Aether Wings. This is just pure materialization and a Cheshire Cat.
The question I have for you, Valk, and you're experiencing this matchup play out, how fast do you think the Seru player needs to level to win this? Do they want to level fast, or do they want to play Influence?
They want to level fast in this matchup particularly. You need to get to 3 as soon as possible for that little bit of buffer that Diana's able to shoot through, but you can't afford to miss your quest counters for Seru. Seru is one of the most important key cards for you in this matchup, and if you make it to 3, but you have not enough quest counters, you might as well have just stayed at level 2 at that point.
I think it's very to make it a 3 and not have enough quest counters. You have to deliberately not take the quest counters at 2 and 3. I think, and I mean, I think that's where my head is at with this. Is going to 3 and flipping the dragon is pretty huge. It is tough. It's not it's not doable, but it's undoable. But it takes a lot of what Diana is throwing down to take that dragon out in a single turn, especially if you're holding on to pieces of interaction to be able to play the game a little bit with them. But we are going to see ChemClaps taking a slower route right now. Looking at this, I feel pretty good about this being the influence generating version of Seru. This is not the ally list that we saw, for example, main deck Tony playing earlier today. This is the one that just wants to have a big hand and interact. And again, holding on to that ensnaring fumes right now is a way to really hold back the tempo of the game a little bit. Even right now, ensnaring fumes would return the Windmill Engineer to hand and get rid of the cat for a turn, which wouldn't be the worst. We're going to see that, this is pretty interesting, where it looks like that Undercurrent Vantage to gain distant was played, where Quick is kind of posturing, I'm going to go to Diana level 1 next turn, and I want my Aether Wing. And ChemClap says, I'm going to put 4 down to incapacitate that. I don't want you to be distant that badly.
Yeah, and the whole deck, Diana, revolves around being distant on your first materialization, so you get a free Aether Wing out onto the field. So ChemClaps, I feel like, has a lot of experience in this particular matchup, making sure to know when to stop your opponent from leveling up and when to use that in cap. And here we see just opting into a Pavlor sword instead.
I think it's tricky. The Palvor sword is the play that Diana's adapted over the last few months, where the Palvor sword is, okay, fine, I'm not distant. I didn't find distant. I can just, the whole point is I get to play swords now and attack with the cat. So it is like, I don't know how big of a punish it is, but it is allowing that cat to continue aggressing at ChemClaps, and having to put 4 cards down for that in-cap is a fairly vulnerable state to be sitting at, where that Ensnaring Fumes is no longer playable either.
Yeah, and I do believe the Pavlor Sword shouldn't be banishing the graveyard here, as it's a level 1+ ability to do that.
Oh, you're right.
So
I forgot about that.
ChemClap should still have that graveyard there, but the thing is, Cheshire Cat is large right now. That is a mean cat. Kitty got claws.
That kitty has very sharp, very vicious claws, and following it up with a second Cheshire Cat, going to just sacrifice the other one and swing for lethal with the cat right now.
Wow. That is quick. The fact that Cheshires can deal 14 damage in a single turn just from 2 materializations is insane.
Oh, it's a one-off lethal. Sorry, it is one-off. It's one-off lethal with the Cheshire Cat. I think I didn't realize that the Spirit already swung with the Palvor Sword also. So it is. It's one-off lethal, putting Guoja to 18, ridiculously fast, and it takes almost nothing now to push Guoja over. And she only even going to level 2 only has 22 life. She's got 3 life remaining. Or sorry, four life remaining. 4 life remaining.
In response to the level up, we're just going to attempt to charge the soul here to deal that last point of lethal damage.
No, that's so strong. That's a Veiling Breeze. That's We're going to have Veiling Breeze for 1 on the charge of the soul. That is crazy. Okay, that does allow Chem Collapse to survive. That is absolutely nuts, though. What an aggressive line from Quick, and well found with that Charge the Soul to get that final point of damage in as well after going for the level up here, too. And it's really, again, like, if Chem Collapse is here trying to play the influence game, this Diana is pushing back right now. And you cannot gain that influence if you have to continually play cards to interact with your opponent.
Yeah, and you're just being forced to be a defensive turtle, right? You have to prevent these cats. We see the Dream Fairy come in to just stop the pressure from the cat, but you're not advancing your game plan. You're not leveling up. You're not getting to that 3. Yes, you're getting a quest counter at the end of your turn with the banish, but it's not good as quickly as we were talking about you need to do.
Going end of turn, we are going to lose the Regal Inquisition to draw, so there are five cards in hand, and that's the sneaky thing we all learned about Seru that makes Seru so powerful, is that if the pseudo agility 1 at the end of, so used to saying agility 3, agility 1 at the end of the turn, where Chem Collapse is able to play that Dream Fairy but still hold up 5 going into Quick's turn. Now, 5 is decent, but 4 damage is all that's needed to be dealt with, and Chem Collapse or Quick has like several ways in the deck, given that there's already even swords in play too, of just pushing that damage on to Chem Collapse without hardly trying.
Oh, and enfeebling orb
and we're going to maybe
utilization.
force some action to happen right away too here. That is going to make it really tough. We can pop that enfeebling orb. Quick, popping that enfeebling orb will get Chem Collapse's hand down to just 3. If it's down to 3, then still any 2 cost play is viable. We have Veiling Breeze. But we're done with Crystallized Destiny at that point.
Yeah. There was an Innervate in the hand of Chem Collapse I saw. So it's one of those, if your opponent uses the Enfeebling Orb, do you just use your Innervate and just hope that there's nothing in response to this?
We see the attack for 2 first, actually. So it's 2 life left. 20 damage counters on Guoja. Quick has to find a way to deal 2 damage, and is
passing.
I think passing the turn, going into the materialize phase. Going to see what Chem Collapse materializes. This is a tense, I think a pretty tense moment here, but we're going to see that materialize happening now. That Purifying Thurible, which is going to come down. Oh man, Chem Collapse can't go hands down right now, right? To use the Thurible.
Oh, there's 2 delicious floating memory though. Class bonus lock, but
if those charge the souls, or if there's charge the souls in hand, what is in hand right now for Quick? Do we have any fast speed? Do we have I see a Carp Song, I think, but no Told Troll?
we have a Coda, 2 Mana Streams, and Tactical Retreat, and a Cheshire Cat, and a Reposition.
Okay, so no way of actually dealing that damage that quickly. But we are going to see that Windmill coming in now from Chem Collapse. We have a Dream Fairy that we can attack with as well. And looking at this, there's a Seru's Command, as that is a Regal Inquisition, I think, in the hand as well. There's a lot of potential when Chem Collapse does go to the next level. And Chem Collapse continues to play that influence game, right? Going for that Purifying Thurible, trying to build a hand that's big enough to withstand whatever Quick has, but Quick could just push it so far right now. There's you have to basically, it's at the point where everything that Quick does, Chem Collapse has to respond to. There's almost no actions that you can just allow to happen.
Yes, it is everything needs a response, and it needs a good one. You can't half commit a card. You need to fully commit every time, because Quick can just always respond to your response. So you always have to make sure you have a backup plan. And I'm just not seeing any answer here for Chem Collapse to level up. We see no Dungeon Guide, no Beseech. We looking to play an Ascent Protector here to perhaps bounce this Windmill Engineer.
Ascent Protector gives you an Interceptor in play. And that is, I mean, again, you need everything right now to hold down the fort. because Chem Collapse needs to level to 3 to get Seru online. Once Seru's online, then we have a bit more of a game back again. But if Quick can close this game before Chem Collapse can go to level 3, then obviously the Seru's not very helpful at that point.
Oh, I see a Beseech in hand that was just pulled to the front.
Okay, there. Yeah, I mean, I think this is really the important thing to do, right? We have to go for this level right now. Try to Beseech Gloja level 3, banishing 3 cards. That's going to put 3 more quest counters on. Then at end of turn, we banish 1 more. So, I mean, Chem Collapse has to play another card to get the banish to be able to flip Seru still, though. And that commitment of needing to play those cards is starting to get tougher and tougher to be able to keep up with, because that influence just wasn't able to be kept up with how fast Quick pushed.
It keeps getting lower and lower. And Quick's still sitting at a healthy influence themselves as well. So you're not too worried about the like running out yourself for pushing the damage. The problem is Quick's running into is you're not Diana and you just have a lot of Aether charges. So you need to look to become distant and low up on this next turn.
Looking at the hand, I mean, Reclaim, you could play Reclaim, but it's not like not a great, again, it's just not a great use of your hand right now. We just go to the Regal, right? Yeah, so the Regal comes down. This allows Chem Collapse to look at Quick's hand and figure out if anything is actually going to be a lethal problem. The risk is they will draw into new cards, which maybe are actually lethal when they do.
If I was in Quick's position, before this Regal resolves, I'd want to become distant. Play that reposition just to have that guaranteed distant enabler, because if your opponent does take all your distant enablers and you're unable to draw into that, you're now set an additional turn behind.
And there's another thing that Quick can do right now, which would be to pop the Enfeebling Orb to put 2 more down. If Quick pop the Enfeebling Orb in response to this, then Chem Collapse is 100% hands down. They will draw 1 and have Seru at the end of the turn, but at least they don't have a hand. They could still do that on Quick's turn, but the problem is if you allow Seru's trigger to resolve at end of turn first, then they have one more opportunity to play a 3-cost card in response to your Enfeebling Orb whenever you do pop it.
Oh, that's a very smart heads-up play. We'll keep an eye on that Enfeebling Orb to see if Quick does do that in response to that trigger, or if Chem's going to be able to get that 3rd card and threaten what we know is going to be that Innervate Agility.
Exactly. It's the Innervate that you're worried about here. Quick reveals the hand, and yeah, we have the Tactical Retreat, the Weaving Mana Stream. There is that Carpsong Coda, which is, I think, the best thing that Quick could possibly find right now is, since you were absolutely right, Valk, we went for that reposition. We got that Distant enabled. Going into Quick's next turn, Quick levels into Diana, gets an Aether, needs to find an Aether charge still, because that Weaving Mana Stream can't load on play. Needs to load up that Aqua Mirage Whisper, find a Languid Toad Troll, and close the game off.
Yes, 100%. A Toad is definitely the answer here against Guojia, but we draw the Prudent Knock off of the Inquisition. That is exactly what we were talking about. Finding an Aether charge.
Wow, that's crazy. Finding the Prudent Knock is insane right now. That's actually huge for Quick, because that means Quick gets to go to Diana level 1, put out Aqua Mirage Whisper in Rec, Prudent Knock, get set up. And again, then with that Distant enabled, we shoot for 3 from Diana, which puts to 20. If a Languid Toad Troll is in the top cards, it's over.
Yeah. And Dan, Quick just did what you talked about. In response to the Seru trigger, went ahead and used that Enfeebling Orb. Now Chem Collapse only has that 1 card from the Seru and no way to actually respond to Quick's turn here. And I will not be surprised, or I will be very surprised if we don't see Diana materialized into the Prudent Knock into trying to close out this game.
It is up to Chem Collapse to flip the Seru during the Rec. If Chem Collapse allows Quick to go to the main phase with a loaded Aether Wing, as soon as that attack is declared, Seru no longer can be flipped to Taunted, right? So, again, Chem has built a defense finally with that Seru, right? There's something in the way that Quick has to play around, but it still is dependent on Chem flipping it very proactively.
And also at the same time, you might be fine with the Seru being flipped and attacking into it just to try and find that Toad Troll.
Yeah, if you find the Toad Troll, it's just not enough damage. Getting the 3 damage on champ makes the Carpsong Coda lethal. Of course, if a second Carpsong Coda is found, then, then we're in business, baby.
There is a lot of potential. Prudent Knock. What are we going to see drawn into memory here? This is very important.
Loads up. Okay, are we going to recollect and go to the main phase? This is a crucial moment for ChemClaps, I think, to get the taunting Seru online. There would be a moment if Quick didn't immediately attack, but we'll see if Quick is ready to do it if ChemClaps doesn't. Okay, we've recollected. We're going into the main phase now. Oh, no, we haven't. Okay, it looks like I thought the recollect happened, but ChemClaps caught it. Gets the quest counters removed. The dragon is online, so now we are taunted. The lethal line is no more.
Correct. However, if there's a Toad Troll within the top 3 cards, Quick just found 2 more Kodas.
Oh, well, that's a lot, that's a lot of Kodas.
It was 1 drawn off the Prudent Knock and then 1 for turn.
That is crazy. I honestly, Valk, I didn't believe you that another Coda would be drawn. So you showed me up. You're like, well, how about this? There's 2.
2 Kodas.
You're right. I was wrong. 1 Coda was not drawn. I was right. You were right.
Alrighty, let's see. This is important. Glips. 1, 2, 3.
No Toad Troll. Nope, no Toad Troll was found, so that Carpson Coda is not scary yet. We have a refreshing charge, so we do at least have float for sure. Showing up in here, which is going to set up Quick to be able to use that float on a future turn, although ChemClaps has a very open materialize now. I'm going to assume Incandescent Reliquary is going to come down.
Yes. You need more influence going against this. If I was sitting in a Quick's position here, you see that Crystalline Archer. I think is very valuable as you have floating memory in the graveyard currently that can dig you a little bit deeper for that Toad Troll. And like, yes, it draws a card, but you have Bauble of Scarcity in your material deck. If you by chance end up drawing it, you can just discard the Toad and set up for a double Coda turn.
Yeah, double Coda is going to be the route to victory potentially for Quick now, because ChemClaps getting Seru in play without Quick having sacrificed a cat early on is like sort of missing, and using the weapons as well, just sort of missing that like that go tall setup that would allow the dragon to really be effectively hunted. So as long as the dragon is in play, I think Quick is just relying on finding a Coda line to actually close it.
And Chem also, very importantly, not retaliating against Quick with the dragon.
Right.
It's one of those things, like, it seems so good to be like, oh, I'm going to deal you 4 damage. But it can also cost you the game if another ally, like an Archer or Frostwind Paladin, is developed to that board, and now you've just lost your protection, lost your Taunter.
Yeah, it definitely would have been a very risky play. 2 Archers does the trick, right? You put 2 Archers down, and then it's over. So ChemClaps, very smart, knowing to keep that dragon available. And there is that Incandescent Reliquary coming down into a Fairy Whispers as well. Did you catch what was revealed there? I was busy popping off about Reliquary.
Oh, I saw the image in my head. The card name's not coming.
I'm sure it was an incredible card.
It was Displace. Was the card.
Oh, okay. Displace is actually a good card, yes, because displacing that Dream Fairy will allow a very fast removal of anything in play. Now, the Cheshire Cat would be playable again.
Yes.
If the Dream Fairy is displaced, but right now, the Cheshire Cat's being shut down by the Dream Fairy has significantly slowed down a lot of what Quick's doing. But ChemClaps is actually out for blood a little bit here with the Seru's command coming out, and the Seru's command going to allow a triple attack trigger from the Seru. Here comes the attack. The Seru 4 damage plus, I'm sure you'd never guess this. I'm positive that was Generate, Empower, Empower.
What was that again, Dan? What?
Generate, Empower, Empower on the Seru, putting the Arcane Blast in the banishment, and now setting up to free cast that Arcane Blast for lethal on Diana. She's got to have a response.
We love free activating cards here, and that's just enough. One Seru's command can just turn around the game. And this is what we were talking about, Dan. You get to level 3 and with Guojia, you flip your Seru, and now you are the threat. But until then, you're being hunted. And as soon as that dragon's out, Diana has very little responses. And that Regal Inquisition, the turn prior, was the setup for this. You got rid of that tactical retreat. The one card that can stop your combo, you had your opponent discard it, they didn't draw another one, and now you're 100% safe to go for this.
Yeah, ChemClaps played very precisely to maneuver an extremely scary, aggressive line. This is something that in Grand Archive, when you have not experienced playing through that line, Diana's overwhelming, right? Because not knowing when to flip the dragon, not knowing when to hold back those cards, not knowing when to build that influence and when to start to play defensively, when to start to pop things like drop that incapacitate early, right? Not knowing those things, Diana had so many opportunities to just go over the top. But she was close, very close, but not there.
Yeah, I feel like it's one of the classic sayings, but Guojia pretty much going, I didn't hear no bell. You were one damage point away from losing that game, but you hung on. You were still there, and in the end, took the game 1 victory. We're going to game 2 sideboards, and wow, let's take a look at, let's start with Aether Wings, because I feel like this is something that a lot of decks aren't probably prepared for. We see, looking at the thing, sideboard, I honestly maybe just reveal the hidden coming in against Seru just to be able to stop the innervates and possibly a Seeker's Aether Wing, but everything else seems more against Fractals and other Aether Wings.
If this was Tristan, then Stolen Chance would come in.
Yeah, Stolen Chance would be really
But we
good.
were very wrong about that. Yeah, the reveal the hidden makes the most sense because, again, it's that scatter, or sorry, not scatter, it's that innervate agility, which is going to be an extremely frustrating moment for Quick when they dive for lethal and end up dealing with a recover 5 into stealth, right? Having that reveal the hidden is big, and I think Seeker's Aether Wing can come in here as well. I think it's a perfectly reasonable card to bring in because I'm not even sure a card like Smoke Bombs can just get negated by Guoja. I don't know if it's going to do anything super relevant here. But having Seeker's Aether Wing can let you put out a true sight weapon to make sure you're attacking. When you like try to pop off with a cat line, popping Ranger Strides, attack with a true sight weapon for lethal. I think that's pretty reasonable to bring in as well. So yeah, I mean, I think the option is there. But really, that's it. It's just anti-stealth tech, right? Chem Collapse, on the other hand, is a lot more prepared to try and give Quick a harder time. Already up a game, but going into game 2, we have Brackish Ludist in the side. Brackish Ludist, any card that has float that would go to graveyard gets banished instead.
It's gone.
It's just out of here. That is going to be pretty frustrating for Diana to try and set up any of those Crystalline Archers or the Frosthorn Paladins. We have Crystallized Destiny for the Go Tall. We have Topsy Decree to more just selective banish of those cards in graveyard, as well as discarding a card from Diana's hand and just trying to keep her lower than you. We have Calming Breeze to prevent Frosthorn Paladin attacks if we want to. We have another Ensnaring Tubes, another Innervate Agility. I don't know. Like, what isn't good in this matchup?
This is, looking at this list, it's clearly, I'm bringing in things to stop the 2 biggest water decks, Fractals and Water Aether Wing, and it shows. Everything is pure counter to what Quick's wanting to do. And here we see just already, like, the speed of the game. Just talking about sideboards, we're already sitting at Guojia level 1, and Quick's having to do the classic Ranger thing of just pass a turn and then hopefully become distant and go into Diana and start doing something.
Exactly, yeah. And Chem Collapse is, I think, going to have the right number of cards in hand, aren't they? 5 cards in hand to potentially incap the distant. I think thanks to that Fabled Azurite Fadestone trigger, if it would be crazy to see the incap again, but here's that reposition. Chem Collapse, I believe, says it's good this time. So we marked safe from incapacitate for 4 again. But that means Quick is going to get that level and does go for the Aqua Mirage Whisper, not going to go for the True Sight here, which is important. I mean, you do have to try and generate that that value, that influence value off of getting that floating memory. Get that Prudent Knock drawn to memory and attach into there. Anything else in Wreck? I think the Charge the Soul is coming down too.
Yes, another point of damage here, another Aether Wing, or Aether Charge loaded into your Aether Wing, and this screams to me that you're wanting to...
This is important. Calming Breeze is what you're playing around. A Calming Breeze and Resolute Stand.
Yes.
Big fan of playing Diana. You go to 4 if you want to make sure your attack does damage on turn 2. That is, I think that's the critical play here. Getting that in means that, okay, even if you have Calming Breeze now, it's not going to do anything. I get that full glimpse, and that glimpse is huge because you set everything up. That was a Toad Troll, I think.
That's a Toad.
That's a Toad!
You know, there's the whole saying for Diana players, It's if you see a toad in your first glimpse, it's a good day.
That's the saying, huh?
That's the saying.
You know, I play a lot of Diana, and I can't say I've ever heard that until right now, Valkyrie. But I also don't disagree with it either. I mean, it's a pretty good day.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. And I was trying to go for like an old fishing, like sort of quote a proverb, and I lost it. I couldn't get there in time. But you know, the important thing is seeing the toad early. Now we just need to find those codas. We had them the last game. We don't have them this time. But with the toad just chilling, you're more. Hold on.
We put the Cheshire Cat on top and milled it. And I'm a little confused about what happened there.
I know exactly what happened there.
Yes.
We're playing around Thurible.
Yes.
If we put Toad with only 3
filling
cards.
to pop the Thurible. We're trying to.
Yes.
Yes, you're right. You're right. It's just, but the cat of all the ones to mill, the cat is not the one I would have thought to mill there, right? But yeah, they're trying to hold back and keep the Toad on top to be able to hit on the next turn to actually mill the cat after the Thurible. But like if you don't put, the reason I'm confused still is if you don't put something salient into the graveyard, then the Thurible doesn't come out.
Correct.
So it's a bit of a tough, like you kind of just have to make your opponent, you have to juice up your graveyard just enough that they're like, okay, I am going to Thurible you right now. And to that end, Chem Collapse is not falling for anything. We see the Portentous Tongu coming out, so they're like, okay, that's fine. If you want to mill a cat, I'm going to take that right now. Like, you milling a cat is a victory for me when I can just play Portentous Tongu instead, followed by the Unmake Duality. The influence engine has completely built here for Chem Collapse now. Sitting on a huge influence, hasn't had to use that Thurible yet. And when Chem Collapse is ready to now, with the influence they already have, they don't even need to pop a Thurible, like, aggressively to draw a card. Chem Collapse will be able to just go, here's a Thurible. Okay, now I'll just recollect, take my turn. It's here whenever you want to try and do anything to me.
You know, make one wrong move, and this Thurible is being activated here. And importantly, too, Dan, there was a Topsy Decree that was activated that removed 2 floating memory from Quake's grave. So now you're sort of stuck at you can't get your Ranger Strides, can't get a Pavlar Sword, and you're sort of going to have to go into less optimal utilizations for what you're wanting to do. We went with an Enfeebling Orb, but we just are missing that pressure.
Absolutely. Etheric Calibration, Prudent Knock. Prudent Knock coming down. Prudent Knock coming down again. Another one loading up there and firing in and trying to... Is there a calming? Okay, no calming breeze this time. But there is that Toad Troll waiting again along with another cat. I think we were talking about this earlier, Valk, but it's the amount of sideboard tech Chem Collapse for that. It's so tough to fight through everything Chem has to hold Quick off of doing anything actually impactful in the game. Now, when I say anything actually impactful, that's 11 damage taken so far.
Yes.
But 11 damage is not dead.
Yeah, if anything proved it, game 1.
Yes.
You had 18 out of 19.
18 is also not dead. 18 with a fast activate 1 damage is still not dead.
You know, as long as you are able to activate cards, you are still in this game. And here we see the Thurible just sort of...
I mean, the Weaving Mana Stream entered the yard. Now the Thurible's probably just being popped, right? I think the Weaving Mana Stream is juicy enough to use the Thurible.
Yeah, Weaving Mana Stream is way too good for Diana. You cannot let her go unchecked with that. But no, instead...
Oh, I love Chem Collapse here. Chem Collapse is so patient and is ready to hold that Thurible over Quick's head as long as he needs to, I think. So that's very fantastic. The Dungeon Guide coming down as well. Dungeon Guide to 2 in Guoja. Playing that Thurible here as well feels pretty solid.
And the good news is, since you did Tongu, and you got a quest counter from that prior to this, you could take the draw off of this level 2 Gojia and still hit your 10 quest counters as you do level 3.
Yeah, that's very safe. We did see another Dungeon Guide lost. How many Dungeon Guides does Chem Collapse have? I wonder if there's another one hiding right now for that immediate Seru flip.
There's not a Dungeon Guide hiding, but I believe there's a Displace hiding.
Oh, that's good enough. Yeah, that does the exact same thing, but at fast speed. It's even cooler, actually. We have, go to the end of turn. There's the trigger going to the 6th quest counter, getting rid of this Escape the Wreckage, and look at this just stacked up hand. Absolutely packed with action. And end of turn now. Yeah, they're holding on to debating, or do we displace now or do we wait? Is the question of the hour, but still holding that Thurible up too. You have to consider how long you need to hold up cards for that Thurible and what you're doing with it. We're going to see actually the Thurible aggressively popped right here for 4. 3 cards in hand, which is just enough to displace Dungeon Guide. Still on Quick's turn. Chemclaps, I mean this in every way possible, is really holding all the cards.
Yes, you are correct. Holding all the cards here, not really in threat of dying either, because you have a fast speed level up with this Displaced Dungeon Guide. And so you're sitting at a fairly healthy life. Quick is sort of running out of resources very quickly. We see the Aqua Mirage Whisper only at 1 durability left. We still haven't committed a Toad into the graveyard, and we're just missing Floating Memory.
This is also a win, effectively win and in right now for these players, right? They get to whoever gets to 6 wins, just like our main match of this round, is going to be locked into day 2. But this time, these players actually have a draw each. So they're like both positioned to be able to win multiple rounds and have a really good shot at top 8 tomorrow. So we're seeing 2 players clearly very skilled, playing well, although it's just a rough game right now for our Aetherwing Diana, our Dragon Hunter player, as Chemclaps has just really been able to stymie everything, not going for the displace here, actually just saying, you know what? You know what's fun? Drawing cards. I want to draw more cards.
Why? Yeah, no need to go for this place. You're not being pressured, and it's a fast speed activation whenever you want.
Yeah.
So you can just get more cards and say, okay, I'll just pass turn.
If I think Chemclaps just says, if at any point on Quick's turn, Quick goes too far down in cards, we'll just level and kill you. Yeah. that's all. So I see the Seru's command in hand. We did banish a Byako's command earlier in the game. And the one thing about the influence version of Seru is it plays fewer copies typically of the end game cards. Just taking a look at the list, it's 3 Seru's command, 3 Harness Lightning, and then 3 Byako's commands. So they are playing still, they're not too greedy with those. Yeah. They have enough copies of those still to really continue to play the game. And be able to find those end game threats.
Dan, what's better than 2 Dungeon Guides?
Did we really just play the 3rd Dungeon Guide? When we banished a Seru's command, which there must be another in the hand then, surely. At this point, it's going to make the Empower a bit stronger, of course, having that here. But there it is, the 11th quest counter. The quest has been completed, and Seru is ready to flip onto the board at any point.
Yeah, Guojia's quest, starting at level 1, going around asking people, have you seen my pet dragon? And everyone's like, no, I haven't seen the pet dragon. And once you hit to level 3, she goes, oh, there it is.
It's in the rock. It was under the rock the whole time.
And you're like, oh, is it like a little dragon? Oh, no, you're a big dragon.
Oh, big dragon now ready to flip. So just like we saw in the last game, Chemclaps knows. This is one of the hallmarks of players who's experienced with Seru. You don't just flip the dragon. Yeah. You wait. You got to wait this whole thing out. And we actually see, because of this wait, the tactical retreat coming down to Distant Diana. I think that's a pretty interesting play here.
I think you're tactical retreating to get the Floating Memory to bring out Boots for the classic Boots and Cats combo. Because you do have that Cheshire. And that is going to go to push lethal. It's going to force, the response for the dragon. This is also the dragon killing combo.
Yeah, if you have the Boots and the Cats, and you're right, we do have the combo set up here to be able to deal enough damage to take the dragon off the board. And if that dragon leaves play, the influence version, we talked about this earlier, the influence version of Seru without a dragon is sorely lacking the ability to actually close the game effectively. If the dragon attacks and you get an Arcane Blast banished, maybe.
Yes.
Right? Because you still can activate the Arcane Blast after the dragon leaves. But if you haven't had a chance to do that yet, it's a little tough.
It's extremely tough. You're beating your opponent down with Dungeon Guides and Baby Green Slimes at that point.
Valk, you're a genius. There are the Ranger Strides. Quick knows the line. Going to be able to potentially put enough damage in where even if the dragon taunts it, the dragon will still die.
Oh man, you don't even need the Boots and Cats combo here. There's a Crystallian Archer.
Ooh.
If you're able to get a floating into that grave, the Crystallian Archer themselves can just use the Boots to help clear this dragon with the Frostborn.
We did Distant Diana, right? So we have the ranged one from that as well.
Mm-hmm.
There's no Aether charges though. Is that Glare Sword or something else?
I believe that's Sword.
Okay.
The inert sword here, but oh, you're right. We didn't draw an Aether charge.
Yeah, which is okay if that is the sword, then the sword is viable still to be. You can absolutely in Grand Archive you can absolutely attack an opponent at range with a sword.
Yes.
I'm not sure why, but you can do it.
It's it's just like throwing the sword a little bit, right?
Yeah, you get skilled at throwing the sword effectively. Yeah, absolutely. I'm here for that. But okay, then and the cat hasn't come down yet either. It looked like Quick was considering going in for the attack here. Now the dragon hasn't been flipped, right? So that's the big thing to be aware of is that Guoja is still attackable, and if you can pop 10 damage onto Guoja before, it's like we were talking about the last game. The dragon needs to be flipped before the attack is declared.
And what's interesting here is there's 7 damage that Diana can deal by herself, but Quick wants to threaten lethal. So you can activate the Cheshire, force any responses from Chem. If there is nothing, then you attack the Diana and say, if you don't have a response to this, I just use boots and cats, and I win the game here. Or if they do have a response, you don't spend any of your resources, and you say, okay, I got a card out of your hand, I'll just try again next turn.
Do you think with 7 cards in Chem Collapse's hand, they have a response?
Oh, Dan, I have seen many of responses in that hand.
Yeah. I was lobbing it over to you, so go ahead. What's the line here? How are we out of this?
So we have an innovative agility, which I think is extremely good. Not only does it recover your 5, it prevents any damage dealt to you because of the stealth.
There it is.
We're just going straight for it right now. We have 3 cards down in memory, so that means next turn we can just level up into Gojira 3 for another recover 3 if needed.
We don't need to do that because the dragon's flippable. The dragon can flip, and you can actually free level back to Guoja level 3 because she can be leveled without paying the cost if your Fatestone ally is in play.
I stand corrected. That's busted.
Yeah.
That is amazing because you not only do you not spend 3 cards, you get the additional recover 3 and you get a dragon.
It puts Chem Collapse in a going from a powerful position to a commandeering position.
Yes.
It's where Quick did have an option, and you were absolutely right, Valk, about this line about trying to get the strides out and trying to push it, but with the hand Chem Collapse had with that innervate agility, and now with this setup for a potential level back to 3, go to 7 damage counters on Champ, have a dragon in play, have a bunch of influence, which is exactly what we're seeing happen right now. It's going to be really tough now to bring this game back in the favor of Diana. And what's really fun about this matchup, Valk, is we just got out of... I feel like we've gotten out of the period where everyone hates Seru, and now everyone hates Diana.
Yeah.
But now you have to pick a lesser of 2 evils for the matchup, depending on how you feel about this. Who is the hero and who is the villain? That's up to you to decide, audience.
They do say, Dan, that history is written by the victor. So I think this matchup will determine who is actually going to be the villain.
The bonus match in round 7 of Ascent Los Angeles determines who is ultimately the hero and villain of these 2?
Yes.
Okay, I like it. You know what? We'll go with it.
And we'll carry that into day 2, because I assure you, in day 2, we'll see this rivalry again, and we already have the plot lined up.
Okay, I love it. We, just so you all know, these are not pre-scripted events, even though people seem to think. They're just hype. They're just hype events. So there is that Guoja level 3 with that recovery, exactly as we said. Chem Collapse on a pretty hefty hand there. We do have the Harness Lightning in hand as well, but happy to just sit back right now, I think. Happy to just chill, where Quick has to consider, man, how do I get through this now? What do I do?
I'm trying to see if... Okay, that's not a Regal, it's a Topsy. I'm like, if there's a Regal, I think you just fire that off again.
Yeah.
It worked so well for you that game 1. Just do it again, but unfortunately, we don't have it. And instead, just attack with the dragon and get the Arcane Blast. The important thing you were talking about, it is now on the table, even if the dragon is removed.
And the dragon actually went in and took care of that Frosthorn Paladin as well, which is great, because you need to get Quick's allies off of the board right now. And now that Frosthorn Paladin can't add in damage to take the dragon out, right? It's just making it harder and harder to put together the line to be able to take the dragon out. Now the Forest Cake comes down, draws a card for Chem Collapse. Chem Collapse no longer has that pseudo agility 1 at the end of the turn, holding a 5-card hand or a 6-card hand? I think a 6-card hand. Yep, 6-card hand. No, that's
5.
That is a 5-card hand. There's a huge difference between a 5 and a 6-card hand right now. However, a 4 and a 5 card hand is a way bigger difference still. So we'll see here with a backup charger coming down from Quick, going to draw one more card, build up an even better influence now. And with that Ranger Strides in play, a Cat is playable. Depending on what Chem Collapse is holding on to, it still could be dicey. I think the Baby Green Slime, I believe, is still in hand right now, and that does mean a Ranger Strides play on Diana is certainly dead.
Yes, it is. You know, Spell Shroud is a very powerful keyword that Diana has on her Aqua Mirage Whisper. However, it does not read Slime Shroud.
No, that would be a cool keyword, though. We should make a Slime Shroud keyword. I want to see that. That's pretty funny. Your champion gains Slime Shroud.
Until end of turn.
That's really strong. But yeah, it does mean any attack that Diana does, the Baby Green Slime can come down at fast activation and suppress the weapon and kind of shut the whole thing out of here.
And you lose all your Aether charges as well.
Yeah, and that is going to make it, and I think that's why Chem Collapse went for the attack, right? We've seen Chem Collapse trying to play pretty coy with the Dragon here, but what a safe position to feel like you're in right now, I think. That Cheshire Cat does come down, though, and so Quick is going to push, right? Quick is going to try to deal the damage and try to do something. At this point, it's probably easier to try and take the Dragon out than try and hit Guoja, but we'll have to see.
Yeah, unfortunately we're not distant with Diana. If we were, we could take out the Dragon this turn.
Even through the Baby Green Slime?
Yes, because you declare an attack with the sword, and then the activate the cat and the boots, which would be 8. 3 is 11. Am I one short? Is it 12?
But with the weapon not being used anymore, I don't think the attack resolves.
You're correct. Yeah. You are correct.
So that's why the Baby
I'm
Green
too lost
Slime
in
is.
the sauce of
Yeah,
math
I know. I get it. I do that all the time. I do that all the time here. But yeah, that's what the Baby Green Slime is just devastating right now. Chem Collapse deciding to just go in with that Cheshire Cat, try and put some damage on. If you don't have enough to kill the Dragon, obviously it doesn't make any sense to go in for the Dragon. But here Chem Collapse puts out that Incandescent Reliquary, able to start to generate more influence as well. I believe the two players are matching right now, which is going to be a card draw to hand for Chem Collapse. And that is bodes pretty well. There's a Topsy Decree right there, too. Here comes the Surveil the Winds, going to Glimpse 3. C.A. Byako's Command, that's going right back on top 2 and bottom. Yeah, that might be all she wrote here as Chem Collapse reveals the Byako's Command, throws it into hand here, and an attack with the Seru into a Byako's Command feels pretty good.
It does. And, you know, it's one of those things of you don't have to show your opponent that Byaku's Command off the Fairy Whispers. You could have just put another win card on top of it.
And a Seru's Command, too. We have Harness Lightning, Seru's Command, and Byako's Command.
We've assembled it.
We have assembled the ultimate, the 40 damage combo, which is 21 more than is necessary at a fully healthy Diana level 1. But the big thing that Chem Collapse does have to keep in mind right now is Tactical Retreat. Thankfully, Byako's Command can be played in response to Tactical Retreat to wake the Seru up and attack with it again still. So there's I mean, I don't know. Again, holding all the cards is how I feel about Chem Collapse right now.
I think you just go main phase, Seru's Command. Attack with Seru, try and get your triggers, force a response, and then you Byaku's Command and you're solid.
Yep. We are, unfortunately, though, as close as we are to Chem Collapse potentially going for it, we are going to cut this one short because we are live coming at you with round 8 here shortly. So let's head, we're going to head to that really shortly, but man, Valk, we were that was getting really intense in that game. How do you feel about that matchup in general? It's one people are really eyeing in the meta right now.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan as the Diana player playing into that matchup because there's a lot of the times the Seru just feels like they have all the answers they could bring in against you, and when you really have no options against them. And you know, Dan, we didn't get to see the conclusion, but I just have a feeling that Guoji is our hero.
It really feels like that's what it's going to be right now. But Valk, we are going to say goodbye to you for a moment here. We're going to go on a 5-minute break. We'll be coming back with round 8 really shortly, so stick around. We won't be gone long. Welcome back, everyone, to round 8 of Ascent Los Angeles. I'm Main Deck Dan, joined once again by the lovely Clem Hopkins.
I haven't heard that full name in a long time.
Actually, Tyler said it earlier today.
Really?
Yeah.
He says Clem Hopkins VT sometimes.
Nice, nice.
Um,
Well,
Yeah, I wanted to say the same thing I believe you wanted to say. Is we'll be heading into a very fun, very interesting matchup. On one side, we have a level 3 deck. On the other side, we have a spirit deck.
yeah, this is a deck. Now, Clem, you were super excited because I know you really, really like this matchup. Fantasy here is on Wind Wake Up. Well, Sano is on the deck they've been on for a while. Wind Guoja. And Sano has this little tech, the blinding lapse from Mortal Ambition Ultra Edition, which I love seeing. But
Yeah.
I want you to go ahead because we're going to see the sparks fly here, Clem. Talk about Wind Wake Up. We haven't seen it on the stream yet today. What is this?
Wind Wake Up is a very funny combo deck because on on paper it is a Ranger deck, right? Because it uses Ranger Strides, Cheshire Cat, and Mad Hatter to execute a combo where your champion is attacking for 8+ damage a turn. Because Ranger Strides gives distant ranged 4. Cheshire Cat, because it's a Distortion Regalia, Cheshire Cat has the ability to give your champion another ranged 4, for her totaling to 8. And Mad Hatter is the card that allows all of it to come true by it's on enter, allowing you to banish a regalia. It's a gambling deck because you banish a regalia at random from your material deck, and you get to materialize a ranger regalia from it. Granted, if you materialize rangers, if you banish ranger strides, you're in a bit of a pickle.
Yeah, then the deck is powerful, right? The deck it's called Wind Wake Up because it wakes up the allies. It has a bunch of ways to buff them, wake them up, attack multiple times. It doesn't need Ranger Strides to win.
Yeah.
It can definitely banish the Ranger Strides on the Mad Hatter and be fine.
Yeah.
That said, it gets harder, right?
It's a lot harder.
It's hard, but you kind of take that 1 in 10 chance or whatever when you play. It'll probably be okay.
Yeah, but it also, luckily, it does play similar to Wind Unique Allies, where it has a lot of unique allies that care about being distant. Like Liu Bei, like we saw Liu Bei played by Fantasy, getting distant if /when something else you control gets distant.
Yeah, that Liu Bei, obviously a really nice start here when you can't attack on the first turn anyway.
Yeah.
So we're just going to get our Ranger ally set up here and push to already try and put together a near lethal potential line on the next turn. Now, Sano playing Wind Seru. We just watched a matchup of this Wind Seru, this influence-based build, just drawing a million cards, and here we have that backup charger into the turbocharge, setting up a huge hand. If they sit on Spirit, though, it's a little dangerous, right? We're looking for Beseech the Winds, I think, to potentially come down. But in this case, a Dream Fairy.
Yeah, Dream Fairy is also really good because even though Wind Wake Up is a very powerful deck, it doesn't have a lot of ways to deal with these stealthy allies. Like, Reclaim. So it's basically
a Stifling Trap, actually.
Yeah, Stifling Trap targeting the Dream Fairy to be like, all right, well, you don't get to have your Dream Fairy, and I keep my. Well, you don't keep your Liu Bei, but at least you don't get to have your. Well, you do keep your Liu Bei, and no Dream Fairy. And because the Stifling Trap was played, then after the Dream Fairy entered, obviously, that on enter resolves because Stifling Trap does not deal any damage and doesn't have a target for its effect, so it fizzles, and Sano still gets the better end of the deal here.
Yeah, that was a kind of a crazy exchange there, where Sano had to end up going hands down just to try and get that Liu Bei return to hand. At the very least, because I was getting afraid for a second there. Wait, if the Dream Fairy doesn't resolve here, I think Fantasy is just lethal on the next turn. I think it's just pure lethal.
But the thing is, no, okay, it's not possible now because we don't have the Cheshire Cat to give an additional range, but we do see the Mad Hatter in Fantasy's hand. So it would have been possible, but it seems that he's going to go a different round. Not going to be very, very aggressive just yet. I had the Liu Bei being replayed here because the Dream Fairy left the board. The effect of it, of you not being able to play your ally again is not active. So he just gets it back immediately, but he does have to waste the whole turn for it. Sano immediately leveling up to Guoja 1, getting that fabled Azurite Fate Stone.
Yeah, I think that was a really interesting exchange that the two players just had. The that turn with the Dream Fairy into the Stifling Trap into the Reclaim, right? This was a line where Sano had to put Fantasy on if you have Cheshire Cat, you're lethal.
Yes.
And at the same time, Fantasy had the Stifling Trap going, if you don't have Reclaim, I'm still potentially lethal if I draw a Cheshire Cat.
Exactly.
Both players thinking about Fantasy's next turn and being like, how do I live or how do I still have a chance to win?
Yeah, it's kind of insane how quickly when Wake Up can run away with the game. And I guess we didn't really even speak about it why it's a Wake Up deck, right? It plays Second Wind, which is usually also why you see at least a level 1, because either you go into more of an incapacitate Tristan route with it, or you play,
Are we doing this again? Really? We're doing it again.
It's again. Run it back. Does he have the second reclaim though?
Yeah.
Does Sano have the reclaim again? That would be really, really, really funny.
The whole interaction here, by the way, you reclaim the Dream Fairy, it returns to hand, so the target for Stifling Trap is lost, and then the Dream Fairy's on enter still resolves, right? That's the idea here, but without actually having that reclaim again. Now, in this case, the Stifling Trap just resolves, takes out the Dream Fairy. Lube gets to stay in play now, and Lube staying in play opens up the door for some pretty aggressive lines. Like, the whole idea with this Wind Wake Up deck is you got to have an ally in play.
Yes.
Like, you need an ally. Even if it's Lube, you need something that you can stack damage onto.
Yeah, and if you have Lube and Mad Hatter, that represents 4 damage on board, because Mad Hatter does have range 3. So if you don't hit the Ranger Strides, that is a lot of damage. Inert Sword is a really, really strong card. You got you gotta pay 2 to materialize it, sure. But it is a guaranteed 2 damage, and with the Cheshire Cat, that is 3 damage from the Cheshire Cat, 2 damage from the Inert Sword.
Yeah, this is getting to the point here where all Fantasy would have to do is have Mad Hatter Cheshire Cat.
Yeah, and he has 1/2 of that.
and we're getting to the point where Mad Hatter would get the strides out. Cheshire Cat would then be able to double the strides, and that already just explodes on the Guoja.
Yeah, it is a really, really strong combo, and the Wake Up part of it is. I was getting into it, but then they replay the first turn.
Yeah, go ahead.
Second is you play Second Wind. And sometimes you play Tristan for Incapacitate. Sometimes you play Lorraine for the Second Wing Egg bonus attack. Alright, Purse is a really, really strong ally, because this basically gets rid of most threats that your opponents throw at you.
Purse is especially strong in this matchup. The thing to keep in mind with Purse is one of the most free ability or freely targeted abilities. You can suppress an item, weapon, or ally. She can target herself.
Yep.
She can target things with Spell Shroud. She can target the Fabled Azurite Fate Stone to prevent it from being able to be flipped. In response to its ability to activate and flip it, you don't lose the quest counters, thankfully, otherwise it'd be broken. But you can put off that flip for a turn, which opens the door for the Wind Wake Up deck to just push and win, right?
Yeah.
And if Sano wants to get rid of that Purse, as long as it can be distant.
It can protect itself, yeah. And if it gets distant, Liu Bei gets distant, right?
Yes.
So it's more damage, and the Purse is hard to remove. It's like a Sadie, because you get additional value from protecting itself.
Right. This is a powerful setup. Now, it's not the Cheshire Cat Mad Hatter like burst explode line, but this is a powerful board that, like you were saying, Clem, it'll just when Fantasy's ready, pull the trigger, boom.
Yeah, it's a pull the trigger like a ranger does.
Yeah.
It's gonna be crazy, and we're getting to a point where I think playing a Mad Hatter, getting the Ranger Strides, and even just having a Second Wind might just be enough, right? Because you make either your Purse or your Mad Hatter distant, your Liu Bei becomes distant, and then you Second Wind any of them, and that's gonna be an additional 8 damage if you have the Ranger Strides.
Sano has to play very defensively here, has to dungeon guide.
This is not the kind of gameplay that you want when you're playing the Influence Seru, because he's going down really low on Influence. It's not hard to build it up, but being constantly afraid of just dying in one turn is terrifying.
Yeah, this is a pretty challenging position for Sano to have to navigate here with the amount of board that was able to stick around. Fantasy having that second Stifling Trap, I think, really changed the tenor of this game. Here we see the evasive maneuvers actually coming down in order to distant Purse. Purse then gets to activate and see what the target is here.
I believe it was the Azerite Fatestone from the point there.
Yeah.
And so while Sano will get the quest counters, that means that he cannot immediately flip the Seru this turn and get value off of it. Because very often what you see is a displace or something to make or reclaim, to have the dungeon guide enter again, and then immediately level up to three, flip the Seru, and just start attacking.
In that case, that suppress on the Fabled Azerite Fatestone, it's going to come back at the end of turn.
But it will not get the trigger to banish a card because it's
Yeah.
already at the end of turn when it comes
I'm just trying to figure out the wealth of things that denies, and I think the main thing is going to be that trigger.
Yeah. It's going to be that trigger and the risk of the dungeon guide.
Yeah, stopping the potential flip, I suppose.
Yeah. And the Liu Bei also became distant, so that is 7 damage on the board right now. Which is really solid, right? And if we do get a second wind, or honestly, just materialize the Ranger Strides Raw, and if Fantasy has the second wind in hand, that can be a potential 14 plus 3, 70 damage.
Yeah, that's it's just a crazy amount of potential damage. That's the thing you have to be. You have to be walking on eggshells against this deck. And having played this in the past, the thing that I fear the most is Purse coming down.
Yeah.
Honestly, like I hate trying to navigate the Purse board. It is just she's so disruptive towards anything you're trying to do. And often it comes down to you just kind of have to dive. like okay, fine, I can't deal with Purse. Can I kill you instead? But the problem with Guoja in particular is how good Purse is at dealing with your way of killing.
Your biggest weapon against them has Spell Shroud, which is cool, but Purse doesn't say as a spell. And the cool thing is Purse is still distant, so it can suppress something again. So if Sano were to trying some funny things with the Azerite Fatestone, it can be suppressed. Liu Bei attacking for 4, I believe Two-Face.
Ranged is so good. Ranged is so good.
Ranged is awesome. I love ranged.
Terrafring as well from Fantasy was the materialized this turn. So really, again, just trying to hold back everything that Sano can do. Fantasy has a good position right now. I mean, that's 8 damage sitting on board. How many turns does it realistically take to win the game without even adding or committing anything additional to this board?
Sano having a displace in hand. Now, he can use it offensively or defensively here. Do you think he would rather use it for the dungeon guide or the Liu Bei to prevent that 4 damage?
I think the dungeon. We're at 3. Are we only at 3 quest counters because of that?
I believe we're at 4 press counters.
I can't read the Merlin die from here very well, unfortunately.
I believe that's a 4.
If we're at, well, actually, it doesn't matter which one we're at. Either way, we're not in the position where actually getting a dungeon guide gets a flip right now.
Yeah.
But there it is. We are going to displace the dungeon guide, and by getting that Guoja level 3 out, there's going to be 2 quest counters from the banish, and then 3 from the on enter.
Math is hard. I don't know how much it is. I believe, but because you're right, but it looks like it's 8 quest counters? Okay, I lived a long life. Well, I lived for quite a while without glasses when I really needed them, so I gotten good at guessing numbers from afar. But this is too difficult even for me.
I'm pretty sure it was at 3 and gained 5 and went to 8. It went to 3.
You're probably right.
Because it was at 1 at the start of the turn, gained 2 from the Guoja level 2, maybe, I think, or something. Whatever. It's not. We're not flipping Seru. That's what I know for sure right now. And that means that this dungeon guide is going to come in and attack. The Terrafring is still sitting in play. Of course, Fantasy didn't feel a need to use it yet, but it is set up and ready to go. Going into Sano's next turn is another thing that just is going to get in the way. And like you were saying earlier, Clem, the influence has been denied a lot to Sano right now. Sano hasn't been able to build up because of just needing to play the game a lot. And that means that Terrafring is quite a bit more impactful.
Ooh, Regal Inquisition coming up from Sano. Now, the problem is, at least I think in this matchup, the problem is that no matter what you take away, it won't impact fantasy that much because there's the way the deck is built. You really just are able to do kind of whatever you want. And with any cards in your deck, with any combination of cards in your deck. If you don't have the Cheshire Cat Mad Hatter combo, you just do ally beatdown.
I think importantly too, though, I think Fantasy knows that, but still is putting down the cards that Sana wants to choose. So I think in the memory we see the second wind there.
Yes, there's the second wind.
So now Sana wants to potentially choose the second wind, but that would then just draw a new card into Fantasy's hand to get a little bit more potential interaction. That's Veiling Breezes being grabbed as well.
Yeah, Veiling Breeze, the Mad Hatter is still there. Concealed Marksman, Skirting Step, I believe, with the SP art for Skirting Step, and another Distant Enabler. Keeping the Mad Hatter in hand. Coronation Ceremony, Purse, and I always forget that card's name.
I missed it as it was coming down. See here, though, Sana goes end of turn, gets the trigger on the Fabled Azurite Fatestone, which brings us, I think, to 9. I think we're still not.
No, that's a
10?
0.
Oh, that's a 0.
That's a 0. That's 10.
We have made it.
Okay.
All right, we have officially made it to it being flippable if Purse were not distant for a moment, right? And that's going to be the tricky thing that Fantasy is going to be able to, I think, navigate to successfully prevent the Taunter from existing this turn. It still is 17 damage that Fantasy needs to deal through Sano's hand, and I see an Ensnaring Fumes in hand, so it's
tough.
It's getting tough now. Sano has maybe effectively stabilized in this game.
False Step, I believe. No. It's something that makes persistent. That's what really matters. He dodge roll. This is where my lack of Ranger knowledge comes in, because all the distant enablers just kind of blend into one. They all say they're good, and they make you distant and do something else.
To be fair, all the Diana decks play completely different distant enablers than what Wind Wake Up plays. Wind Wake Up has to play all the non-water ones.
Yeah, which is the opposite of what water Aethering ones, because they want water cards.
Yeah, exactly. But we are going to see, we have both of our allies distant now. There is a 13 damage threshold to close the game off here. 13 more damage needs to be found. Second wind was lost, so we're not going to get that quite yet unless a new one was drawn here.
Oh, Concealed Marksman coming out for Fantasy. That is really good. It has True Sight and Ranged. I completely forgot that this card has True Sight. So that is a good way to deal with those Dream Fairies and opposing Cheshire Cats as well.
And it has ranged 4. It's a card that can actually attack for a pretty ridiculous amount. So it's something that Sano has to be aware of, and I think the big thing is when do you go for the dragon flip here?
Yeah.
Because that purse, you want that purse to not be able to stop you from getting it.
Yeah. All right. It seems that that purse is not distant anymore.
Correct.
2, Sano's going for the Purifying Thurible. So, probably just to draw some more cards, but he didn't activate it before Recollection. He already drew for his turn, and...
Or was that a draw from Incandescent Relic?
Oh, yeah, because...
Yeah, I think that was Incandescent Reliquary's draw.
Really?
Or did I miss
I thought his influence was higher. I thought he had the highest influence. It could have been equal.
I think the Seru players are often keeping it like exactly equal.
Yeah. The math is mathing for them.
Attempt to flip is what happens. Sana says, I'm going to attempt to flip this, and Fantasy
it
lets
goes
it happen.
through.
Okay, Dragon's coming down.
And there's the flipping into the CSR.
Yes, grab the CSR from the outside the game there.
Yeah, he's doing the reverse of what Korax did. He's bringing the dragon on top of the Azurite Fatestone, so it will never be Fatestoneless.
And here we have in Recollect, we're going to go for the Seru's command. Tripling the attack triggers of Seru, so that's going to allow us to do the iconic Generate, Empower to be able to do a free Arcane Blast. What is Fantasy's response? We're going to have that
another dodge roll. So that's going to make Purse distant, I think. And yeah, it can suppress the ally. So, yeah.
It can, but then the Lineage Release comes out from Gojek to negate that. Exactly. So it requires a double activation to be able to successfully suppress.
Or a second wind. You can second wind, wake it up,
you truly
and then suppress it again with Purse.
Unfortunately, the second one was hit on that Regal Inquisition.
Yep, and there's only 2 cards in Fantasy's hand, so
Yep.
didn't quite work out this time, but you know, it the possibilities there. Oh yeah, Sano is in a very comfortable position now. Unfortunately, Fantasy couldn't run away with the game fast enough, so
Yeah.
he's on the back foot here.
The Lube and Purse was like a good start, but there was no follow up, right?
Yeah.
To really like push all the damage. Like we were saying, where's the Cheshire Cat? You know, we need something to be able to really push the damage here. Sano now holding on to a pretty big grip. Fantasy with just 2 cards in hand. We have a Seryu's commanded Seryu, so Spirit of Wind
Harness Lightning play. The
Harness Lightning at 2. Why not? Just Harness Lightning at 2.
Yeah, but I believe Fantasy has a Veiling Breeze in his hand, so that could give him enough just to survive until this turn. Even but +4 damage from the Seru is a lot. It's really tough because Fantasy could have first
no.
5 cards in his memory. That's not enough. Yeah.
That is going to be game 1 going to Sano on Seru.
Now I wonder if things would have gone differently if Fantasy went for the gamble play and just played that Mad Hatter the moment he had it. I believe Sano already had a lot of protection, so it wouldn't have gone that much better. But I wonder if being more aggressive is better in this matchup. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, I think
it's tough.
It is really challenging. And I mean, the wake up player wants to turn 2, right?
Yeah.
Like that's the ideal. You want your opponent to not have the ability to level out of range of killing them, and you just like pop off and go for it. But the question is just what you do when you can't, right?
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
How do you successfully navigate that turn and like trying to guess at the interaction your opponents had? You know, going back to the earlier in the game, we had this. Okay, if I stifling and you don't have reclaim, and I draw a cat, then I can find this line. And the opponent goes, well, okay, if I like, like they both are just trying to figure out what's happening on the next turn and how do I position into the place that has the highest likelihood of this working out for me.
Yeah, it's really tough. However, sideboards should make it easier for both players. However, so I want to look at Fantasy's sideboard first. Is there anything jumping out at you?
We do have the Dream Fairies. The Dream Fairies can combine with the Purse actually be really effective. Uniquely, Dream Fairy in a lot of decks is okay. It's like not great against Seru because you have to have 8 influence, play double Dream Fairy, have them both to be able to play through the opponent using the Guoja level 2 lineage release, and that's kind of difficult to do. When a Purse is in play, then you just have to play a single Dream Fairy. They pop it, and you go, okay, that's fine, cool. I'll suppress it. It's the same thing at this point. It doesn't matter whether it's Dream Fairy or suppressed. Once the Fate Stone comes back, you have enough time. If you can't close the game up before a second Fate Stone flip happens, I think that's kind of on you.
Honestly, yeah, especially in this deck because there's just so much damage on the board. I'm a Wind Allies enjoyer, and this is basically a Wind Allies deck, and you should have the ability to close the game out, even through the protection that they throw at you. Because if it's Veiling Breeze, you should genuinely, at one point, you get to so much damage where one Veiling Breeze for one turn means that the next turn they're dead. Or you hit so tall with your Ranger Strides that you just hit through however many cards they have down for him.
Right, yeah. So, I mean, I at least see those. You know Wind Wake Up a little better than me, though, Clem. Is there anything else you'd be sideboarding in against this?
I think I would bring in the Topsy Decrees just because it's... if you can protect yourself from the 4 damage that would come in from the Seru attacking, you still want to protect yourself from those Arcane Blasts. But that's really, unfortunately, it. Coronation Ceremony is good, but I'm not sure if I would bring it in. Spell Shroud is awesome, but you also don't want to dilute your deck too much, and Topsy Decree at least also forces your opponent to discard if the Seru is suppressed, or if you Dream Fairy the Seru. So it's versatile enough where it is worth bringing it in, I think.
Okay. As far as Sano, I mean, another Innervate Agility seems like a very reasonable thing to bring in. I think that other Byaku's command is probably pretty good here too, because at the very least it allows you to attack and still play defensively, or just be able to kind of combo off a little earlier. I don't think I'd mind that in, although I don't think it's also that important to bring the additional copy in. But otherwise, again, like Calming Breeze is 2 doesn't actually prevent anything. It's this deck like
It depends, I think,
Cat-
because we
early
saw a lot of
cats?
3 chip damage happening here. Oh well,
There were
we saw
4. It
4.
was
we saw,
4.
it was either 2 or distant, and it was 4.
Yeah,
3 or 4 because Purse was attacking for 3. Liu Bei when distant was attacking for 4.
You're right. Purse
Yeah.
does attack for 3, not 4.
And
so
and
that's fair.
on non-distant Mad Hatter is also just a 1/3.
Well-
Same with Concealed Marksman.
Do we need to Calming Breeze a non-distant Mad Hatter attack, or do we just take one?
That's true. That's true. But it can add up really fast.
Yeah,
It's the little chips that all really count. Oh, same start from Fantasy. The players have finished Cyberling in the meantime. So Fantasy starting out with the Liu Bei.
Liu Bei into, we'll have to see if there's a bit of a faster start this time. I did see the second wind in Fantasy's hand, but again, like something like a Mad Hatter and Cheshire Cat would really be ideal.
Yeah, that's the dream here. Like instead of starting with a Liu Bei, it might have been nicer, and I probably would have been happier to see a Cheshire Cat there instead. Yep, Sano imbuing Windmill Engineer here. He's also having a good, solid start.
Sitting on, I think I saw a Dream Fairy in hand there. There's an Escape the Wreck. Yeah, Dream Fairy and Escape the Wreckage
And
in
the
here.
Veiling Breeze.
And a Veiling Breeze. Yeah, a lot of options. Sano has to feel fairly comfortable going into this next turn. It would be very, very difficult for Fantasy to be able to pull off any sort of a turn 2 kill right now.
Yep. Oh, Materials and Ranger Strides immediately. So Fantasy is going for the very aggressive play here.
Yeah, I
He's
guess.
going, Coronation Ceremony being banished. He does play 2 main board, so it's not unsure if he brought it in.
We're going to draw off the Ranger Strides there. Yeah, and Coronation Ceremony is a good way to get Spell Shroud, which is good against those Arcane Blasts. But right now, it's probably the best card to lose because if you're just going to try and go for it, then you just got to go for it.
Yeah, backstep pre-recollection, so drawing a card. I wonder if, Fantasy does have the second wind here, but that's 8 damage from Liu Bei.
Fantasy's going to make Sano have it. Fantasy's going to make Sano have it.
Yeah, and Sano has a Veiling Breeze, but that's all he has right now. Going, swinging for 4. Before damage, going to beginning of damage. Yep.
Is going to just pop it. Going for
yeah.
the 8 damage Liu Bei attack that gets ranged 4 on this distant Liu Bei. And we are going to see the Veiling Breeze come down. It's not going to prevent everything, but it is going to prevent a nice chunk here of 4 damage. So ends up being a 4 damage Liu Bei.
It's 4 damage is still a lot of damage.
It's good. Yeah, it's good. Sano down to 3 cards in hand, though. You know, again, forcing the plays out of Sano's hand, keeping that influence lower is exactly what Fantasy needs to do just to try and position in this. But I'm a little worried losing the Ranger Strides that early.
It is really tough to see, especially with the Mad Hatter in hand.
Yeah.
So he lost it, and now that Mad Hatter is kind of useless. It is okay. Don't get me wrong. It is a really, really strong card. It's a 4/3.
Yeah.
But you will not be able to materialize anything off of its on enter, and that's tough.
Yeah, that's.
All right, he's going to Fairy Whispers are digging instead of going for
We're digging.
Yeah.
We're gonna
Concealed Marksman and Backstep both there.
I mean, that's a good setup of a draw of the Concealed Marksman now into the backstep on the next turn to make sure you can distance it. But
never mind.
actually, never mind.
Bottom.
That's
Just
actually
getting
a bad.
Concealed Marksman.
I guess.
I trust him.
Yep.
He's 5/2.
Me too. I trust any Wind Wake Up player over me on Wind Wake Up. To be fair.
1, 2, yep. Paying 3 here for the Concealed Marksman.
And just dealing 1 more.
So not going for the Wake Up this turn. And he
But the
could have
Veiling
attacked
Breeze.
the Veil.
But the Veiling Breeze is still active.
He could have attacked the Concealed Marksman into the Windmill Engineer. Unfortunate. Yeah, like I think it's really hard when you have a set plan and the wrench goes into your plan to be like, oh, wait, I have to edit my plan now. I've been there.
I do have to mention it's round 8.
Yeah, it is
of Ascent
really
Los
late in the
Angeles.
day.
It's been a long day.
Yeah, a lot of players were also here early in the morning to line up for the Ascent store because we have a lot of cool goodies in there. So, it is always a possibility. And it's even without that, it's been a really long day. So that
that Windmill Engineer is there. Is still alive.
Yep, Windmill Engineer's still alive, which is a little rough because again, there's escape the wreckage in hand. There are ways to just return this and get the value, and I think Fantasy would rather have just removed that obviously than attacking into a Veiling Priest.
Yep. Yep.
For a lot of reasons.
Now that might be the end of the Concealed Marksman because the Concealed Marksman is a really nice target for second wind as well, right? If you give it ranged, it becomes a 5/3. So you'll have to see it. Yeah, but that I mean, I'm not saying
Oh,
that.
it's the end of both. I think it's the end of both allies. Because by returning the Windmill Engineer into hand, we have enough to Dream Fairy
never
also.
mind.
Oh, okay.
Evasive maneuvers is going to prevent the next 2 damage.
Okay, I see.
So it will survive. Oh no, it won't. Yeah, it will survive.
Yep.
Because the Aether Protector hits for 1.
No, it's still not going to survive because the Dream Fairy returns the Lube, and then the Dream
then
Fairy
they're gonna be
closes out.
Yeah. I was like, all right. The moment he marks it distant, it unfortunately is over for both of them. And now he's in a very tough position. His Concealed Marksman gone. His Ranger Strides is gone, and he has no allies on board. We're back to square one.
That turn was unfortunately, very different if the Windmill Engineer was killed.
Yeah, genuinely, I think that Windmill Engineer being alive is what led to the whole board being gone. At least it could have been just one of them. If it was a Concealed Marksman, it's more likely to be the Concealed Marksman to be gone. But wait, I forgot. Concealed Marksman's true sight is class bonus, and he doesn't play a level 1.
You said it earlier. You're right. But yeah,
there's a way. No, there is not a way. I get the class bonus.
There are wake up decks that play Ranger level.
Yeah, but
can enable that. But yeah,
not
in
this
this
is not the
case.
deck. Yeah,
no,
so it's just a 5/3 ally.
We see the Wind Resonance Bauble drawing a card for Fantasy into a Cheshire Cat.
It's
for 1, because there's still no Inert Sword. There's no distortions in play. There is a distortion in play. It's Looking Glass.
That does not have the power stat.
I just had to correct myself before we got the comment set. Like, no, there is a distortion. Okay.
There is a distortion, but it's not the best for Cheshire Cat. It cannot, it doesn't have an activated ability, nor does it have a power.
Not yet. It doesn't.
Oh, you're turning. I'm gonna smack you with the door real quick.
Animate Looking Glass.
Animate Potion? No. Animate Looking Glass. 7 cost. Do the same.
Purifying Thurible does come down here as well. Sano just being able to hold this up right now and going to be able to just draw a card off of that. But Sano feeling in just such a good position right now. It's just been tough for Fantasy to be able to crawl back into this. And here comes the Windmill Engineer again attacking back once again. It's the repercussions of killing it earlier just continue to reverberate. And now holding up that Ascent Protector as an interceptor as well. That Cheshire Cat can get bigger, but it's still not going to get big enough to take out the Ascent Protector.
Yeah. Oh, there's the Inert Sword. Cheshire Cat is becoming big. Not big enough. It's a 3/3 right now, but
right. And that's exactly the issue. And the Ranger Strides don't exist, so it's challenging to get through the Ascent Protector, let alone get through the Ascent Protector with the hand Sano continues to hold here too.
All right, the Mad Hatter, 1 of 2 in
with no
Fantasy's hand coming out. Yeah, but unfortunately, it's not distant yet, so it's just a 1/3, and there is nothing in Fantasy's material deck that is worth getting with its ability. So the Unenter is gone, but I believe that it can easily become a 4/3 because we do have Skirting Step, I believe. No, yeah, it's the supporter pack version, or Aether's Embrace. Aether's Embrace. There is
Aether's
no Skirting
Step.
Using Aether's Embrace to imbue Skirting Step.
Yes. And that does distant that. So the Mad Hatter can swing in and take out the Ascent Protector, allowing exactly what we see happening.
To Ascent.
Allowing the Cheshire Cat to be able to swing in for some more damage for 3, which is good.
Yeah, but the Reclaim going on to that, and now even if the Windmill Engineer is taken out, the Dream Fairy is still on board.
This is a tough. This is honestly. This is tough. This is a
It's
game
really tough.
where we just watch Fantasy continue to try like putting the whole hand down, committing everything to the
Yeah.
board, just to barely inch anything on to Sano here. Sano is like 5 life away from dying until now.
Until
when
now.
Guoja's gonna come down. Ooh, the Spellward Scepter did come in, which is that's interesting because there are these Wind Wake Up decks do sometimes run Incapacitate.
Oh, yep. Yeah, and that is very often why we see Tristan being played as the level 1 champion. But I think, you see, if I were on the other side and I saw Concealed Marksman, I might be like, all right, this is a Diana, this is a Diana kind of Wind Wake Up deck.
It still is range 4 though. Like it
It
still,
does,
it
it
still
still
gets
really
played
does.
in everything.
Yeah, it
but
still gets really
I mean,
good.
that's the tricky thing about Wind Wake Up though. You don't know exactly what your opponent
Yeah.
can or will do. For all Sano knows, there could be 4 level 1s in the material deck, which has shown up as well.
Yeah, we've seen it, and I honestly, I'm a fan. I used
Yeah.
to play 2 for a long time, two level 1s in a deck.
But here comes the damage swinging in with the Windmill and the Dream Fairy. Now with this massive hand, the Calming Breeze did come in here as well. So you were right about that. We did get those Calming Breezes. And to be fair, in the current board, it's pretty good.
Yeah, looking at what's on board here, pretty solid. The Cheshire Cat's also a 3/3. It prevents the Cheshire Cat.
Okay, Clan. You were correct.
There's a lot of
Still
2/3s and 3/3s, yeah.
Still good to have. Still good to have.
But the Ascent Protector coming back, probably returning that Windmill Engineer to hand, drawing
That Windmill
another
Engineer
card.
should have been dead.
Actually, that Windmill Engineer not dying generated so much value for Sano. It's it's two influence since two or three extra cards since and since he could have been dead. It's a very unfortunate.
We do have the evasive
evasive
maneuvers again to
maneuvers.
prevent 2 more damage. So stopping that Windmill and stopping the Asen from getting the kill here is pretty big because the Asen is no longer up to intercept. And while we did level to Guoja level 1, it still is only 9 life, and that's a hefty board. Mad Hatter is pretty big.
Yeah, actually, wait. Sano has cards in hand, and he do
Yeah,
something.
Sano has cards. If Sano's hands down,
That would be 100% game over.
Yes.
He does have a couple of Veiling Breezes. So even if that Mad Hatter becomes distant and the second wind gets played, that Veiling Breeze is going to stop all of it.
yeah. Yeah, Sano continues to just hold a lot of answers for what Fantasy... Like, Fantasy is scraping together damage, but it's just still remaining not quite enough to actually plow through the defense that Sano's holding up because of this giant influence. Sano just is able to keep playing 1 or 2 things on their turn, pass and hold up interaction. And as long as Sano can play that game and go a bit longer, eventually Sano will very easily overwhelm Fantasy.
Yeah, but Fantasy did draw into that Dream Fairy. Now, will it be relevant? Because it can return that Asen, which is really good. But the moment that moment it dies, if Sano has a Stifling Trap, which he does play, that is really tough. And basically, that Dream Fairy's lost and didn't do his job of removing the Azurite Face. No, Calming Breeze being played here.
Calming Breeze stops that Cheshire Cat damage. Then the Mad Hatter comes in for 4. The Mad Hatter coming in for 4 is going to connect, putting Sano 5 away from losing. That Dream Fairy, just like you said, Clem, does come down. Dream Fairy can get rid of the Asen Protector or the other Dream Fairy to unlock Lube if they want to, but...
Yeah, he did only pay 2 for the Dream Fairy accident.
We're
gonna
good.
paying the 3rd here. This means that there is no, there's no second
There's
winger
the
gonna be
Escape
played.
the
Escape the
Wreckage.
Wreckage on the decent drawing a card. So yeah, and Sano still has Windmill Engineer in the hand, so he can replay that, draw a card, play Ace and Protector, bring it back 3 cards and +3 from the Windmill Engineer since it could have been removed. That's tough. No, I've been there. I made mistakes after which I'm like, oh.
Yep.
To this day, Ascent Toronto haunts me. So I've been there. I have nightmares about my misplays, and like something that I forgot, right? Because it's also hard after 8 rounds.
Yeah.
There was also my 8th round where I misplayed last time in Toronto.
Look at Sano's hand size right now. Sano
It's scary.
has so many cards in hand and is not content with that amount.
Yeah.
Not even close.
I mean, honestly, being on the opposing side of an influence so large, you're like, well, it doesn't even matter what I do because they will have to have everything.
Yeah. It takes Sano just having ensnaring fumes right now to just shut down a turn entirely, and still is sitting on this just growing dragon. This dragon is eventually just going to flip. When the dragon flips, because of Sano's gigantic influence now, it'll be nearly impossible for Fantasy to actually overcome it.
Yeah. Now the funny thing is, there's still no dungeon guide, right? Sano's level 1.
Yeah, true.
No dungeon guide, no level up. That Seru is getting slowly closer to maybe flipping, but at this point it seems like Sano's just having fun. As in, he's growing influence. He has to level up, right? But he cannot maintain a board presence, funnily enough.
The windmill engineer.
Can we
coming
imagine
down.
you?
Now there's
If
another
you-
windmill engineer in hand.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, man, windmill engineer drawing another into memory. Why not? Adding another damage to the board. 8 more damage for Sano to actually get the kill.
And end of turn, Sano just going to end of turn, not playing the Ascent yet, keeping up his protective cards.
Oh,
For now.
we drew a dungeon guide. Sano
Oh, okay, there it is.
has found the dungeon guide now. And
Yep.
yeah, I just want to point out with 8 life left to chew through, it's just a harness lightning on a raw Seru for a game, no matter what
Yeah,
else
even
happens.
if the board is completely cleared, I don't, unless Fantasy has something in hand which can deal with your. If he has a purse and that it can make it distant. Oh, I forgot. Is there?
Okay, get this, Clem.
Yep.
The hand is so big for Sano that Sano can flip dragon, harness lightning dragon, swing. If that gets stopped, just raw
Arcane
play
Blast?
Arcane Blast.
No.
Just raw play
You
it.
just-
Even without efficiency, would be able to raw play it. I did the math.
I trust you. You were silent for a bit.
Yeah,
there.
I was counting cards.
You were. That's illegal, Dan. No, it's a.
Yeah, I think Sano's at 14 in influence right now, so it's
Yeah, you can do everything then, in that
you
case.
can do anything you want to.
Yeah, as long as Sano puts his mind to it, which I think he has been. Liu Bei being
Yep.
played by Fantasy.
That was, by the way, the ensnaring fumes that we mentioned earlier. Just the, okay, well, if you want to do anything, go ahead and play your entire hand down.
Yeah, but Sano has the Veiling Breeze in hand,
Yep.
which is going to just be more than enough win cards then in his influence to stop anything that Fantasy might be doing.
Fantasy's going to try, though. You have to try. Here comes
Yeah.
the Mad Hatter.
Do your best. Mad Hatter, no on enter. There's not much to get. Yep, there is.
Aether's Embrace.
There is.
so-
Aether's Embrace. Making the Mad Hatter distant, making Liu Bei distant. So swinging in before
And
Veiling Breeze.
Veiling Breeze.
Honestly, that's look. It's a lot.
What would you like to reveal right
Yeah,
now,
how
Sano?
many would you want to like?
How about this?
Oh, everything. All right, let me just show you everything.
I mean, the hands down at this point. Dungeon Guide is in Sano's hand. It is that effectively is everything that is necessary right now for Sano to be able to close it. Sano simply has to level to Goja level
Yeah,
2.
there it is, and play the Dungeon Guide. Yeah, playing the Dungeon Guide, Regal, and Ascent Protector being banished for level up. At this point, it doesn't even matter. We saw the Dungeon. Well, Fantasy didn't see, but we know that the Dungeon Guide is there. We know that the Harness Lightning is there.
Yep.
Filano is going to level up. Oh, another Brackle command, so he can just attack a couple of times with Seru if he wants.
So the amount of ways Sano can win the game right now is actually ludicrous.
Yeah, he has the Blinding Lapse too.
The Blinding Lapse! The Blinding Lapse is here,
Oh,
just
darn.
in case.
It's in the memory now. It's being banished.
Yeah, it's not good right now.
I know. It is gone.
Bye, Blinding Lapse.
But it was nice to see you for half a second. Leveling up. Seru flipping, I believe.
Attack for 1 first.
Gotta make sure. Flip the Seru.
Activate. Seru comes in.
Now, what is the maximum amount of damage? Harness Lightning.
Let's do the combo.
Yeah, do it a combo. No,
We'll just
swing.
swing lethal, and
There it is.
that is game
Yep.
2 for Sano. Seru takes it into against Wind Wake Up Fantasy. Just a domineering game that whole time. Seru really flexing the Dragon's power.
Look, I think unfortunately, Seru is just in the this kind of influence Seru is in the better spot in this matchup. As much as I loved it, as much as I love Wind Wake Up, especially with the championless version where you don't play Incapacitate, is a lot weaker into Seru. It's a lot stronger into some other decks because you get to be a lot more aggressive and not worry at all about leveling up. But into Seru specifically, influence Seru specifically, it has more weaknesses than strength.
Yeah, it's very tough if your opponent isn't just actively trying to turbo and flip a dragon. If they do that, the Wind Wake Up can kill the dragon. It's actually very easy to do. If the opponent just takes their time, always holds up answers to everything, there's just not a lot that you can do because that Wind Wake Up deck just runs out of steam.
Yeah, it's similar to what we saw with Korax and Rex Aaron when they were playing their match of Fractals has less of a problem running out of steam.
Yes.
But it still failed in terms of all the answers that Seru presented. Korax was playing a very similar list of just influence.
Yep.
And it also, he had the answers.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. That's the reason the influence deck works for going long like this, right? It's just you draw enough of your deck, you are going to see the answers that you put in more often than not.
Yeah.
And so if you are really desperate to make sure you can answer anything, well, just draw as many cards as you possibly can. And we saw how effective it was right there.
Yeah, that is, obviously people like drawing cards. Everybody, especially in Grand Archive.
Drawing cards is fun.
Everyone loves drawing cards. So building a deck, which Valkyrie mentioned, and I agree with him. If your deck has its win condition in the material deck, that means you get to do whatever you want and whatever you enjoy in your main deck. And that is what Influence Seru is. People like drawing cards, so what if, hear me out guys, we drew cards, protected ourselves, and just attack with Seru?
I don't know. It seems risky. It seems risky to draw. I don't know if drawing cards is really going to pan out as a strategy. But yeah, no, it's very effective. Again, props to TM32 for really pioneering this list back in Ascent London. It was incredible to see it play out there. And here we've seen multiple times today on stream this influence version really show its strength as a game goes late against these decks that are just a little more prone to, in the case like you mentioned with Fractals, just running out of cards to impact the game.
Yeah.
And in this case, Wind Wake Up just getting, frankly, just outclassed because the game went too late.
Yeah, and the Veiling Breeze Veiling Breeze being played as you set up your kill turn kind of destroys your morale, right? Because you're like, all right, I'm gonna do this. Veiling Breeze for 4, even then it's not that big impactful, but then obviously playing second wind feels so much worse. Now, it could be argued, and I'm not sure if it's better to still play it, because at least you get the damage in, right? And then all that chip damage that you have afterwards might just get you through that finish line.
Yeah.
But then again, when you have something like Concealed Marksman, when you have these extra value cards, it feels bad to waste it on just 4 damage.
Right. It's challenging because I think you really want to believe in the future where your opponent just runs out of answers or goes deep to try and stop you. And the reason these influence versions have been successful is they just never do that.
Yeah,
they wait until it's 100% safe before they do anything.
Absolutely, and well, they also are always 100% safe, basically. Well, they if you have something on board, they will have the answers in hand because that's what the whole deck is about. And while they protect themselves, the next turn they will just clear your board to be 100% safe, like you said, like not have to hold up cards, then to just be like, all right, well, I'm just gonna hit you, or have 14 influence where they can Harness Lightning, and if something happens, if you play a Song of Frost, then I'll just Arcane Blast you.
Yeah, and I'm really interested to see, tomorrow when we get to more of these Seru decks, because of course we did just lock in, of course, Sano is going to be another day 2 Seru. Players have really expected Diana to perform this weekend, and so far we've seen Seru continues to be a present threat in the metagame, right? To Diana decks, to Wake Up decks, and to Fractal decks
Into
as well.
everything.
Into everything. Now, typically in the metagame, Seru performs really well until we get to top cut.
Yes, it's historical. I think we can say historically tamer decks are overrepresented and do really well until top 8. Until like the finals is specifically as well. They get
Right.
it to top. They might be 6 decks in top 8, but the finals will either have 1 or 0.
Yeah.
I don't think we've really seen a finals where it was a tamer mirror match of the same deck, even though the day 2 meta share is usually massive for them. It's a good day 2 deck. It's an unsure if good top 8 deck because it's a winning deck. Could be. It really well. It's a incredibly strong deck. And obviously, my evidence is very anecdotal.
right, of course. And it just takes the right player, the right meta, the
Exactly.
right top 8 to deal with it. But so far, we'll have to see. Jury's going to be out on whether or not this is going to be the right top 8 for that.
Yeah.
But from what we've seen on the stream today, as far as what you were saying, this is the right day to play it to get into day 2. But who could tell us better about that than Sano himself? So let's head over to that interview with Tyler and hear what he has to say.
I'm here joined with the round 8 winner. Damn, it's been a long day. Sano, congratulations. You are now locked for day 2 on the deck that also got you your first Ascent Spirit over in London. How are you feeling right now?
I don't like this deck. I don't know why I'm playing it. I blame Sean for making this deck.
Blame Sean for making the deck is crazy. So if not this, then it was going to be CRT, the
Yeah,
CL
I was
Regal
going to
Turbo?
play CL, yeah. CL's so much more fun, but I got last second decided at like 2 a.m., so.
I feel like that's like every Ascent top player is like, dude, I just changed my deck at 4 a.m. because I was feeling like it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so in your recent events, you have been playing CL a lot. You know, you took it to NorCal, you took it to some of the online events, and I was surprised. You swapped off of Influence Dragon after topping an Ascent with it. What made you want to swap over to CL?
Well, I wanted to have more fun when playing at regionals. And like CL is just really fun. I like drawing a bunch of cards clearly because I'm playing Dragon, right? And when you play CL, you can actually just draw your entire deck pretty much. But then you also get to deck them out, which is really fun.
True.
Yeah.
Speaking of decking them out, Regal counts. So you guys have Regals and Blinding Laps
Yes.
in the deck.
Mhm.
They're kind of, in some cases, similar in how they operate. Talk to me about why it's 3 Regals, right? Some people are on 2, some people are on 4, but you guys are like the only people I've seen on 3.
Yeah, you need to see that card versus the mirror, and the mirror is so atrociously like bad. Like if you guys are both just drawing a bunch of cards, that like we were like we don't want to play this, so let's play Blinding Laps also, because like pretty much the win con is you guys can never kill each other, so you guys are gonna deck each other out with whoever has more Regals. And then there's the alternative option of if you find the Blinding Laps, you can either follow them up to 3 or go up to 3, and suddenly they lose 3 influence, and now you're ahead, and you can randomly kill them.
True. That does make a lot of sense.
Yeah.
In your main board, there's something that I am kind of surprised, but also not surprised. You guys are playing Viridian Trinket in the main.
Yeah.
So Viridian Trinket in the main kind of makes sense because you'd expect to see a lot of Water Aether Diana. But then it makes me wonder, what is that the main deck that you're worried about, or is it something else?
So we put in Viridian because I really don't like playing against Fractals. And so like I wanted something to just be able to mat so I don't have to deal with like an acquiescing rejection on like one of my like turbochargers basically, right? So if I can just make it so they have no interaction for my turn ever in like the game state, then I can get so much advantage by either like sticking an ace in, drawing 2 cards, or like DGing up when they have no responses.
True. So we saw you in a pretty commanding position there against Wake Up.
Yeah.
What would you say is your worst matchup that you've played today?
Well, if we're going by what I've lost to, it's been Water Diana. I've misplayed twice, and I just died.
Do you feel like your matchup with Water Diana is more your game to lose versus like
yes,
theirs?
very, very much so. It's very much like, do I misplay? Because if I misplay once, I can lose if they capitalize on it. But assuming like I play perfectly, then I can pretty much like win like every single game that I play against Water Diana.
Awesome. Influence Dragon's doing really well. TM32 is very clearly doing very well now. A little curse on some of the other players there we've seen after talking with Duck Hats. But so you're locked in for day 2. You got one more round to go. How do you think Influence Dragon's gonna finish at this event?
Well, after seeing what went on in the first couple of rounds, I don't think this deck's gonna top 8. I really don't. Like, people are actually prepared for it. I'm actually like pretty surprised.
Do you think that the tech is strong enough to beat like a skill focused matchup?
Oh yeah, 100%.
Okay, interesting.
100%. Like it's basically like do you just draw better than them? Assuming perfect play happens, you just have to draw better in that sense.
I'm actually really surprised. I feel like a lot of people think that Influence Dragon is like really, really, really hard to beat. But then you're here telling me in this interview, you're like, nope, I think people have figured it out. It's kind of good. They figured it out.
Yeah, I've lost a surprising amount of game 1s today. I don't know if that's a good thing.
Surely it's a good thing. You know, you're here locked for day 2. But yeah, again, Sano, TM32, congratulations on your win and in so far. Good luck on the next round. And guys, we'll be bringing you round 9 shortly.